why did you lose to young Master Lu? Shirley said coldly. Losing to him, I didn't even put in my full effort back then let him come out, and this time I'll definitely defeat him. Nangong Tian was very unconvinced and said coldly. Is that so? Just then, a figure appeared, it was Su Hao. 939, Chapter 939 Losing an Arm. Lu Hao, so you're still here. When Nangong Tian saw the young man again, his expression was not good after all, he had just lost to him yesterday, which made him feel very embarrassed. He grinned and said, You are just an outsider, you shouldn't live and die with the Su family. Is that so? Do you think everyone is like you, willing to be a traitor? Since I've chosen to help the second young master, I won't leave, I will fight to the end, Su Hao said disdainfully. Traitor, there are no traitors in this world, only smart people and fools. Since you're going to die with these people, you can't blame anyone else. You surnamed Lu, today is your death day. Nangong Tian activated his true energy, and his spear emitted a dazzling light, shooting straight into the air with a dragon's roar. Are you sure you have the strength to fight me? Su Hao took out his weapon, a long sword that looked dark and ominous. If this were in Yanjing, everyone would have recognized it as the ancient divine sword. However, this was the western regions, and these people did not know the power of this weapon, they simply thought it was an ordinary longsword. Comparatively speaking, they were more familiar with Su Hao's other divine sword, which was Phoenix Feather. Nonsense! My specialty is the Crimson Dragon Spear technique, which I didn't even use last time, giving you the illusion that there are no masters in the western regions. To be honest, among those present, my strength is definitely second to none. Nangong Tian said with utmost seriousness. Sigh, it seems that the Nangong family head hasn't improved in any other areas, but his boasting has gotten better and better. You've all surely heard that this man is a defeated opponent of mine, haven't you? Su Hao's heavy sigh reached everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, Su Tianbai immediately burst into laughter, saying, I can attest that Nangong Tian lost like a dog back then. He was utterly pathetic. Nangong Tian, one must accept the passage of time. This is the world of young people now, why make things difficult for yourself? Wen Liang said with a smile. Losing to a younger person isn't shameful, but refusing to admit it is shameless. Zhang Ao said calmly. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to continue challenging them. Nobody wants to lose a match every day. Zhou Boy said coldly. Faced with so much sarcasm, the man's face turned very ugly. He shouted and immediately launched an attack. Powerful true energy erupted from the spear, transforming into 3 giant dragons that instantly rushed towards Su Hao. The roaring sound immediately caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Just as he had said, he had been holding back during their fight that day to gain Su Tianbai's trust. Now, his display of strength was indeed quite frightening. What a powerful move! So this is the strength of the Nangong family head now. It seems he really has the right to be arrogant. I refuse to believe that Lu Hao can defeat such a strong opponent. Others expressed their feelings. Faced with this move, Su Hao swiftly drew his sword. His attacks were also incredibly powerful. The technique he used was none other than the Primordial Chaos Sword. This move was unlike anything anyone had ever seen before. The moment the sword was unleashed, the heavens and earth changed color, instantly shattering the 3 dragons. The remaining sword energy surged towards Nangong Tian. Even though it had weakened considerably, it still carried a chilling killing intent. The latter had to retreat in a sorry state, clearly at a disadvantage. As a result, the experts standing behind him were immediately engulfed by the sword energy and turned into blood mist. With a single move, Su Hao repelled Nangong Tian and killed 7 or 8 enemies. Such strength is truly impressive. Nangong Tian, you don't actually think you're the only one hiding your strength, do you? Even now, you can't force me to use my full power. Su Hao said coldly. Nangong Tian's face was extremely grim. He felt that the young man in front of him was definitely bluffing, but there was no denying that the Primordial Chaos Sword was too powerful. The moment it was unleashed, he felt his heart skip a beat. Again! He was somewhat unconvinced and made another move. The move was even more powerful than before. 5 crimson dragons roared and raged. It seemed as if it wanted to devour Su Hao whole. Your attack is frighteningly weak. What Su Hao needs to do is not only defeat this person, but also destroy his arrogance and suppress the morale of Su Jinyu's side. His ancient divine sword was unleashed once more. The moves are exactly the same, but the intensity of their internal energy is completely different. All 5 dragons shattered, and the remaining sword energy was equally powerful. Just as Nangong Tian swung his spear in an attempt to defend himself, he suddenly realized something was wrong. His weapon was no match for the ancient divine sword and shattered instantly. A sword aura suddenly slashed across his left shoulder. The bright red blood splattered out and splashed onto everyone's faces. Ah! Nangong Tian let out a painful howl, completely stunned. He lost his left arm in just 2 moves? In this light, the defeat was even more complete than the last one. He frantically clutched his wound, exclaiming in disbelief, "Why is your swordsmanship so exquisite?" "Wrong, I'm just not good with a gun. I can deal with you using other methods without any problem," Su Hao said coldly. He glanced around and, sure enough, saw a hint of fear in some of the experts. Su Hao's ruthless methods were truly overwhelming. Nangong Tian was right, he was indeed the second-ranked expert in that camp. Now that he had been defeated, the others were even less of a match for him in a one-on-one fight. "Third Master, please avenge me." Nangong Tian glared angrily at Su Jinyu behind him and shouted. "Someone, stop the bleeding for the Nangong family head." Su Jinyu's expression was grim. This family head was one of his men. This was tantamount to a slap in the face. He looked at Su Hao, wondering where this man had come from. The swordsmanship just now was extremely exquisite, definitely at the supreme level. How could a small sect possibly possess it? Little did he know that this sword technique was a secret method of the Poison Gu sect, and only Huang Yingying was qualified to use it. Under his orders, a skilled physician helped Nangong Tian bandage his wounds and even froze his severed arm, hoping that it could be reattached if the battle ended soon. "Lu Hao, I think you're a talented person. I'm giving you a chance now. If you're willing to join me, I'll definitely create the Lu family for you in the future, replacing Lu Ji's family and becoming the main branch of the Lu family in the western regions." Su Jinyu made the promise directly. Lu Ji stood behind him, his face somewhat grim. His family was considered quite well off, yet they had been directly replaced. But then he thought, even without Su Jinyu's help, a master of Su Hao's caliber could, if he so desired, create the Lu family and indeed suppress them. "I can join the Lu family, but there is one condition," Su Hao said calmly. Really? Well, please tell me, and I will definitely find a way to satisfy you." Su Jinyu was overjoyed. 940, Chapter 940. The Power of the Rankings. He was overjoyed. As long as he could win over such a master, the Lu family could return to its peak. Upon hearing this, Li Qiandai became quite nervous. "Tianba, is this brother Lu really reliable?" She couldn't help but feel nervous. Lu Hao was their biggest trump card at the moment. If they all sided with the enemy, they would be completely doomed. "Mother, don't worry, brother Lu is like my own brother, he would never betray me," Su Tianba said with complete trust. "Brothers?" Li Qiandai was taken aback, thinking that he was Lu Hao, not Su Hao, so how could they be brothers? But she could see that her son had great confidence in this man. All eyes were on Su Hao, eager to hear what conditions he was offering. "It's very simple. As long as I become the head of the family, I can cooperate with you," Su Hao said calmly. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Su Jinyu's face was grim. He was trying to seize control of the Su family, only to end up benefiting someone else. No one would agree to such a condition. "Sai, I genuinely want to cooperate. Since you can't offer these terms, then we'll just have to start fighting," Su Hao said coldly. "Young man, you're asking for trouble. If you offend me, you'll never have a place in the western regions again." When Su Jinyu's attempts to win me over failed, he resorted to threats. "Really, I'm so scared," Su Hao said lightly. Many people burst out laughing. This kid didn't look scared at all, his expression was clearly full of mockery. "Young Master Lu, from this day forward, you are the strongest young man in my heart. If your name is not on the martial god ranking, it must be because the Heavenly Mystery Palace has no vision." Zhang Ao simply smiled and said. He had someone test Su Hao's strength, and it was absolutely incredibly powerful, enough to rival any young person in the world. "What martial god ranking? I don't think it has any value at all." Joe Boy sneered. He believed that Bai Yi was the second best in the world, and it was absolutely wrong for him to be ranked behind Li Yuanwu. Please don't say that the martial god ranking still has some reference value. At least it can point out who the masters are in Yanjing. Everyone on the list has formidable strength. Wen Liang, however, had a different opinion. He had seen the latest rankings. Su Hao was on 3 lists. How could he be worthless? It's just that these people don't know Lu Hao's true identity yet. Judging from the martial god ranking alone, Lu Hao's inclusion on the list is enough to show that his strength is not fake and has been recognized by countless masters in Yanjing. Lu Hao, I'm giving you one last chance. Will you choose to submit to me? Su Jinyu still didn't want to give up. After all, the other party was a rare young master. If trained properly, he might even have the opportunity to change the entire landscape of the martial arts world. Don't even dream about it, Su Hao said calmly. Very good, you chose this yourself. Su Jinyu's expression was rather unpleasant. He was now one of the most powerful people in the western regions, yet he had failed to gain the other party's loyalty after 3 invitations. Was this a disrespect? He addressed the other experts, saying, "Listen up, everyone, I grant you permission to unite and work together to kill Su Hao. Whoever takes his head will be given a place among the 8 great families of the Su clan." Upon hearing this, these experts wore expressions of fervent anticipation. Their choice to follow Su Jinyu stemmed from a desire to rise through the ranks and achieve a leap in social status. Now, this rare opportunity had finally arrived. Su Hao has offended this future head of the family and become a thorn in their side. If everyone unites, wouldn't they have a great chance? Even if only one person ultimately kills Su Hao, who can guarantee that the opportunity won't be given to them? Third Master, just give the order, and we'll go through fire and water for you. Don't even mention one Su Hao. Even if there are 10 Su Haos, we'll take them all down. This guy is too arrogant. Does he think there are no experts in the western regions? If we all attack together, dealing with him will be a piece of cake. Within a short period of time, hundreds of masters and above responded directly. They surrounded Su Hao, each of them looking incredibly excited, like hunters eyeing this fat sheep. Hey, Third Master, isn't this a bit unethical? If you want to fight young Master Lu, it's best to have a one-on-one duel. Why send so many people? When have the martial arts people of the western regions ever backed down? When Liang couldn't stand it anymore, 1 against hundreds of people, the odds of winning were too low, weren't they? Third Uncle, aren't you going too far? Even so, you still can't convince others. Su Tianba was also a little worried. After all, there were just too many enemies. Aren't you all being too naive? Today is a battle for power, not a martial arts arena match. If Su Hao is willing to submit, everything will be fine. Besides, I think you should still worry about whether you can escape unscathed if he loses. Su Jinyu threatened. When Liang frowned, wondering whether he should reveal Su Hao's identity. After thinking about it, he decided against it. Revealing it now wouldn't change anything. It would only provoke the experts who were besieging them. After all, the bounty from the Divine Martial Pavilion is still up, and if Su Hao is killed, 2 rewards can be obtained. Surrounded by everyone, Su Hao remained calm and said indifferently, "I advise you to think carefully. Once you make a move, there will be no turning back. I can tell you directly, everyone will die here." Die? Aren't you being too arrogant? We outnumber you. We definitely have the advantage. A mere disciple of the Vermilion Bird sect dares to be so arrogant? Today, I'll send you to hell. Do you really think we've never seen blood and would be afraid of your threats? Surrender, you can't possibly be our match. These people were not afraid at all. On the contrary, they were very excited. Let's do it. Su Jinyu gave the order directly. In an instant, hundreds of attacks blasted towards him. A beam of azure light appeared around Su Hao, forming an indestructible protective shield that blocked the first wave of attacks. He then swung his long sword with incredible speed, making it impossible to see the strike. All they saw was a flash of black light, followed by a thick mist of blood. In the blink of an eye, dozens of enemies vanished. Shock was evident on everyone's faces, and they fell silent, wondering how he had managed to do it. Su Hao did not linger and still chose to draw his sword. What are the advantages of the primordial chaos sword? It's its speed, of course. Launching an attack with lightning speed and wiping out a large number of enemies in an instant, this is just the simplest of operations. The attackers grew increasingly terrified, watching helplessly as their comrades fell one by one. They were utterly powerless against Su Hao's onslaught. 941, Chapter 941 Resurrection from the Dead. Die. Su Hao showed absolutely no mercy when he made his move. He has already given them a chance, but these people simply didn't want to take advantage of it. Once everyone chooses to make a move, it's a matter of life and death, and everyone will use their strongest moves. In less than a minute, only a little over 100 people survived. Their hands, gripping their weapons, were trembling. They appear to have a 100-fold numerical advantage, but far more have fallen. In contrast, Su Hao didn't have a single drop of blood on him. This person had icy eyes and a murderous aura. It's too late to regret it now. Su Hao swung his sword again, killing more than 10 people in front of him. The remaining people all rushed forward, unleashing a variety of attacks aimed at vital points. However, each attack was blocked when they encountered the protective aura of cyan energy. He swung his sword again and killed more than a dozen people. As the attack intensified, more and more people fell, until the last expert died from exhaustion. The encirclement ended in a complete victory for Su Hao. I advise you to find a few more powerful experts next time. Isn't it a waste of time to raise these useless people? Su Hao said coldly. Su Genyu's face was grim. These were all masters above the grandmaster level. How could they be considered trash? Even if other families wanted to raise so many, they might not even be interested in them. But Su Hao was indeed qualified to say these things, because he had the last laugh. Don't be too happy, you surnamed Louis still have 150,000 men under my command, enough to deal with you without any problem. Su Genyu shouted. In an instant, these people drew their weapons and aimed them at Su Hao again. Everyone's thoughts are still very clear. Since they've already embarked on this path, they'll continue their charge as long as Su Genyu gives the order. If we can get rid of Su Hao, we'll definitely reap huge benefits. Su Hao frowned, he hesitated. It's not that he's afraid of these people. He faced a much larger force in Changshan without any fear, so why would he be afraid of these people here? He just doesn't want to make a move. These are all resources of the Su family. If they are all killed, will the Su family only have a few dozen guards left in the mansion? In the end, won't it just result in both sides suffering losses? Since it's a family feud anyway, minimizing casualties is definitely the most important thing. Scared? If you're willing to submit now, I can still accept it. Su Genyu smiled and adopted the demeanor of a wise ruler. Dream on. Su Hao replied coldly with just 2 words. Damn it. Su Genyu could no longer tolerate it and shouted, everyone, listen to my order, kill Su Hao and you will receive a reward of 1 billion. Third Master, are you saying we can split it equally? Someone had a cunning idea, thinking that the chances of capturing Su Hao were slim, but if they died in the chaos, there was still a chance. Yes, everyone who takes action and kills this person will receive a reward. Su Genyu decided to use money as a lure. Thank you, Third Master. Everyone was overjoyed. Hundreds of thousands of people cast blood red light at Su Hao, each one eager to fight. Su Hao frowned and said calmly, I don't want to cause unnecessary bloodshed. I urge you to abandon your evil ways and embrace the light. What does it mean to abandon darkness and embrace the light? Following me is the right choice. Su Genyu laughed heartily. Yeah? Just then, a figure suddenly flew in front of everyone. Hong Fu, you've finally shown yourself. Li Chendai said with some surprise when she saw who it was. He disappeared for a day and has now reappeared. Could he be bringing good news? Madam, I have something I must do, so I must leave temporarily. I hope you understand. Hong Fu said apologetically. It's all right, I will always believe in you. Li Chendai nodded. Hong Fu then looked at Su Genyu and said, I'm here to convey the master's orders. Everyone return to your families and stop fooling around with the third son. Hong Fu, are you crazy? My elder brother has been dead for 2 days. How could he possibly relay orders again? Su Genyu said with some surprise. Who told you the master is dead? Hong Fu said calmly. I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be false? Su Genyu retorted. What you see may not be the truth. If you don't believe me, go to the hall and take a look. See if there's still someone in the ice coffin. Hongfu said mysteriously. Men, go in and investigate. Su Jinyu found it strange and shouted loudly. Finally, he sent out a young girl with no martial arts skills to investigate the hall under Shirley's supervision. She returned quickly, her face filled with disbelief, and reported, "Third Master, the ice coffin is empty, there's no one there." Impossible. Li Chendai also found it strange. Had she been guarding the place the whole time? Why were the bodies gone? Hongfu, did you destroy my brother's body to create a mystery and try to trick us into going back? Su Jinyu asked loudly, very unhappy. Hongfu shook his head, thinking the man was too stubborn, and shouted into the distance, "Master, they don't believe us, you have to go yourself." Good. A familiar voice reached everyone's ears. Isn't that Su Jintian's voice? Could he really be alive? Immediately, everyone saw a pale-faced man approaching from a distance, walking slowly, clad in a black robe, appearing to be seriously injured, but without a doubt, it was Su Jintian. Impossible, you were stabbed in the heart by an assassin, how are you still alive? Su Jinyu's expression changed drastically. Brother Tian, you've lied to me so badly. Li Chendai shed tears of excitement. Everyone, I was just pretending. The situation was indeed very dangerous. That assassin's swordsmanship was very accurate, he almost killed Mei. Figured, since that's the case, why not just blow him up and see what happens next? Jinyu, I never imagined you would choose to betray us. We are brothers, why would you punish my descendants? Where is the assassin? Su Jintian appeared extremely grief-stricken. Su Jinyu's expression grew increasingly grim. Sure enough, when this person appeared, the fighting spirit of the others completely vanished. Hundreds of thousands of people chose to remain silent, no one would make a move. This is the power and intimidation of the patriarch. The living Su Jintian represents absolute power within the Su family, far more effective than the family crest. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Finally, he grinned maliciously and said, Su Jintian, you really don't know the hunger of the starving. You've been clinging to the position of family head and have never thought of giving it to me. Our Su family's method of succession is quite unreasonable. I want to make the right changes, so why is there so much resistance? You're wrong. Our Su family has always appointed people based on merit. Only those with the Qiangqi bloodline can become the family head. I am merely acting as the family head. Ultimately, I'll hand it over to the younger generation. As for you, you're clearly incompetent. I gave you 2 days, and you only managed to draw with this young man. How can someone like you lead the Su family? Su Jinyu rebuked angrily. 942, Chapter 942 Ice Soul Sword. Brother, you forced me into this, I did nothing wrong. Su Jinyu frowned, hardened his heart, and said, as long as I give the order, there will definitely be some people who support me. We must find a solution to this today. Oh, how do you want to solve this? Su Jintian said calmly. The third brother wasn't wrong, this man did indeed have some die-hard supporters. Since everyone was a member of the Su family, if the matter could be resolved peacefully without large-scale casualties, his proposals would generally be acceptable. It's very simple. The Western regions place the greatest emphasis on martial arts. Our Su family is the strongest family in the Western regions. Only the future heir can gain everyone's recognition by winning through martial arts competitions. Otherwise, even if you pass the throne to him, you won't be able to hold on to it, and he'll cause other problems later. Su Jinyu said with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, everyone else nodded in agreement, including Zhang Ao and his group. This statement was actually directed at Su Tianba. Don't be fooled by the fact that Su Jintian's death was a hoax. It's undeniable that his health is deteriorating day by day, and he won't be long before he dies. When that happens, will Su Tianba truly be able to secure his position as family head? Among those involved in this rebellion were 4 major families. Besides them, the others were also restless and unwilling to submit. Su Jintian was able to intimidate these people because of his strength. So, you're saying you're going to have a fair duel with my son, and whoever wins will be the future heir? Su Jintian said calmly. That's right, that's exactly what I think. Su Jinyu was very happy. When he looked at Su Tianba, there was a hint of provocation in his eyes, as if to say, you're no good, kid. At this moment, Li Qiandia's expression was somewhat serious. She most wanted her son to succeed her, but Su Jinyu's strength was undeniable. If the two were to fight, Tianba probably wouldn't last 3 moves. Alright, I agree, we'll have a fair competition. Everyone step back 100 meters and make room. Su Zhintian nodded and said directly. With a whoosh, everyone else retreated. A vacant lot was marked out in front of the Su family's house. Su Jinyu stood there, a calm smile on his face. He suddenly felt something was off, because Su Zhintian had also followed him out of the competition area. He couldn't help but call out, Tianba, what are you doing going out? According to the agreement, we have to have a match. A contest? The person you're comparing yourself to isn't me. Su Tianba said with a smile. Brother, is this kid acting recklessly? Su Jinyu asked, somewhat surprised and puzzled. Xiaoyu, you're wrong, he has no problem at all. The one you're competing against isn't Tianba, but Changsheng. Su Zhintian announced. Su Changsheng? Everyone frowned. Had he really come back? It seems that only by sending someone to stabilize the current situation can it be stabilized. However, according to the information we have, Su Changsheng disappeared without a trace in Yanjing. How could he suddenly appear in the western regions? Even if he appeared in the western regions, how could he suddenly appear in the Su family? Tianba, your brother is back? Li Qiandai asked curiously. Yes, Su Tianba nodded. Where is he? Li Qiandai looked around, looking somewhat bewildered. Mother, my elder brother is far away, but he's right here in front of me. Su Tianba said with a smile. Could it be? Li Qiandai was shocked and turned to look at Lu Hao beside her. Sure enough, judging from his figure and age, this person matched Su Hao perfectly. No wonder her son was so obedient. It turned out that he was Su Hao. Why? At this point, Su Hao had no choice but to walk forward, remove his mask, and reveal his own face. Wow! Everyone who witnessed this scene was amazed. Lu Hao, representing the Su family, made many moves and even defeated Nangong Tian and hundreds of masters. Unexpectedly, this person was Su Hao. No wonder he's so strong, he's the young master. Zhang Ao exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. It was wonderful that he was back. Not only was he safe and sound, but his strength had even reached a new level. Congratulations on your return to the western regions, young master. You are the best candidate to be the head of the family. Zhou Boi had to admit that Su Hao was indeed much more capable than Su Tianba. Of course, he's one of the youngest people on the martial god ranking. The other one is Hong Mingxian. Wan Liang said, quite displeased. His words drew the ire of the other two. It turns out he knew all along, but he was just cooperating with Su Hao and hiding it so well. Xiao Hao, this competition is in your hands. Su Zhintian's eyes held a complex mix of joy and guilt. The joy came from finally seeing his son again. The guilt stemmed from the unresolved grievances between them. If he hadn't been blown up this time, Su Hao probably wouldn't have shown up. No problem. Su Hao coldly agreed, then turned to look at Su Jinyu and said, Third uncle, why are you going down this dark path? We are all of the Su family bloodline and working together the best choice. You cunning nephew, you've been hiding your strength so well, but you've already fought 2 matches today. Do you still have the strength to fight me? If you don't want to be seriously injured, you'd better just admit defeat, otherwise, once we fight, the outcome is uncertain. Su Jinyu said coldly. My strength hasn't been greatly depleted. I can barely sustain another battle. Su Hao said calmly. Is that so? Before we start fighting, I have one requirement, that we use weapons of the same level. My Ice Soul Sword is a top-grade magic weapon. It's definitely not suitable to fight against your ancient divine sword. Of course, it would be best if you could also use a magic weapon to counter it. Su Jinyu brazenly said. Now that Su Hao's identity has been revealed, the origin of his black sword is also clear. It is the legendary First Divine Sword. As long as the opponent has a powerful artifact, the odds of winning are extremely high. Third uncle, aren't you being a bit too shameless? Weapons are an integral part of a martial artist's strength. If you had a divine weapon and Su Hao didn't, would you abide by the principle of fairness? Li Qiandai was very unhappy and directly rebuked him. Certainly. This is an internal competition within our Su family, and we have always emphasized fairness and impartiality. My request is perfectly reasonable. Su Jinyu said without batting an eye. Su Zhintian frowned, but ultimately said nothing. The competition can be left entirely to Su Hao as his father. He is not in a position to interfere and can only act as a witness. All eyes were on Su Hao. If he objects, everyone thinks it's reasonable. If he agrees, people will actually appreciate his integrity and uprightness. Third uncle, how about this? To be fair, you find me a long sword, and we'll have a swordsmanship contest. Su Hao said nonchalantly. Okay. Su Zhentian nodded. He looked around and finally decided on a target. 943, Chapter 943 Comparison of Strength. Su Zhenyu walked over to an ordinary martial artist, saw that he was holding a wooden sword, and asked with a smile, "Brother, can I borrow your weapon?" Okay. The man was a little surprised. He was just playing with his weapon and had only come to join in the fun. He hadn't brought his personal weapon with him. Su Zhentian, holding the wooden sword, slowly walked to Su Hao's side and said, "You are also a master who has cultivated in seclusion in Yanjing, so you must be very proficient in all weapons. This weapon is made of 1,000-year-old divine wood, comparable to a top-grade treasurite, just right for you to use." Su Hao calmly took the wooden sword in his hand, weighed it in his hand, and found that it weighed about a pound as a weapon. It was really too ordinary. Third uncle, what do you mean? Are you afraid of losing? Li Chengdai was very unhappy. This was a wooden sword. If it clashed with the Ice Soul sword, it would probably shatter instantly. I was just trying to be fair, I didn't mean anything else. As Su Zhenyu spoke, he took out the weapon he was carrying. This is a magical artifact that looks chilling and powerful. Judging from its aura, it is many times stronger than a wooden sword. With a gentle stroke, it can condense into white frost, which looks quite nice. Alright, let's begin. Su Hao said calmly. Okay. Su Zhenyu began his attack. He decided to seize the opportunity and not give everyone more time to discuss. He already had the advantage in weaponry, so he had to make the most of it with a single sword strike. Dozens of streaks of frost reached Su Hao directly. Su Hao channeled his true energy, his starting stance incredibly graceful. With a flick of his long sword, golden light shone forth, shattering the frost. Now that he no longer concealed his identity, he was quite adept at his work. This move. Su Zhentian shuddered, a trace of sorrow flashing in his eyes. Yes, he used base sword technique, but it wasn't the strongest sword technique, it was just the basic sword moves. Hong Fu also noticed this. Su Hao's intention in using this sword technique was not to show off his skills, but to commemorate Bai Yi. Many people still recognized the moves of the Western region's sword god. Everyone felt a pang of sorrow. No one knew how Bai Yi had died. They had only heard rumors that he and Li Yuanwu had perished together. Uncle Bai. Su Tianba's expression was somewhat sorrowful. He too had once received guidance from Bai Yi. Bai Yi had promised that once Su Tianba reached the supreme realm, he would pass on his strongest sword technique to him. Unexpectedly, before that day even arrived, Bai Yi had already become a legend in the martial arts world and could never return to the Western regions. Su Zhenyu exchanged a few blows, but then realized something was wrong. Bai Yi's swordsmanship was too strong. He was no match for her at all. He shouted, "Su Hao, we're just having a match. Why are you using such a powerful swordsmanship?" "Oh, then I'll choose another one?" Su Hao said casually. "Certainly." Su Zhenyu nodded. Everyone present felt contempt. Su Zhenyu initially had the advantage in weaponry, and now he was trying to gain the upper hand in technique as well. To be precise, his strength was slightly greater than Nangong Tian's. However, he was clearly not up to par when facing Su Hao. Now, relying on their age and seniority, they are making repeated demands. Su Hao's moves have also undergone new changes. It is no longer the sword god's move, but has become the primordial chaos sword. Boom! The single strike was so powerful it seemed to shake the heavens and move the gods to tears. Su Zhenyu was terrified and dared not resist, so he could only flee in a sorry state. As a result, the swordsmanship followed him relentlessly, and in the end, he had no choice but to unleash his full power and meet the attack head-on. Immediately, he flew backwards for 100 meters, knocking down a group of spectators. Su Hao immediately followed, standing a few meters away, and said calmly, "Third uncle, isn't this move too strong? Should I try a different sword technique?" "Good." After Su Zhenyu stood up, he grabbed one of his men and threw him at Su Hao. Su Hao frowned and could only catch the man with a gentle punch. Unexpectedly, Su Jinyu was relentless and grabbed several more people, throwing them over with a human wave tactic, which made Su Hao's offensive rhythm extremely chaotic. Seeing that Su Hao was struggling to cope, he seized the opportunity and instantly attacked the Ice Soul Sword pierced directly towards the opponent's throat, its sword light surging several meters, carrying a strong killing intent. Bang! Even so, Su Hao remained steadfast in his stance, directly erecting a protective aura around his body. A powerful rebound force swept through his entire body. Su Jinyu's weapon involuntarily slipped from his hand. Unable to withstand the force of the recoil, he fell backward once more. At this point, his men learned their lesson and no longer dared to stand behind him, they all fled. He eventually fell into the flower bed, and when he finally managed to get up in a disheveled state, he found his face covered in bird droppings. He immediately shouted angrily, "What's wrong with the gardener of Su Garden? Why didn't you clean this place up?" "Third uncle, do you want to continue?" With a flick of his right hand, Su Hao sent the Ice Soul Sword back to him. "Nonsense! I didn't lose, let's go again." Su Jinyu glared and said, with a hint of defiance, and continued his relentless barrage of attacks. Su Hao did not counterattack, but simply parried each move. The two fought very quickly, exchanging over 100 moves in just a few minutes. Su Jinyu's face was flushed, clearly indicating that he had used all his strength, while Su Hao remained completely calm and showed no change. The question of who was stronger and who was weaker has long been answered. How come the third master, who was so strong, couldn't do anything to the eldest young master? It's not just that there's no way, the difference between the two is like heaven and earth. Yes, they're not even in the same league. Everyone could see it, but Su Jinyu was the only one who refused to admit defeat. This is a competition to become the head of the Su family. If you lose everything. He unleashed several more moves in one go, and Su Hao's counterattack slowly began, each time adding a little more true energy. After these moves, Su Jinyu's hands kept trembling. Clang! Final Ice Soul Sword. I could no longer hold on, blood was flowing from the tiger's mouth of both hands. He looked at Su Hao and said helplessly, "I didn't expect that I would be no match for him." "You flatter me," Su Hao said calmly. In fact, he had been holding back throughout the competition. Su Jinyu's strength was undeniable. However, unfortunately, he was still far behind a top-tier expert. His strength was even inferior to the deputy head of the Six Doors Hall. "Su Hao, tell me the truth, if I go all out, how many moves can I withstand from you?" Su Jinyu asked unwillingly. "How many moves?" Su Hao hesitated for a moment, then said calmly, "About a third of a move. If I had wanted to kill you, you would have died 10,000 times over." The reality was so cruel that Su Jinyu's face turned ashen. He lost, and lost completely. In doing so, he would lose his right to inherit the family headship. More importantly, this was a rebellion, and his followers would also be arrested, leaving him with almost nothing. His life will fall into the hands of the Su family father and son, and he will be at their mercy. 944, Chapter 944 Extraordinary Measures. Alright, that concludes today's competition. Anyone who followed Su Jinyu in the rebellion shall be dismissed on the spot. I may not pursue today's matter, but from this moment on, Su Jinyu is relieved of all his posts and shall no longer manage the Su family. Did you hear that? Su Jintian made the announcement directly. I heard you. Those hundreds of thousands of people shouted loudly. These people left immediately, not daring to linger any longer. Qiao Yu and Lu Ji took the opportunity to turn around, secretly rejoicing that they had escaped with their lives. Unexpectedly, the two had not been gone long when they saw Shirlei and Hong Fu blocking their way. What do you mean, didn't the patriarch say that we'd let bygones be bygones for what happened today? Qiao Yu asked awkwardly. Yes, we didn't do anything wrong, we were just following Uncle's orders. Lu Ji hurriedly explained. You are the masterminds, of course you should be detained, Shirlei said disdainfully. I advise you not to act recklessly, or you will only suffer unnecessary physical pain. Hong Fu said coldly. The two men exchanged a glance, and finally, like defeated roosters, they had no choice but to surrender on the spot. Inside the Su family home, the morning hall has been dismantled, and the ice coffin has been moved to the storeroom and is not needed for the time being. Zhang Ao and others, as meritorious officials, received the best treatment. Su Hao and the others went directly to the study. The core members of the Su family, along with Su Jinyu, took their seats. Big brother, I was wrong, I hope you will forgive me. Su Jinyu knelt on the ground and begged for mercy loudly. Xiaoyu, I didn't want to make a big deal out of today's incident. Now you still have a chance to redeem yourself as long as you tell the truth behind it and cooperate well. I will consider letting you go. Su Jintian said calmly. This, Su Jinyu lowered his head, caught in a dilemma. Third uncle, there are no outsiders here. You can speak freely. Who exactly instigated you to rebel? Su Hao decided to give him a way out. I know that with third uncle's character, he would never do such a thing. There must be someone stirring things up behind the scenes. Yes, it's all the Divine Martial Pavilion's fault. Su Jinyu seized the opportunity and immediately chimed in. Actually, I've always been diligent and conscientious with the family, and I've never had any intention of rebelling. But 2 days ago, a mysterious figure from the Divine Martial Pavilion came to me with a message saying that my elder brother was dead and my sister-in-law is an outsider, so she's not qualified to be the head of the family. I was misled by him, which is why I took this step. The culprit is truly the Divine Martial Pavilion. Oh? Li Qiandai was very unhappy. Wasn't this targeting her? You really had contact with the Divine Martial Pavilion? Su Hao was slightly surprised. That's right, otherwise, with my abilities, how would I dare to covet the position of family head? Su Jinyu nodded. Have you met the pavilion master of the Divine Martial Pavilion? Su Hao continued to ask. No, that's not true. The person who came that day must have been an elder. He knew me very well and said some things that outsiders wouldn't know. Su Jinyu asked in confusion. Familiar? Su Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately thought of someone, his expression turning somewhat unpleasant. Big brother, who did you think of? Su Tianba asked immediately. I don't know if you remember this person, but he is Xie Yibai if I'm not mistaken. He holds a very high position in the Divine Martial Pavilion now, at least an elder or a protector. Su Hao would never retaliate, but this person stabbed him in the back. Among the traitors in the Su family, he hated Ji Yuanzuan the most, followed by Xie Yibai. It's him? Su Tianba was somewhat surprised. Was Xie Yibai the expert who covered the Su family's retreat? It was said that he had become a vegetable. The next time he heard news of him, it turned out to be a traitor to the Su family. It was truly lamentable. Xiao Hao, you haven't made a mistake, have you? Su Jintian also found it hard to accept. The initial group of retainers were generally very loyal. Hey, you guys don't know what happened in Yanjing. Su Hao recounted the unexpected incident that occurred during his meal at the Martial God Tower. Boom! Upon hearing this, Su Jintian was furious and smashed the desk to pieces with a single blow. He felt heartbroken, never expecting that among the many experts he had trained, 2 would become heavyweight rebels. In his excitement, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of black blood. Su Hao frowned. It seemed that his father was indeed terminally ill and was only being sustained by his powerful true energy. Li Qiandai looked anxious and took out a tissue to help wipe it clean. Su Jinyu's eyes were filled with complex emotions. He had always lived in his older brother's shadow, and he had finally seen a glimmer of opportunity, but he still couldn't outmaneuver him now that he was a prisoner. He had to find a way to survive. Brother, since the remnants of the Divine Martial Pavilion are so arrogant, why not use me as a pawn to lure out their pavilion master? Then we can gather the elites of the Su family and annihilate him. He proposed it loudly. Kill Ji Yuanzuan. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. First of all, this person is very strong, currently ranked 2nd on the martial god ranking, replacing Li Yuanwu's position. Secondly, this person is extremely cunning and never submits easily. Dealing with him will be extremely difficult. Su Hao frowned. Ji Yuanzuan was currently in the shadows. How could he be lured out so easily? To be honest, I am now in an alliance with the Divine Martial Pavilion. If anyone else invited Ji Yuanzuan, he certainly wouldn't show up, but I am extremely important to him, and he would never abandon such a powerful ally. Su Jinyu said proudly. Looking across the western regions, he is the only one who can directly confront Su Jintian. Once this piece is lost, this person can only carry out assassination missions, which are definitely not easy. Xiaoyu, what are your plans? Su Zhentian asked calmly. Since this person is very strong and likes to play dirty tricks, we'll play dirty tricks with him. As far as I know, our Su family has a poison called Godslaying. As long as we bring it out and successfully poison him, we can get rid of him. Su Jinyu said with absolute certainty. Slaying the gods? Su Zhentian frowned. It was the number one of the 10 most potent poisons in the martial arts world. Since acquiring it, he had kept it in a safe and had never used it. Even among those who knew about it, only a handful of people did. Unexpectedly, Su Jinyu also knew this. Doesn't this mean that there are spies of Su Jinyu around him? Father, do we really have to use poison? Su Tianba was somewhat reluctant, feeling that his side was on the righteous path and should not resort to underhanded methods. Tianba, to deal with evil people, you should use the methods of evil people. There is nothing wrong with using poison, but you can't use it to deal with good people, understand? Su Zhentian took the opportunity to lecture him. Su Tianba nodded as if he understood, but it was unclear whether he had actually comprehended the meaning. Shen Dai, go and bring out the God-slaying sword. Su Zhentian then ordered. Okay. Li Chendai nodded and got up to go to the secret room. Su Jinyu visibly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he had gained the trust of the father and son and believed that he would soon regain his freedom. 945, Chapter 945 Caution. Third uncle, were you injured just now? Su Hao suddenly asked. It's alright, it's just a minor injury. You went easy on me. Su Jinyu nodded. In a competition like that, a minor injury was already quite good. I'm so sorry, but I have a healing pill here. Uncle will definitely recover quickly after taking it. Suddenly, Su Hao opened a wax pill, inside which was a dark, murky elixir. A refreshing fragrance wafted over. Su Jinyu held it in his hand, somewhat hesitant. Was this thing only for healing? It didn't seem unusual at all. Third uncle, this is a token of my nephew's affection. You won't refuse it, will you? Su Hao said with a smile. Alright. Su Jinyu had no choice, he was under someone else's roof and had to bow his head. He opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. Instantly, a cool sensation spread throughout his body. The meridians in my hands are recovering rapidly. At the same time, a mysterious aura spread through his body. If I'm not mistaken, there must be some kind of poison in this. The two are simply blended so well that they are not easily noticeable. Su Jinyu was now in a difficult position. Despite Su Hao's smiling face, he was actually very shrewd and cunning. Su Jinyu, on the other hand, thought Su Zhentian was kind-hearted and benevolent. If his elder brother intervened, he would definitely have a chance to live, but offending Su Hao meant things were uncertain. Third uncle, I'm doing this for your own good. Su Hao said meaningfully. Su Jinyu could only force a smile. Wasn't this tantamount to implying that the pill he had just received was poisonous? Just then, Li Chendai also brought back the God-slaying poison and handed it to Su Jinyu. Third uncle, there's no time to lose, let's make our move tonight. Su Hao ordered directly. Tonight? Su Jinyu was somewhat surprised, this was too sudden. Yes, the Divine Martial Pavilion is moving very quickly. We can't let this information leak out now. Contact them immediately, and we'll send people to follow them and look for an opportunity to take down Ji Yuanzuan. Su Hao said calmly. Okay, give me some time, I'll make a call. Su Jinyu said with some difficulty, and went directly to the next room. Su Zhentian nodded to Hongfu, signaling him to go and keep watch, then looked at Su Hao and said, do you really think we can take care of Ji Yuanzuan directly? This person is too cunning. He has been lying in wait for so long. How could he be so easily fooled? To be honest, it's still very difficult to succeed today. But this is a very good opportunity. If we miss it, we don't know when we'll have to wait again. We can only use Uncle San as bait. Even if things are exposed, we can minimize the losses. Su Hao said coldly. Upon hearing this, both Su Zhentian and Li Chendai gasped. Su Hao was indeed much more shrewd than before. His meaning was that Su Jinyu was entirely worth sacrificing. After all, he was a person who had made mistakes and wasn't worth cherishing. Su Zhentian felt a little reluctant. After all, they were brothers, but considering his own health, he decided to leave it to Su Hao and his brother to handle today's matter. I've trained a group of investigators, codenamed Hidden Dragons, and placed them under Xiaohao's command. You're fully responsible for today's events. Tianba, you'll work alongside him and learn from your older brother, understand? Su Zhentian reminded him. Clear. Su Tianba nodded excitedly. He definitely wanted to get involved rather than stay at the Su family home waiting for news. After they made their decision, Su Zhenyu returned around the same time. He brought news that, as agreed, they would meet with the people from Xinwu Pavilion at Tingxian Tower that evening. Very good, let's go. Su Hao nodded and gave the order directly. 9 o'clock tonight, Tingshuanlu. This was one of the most famous ghosthouses in the western region. Su Zhenyu had booked a private room and sat there, looking worried. He had really had a run of bad luck today. Not only had he lost to Su Hao, but he had also been used by this man. His situation was extremely difficult. On one hand, there was the current head of the Divine Martial Pavilion, and on the other hand, there was the inexplicable poison. He was caught in the middle, and it seemed that one wrong step would plunge him into an abyss. He held his phone, constantly checking the time. Only when footsteps sounded outside the door did she reveal a faint smile and get up to greet them. Sect Master. He opened the door and saw that the leader was wearing a mask and looked very mysterious. His smile immediately disappeared. Because he had seen this mask before, he was certain that it was not Ji Yuanzuan who had come. Third Master, the Pavilion Master is such a busy man, why would he appear in a place like this? The man walked in and looked around warily. He felt that Tingxian Tower was different today. It seemed much quieter than usual. Brother Xia, we're old acquaintances, there's no need for us to wear masks, is there? Su Zhenyu said casually. I was just avoiding outsiders. Third Master is my master, how could I dare to hide in front of you? The man took off his mask, revealing himself to be Xia Yiba. I mentioned on the phone that I had something important to discuss with the Pavilion Master, so why is it only you who came? Su Zhenyu said unhappily. To be honest, my current status in the Divine Martial Pavilion is quite high. I'm already a protector. If there's anything you need, just tell me. Xia Yi smiled slightly. Su Zhenyu frowned subconsciously. He thought of Su Hao's words. This man had already betrayed the Su family and completely sided with the Divine Martial Pavilion. On the surface, they were being polite, but it was all just for show. Perhaps in this person's heart, he looks down on the Su family. No, I can only talk to the Pavilion Master about my affairs. Su Zhenyu shook his head. Is that so? In that case, we'll have to find another place. Our Divine Martial Pavilion has a few decent secret bases in the western regions. If Third Master has decided, let's set off now for one of them. Xia Yiba said directly. Alright, please lead the way. Su Zhenyu decided to go all out. He had to see Ji Yuanzuan today, no matter what. Okay, let's go right away. Xia Yiba nodded and, without lingering, led everyone away from Tingxian Tower. A black sedan was already waiting in the parking lot. After the group got into the car, Xia Yiba put on the prepared hoods. Su Zhenyu's vision went black immediately, and he couldn't see anything. He asked in astonishment, Brother Xia, what do you mean by this? Are you wary of me as well? That's hard to say. You've already lost in the family infighting. Who knows if you're a spy now? Anyway, it's always better to be safe than sorry. Our Divine Martial Pavilion doesn't want to take any risks. If Third Master feels it's inappropriate, it's not too late to get off now. Xia Yiba said calmly. Fine, I trust you. Su Zhenyu said helplessly. He simply couldn't make a choice. The vehicle started and headed straight out of the city. Just as they were leaving, several vehicles of different models followed them in batches. They were none other than the Su family's Hidden Dragon Squad. 946, Chapter 946 Fortress. Brother, why did they change locations? Su Tianba was somewhat surprised. Their car wasn't among those being followed. Instead, it was positioned further back, responsible for command and control. This is the normal decision for the Divine Martial Pavilion. If Ji Yuanzuan had come directly to Tingxian Tower, I would have doubted whether it was real. Tianba, in short, today's matter will not be easily resolved. We will need a lot of patience. Su Hao reminded him. I don't care, I'll just follow my brother's orders. Su Tianba said with a smile. Okay. Su Hao nodded and continued listening to the news from the Hidden Dragon Squad. The master bedroom of the Su family. Su Zhentian looked exhausted after working so hard for so long, and he had just coughed up a lot of blood. Li Qiandai prepared some tonics, brewed them, and brought them over, saying, "Brother Tian, drink this." "Sigh, this medicine is less effective for me than drinking water right now." Su Zhentian sighed. His illness was incurable, and he could only wait it out day by day. "No way, I brewed this myself, you have to drink it." Li Qiandai didn't care about anything else and said forcefully. Alright, I appreciate your kindness." He smiled helplessly and swallowed the medicine. "Brother Tian, do you think tonight's operation will go smoothly?" Li Qiandai looked out the window, her face full of worry. In fact, Su Hao and Su Tianba's actions were still very dangerous. Don't be fooled by their use of Su Zhenyu as a pawn. This is a confrontation with the Divine Martial Pavilion, and victory is not so easy. If they lose, the consequences will be unimaginable. It's not that easy. The Divine Martial Pavilion's roots run too deep. Don't be fooled by their relative inconspicuousness in the western regions. According to my information, they have numerous secret bases here, including one large base that can supposedly hold over 100,000 people. In recent years, the Divine Martial Pavilion's primary adversary has been our Su family. Su Zhentian said helplessly. The Su family has been keeping a very low profile lately, never causing trouble, simply because they don't want to give their enemies an opportunity. With the Divine Martial Pavilion lurking nearby, however, unfortunately, as his health deteriorates, his control over the Su family and his influence in the western regions decline, causing the Divine Martial Pavilion to grow stronger. "Brother Tian, why didn't you mention these things before?" Li Qiandai asked helplessly. "The past is the past, and I didn't want you to live and worry. Things are different now. Our Su family is already on the edge of a precipice. You understand why the position of family head can't be handed over to Tianba, right? Because his abilities are insufficient to deal with the current situation." Su Zhentian sighed and said helplessly. The two sons are far too different in ability. Although Su Hao never goes home, Su Zhentian is still aware of his actions outside. Unlike Su Tianba, Su Hao has never been a hothouse flower. He basically confronts the local powerful families wherever he goes. He has so much experience in fighting, he is not content with the status quo, and he can cope with unexpected situations. In comparison, Su Tianba is like a blank sheet of paper. Knowing nothing, hopefully, he can learn some valuable experience from Su Hao. "You're right." Li Qiandai nodded. From Su Zhentian's perspective, he would definitely relinquish the position of family head to the eldest son. However, from her perspective, she would still support Tianba. It's unavoidable, everyone's stance is different. "I'm going to rest for a bit. If there's any news, be sure to report it immediately, understand?" Su Zhentian instructed. "Good." Li Qiandai nodded. After getting into the car, Su Zhenyu noticed a particularly bumpy stretch of road. A thought struck him. The western city was all wide avenues. This kind of road condition shouldn't be the case. Did this mean they had already left the city? After walking for about an hour, Su Zhenyu could almost guess that they had already entered the Tianshan territory. "Arrive!" As Xiaiba's voice rang out, his hood was removed. What came into view was a huge fortress. The dark city walls are over 10 meters high. The fortress was located in a canyon, only half of it exposed, and surrounded by a moat. The fact that such a large fortress was situated within the western regions, yet the Su family had not heard a word about it, demonstrates the exceptional secrecy of the Divine Martial Pavilion. The Divine Martial Pavilion is truly terrifying. Su Zhenyu muttered to himself. Is that so? Some people say that going against the Divine Martial Pavilion is the most unwise thing to do. I hope Third Master can recognize this. Xiaiba smiled faintly. Once inside the fortress, Su Zhenyu was astonished to find it heavily guarded with hidden sentries everywhere. In terms of security level, it far surpassed that of the Su family compound. The space inside the fortress was much larger than imagined, capable of holding at least tens of thousands of people. This place is equipped with modern firearms and various surveillance systems, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Truly the best fortress. Who dares to oppose the Divine Martial Pavilion? Su Zhenyu was deeply moved. Back when their family was ambushed, his eldest brother had chosen to return directly to the western regions and endure the attack. At the time, many people considered this an act of cowardice. Looking back now, I realize how great my elder brother was. If we had directly broken ties with the Divine Martial Pavilion back then, I'm afraid even more lives would have been lost. If such a thing were to happen, the very existence of the Su family would be in question. At least for now, they are definitely not a supreme family. The best case scenario is that they will go their separate ways and live in anonymity. Our sect leader is waiting for you inside, please come in with me. Xia Yibo was very satisfied with his reaction. In a secluded chamber, Ji Yuanzuan, wearing a mask, was silently cultivating hearing footsteps. He slowly opened his eyes, saw Su Jinyu with some injuries, and coldly said, "Third brother Su, I didn't expect you to lose despite having such a huge advantage. It seems your ability is seriously questionable. Do you really have the qualifications? Shall we become allies of the Divine Martial Pavilion?" Sect Master, to be honest, I was also tricked. Su Jintian and his son are truly despicable. One of them pretended to be dead, and the other suddenly returned to the western regions. How could I have predicted that? Su Jinyu immediately recounted what had happened. Upon hearing that Su Jinyu had been killed, the two felt relatively calm, considering that he was already terminally ill. However, upon hearing that Su Hao had returned, both Xia Yibo and Ji Yuanzuan were clearly shocked. Impossible, I saw him lying in a pool of blood with my own eyes. Su Hao definitely can't have survived. Xia Yibo said excitedly. Brother Xia, this happened today, how could I lie? Su Jinyu said helplessly. He was stabbed in the heart, he shouldn't be alive. Could it be that someone intervened and saved him? Does Su Hao still have allies in Yinjing? Xia Yibo muttered to himself. Ji Yuanzuan snorted coldly, clearly very dissatisfied. Su Hao was a major threat, his survival posed a huge danger to the Divine Martial Pavilion. 947, Chapter 947, Dragon's Den and Tiger's Lair. Wait, you mean you're now poisoned by a rare toxin? Ji Yuanzuan recalled the events and said in surprise. Yes, I don't know what Su Hao fed me, but I feel uncomfortable all over now. He said helplessly. Really, let me show you. Ji Yuanzuan frowned and immediately took his pulse. He quickly discovered that there was indeed a strange poison in the other person's body, which seemed to be goo poison. Sect Master, can you cure the poison? Su Jinyu asked with a hint of pleading. Your poison is very common, it should be the most vicious goo poison in the martial arts world. Even if I had countless antidotes, I wouldn't have one like it. It seems that Su Hao doesn't trust you at all and wants to kill you. Ji Yuanzuan's words were meant to sow discord. That's right, this person is my lifelong enemy. Su Jinyu's expression was cold, filled with deep displeasure. Old Su, I can find someone to help you detoxify, and I can also let you join the Divine Martial Pavilion, but you have to do me a favor. Ji Yuanzuan's eyes darted around, as if he was thinking of some kind of conspiracy. I'm willing to give anything to survive. Su Jinyu said hurriedly, as if grasping at the last straw. It's easy. You and I will put on a show to lure Su Hao out tomorrow and kill him. Then the Su family will fall directly into your hands, Ji Yuanzuan said with a smile. Acting, Pavilion Master, that's a bit difficult for me. I am not very good at it, Su Jinyu said with his head down, looking somewhat embarrassed. Old Su, you'd better think this through carefully. If you don't cooperate, you'll lose your life. All that hard work you've put in will be for nothing. Is it really worth it? Ji Yuanzuan said slowly. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Xia Yibo winked at Su Jinyu, as if encouraging him to cooperate. Sect Master, I have a question. I am currently inside the Divine Martial Pavilion's fortress, where outsiders cannot enter. How can I contact Su Hao? Should I just call him? That's too illogical. Su Jinyu said with difficulty. You don't understand. Su Hao is a very adventurous person. As long as you arrive here and no news gets out, he will definitely choose to break into the base at night. At that time, he will do everything he can to meet you. You just need to follow my plan, have him prepare the ambush, and we will counter-encircle him. Ji Yuanzuan said in a deep voice. Sect Master, are you asking me to betray Su Hao? Su Jinyu seemed troubled. What, he's been unkind to you, are you still going to continue playing the good uncle? Ji Yuanzuan said disdainfully. Third brother Su, in this life, you have to live for yourself. What family ties are, they don't matter at all. Only by seizing power can you enjoy everything. As long as you and I cooperate, you will be the head of the Su family, and I will be able to share in the Su family's assets. Wouldn't that be perfect? Ji Yuanzuan had a perfect plan. The Divine Martial Pavilion, compared to its peak, was still quite weak, but with the support of the Su family, everything would be different. it would definitely reach new heights at that time. He would surpass Li Yuanwu and become the most powerful pavilion master in history. At that time, it will only be a matter of time before he commands the world. Third uncle, there's nothing wrong with taking a gamble for yourself when the time comes. You'll enjoy an extremely high status in the Divine Martial Pavilion, and given time, once you've achieved enough merit, becoming the Vice Pavilion Master is also a possibility. Xia Yiba stood by and tried his best to persuade him. Vice Pavilion Master, is this true? Su Jinyu's eyes lit up, and he looked somewhat excited. Since Brother Xia has put it that way, I have no choice but to agree. Ji Yuanzuan looked quite troubled and said, as long as you help me eliminate Su Hao, you will be the greatest contributor to the Divine Martial Pavilion from now on. You will be second only to the leader, one of only 2 people with real power in the Divine Martial Pavilion. Based on this promise, I've decided to join the Divine Martial Pavilion and help the Pavilion Master devise the most perfect offensive plan. He said with a smile. Excellent. Ji Yuanzuan was very pleased. Brother Xia, now arrange a good place for Su Laosun. Be sure to treat him well, understand? Understood. Xia Yiba readily agreed. Su Hao and the others have not been heard from since Su Jinyu entered the base. They found a temporary place to stay, their expressions somewhat solemn. Brother, is it possible that third uncle has turned around and joined the Divine Martial Pavilion? If so, he will become a major threat to us again. Su Tianba said with some worry. Your considerations certainly have some merit. However, without seeing Uncle San, we cannot rule out the possibility that he has no way to get the message out right now. Su Hao said directly. What should we do next? Su Tianba had absolutely no idea what to do. He just stared at Su Hao with his innocent, big eyes. The best course of action now is to send someone in to meet with Uncle San and find out what exactly happened. Su Hao said in a deep voice. Intruding into the Divine Martial Pavilion base? Su Tianba found it unbelievable. The area was heavily guarded, making entry difficult, and escaping unscathed was virtually impossible. Tianba, don't you have any confidence? Su Hao said with a smile. Brother, this isn't a matter of confidence. It's absolutely impossible to succeed. The surveillance over there is too tight. I don't think even a fly could get in. Su Tianba said in a deep voice. Really, I think that as long as we're careful, we still have a chance to succeed. How about this? You stay outside, and I'll go myself. No matter what kind of dangerous place it is, I'll definitely bring back results today. Su Hao said calmly. Su Tianba was surprised to find that there seemed to be no fear in his elder brother at all. Anyway, you need to be careful. Su Tianba said nervously. Good. Su Hao nodded, and after speaking, he disappeared into the night. Upon reaching the foot of the castle and carefully sensing its surroundings, one discovers that the security measures inside are indeed quite astonishing. There are basically hidden sentries every 3 meters, as well as various surveillance cameras. But so what? Su Hao leaped into the air, landing silently and narrowly avoiding a hidden sentry as he descended. A surveillance camera followed him, but while he was in mid-air, a silver needle shot out. With a soft pop, one of the cameras went out. After landing, he pressed himself against the corner of the wall. Wasn't there a sound just now? One of the patrolmen felt that something was amiss. Did a bird fly by? The other person thought he was being a bit paranoid. That can't be right, there must be someone there. The man immediately drew his weapon and became alert. Seeing this, the other person had no choice but to shine a flashlight around. Sure enough, they saw a figure in the corner. Before the two could react, everything went black, and they collapsed to the ground. 948, Chapter 948. Looking at each other in bewilderment. Hey, you're just ordinary staff members of the Divine Martial Pavilion, why are you being so conscientious? Now that Su Hao had made his move, he showed no mercy. He suddenly pulled out a bottle of mysterious potion from his pocket and dripped it onto them, instantly turning them into corpse fluid. He disappeared into the night again, constantly encountering patrol personnel and dealing with them one by one. After a smooth and uneventful journey, they finally approached Su Jinyu's hiding place. It turns out that the poison he used had a special aura remaining, which could be sensed as long as one was within a kilometer. This was a luxurious mansion, brightly lit inside. When he sneaked in, he found Su Jinyu lying comfortably in the bedroom. Soon after, a beautiful woman wearing a bathrobe came out, a charming smile on her face. "Third Master, the Pavilion Master instructed me to keep you company tonight." She smiled and was about to untie her bathrobe. Su Jinyu smiled with satisfaction. He had to admit, this woman was truly exceptional. The people of the Divine Martial Pavilion really knew how to enjoy themselves. Their base was filled with all sorts of beauties. Just as he was about to spend the night with her, his gaze swept across the room and he suddenly noticed Su Hao standing on the balcony. In an instant, he was so frightened that he lost all thought. He coughed lightly and said, "I'm not feeling well today and I'm not in the mood for that. You should go back now." Alright, the beautiful woman left with a hint of regret. She knew very well that Su Jinyu was a powerful figure in the western regions, and if she could hook up with him, she would definitely have a good life in the future. It was just a pity that this man could resist, which disappointed her greatly. Just as the man disappeared, Su Hao quietly went inside. "Third uncle, it seems I've come at the wrong time," Su Hao said calmly. "Xiao Hao, are you crazy? This is the Divine Martial Pavilion base. How could you just barge in like that?" Su Jinyu was surprised that Ji Yuanzuan had guessed correctly. This guy really liked adventure. "How would I know you've sided with the Divine Martial Pavilion if I didn't come in?" Su Hao's eyes held a hint of hostility. Su Jinyu gave an awkward laugh and said, "Xiao Hao, please don't misunderstand. I am definitely still on the Su family's side. It's just that I couldn't find a suitable opportunity to strike. After coming and think about it, in a base like this, even if I succeeded, I wouldn't be able to leave alive." "That's true." Su Hao nodded and asked, "So, does third uncle have any plans?" "I spoke with the Pavilion Master. He has business to attend to tomorrow and needs to return to Yanjing. This man is extremely cautious and will definitely not dare to take the main road. He will definitely bypass Tianshan when that time comes. You can lead your men to ambush him and take advantage of the opportunity to eliminate him, thus getting rid of this trouble once and for all. However, I have a question. Ji Yuanzuan is very strong. Can you really defeat him?" Su Jinyu was somewhat uncertain. In his view, Ji Yuanzuan's strength was unfathomable and he was not so easy to kill. "Third uncle, have you forgotten that you still have the divine poison of annihilation on you? This was prepared for him," Su Hao warned. "That's true." Su Jinyu paused for a moment, then said, "In any case, tomorrow's opportunity is extremely rare, so you must be prepared." "Third uncle, I hope you won't try anything funny." Su Hao stared at him for a long time. "I swear in the name of the Su family patriarch that I will definitely stand by your side this time," Su Jinyu said with utmost seriousness. Before Su Hao could say anything more, he suddenly sensed the increasing presence of energy around him, so he immediately slipped away from the balcony. Soon, Ji Yuanzuan entered with several people and asked, "Has Su Hao been here before?" "Yes, this person hasn't gone far. If the Pavilion Master gives it his all, there's still a chance to catch up," Su Jinyu said, pointing towards the balcony. "First, my men will give it their all. Second, even if he manages to escape, he won't survive until tomorrow." Ji Yuanzuan gazed into the darkness and chose to proceed with caution. What is his identity? The future Supreme Master of Martial Arts. How could one pursue a dying man under uncertain circumstances? What if the other party launched a desperate counterattack under the cover of darkness? It wouldn't be worth it at his level. He hadn't learned much else, but he had thoroughly mastered Li Yuanwu's fear of death. As Su Hao left, he was indeed followed by several tails. He acted ruthlessly, resolving each issue one by one. Just as they were about to fly onto the city wall, they suddenly encountered an elder from the Divine Martial Pavilion. Without uttering a word, he threw a punch from dozens of meters away. The force of the punch was particularly powerful in the darkness. Su Hao thought to himself that trouble was coming. He stopped and put on the human skin mask, which was the same ugly one. He then threw a punch, sending the man flying backward. Who dares to break into the base at night? Are they tired of living? The elder said coldly. I am Li Hao from the Vermilion Bird sect. I just came to the wrong place. Su Hao could lie without hesitation. He didn't have many surnames left from Chun Hao in the beginning to Li Hao now. He used the name of the Vermilion Bird sect for all of them. Really, I don't believe it. When did the Vermilion Bird sect have such a powerful expert? The man said as he continued his attack. At the same time, The other guards also heard the commotion. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people arrived. The remaining experts are also rushing this way. Su Hao thought he had been very careful, but since it was someone else's territory, he still accidentally exposed himself. Seeing that he was about to be surrounded, he became even more frantic, took out his warehouse sword, and slashed directly at the enemy. The elder, unaware of the weapon's power, continued to retaliate with his fist. Upon contact, he was instantly cleaved in two, turning into a bloody mist. The remaining guards followed, charging forward fearlessly. Xia Yiba quickly arrived from the crowd. He stood at a distance, coldly watching the battle unfold. When he recognized the ancient divine sword, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He hadn't expected Su Hao to actually come, and alone at that. He's a complete madman. Xia Yiba frowned, looking at the martial arts world today. Who else besides Su Hao could achieve this? This base is now essentially the headquarters of the Divine Martial Pavilion. Basically, all the strongest forces are located here. However, his thoughts were similar to Ji Yuanzuan's. No matter how intense the battle, he couldn't personally get involved. After all, if anything went wrong, Ji Yuanzuan would take the blame. It wouldn't be worth it if Su Hao turned the tables and killed him. The other elders, unaware of how terrifying Su Hao was, surrounded him one by one. Before long, the area was awash in blood. Su Hao successfully rushed onto the city wall. Looking back, he spotted Xia Yiba and then saw Ji Yuanzuan further away. His face darkened. You two scoundrels, I'll settle accounts with you tomorrow. Stop! Several guards rushed up and shouted. Immediately, Su Hao leaped down and disappeared into the darkness. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, not expecting that even with so many people surrounding him, he still managed to escape. The Vermilion Bird Sect, Li Hao. The group discussed amongst themselves, all wondering if this person's identity was genuine. 949, Chapter 949. Everyone for themselves, or heaven and earth will punish them. Tian Shan. In the dense forest, Su Hao and Su Tianba, along with a group of men, were lying in ambush. According to information provided by Su Jinyu, Ji Yuanzuan will be heading to Yanjing from here this morning. We prepared for this all night, setting up all sorts of traps and mechanisms, just waiting for the enemy to arrive. Big brother, do you really trust Uncle 3? What if the people from the Divine Martial Pavilion leave from somewhere else? Wouldn't we have wasted our time? Su Tianba asked with some doubt. Tianba, you're so naive. If the information is wrong, it's not just a waste of time, it could mean being surrounded. Su Hao pointed out directly. Su Tianba was startled. Yes, today's operation was, on the whole, quite dangerous. This time, they are facing the Divine Martial Pavilion, the strongest force in the martial arts world. Even after their reorganization, they still have many skilled individuals remaining. Ji Yuanzuan himself ranks second on the martial god ranking, which is quite terrifying. If their plans fail, they will face a thunderous counterattack from the enemy. Thinking of this, a bead of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he became visibly nervous. Tianba, sometimes that's just how it is. No matter what you do, there's always a certain risk involved. We need to weigh the options. If we succeed, we'll take down the Divine Martial Pavilion. If we fail, our lives will be in danger. But this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If Ji Yuanzuan doesn't show himself, no one will know what he really looks like. Su Hao's meaning was clear. Today was a high-stakes gamble. He was betting that Su Jinyu still had some conscience. In reality, cooperating with the Divine Martial Pavilion was tantamount to seeking help from a tiger. No matter what promises the other party made, once the cooperation was successful, he would eventually be devoured clean. If Su Jinyu redeems himself this time by performing good deeds, he will still have a place in the Su family in the future. Once this person recognizes reality, they should know what to do, right? In order to deal with Ji Yuanzuan, Su Hao also prepared two sets of formations overnight. The first set is the Misty Array, and the second set is the Heavenly Gang Demon Suppressing Array. The two working together might catch the opponent off guard. There seems to be some movement. Su Hao's eyes lit up. A group of people appeared ahead, all wearing masks, looking as if they were hiding something. The moment they entered the formation, the weather changed dramatically. These people then realized that something was wrong with their surroundings. There was fog everywhere. Oh no, we've been ambushed. The elder in charge of this operation, Three-Eyed Master, exclaimed inwardly. Elder, what should we do? His men were like headless flies, completely clueless about how to deal with the situation. Please be patient, everyone, let me investigate. After the three-eyed immortal finished speaking, he suddenly activated his true energy, and an astonishing scene appeared. A third eye actually appeared between his eyebrows. This is not a real eyeball, but a fiery eye formed from condensed true energy, from which a blazing flame shines, piercing through the mist and pointing out the true path. Come with me. The man shouted and strode forward. Su Hao, who was lying in ambush from a high place, was also somewhat amazed when he saw this scene. As expected, the Divine Martial Pavilion is full of talented people, including such an extraordinary individual. If I continue cultivating, will I be able to gain the ability to see the heavens? Unfortunately, although this person has good abilities, his strength is not that great. He seems to be just a grandmaster. The rest of his followers were actually below the grandmaster level, merely disciples at the innate realm. Brother, something's not right, these are all cannon fodder. Have we fallen into a trap? Su Tianba frowned. Never mind all that for now, anyone from the Divine Martial Pavilion needs to be dealt with. Su Hao said in a deep voice. Those trapped within the formation immediately sensed something was wrong. Although the three-eyed master had pointed out the direction, why were several illusory figures suddenly appearing from within the mist? As they fought back with their weapons, they discovered that the phantom was about as strong as they were. This is the power of the Heavenly Gang demon suppressing formation. The illusory figures appearing within it are exactly the same strength as the enemies within the formation. Through the evolution of the formation, they transform into ethereal spirits, enough to fight to the death. The three-eyed immortal soon encountered a worthy opponent. With the support of two different formations, he could only struggle to cope. Not long after, a scream was heard from someone nearby, followed by a silent collapse. The three-eyed immortal tried to retreat but was also entangled by the phantoms. He barely managed to fight them to a draw, only to find new phantoms emerging from the mist. He exclaimed, "The person who designed this formation is a genius." Boom, boom, boom. The battle intensified amidst the mist. Half an hour later, everything returned to normal. Upon closer inspection, everyone realized that all the members of the Divine Martial Pavilion had perished. Su Hao, I must say, you certainly have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Unfortunately, your third uncle betrayed you. Just then, Ji Yuanzuan's voice came from afar. This man was accompanied by elites from the Divine Martial Pavilion, totaling over 10,000 men. Xia Yiba stood on the left, and Su Jinyu stood on the right. Third uncle, I didn't expect you to actually side with the Divine Martial Pavilion. Su Tianba couldn't help but say unhappily. Young man, haven't you ever heard the saying, every man for himself? Tianba, today's events have nothing to do with you. Our target is only Su Hao. If anyone else surrenders, the Divine Martial Pavilion can accept them all. Su Jinyu's message, delivered from afar, carried a message of persuasion to surrender. After Su Hao said this, everyone around him fell silent. Everyone just looked at Su Jinyu with disdain. To deal with the Divine Martial Pavilion, the Su family also deployed all its elite forces. There are no fewer than 5,000 people present today. The fact that the Su family was able to obtain half of the Divine Martial Pavilion's manpower is enough to demonstrate their strength. Third uncle, our Su family patriarch saw through your actions clearly. We hope you will not stubborn to the end. Su Hao said calmly. What a joke! I'm about to become the head of the Su family. Your advice is meaningless, Su Hao. If I were you, I would kill myself right now to avoid implicating other innocent people. Su Jinyu said with a smile. Young master, don't waste your breath on him, let me kill him. Hong Fu suddenly said sharply. He looked at Su Jinyu with deep contempt, wanting only to clean house. Hong Fu, it's been years, and your temper is still as fiery as ever. Xia Yiba said calmly. Third master is an important figure in our Divine Martial Pavilion. You can't just kill him as you please. If you want to deal with him, you'll have to get past me first. Alright, it's getting late, let's not waste any more time and start fighting. Ji Yuanzuan wore a mask and appeared extremely confident. The man took out a long sword, the Dinghong Divine Sword, rank 9th on the Divine Weapon ranking. It was golden in color and exuded a powerful aura. He unleashed a move from a distance, traversing hundreds of meters and instantly arriving in front of Su Hao. 950, Chapter 950. Be careful. Unlike last night, during the day, Ji Yuanzuan's primary target was Su Hao. The power of the Flying Goose Divine Sword also seems quite astonishing. Tianba, be careful if you can't win, retreat immediately. Su Hao gave only one instruction, then took the ancient divine sword and followed. Boom! When the two exchanged blows, a powerful shockwave erupted, destroying all the surrounding trees and causing the entire mountain range to tremble. Ji Yuanzuan stood still, motionless. Instead, Su Hao took a few steps back, looking rather uneasy. Su Hao, how could you possibly be my match? You should know that the martial god ranking is extremely prestigious. Ji Yuanzuan said coldly. Really, Oli Yuanwu was ranked second back then, but he still met a tragic end, didn't he? You need to understand that the top spot is the most powerful, the second place player will always be overshadowed. Su Hao said dismissively. You're not Zhang Baimei, how could you possibly control me? Besides, Bai Yi chose to fight to the death back then. Do you really have the ability to directly advance to the realm of a terrestrial immortal? Ji Yuanzuan seemed unconvinced, then directly gave the order, Divine Martial Pavilion, listen to my command, slaughter the Su family, anyone who makes a contribution in this operation will be richly rewarded. I obey. Under Xie Yiba's leadership, tens of thousands of experts were mobilized. Kill. Su Tianba didn't care about any of that and gave the order with a swing of his sword. The Su family members, all with a death-defying attitude, charged straight up. Hong Fu leaped forward and struck directly at Xie Yiba. His fist technique was like that of a god descended to earth, appearing invincible facing his former friend, now a traitor. He showed no mercy. Hong Fu, why are you doing this? With your strength, once you join the Divine Martial Pavilion, you can at least secure the position of protector. Why do you insist on staying with the Su family? Xie Yiba tried to persuade him while hitting him. He and Hong Fu were old friends, knew each other well, and had sparred with each other countless times, but this was the first time they had encountered such a life-or-death battle. Xie Yiba, you have no right to speak to me. As a traitor, you are infamous and a disgrace forever. People like you will be cursed by future generations. Hong Fu roared and unleashed a golden fist technique, seemingly with a desperate momentum. Xie Yiba felt somewhat ashamed after being criticized. He had been forced to become a traitor because his daughter was under house arrest by Ji Yuanzuan. However, his actions had indeed brought shame upon the Xie family. On the other hand, he didn't want to fight to the death, thus losing the upper hand in terms of morale. As the two fought, they found themselves at a disadvantage. He was horrified to discover that Hong Fu's strength had actually increased over the past decade, becoming stronger and stronger after his 10-year absence. His strength was no longer sufficient. Bang! Just then, his opponent suddenly punched him, causing him to vomit 3 liters of blood. Hurry and protect the emperor. Xie Yiba's expression changed drastically, and he immediately gave the order. 2 Grandmaster-level elders rushed over and each unleashed a couple of attacks, forcing Hong Fu back. Other experts also joined in their view. Xie Yiba held a high position in the Divine Martial Pavilion, and if they curried favor with him, their future prospects would be brighter. Before long, Hong Fu was surrounded and attacked by dozens of experts. Although he was furious, he was unable to defeat these opponents in a short time and was caught in a fierce battle. As Su Tianba wielded his longsword and clashed with an elder, he immediately sensed the opponent's formidable strength. He secretly wondered, just how many elders did the Divine Martial Pavilion actually have? It seems similar to the 6 Doors Hall strategy, to distribute power among subordinates by appointing a dozen or so elders and 7 or 8 protectors. In this way, the pavilion master's prestige would only grow. He was a skilled young fighter, brimming with vigor, and he fought this man to a standstill, but only he knew that he would suffer some injury with each exchange. The situation today is a bit difficult. Su Zhentian frowned, wondering if he really had to flee when the time came. As far as he knew, Su Hao would never run away. Boom! Su Hao was once again forced back by Ji Yuanzuan. His face was flushed and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. It must be said that Ji Yuanzuan's strength is indeed formidable. This person is very well hidden. He was similar to Li Yuanwu before, and has been in seclusion ever since, where his strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Now he has reached the peak of the supreme realm. At first glance, Su Hao also seems to have reached this level, but compared to this person, he is still somewhat inferior. Prepare to die. Filled with boundless rage, Ji Yuanzuan attacked once more. For him, Su Hao was far too troublesome from 10 years ago until now. He had been a thorn in the side of the Divine Martial Pavilion, and his strength was only getting stronger. If he wasn't eliminated this time, it would only become more and more difficult in the future. Dream. Su Hao's eyes were bloodshot. He too was driven by a desire for revenge and had a compelling reason to continue fighting. No matter what, we cannot fall today. The fight between the two intensified, and the aftershocks around them grew stronger. Even a master would be instantly killed if they got close. Gradually, everyone realized that they couldn't really join in the fun of these two fighting. It's truly a battle of gods. Bang! The next moment, a figure crashed through several boulders and disappeared into the dust. Hong Fu glanced over and saw that Ji Yuanzuan was standing there unharmed. Su Hao, on the other hand, had disappeared, apparently suffering another setback. Young master, you'd better be careful, he said calmly. Old man, you should worry about your own situation. Xia Yiba took advantage of his distraction, slashed at him with his sword, and grinned maliciously. Is that so? Hong Fu said dismissively, then suddenly grabbed an enemy next to him and used him as a shield. With a hiss, Xia Yiba's blade energy shattered the man, and a spurt of blood drenched Hong Fu's entire body, making him look like a god of death. He wiped his face and casually flicked some blood was drawn, blinding Xia Yiba. The next moment, he charged into the enemy ranks like a cannonball. In a few charges, more than a dozen enemies fell to the ground instantly. Xia Yiba rushed into the group of remaining experts without even turning his head. The entire battlefield was raging fiercely. Basically, each of the Su family's top experts had to fight 2 against 1, seemingly putting them at a numerical disadvantage. However, everyone used their desperate moves, which actually maintained a delicate balance. Although there are many experts in the Divine Martial Pavilion, they all have their own ulterior motives and none of them are willing to suffer a loss. This faction, from the leader to the lowest ranking member, lacks any fighting spirit, which is laughable. Hong Fu charged forward, but instead of dismantling their formation, he managed to throw them into chaos. Just as Xia Yiba calmed down and prepared to gather his men to deal with this person, he suddenly discovered that Hong Fu had leaped into the air and was actually attacking Ji Yuanzuan. Young master, I'm here to lend a hand. An astonishing gust of wind from the punch covered Ji Yuanzuan's entire body. Watch out! Su Hao shouted as he emerged from the ruins. 951, Chapter 951. An Extraordinary Identity. Who do you think you are, to dare to fight me? Ji Yuanzuan became extremely arrogant, disregarding their former colleague relationship, and directly slashed out with his sword. The overwhelming attack instantly shattered Hong Fu's moves, and the remaining sword energy tore a deep, bone-revealing wound into his body. Boom! When Hong Fu's enormous body landed, the Tianshan Mountains trembled. He sank more than 10 meters underground, and when he came out again, he was covered in dust and his breathing was unsteady. He was somewhat shocked during the attack just now. Su Hao had at least withstood a few moves. He hadn't expected that, despite being a top-tier expert, he couldn't even withstand a single move from Ji Yuanzuan. Uncle Hong, this person is too powerful. You should rest for a while. Leave the rest of the battle to me. Su Hao took out a healing pill, handed it to Hong Fu, and gave him instructions. Young master, I never imagined your strength had surpassed mine by so much, Hong Fu said with emotion after taking the pill. Su Hao nodded, took the ancient divine sword, and went directly to Ji Yuanzuan. Come on, let's continue. He brandished his longsword and unleashed the primordial chaos sword once again. At this moment, he felt somewhat heavy-hearted. In his previous battle with Wei Anchuan, he hadn't actually gained the upper hand, and it ended in a draw. If he had faced Li Yuanwu then, he would certainly have died. Ji Yuanzuan's strength is now no less than Li Yuanwu's. How can he possibly achieve victory? As far as I know, this is Mo Henshin's martial arts. Su, your connection with the Poison Goose sect is quite deep. Could it be that this is your own way of making a way out, so that you'll join the demonic sect once the Su family falls from grace? Ji Yuanzuan took this move quite seriously. They fought back with all their might and managed to block it. What's wrong with the poison goo cult? Is there anyone more despicable than you? Su Hao fought while simultaneously berating his opponents. You actually dare to utter such heaven-defying words. It seems that the Divine Martial Pavilion's annihilation of the Su family is an act of justice on behalf of heaven. Ji Yuanzuan laughed heartily. His attacks became more aggressive. After a few moves, Su Hao fell down again. He appeared to be at his last gasp, and his injuries were even more severe than Hong Fu's. Master, I have a favor to ask this man as my nephew. Could I personally take action and decide his fate? Seeing this, Su Jinyu walked out with a smile. Are you really going to make a move? Ji Yuanzuan asked calmly. That's right, I lost to him last time, and I'm determined to get my revenge this time. Su Jinyu nodded. Third brother Su, you are a disgrace to the Su family. Ji Yuanzuan laughed loudly. However, I like it. Let's begin. Let's see with our own eyes how the Su family really turns on each other. This person spoke extremely arrogantly, completely disregarding the Su family. As Su Jinyu approached, he suddenly pulled out a black hidden weapon, seemingly throwing it at Su Hao, but then turned and stabbed it at Ji Yuanzuan. Go to hell, he said with a sneer. Grass. Ji Yuanzuan never expected that Su Jinyu would suddenly switch sides. By the time he realized what was happening, he was covered in potent poison, leaving him dazed and in excruciating pain. He instinctively threw a punch, intending to kill Su Jinyu instantly. Unexpectedly, after succeeding, the man retreated a few meters, ran to Su Hao's side, and helped him up. Third uncle, you actually took action against him? Su Hao was somewhat surprised. It seemed that Ji Yuanzuan had the upper hand at the moment. Xiao Hao, you heard what he said. His goal is to wipe out the Su family. Even if I become the head of the Su family in the future, I will only become his lackey at that time. The bloodline of the Su family will probably not be pure in that case. Wouldn't I become the Su family's eternal sinner? Su Jinyu said angrily. Ji Yuanzuan is no good person, and there is no benefit in cooperating with him. Yes, this person is ambitious and will definitely not treat anyone kindly in his eyes. Only he himself is the most important. Su Hao took a short breath, picked up the ancient divine sword, and slashed directly at the target. Ji Yuanzuan's condition is already very bad. The effects of the god-slaying poison were extremely potent. The poison was surging wildly within his body, and he felt his limbs grow cold, as if he were about to lose his life at any moment. He steeled his resolve, gripped his longsword tightly, and unleashed his strongest attack. The goal is to eliminate Su Hao directly and solve this major problem once and for all. Unexpectedly, my internal energy couldn't keep up. The power of this move was actually about the same as Su Hao's attack. The two fought to a draw for the first time. Seeing that his opponent was not doing well, Su Hao, following the principle of striking while the iron was hot, launched a frenzied attack. Guards, stop him! Ji Yuanzuan suddenly shouted. Immediately, several trusted aides rushed forward, trying to stop Su Hao. Get out of my way! Su Hao roared and slashed out with his sword, instantly killing all of them. But because of this obstruction, Ji Yuanzuan was able to catch his breath, turned around and ran, heading towards the base. Gentlemen, your sect leader has fled. Do you still want to continue fighting? Su Hao didn't chase after them immediately, but instead shouted loudly. The rest of the Shenwu Pavilion looked at each other, unsure of how to respond. Everyone remembered Saiba. Ji Yuanzuan wasn't there at the moment. Was this the supreme leader? Unexpectedly, when everyone turned around, they found that Saiba had already fled, also following Ji Yuanzuan, frantically rushing towards the base. Xiao Hao, Ji Yuanzuan's identity is extraordinary. We shouldn't let him return to the mountains. Su Jinyu was a little anxious. Once he recovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Don't worry, uncle, he's definitely going to die today. Su Hao, unhurried, chased after them. Su Jinyu was somewhat surprised. The Divine Martial Pavilion's base was heavily guarded. Would it be too late to rush there now? What if they had some antidote inside that could neutralize the god-slaying poison? In that case, the Su family, him, and Su Hao would be in danger. Third uncle, look at eldest brother. How could I not guess? He must have prepared a backup plan. Ji Yuanzuan is doomed. Su Tianba said with a smile. What's his backup plan? Su Jinyu asked curiously. I don't know either, Su Tianba said matter-of-factly. Su Zhenyu was somewhat helpless. This kid was far inferior to Su Hao. Let's go, let's follow them and see what's going on. Su Tianbao led the remaining experts of the Su family on their journey. Ji Yuanzuan ran for a while and, seeing that Su Hao did not follow him directly, breathed a slight sigh of relief. His face was extremely pale, completely devoid of any color as he hurried along. The surroundings were covered in frost, because his blood seemed frozen, and he was so cold that his teeth chattered. His situation was extremely dangerous. Poison was rampant within him, entering his internal organs. The more he ran around, the faster the poison would take effect. However, if he stopped, Su Hao would catch up with him again. This creates a vicious cycle. 952, Chapter 952 Great Revenge Achieved. We're almost there. With a hint of excitement in his eyes, Ji Yuanzuan reached the outside of the moat, took a breath, and was about to fly directly onto the city wall. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a figure rushed over from above, holding a golden longsword in his hand, and unleashed a powerful sword aura. The sudden turn of events surprised him, and he could only fly backward. He was furious and shouted, "Are you blind? I am the Pavilion Master of the Divine Martial Pavilion, the owner of this base." "Is that so?" The one who made the move was a young man with a touch of nobility. He said with interest, "It seems that even I didn't know, Pavilion Master. To be honest, this base has changed hands. I've taken down all your men, and the Divine Martial Pavilion is basically wiped out." "You're talking nonsense. My place is heavily guarded, with tens of thousands of people. How could you possibly take them down by yourself?" Ji Yuanzuan was very surprised and clearly unwilling to believe it. "Huh, you really don't recognize me?" The man was clearly very unhappy. "Young Master Zhao, it seems your reputation isn't big enough yet." Just then, a stunningly beautiful woman flew down from the city wall. It was Li Qingmei. She smiled faintly, looking at the young master beside her with a hint of teasing. "Grass. I'll kill him and make sure he remembers this for the rest of his life." The man was very unhappy. He took out his long sword and launched several fierce attacks. Ji Yuanzuan realized something was wrong, but he didn't have time to think about it. Seeing that this person dared to attack, he became angry and directly swung the Jinghong Divine Sword, defeating the person in one move. "Old man, you still have such strength. It seems I can't do anything to you today." The man smiled faintly, because he had already seen Su Hao rushing over, so he immediately sheathed his sword and said, "Brother Su, I've got my eye on his weapon. You take it from him as payment for this." "Zhao Qianjun, you're so useless, you couldn't even snatch a single weapon?" Su Hao said with a smile. "Zhao Qianjun?" Ji Yuanzuan finally realized that this was the young master of the Zhao family, another supreme family head. This person was previously in Yanjing, but unexpectedly he went directly to the western regions and successfully occupied the Shenwu Pavilion base. "No, what gives you the right to occupy the base?" Ji Yuanzuan was very unconvinced. "Of course it's because of me." Li Qingmei said with a grin. "Uncle Wu, come out here for a moment." Just then, the city gate opened, and an elderly man with white hair walked out. He looked to be about the same age as Ji Yuanzuan. As he walked, he took out a mask, and after putting it on, he looked exactly like Ji Yuanzuan. The man said in a high-pitched voice, "I am the Pavilion Master of the Divine Martial Pavilion. Who dares to question me?" Ji Yuanzuan was startled for some reason. He couldn't reveal his identity and always wore a mask. He hadn't expected this to give the enemy such an opportunity, allowing them to impersonate him and gain the trust of the city's guards. This person's speech, mannerisms, and even the disguised voice were identical to his own. Not only the guards, but even Ji Yuanzuan himself was somewhat confused. "Qingmei, thank you for your help." Su Hao smiled. These were the talented people from the Physiognomy Palace, and this old man was one of them. Li Qingmei and Zhao Qianjun were his backup plans. After Ji Yuanzuan left, the main force was lost. Although there were many people left, they could not compare with those who had come with him. In this way, Li Qingmei and Zhao Wuji cooperated and successfully occupied the castle, completing the feat of raiding its base. Ji Yuanzuan's face was extremely ugly in the end. He had become the clown, completely fooled by a few young people. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Finally, he gripped the Jinghong Divine Sword tightly and slashed directly at them. In an instant, the world changed color. Despite being severely injured, he still possesses formidable strength. Having fought this man several times, Su Hao understood his strength and adopted a strategy of avoidance. Stepping aside instead of taking the blow head-on. At the same time, he extended a golden needle from his hand. Ji Yuanzuan sensed the gust of wind and suddenly struck out with his palm to protect himself, only to find that his inner energy couldn't keep up. The poison took effect, causing him to vomit a mouthful of black blood first. Laugh! The golden needle pierced his throat, and the man's eyes widened as his breath rapidly faded. Impossible! I actually lost to Su Hao. Ji Yuanzuan was very unwilling, he still had many lofty ideals. However, in the end, all their efforts were in vain. Thump! The man collapsed to the ground and died instantly. He deserves to die. Su Hao sighed. This was the mastermind behind the Divine Martial Pavilion's final act. A decade-long feud had finally come to a perfect end. He had no intention of letting Ji Yuanzuan off easily. He swung his sword and severed his head. It was at this moment that his mask fell off. Everyone was shocked when they saw his face. He was disfigured and looked like a ghost. No wonder he always wore a mask. Mother, I have finally avenged you. Su Hao muttered to himself. Congratulations, Brother Su, you are finally free. Zhao Qianjun said with deep emotion. Su Hao had been burdened by this hatred and had never been able to do his own thing. Things are different now, life will be even more wonderful from now on. Young Master Su, by killing Ji Yuanzuan, you have rid the martial world of a scourge. The martial world will be more peaceful from now on. Li Qingmei was overjoyed. She and Su Hao were essentially partners. The biggest beneficiary of their efforts to eliminate Ji Yuanzuan was actually the Immortal Palace. With the power suppressing them gone, they could gradually adjust and strive to regain their former supreme status in the martial arts world. Big brother, look who we brought back? Su Tianba's voice came from behind. Su Hao turned his head and nodded with admiration. It turned out that Hong Fu was carrying Xie Yiba and walking over imposingly. Originally, Xie Yiba had followed Ji Yuanzuan this way, but halfway there he felt that something was wrong. Now Ji Yuanzuan is seriously injured and can barely protect himself, so why should he come back? It would be better to take this opportunity to escape and then find a way back once Ji Yuanzuan wins. If Ji Yuanzuan dies, he can also go into hiding and escape unscathed. Unexpectedly, Su Tianbai and Hong Fu caught up with them and, after a fight, captured them. Young master! It's all Ji Yuanzuan's fault. He kidnapped my daughter and forced me to betray the Su family. Please be lenient with me, considering I saved your life in the past. Xie Yiba knelt on the ground and said sorrowfully. You still have the nerve to mention saving my life. Have you forgotten how you betrayed me at the Martial God Tower? Su Hao said in a deep voice. He was somewhat angry, but he didn't immediately deal with the person, which was already a sign of consideration for their past relationship. Xie Yiba's face turned ashen. It seemed he couldn't escape the death penalty this time. He could only plead, young master, please be magnanimous and don't implicate my family. 953, Chapter 953 is very interesting. Are you family? Su Hao frowned. He wasn't the kind of person who would indiscriminately kill innocent people. Yes, my daughter is still somewhere in the base. If young Master Su allows, I will rescue her and spend 3 days with her. I will offer my head as atonement. Xie Yiba gritted his teeth. He knew the mistake he had made was so serious that even dying 1,000 times wouldn't be enough, but no matter what, he had to save his daughter's life. Xie Yiba, are you delusional? You've made such a grave mistake this time, harming so many people. Have you even thought about what will happen to their families? Hong Fu was unwilling to give up and felt that he couldn't let him off so easily. Young master, I know that Ji Yuanzuan has an astonishing secret. If you promise to let my daughter go, I will tell you the truth. He said, his eyes darting around. What secret? Su Hao asked casually. You have to promise me first. Xie Yiba was somewhat reluctant to give in. Fine, don't tell me then. I am about to reorganize the base's personnel. No one can guarantee who your daughter is, Su Hao said calmly. Xie Yiba's expression changed drastically. It seemed he was indeed not in a position to negotiate, so he had no choice but to reveal the secret he knew. Many people don't know that the Divine Martial Pavilion has been secretly accumulating wealth for many years. They have built a secret treasure vault in the western regions, containing countless assets. Now, the treasure map is in a secret room within this base. Treasure map? Su Hao was slightly taken aback. That's right, there's only one way to open the secret room's combination lock, Ji Yuanzuan's fingerprint. As Xie Yiba spoke, he directly severed Ji Yuanzuan's right hand and then walked into the city. Brother, you can't trust him so easily. What if there's an ambush? That would be terrible. Su Tianba said warily. Yes, this person is too despicable, we must be wary. Hongfu also said with a hint of worry. It's alright, I'll go in and take a look. Tianba, you and Xianjun, reorganize the personnel in the base, deal with those who need to be dealt with, detain those who need to be detained. In any case, we can't be lenient. All the remnants of the Divine Martial Pavilion, get rid of them, understand? Su Hao said in a deep voice. The Divine Martial Pavilion has done far too many bad things. It's not an exaggeration to say that the list of crimes is too long to list. These people are accomplices and must have committed many evil deeds. A deposit of 10,000 would be even better. Okay. Su Tianba nodded. Leave it to me. Zhao Qianjun said with a grin that he had obtained the amazing divine sword and felt that the trip was well worth it. After giving his instructions, Su Hao followed Xie Yiba to the so-called secret room. Unexpectedly, Li Qingmei quietly followed them. Miss Li, what brings you here? He asked, somewhat surprised. Have you forgotten, as long as we're in the western regions, I'm your wife, you can't neglect me. Li Qingmei said with a grin. Actually, she was mainly curious about what exactly was in the so-called secret room. It was something outsiders could never guess. Su Hao blushed, looking a little embarrassed. The two walked side by side, and led by Xie Yiba, they arrived at a secret passage within the base. There was no light here. Xie Yiba walked ahead, and only the sound of his footsteps could be heard. Li Qingmei was a little afraid of the dark, and subconsciously grabbed Su Hao's hand. Su Hao was slightly taken aback, then thought for a moment and took her hand, walking inside. This secret room is 30 meters underground. It took several minutes to walk down it. Finally, blocking the way was a large black steel gate with a fingerprint lock. Xie Yiba calmly pressed Ji Yuanzuan's fingerprint, and the gate opened. In an instant, the interior became resplendent with gold and silver, filled with countless gold and silver jewels. It looks like it can hold dozens of boxes. Su Hao's eyes flickered, and he noticed a small combination lockbox inside. He asked casually, Uncle Xie, do you know the secret? He didn't set a secret, he used fingerprints. Xie Yiba stepped forward, allowing Ji Yuanzuan's right hand to be used again. Inside the safe, there was nothing else but a treasure map on parchment. After Su Hao received it, he glanced at it and recognized that it was in some corner of Tianshan. He estimated that it would take several more days to send people to search for the treasure. Young Master Su, could you give this to me? Li Qingmei's voice came through. Choose whatever you like. Su Hao nodded without even looking at the options. Thank you. It turned out that among the jewels, Li Qingmei had noticed a luminous pearl necklace, which looked quite rare. After getting permission, she took it and walked over to Su Hao, pleading, Here, help me put it on. You're not a child anymore, you can't wear this yourself. Su Hao shook his head. Humph, I'm just a child, hurry up and help. Li Qingmei said coquettishly. Su Hao couldn't refuse her, so he unfastened the necklace and helped her put it around her neck. Looking at her fair skin, he couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. Li Qingmei also blushed slightly, feelings were growing between them. Young master, there seem to be some secret manuals here. Xie Yiba was also very curious about the treasures in the secret room. After searching around, he found a box full of ancient books and exclaimed in surprise. After he finished speaking, seeing the two people standing together, looking so tender and sweet, he smiled a little embarrassedly. Yeah? Su Hao coughed lightly and walked over. He was still very interested in ancient books. He picked out a few at random and found medical techniques, secret manuals, and alchemy techniques. He nodded and felt that these were the most useful things for him. Uncle Sa, you've done a good job redeeming yourself this time. You can leave now to go find your daughter. Remember, no one can take the blame for your death sentence. You only have 3 days to spend together, understand? Su Hao delivered the final verdict. Thank you for your kindness, young master. Xie Yiba dared not insist, bowed, and immediately left the secret room to find his daughter. Su Hao, carrying these ancient books, slowly climbed upwards. Go there. When Li Qingmei came out, she held his left hand and pressed against his arm, as if she were afraid of the dark, or perhaps deliberately trying to be intimate. After they returned to the ground, she said seriously, Young Master Su, don't forget our agreement. We'll meet again in 3 days. Good. Su Hao nodded. Li Qingmei smiled radiantly, leaving behind her most beautiful figure when she left. It was discovered that she was already accompanied by over 100 people. It seemed that with the destruction of the Divine Martial Pavilion, she was gradually revealing her strength. She had already tamed those talented people in the Physiognomy Palace. Brother, we've captured a lot of people from the Divine Martial Pavilion. Are we really going to execute them in secret? Su Tianba walked in, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Yes, exterminate them all, leave no one alive. Su Hao nodded. When facing the enemy, one must never be soft-hearted. Alright, Su Tianba smiled helplessly. Oh right, here's the treasure map for the Divine Martial Pavilion. Tomorrow, take some people to search for it. Also, there are many jewels in the secret chamber of the base. You should arrange for people to bring them all back. Su Hao explained. 954, Chapter 954. The rules must be maintained. Brother, don't you need money? Su Tianba was extremely surprised. The treasures of the Divine Martial Pavilion could be described as being as rich as a country. Once all of them are brought back, the Su family will not only suffer no losses, but will also be able to recover to its peak, and will not have to worry about money for the next 100 years. Is there really anyone in this world who isn't tempted by money? Fool, do I look like someone who's short of money? Su Hao smiled faintly. He actually felt a little guilty. After all, he hadn't done anything for the family in 10 years, so this time he just did a favor and left all the money behind. At this moment, Hong Fu also walked in, and Su Hao immediately instructed, Uncle Hong, this base is not bad, find someone to renovate it properly, and it can be used as a refuge for the Su family in the future. Understood. Hong Fu nodded. In the following 3 days, many major events still occurred in the Su family. First, the 4 rebellious families had all their wealth confiscated. These families were dissolved, and their heads were imprisoned for 20 years to suffer the punishments imposed by the Su family. Second, Su Tianba led his men to find the Xinwu Pavilion's assets, mobilizing tens of thousands of people, and it took them half a day to move everything back. Preliminary estimates put the value of these assets at over 5 trillion. On the third night, the Su family held a grand banquet. All the family heads who followed them gathered together, including Zhang Ao, Zhou Boi, Wen Liang and other Su Zhenyu, having redeemed himself through meritorious service, was also reinstated as the third uncle and put in charge of a small portion of the family's assets. Welcome everyone back to the Su family. I know I've caused everyone a lot of trouble these past few days. The internal strife within the Su family has affected far too many people. Su Zhenyu stood up and said with some emotion. It was all the fault of the Divine Martial Pavilion. Now that they have been destroyed, it's a good thing for us, Zhang Ao said, putting on a show. Yes, after all this, we will only become more united, Zhou Boi said with a smile. That's right, the matter is over, and the Su family will become even stronger from now on. Wen Liang nodded. Su Zhenyu smiled faintly and said, I believe everyone has heard that many people have been discussing my health these past few days. Judging from the current situation, I won't be able to hold on for much longer. Now you have 2 choices. Tell me, who do you think is more suitable to be the next head of the family, Su Hao or Su Tianba? Upon hearing this, everyone smiled knowingly. Actually, the most important thing at today's gathering was to discuss the selection of the next head of the household. This was considered an internal meeting of the Su family, and basically every prominent family head was entitled to cast a vote. Patriarch, I'm not exaggerating. The current second young master is the most suitable candidate. He has always stayed in the western regions and knows us very well. He is young and promising, powerful, and ambitious. If the second young master becomes the head of the family, I will support him wholeheartedly. One of the family heads stood up and directly expressed his thoughts. That's right, the second young master is the only option right now. His contributions to the family are evident to all, especially his recent bringing back trillions of assets, which is his most important achievement and no one can deny it. Zhou Boi also expressed his true feelings. He is Su Tianba's future father-in-law, and he will support him no matter what. The others also stood up and spoke up for Su Tianba. Su Zhentian discovered that most people still approved of Su Tianba. Seeing that Wen Liang didn't speak, he smiled and said, Brother Wen, do you have a different opinion? I think the eldest young master is the most suitable candidate. First of all, he has enough strength to be on the martial god ranking, and he may become the top of the ranking in the future. Secondly, when dealing with Ji Yuanzuan this time, the eldest young master contributed the most and was more mature and steady than the second young master in terms of planning and strategy. When Liang didn't particularly want to support anyone, he originally thought neutrality was best, and not expressing an opinion was the best stance. However, Su Zhentian's question made him have to guess what the other party meant. From any perspective, Su Zhentian's preferred candidate is Su Hao. Someone has to nominate him. Yes, the eldest young master is excellent in every way. It is said that he has a good relationship with Miss Li Qingmei of the Immortal Palace. If they were to marry, it would be a great help to the Su family. Everyone, please don't forget that the treasure map of the Divine Martial Pavilion was given up by the young master. He just didn't want to take credit for it. From the perspective of strength, the eldest son is more suitable. Su Hao also has a considerable number of supporters, accounting for about 30%. Su Zhentian listened silently, then turned to Su Jinyu and asked calmly, "Third brother, what's your opinion?" "Brother, aren't you making things difficult for me? I was absolutely certain that I was the most suitable candidate, but as it turns out, I was utterly defeated in this competition and have lost my eligibility. If we were to choose between my two nephews, my principle would be simple: I would choose the eldest son," Su Jinyu said helplessly. His reasoning sounded like something that had been used since ancient times. In the past, the eldest son of the legitimate wife was chosen as the heir to the family. He hopes that this rule will remain in place. Su Zhentian nodded, then looked at Su Hao and asked, "Xiao Hao, do you have anything to say? Are you capable of serving as the head of the family?" Su Hao frowned. He didn't want to see this situation. It made it seem like his relationship with Tianba was very bad. "First of all, I would like to thank all the uncles and elders who spoke up for me earlier. Secondly, I have no interest in the position of head of the family. I am ambitious and enjoy a free and unrestrained life. I cannot stay in one place for long. Finally, I will be meeting with Miss Li Qingmei tomorrow. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be leaving the western regions for other important matters." Su Hao clearly expressed his thoughts. His main purpose in returning was for the Divine Martial Pavilion. Now that the enemy had been dealt with, staying any longer would be almost impossible. "Yes, it's possible. Tianba, what are your thoughts?" Su Zhentian continued to ask his youngest son. "I also think that the eldest brother is the most suitable. These past few days following the eldest brother, I have discovered that I have many shortcomings in general. I am still too young, and I lack both strength and experience." Su Tianba shook his head. The brother's answer was surprising. It was as if the position of head of the family held no appeal for them whatsoever. Li Chendai smiled wryly. If Su Tianba had been a little more resolute at this moment, they could have basically won him over. Unfortunately, this brat didn't care at all. The one who was most angry was Su Jinyu. He couldn't get the things that others didn't care about. "You two brats, if you don't want to be the head of the family, can you give it to me?" he thought with immense envy. Su Zhentian's expression was rather unpleasant. He was already at a very difficult point, but he didn't expect these two people to not appreciate it. It was truly a headache. "Xiao Hao, are you really going to leave the western regions?" Su Zhentian asked helplessly. 955, Chapter 955. Feeling strange. "Yes, this is an agreement between me and Qingmei. We agreed to help find the dragon essence, and I can't break my promise." Su Hao nodded. "Do you really think a woman is more important than family?" Su Zhentian was clearly a little angry. "Woman, this is about a man's promise. Don't take it so superficially. Who's like you, hiding like a coward when things go wrong? Once I've made a decision, no one can change it," Su Hao said unhappily. "You?" Su Zhen was so angry he almost vomited blood. As expected, he still hadn't forgiven himself. The knot in their hearts will probably never be untied. "Brother Tian, don't be like that. Today is a good day. We haven't reached the final stage yet. Yuri's still healthy and strong, and you'll definitely live another 100 years. Li Qiandai said with a smile. Su Zhentian shook his head helplessly, knowing that these were just words of comfort. Now that things have come to this, it seems impossible to force Su Hao to comply. "Alright, let's put this matter aside for now, Xiao Hao. I won't stop you from doing whatever you want, Tianba. From now on, you are not allowed to leave the Su family. Stay home and start preparing to manage the Su family business." Su Zhentian still made a decision. His meaning was clear: if Su Hao changed his mind, he could still become the head of the family. However, Su Tianba is an alternative and should be properly trained. Su Hao nodded without saying anything. Su Tianba frowned, clearly displeased. He wondered why his elder brother could act freely while he was relegated to managing the family business. This was incredibly unfair. However, lacking the power to challenge Su Zhentian, he could only reluctantly agree. The next day, Soha slept well and arrived at Li Qingmei's residence at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Young Master Su, you are truly a man of your word. Li Qingmei said happily, I heard that you originally had the opportunity to become the head of the family and stay in the western regions, but for my sake, you decided to break with your family? Put. Su Hao laughed, then said irritably, don't flatter yourself. I just want to travel around. I don't want to be stuck in the western regions for the rest of my life. What's so great about being a supreme clan head? If you don't like it yourself, why are you trying to persuade me to become the palace master of the immortal palace? Li Qingmei retorted immediately. Su Hao was somewhat taken aback. These were completely different things, weren't they? His brothers might not be capable of managing the immortal palace well. However, now was not the time to argue about this. He simply smiled and said, all right, let's get down to business. Li Qingmei nodded and said, my people have found a place that resembles the dragon essence, namely the desert beyond the Great Wall. Recently, a mysterious oasis has appeared in this desert, with an ecosystem completely different from before. Most importantly, this oasis is extremely dangerous, and many people have already lost their lives there. The people from the Physiognomy Palace suspect that the dragon essence exists there. Yeah. Su Hao possesses the treasure-gathering pearl, which gives him a certain advantage if he is truly searching for the dragon essence. Young Master Su, once you've made up your mind, shall we head straight to the border region? Li Qingmei asked with a smile. When do we leave? Su Hao asked curiously. Now. Li Qingmei clapped her hands. Her people were all ready and poised to go. All right, let's set off immediately. Su Hao didn't want to stay in the western regions either, so he readily agreed. Li Qingmei's convoy consisted of over 100 people. A total of 18 off-road vehicles set off in a grand procession. Su Hao asked a few questions and discovered that she had actually prepared supplies and even brought several private chefs. Miss Li, I didn't realize you were such a show-off. Su Hao said with a smile as he sat with her in the lead car. Young Master Su, you're wronging me. Li Qingmei placed her hand on the luminous pearl necklace and said calmly, I was just worried that there wouldn't be suitable food outside the pass. What if the tastes aren't right and everyone eats bland food? Wouldn't you go hungry? So Miss Li cares about me that much? Su Hao said with a smile. That's right, now you know who's good to you, right? Li Qingmei said with a grin. So here's the question, how long will it take us to get to the border region? Su Hao asked again. Judging by the time, it'll be around noon tomorrow. In any case, we'll be spending the night in the car. Li Qingmei blushed, remembering that night in Yanjing when quite a few things happened between them in the car. Okay, then I'll take a break. Su Hao immediately closed his eyes. Li Qingmei gazed at the scenery outside the window. After leaving the western regions, she gradually saw the setting sun and yellow sand, and the scenery changed drastically. Her eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and she wanted to rest. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her shoulder. Su Hao had unconsciously leaned against her. Hey, are you even a man? Li Qingmei was a little annoyed and shook him awake. Have we arrived? Su Hao glanced at the car and realized it hadn't stopped at all. Come on, lean against the car window. Li Qingmei suddenly took command. Su Hao nodded and moved to another spot to continue resting, only to find Li Qingmei curled up with her head on his lap, saying, Honey, there are blankets in the car, please cover me up. You shameless woman, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Su Hao muttered something, but still obediently covered her with the blanket. He looked down at Li Qingmei's flawless face and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. This woman really knew how to act coquettishly, and she was quite willful because of her good looks. His sitting posture must be quite uncomfortable. Before long, his legs started to feel numb. He muttered to himself, so she's really heavy. Bang! Su Hao seemed to have encountered something, opened his eyes, and realized it was already noon. The car came to a complete stop. We must have arrived at our destination. He shook Li Qingmei awake before looking out the window. They eventually arrived at a small town on the edge of a desolate area, where there happened to be a large hotel. He was suddenly enlightened, realizing it was different from what he had imagined. It was desolate. The outskirts of Wuhu are not as desolate as they seem. In fact, they appear to be a prosperous area. People come and go, gradually forming a small town with convenient transportation, not much different from a typical city. Have we arrived yet? Li Qingmei yawned and stretched. Su Hao subconsciously looked down and noticed that she had inadvertently revealed her slender waist, showing off her perfect curves. He nodded. Someone's eyes aren't behaving honestly. Li Qingmei pointed it out mercilessly, then announced, Young Master Su, from now on, we are no longer husband and wife, but boss and bodyguard, understand? Alright. Su Hao didn't mind no matter what, he had to protect Li Qingmei. Being a bodyguard wasn't a bad idea. Let's get off the bus, someone should be waiting for us. Li Qingmei smiled sweetly. The car door opened, and sure enough, a group of people were standing on the ground. When they saw Li Qingmei, they greeted her warmly, but when they noticed Su Hao getting out of the car with her, they all found it strange. 956, Chapter 956. Dream On. Miss Li, welcome to the area outside the Great Wall. I am Yi Fei, your guide for this expedition. A handsome young man said with a smile. Mr. Yi, I'm leaving this matter to you. Li Qingmei smiled faintly. This is the local guide arranged by the fortune-telling palace. We had already sent her photos and a deposit beforehand, and this is our first meeting. When Yi Fei saw Li Qingmei's photo, he was amazed by her beauty and immediately felt a sense of admiration for her. I thought that a precious young lady like her wouldn't have a boyfriend. Who would have thought that she and Su Hao would be riding in the same car, chatting and laughing, and the two seemed to have a very good relationship. Yi Fei was instantly filled with jealousy. Miss Li, who is this person? Yi Fei stared at Su Hao with an unfriendly look. His name is Su Hao, and he's a bodyguard I trust very much. I hope the two of you can cooperate well and complete this expedition together. Li Qingmei said with a smile, using the expedition as her reason, without revealing her true purpose. This pretty boy thinks he can protect Miss Li. You know, the desert is ruthless. Without real skills, there's no way to survive. Miss Li, how about I reduce the number of local experts to escort you? You should send this guy back directly to avoid him losing his life. Yi Fei said unhappily. Li Qingmei was incredibly clever. She immediately realized that this man was somewhat jealous. She didn't care about Yi Fei at all, but using him to test Su Hao wouldn't be bad. So, pretending not to understand, she asked, Are your local experts very strong? Why don't you come over and spar with Su Hao? As long as Miss Li has this idea, I'll arrange it immediately. Yi Fei said with a smile. Li Qingmei, what nonsense are you talking about? I came all this way not to amuse you. Su Hao saw through her thoughts and said unhappily. Well, there's no need for you to be angry. Li Qingmei said with a smile, believing that being angry meant she cared. She immediately ordered her subordinates, someone, bring the things to the hotel. We had a long journey and need to eat something first. Yes, sir. The people from the Physiognomy Palace acted like professional bodyguards, obeying her every word. Everyone carried their luggage and various supplies into the hotel. The hotels here are actually fully booked. Fortunately, Yi Fei was a local and helped book 10 rooms. As a result, the other people filled all 9 rooms. Su Hao and Li Qingmei were assigned to the top-tier room. When they entered, they found that it was just a standard business room in a regular hotel, with 2 beds, hot water, and a bathroom. This, Li Qingmei blushed, feeling slightly embarrassed. She and Su Hao had shared a room before, but there was no one else around, so there was nothing to worry about. Now it's different. There are hundreds of people in the Physiognomy Palace, and everyone knows they live together. Moreover, with people coming and going in the hotel, all sorts of strangers would point and whisper. Boss, we need to make this clear. I am only responsible for protecting you. If you want me to do anything else, that'll cost a different price. Su Hao joked. You wish, we'll each sleep in our own bed, and no one can cross the line, understand? Li Qingmei emphasized. Call me when the food is ready. Su Hao yawned. He had worked very hard in the car yesterday and hadn't rested well at all. He randomly picked a bed and fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Are you an idiot? All you do is sleep. Li Qingmei complained. Instead, she felt uneasy because she hadn't showered the day before. She had been worried that Suha might look at her inappropriately, but now that he was asleep, she grabbed a change of clothes and went into the bathroom. Lionsgate Hotel is the largest hotel in town, but it still falls short compared to Tingshuanlu in the western regions. Even so, the restaurant was very busy. Yi Fei and the others gathered at a table, eating while gazing at the hotel across the street. "Brother Fei, how many rooms did you book? With so many people coming, I'm afraid Miss Li won't be able to have the top-tier room all to herself." A woman with a ponytail in the team said with a smile. "Yes, in that case, aren't you just doing all the work for someone else?" A bald, burly man said in a deep voice. "Shut up, Miss Li is our esteemed employer, don't think about such nonsense." Yi Fei refused to admit it. He was feeling conflicted, constantly sensing a threat from Su Hao. He had just joked about finding a local to replace Su Hao, but nothing came of it. "Brother Fei, if you ask me, Miss Li is an absolute beauty. She should stay in the desert and not be let go, otherwise, you'll never meet such a wonderful woman in your next life," the woman urged. "Yes, she looks incredibly wealthy. Once she marries Brother Fei, we'll all be living a good life." The burly man nodded, full of anticipation. "I just sensed that man's aura. He seemed unfathomable. A person of Miss Li's stature must have very strong bodyguards. If we really clash with him, we might not be able to win." Yi Fei wasn't without ulterior motives, but he felt the other party was not someone to be trifled with. "Brother Fei, don't forget what we do once we're in the desert. Aren't we the ones in charge? That place is a den of monsters. With a little planning, how could Su Hao possibly come out alive?" The woman spoke in a sinister tone. "Yes, find a chance to kill him, and then win the beauty's heart." The burly man clapped and praised. "Don't speak so loudly. Are you afraid that no one can hear you?" Yi Fei frowned, then saw Li Qingmei and Su Hao walk in from the opposite side, so he lowered his head and ate his simple food. "Young Master Su, the conditions here are a bit lacking, but our food will be excellent," Li Qingmei said with a smile. "I am not that picky about food." Su Hao smiled helplessly. However, upon seeing the two enter, the people from the fortune-telling palace immediately brought out the prepared food, filling the table with an incredibly lavish spread. Most surprisingly, it even included a famous dish like boiled cabbage and clear broth. "Miss Li, I think you just want to eat well." Su Hao immediately understood that all the talk about catering to his tastes was a lie. If he were ordering, there would be absolutely no boiled cabbage and clear broth, which had absolutely nothing to do with spiciness. Li Qingmei smiled sweetly, took his arm, and sat down next to him. As soon as he sat down, Su Hao noticed hostile glances coming from Yi Fei's group. There were exactly 8 people at their table, 7 men and 1 woman. Their skin was rough, suggesting they were often guides and weathered by life. "Qingmei, if you hired a few beautiful female guides, it would save you a lot of trouble," Su Hao remarked. You wish, focus on eating." Li Qingmei thought to herself, "Am I crazy? Why am I looking for a few beautiful women to annoy me?" 957, Chapter 957. I can't stand you. "Young Master Su, please try this. I heard it's the chef's specialty." Li Qingmei smiled sweetly and placed a piece of spicy chicken in Su Hao's bowl. "Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Li." Su Hao smiled slightly, picked up his chopsticks, and was about to taste the flavor. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a dark-skinned woman suddenly walked out, holding a long sword, and shouted, "Waiter, didn't you say there wasn't any good food? Why is this table eating so well?" Miss, their situation is different. They brought their own chef and ingredients. This is a desert. We don't have that many good ingredients here," the restaurant waiter said helplessly. "Bring your own chef?" The woman glanced around and noticed that Su Hao's attire was quite ordinary, but Li Qingmei's outfit exuded an air of nobility, especially the luminous pearl necklace around her neck, which looked priceless. Seeing that there were only 2 people at the table, yet 13 dishes, she felt a little resentful, so she walked over and said unhappily, "Hey, move aside, we're taking this table. If you don't want to offend the Flying Tiger sect, you'd better get out of here right now." "The Flying Tigers?" Su Hao frowned. "Young Master, the Flying Tiger sect is one of the 3 major sects here, on par with the Fierce Lion sect, second only to the strongest Azure Dragon sect." The waiter was quite tactful, explaining from the side while giving a wink, as if to say, "You'd better not offend them, or the consequences will be dire." "How about that? Are you scared now? We're not bad people as long as you leave. we'll give you 100 yuan as a tip. That's reasonable, isn't it? The woman said with a smile. Reasonable? I don't know if all of you flying tigers are scoundrels, but once we sit here, we're not leaving until we finish eating. Su Hao said calmly. Hey kid, are you looking for a beating? The woman was very unhappy and immediately drew her longsword. In an instant, the atmosphere in the restaurant became tense. At Yi Fei's table, everyone wore gloating expressions, hoping to use him as a tool to kill. In their view, the Flying Tiger sect had always acted domineeringly, but they dared not speak out because they lacked the strength to fight back. If I were you, I wouldn't have made a move. Su Hao said calmly. You brat, take this. This woman had a bad temper. She swung her sword directly at Su Hao's head. It didn't look like a reprimand, but rather like a direct kill. Su Hao frowned, but remained seated in his chair, picking up chicken pieces with his chopsticks and eating them with relish. The waiter next to him was stunned. Was this person crazy? He was still eating. He was about to die. Bang! When the longsword thrust forward, it was immediately blocked by the golden protective aura. A powerful recoil caused the woman's weapon to break into more than a dozen pieces. The remaining energy sent her flying out of the restaurant, landing face first in the mud. Grass! Yi Fei instinctively shouted, the Flying Tiger sect can't even beat him? After finishing his meal, Su Hao gave Li Qingmei a thumbs up and said, not bad, this chef's skills are excellent. Miss Li, shall I make you some boiled cabbage and clear broth? Thank you very much. Li Qingmei was not surprised. The person who made the move just now was not even a master. How could he possibly deal with Su Hao? After all, he was her carefully selected bodyguard. He should not have many rivals outside the Great Wall. Oh no, this kid's in trouble. The Flying Tiger sect never acts alone. He must have other fellow disciples with him. Offending the Flying Tigers means endless trouble. These out-of-towners are really too ignorant. They come out to make their way in the world without even asking around about the powerful sects in the area. The other guests were a little nervous, and they were all worried for Su Hao. Sure enough, not long after, the woman walked in, looking disheveled, accompanied by more than a dozen martial arts experts. She pointed at Su Hao and said, Senior brother, it's him. This man is extremely arrogant and doesn't take the Flying Tiger sect seriously. Seriously? Oh, you actually dare to come in again, haven't you learned your lesson? Su Hao raised his eyelids and said indifferently, also, I want to emphasize that I don't look down on the Flying Tiger sect, I just think you are being rude. I am Meng Yue, the senior disciple of the Flying Tiger sect, and I have only come here to uphold justice. Brother, you actually injured my junior sister, you must apologize today, otherwise, you will be considered an enemy of the Flying Tiger sect. Beside the woman was a young man in his late 20s, also wielding a long sword, but whose aura was much stronger. When the name Meng Yue appeared, it caused quite a stir. In this region, he was considered one of the 10 most famous young masters, ranking 7th. Hey Meng, don't embarrass us outside the Great Wall. The Flying Tigers committed evil deeds themselves, and they dare to ask others for an apology? Before Su Hao could speak, a man suddenly stepped forward, carrying a large knife, and pointed at Meng Yue's nose while cursing loudly. Zhang Tianci, this is a problem between him and me, it has nothing to do with you. Meng Yue frowned. Sure enough, this place was full of hidden talents, even the senior disciple of the Fierce Lion sect had come. I just can't stand you, so what, wanna fight? Zhang Tianci said disdainfully. Conflicts frequently erupt between the Flying Tiger faction and the Fierce Lion faction. The two factions are aware of each other but have never had a chance to fight. Seeing Meng Yue causing trouble again, he thought he would spar with him today to test his strength. Grass. I have important business to attend to today, otherwise why would I be afraid of you? Meng Yue was very unhappy and trembled with anger. In short, I'm going to take charge of this matter. If you're not happy, then fight me, otherwise, get out. Zhang Tianci said with a stern face. This is intolerable, let's fight. Meng Yue drew his long sword, and a chilling aura instantly swept through the entire restaurant. Zhang Tianci drew his broadsword, cold. It gleamed brightly, and its imposing presence was in no way inferior to that of its opponent. As the two were about to fight, the other customers watched with amusement, like spectators enjoying a spectacle. Only the restaurant staff secretly groaned. They didn't know how much property would be destroyed if the two started fighting. So noisy. Just then, a guest suddenly threw a chopstick at Meng Yue, who launched the sneak attack. Upon hearing the sound of the wind, the man immediately swung his sword and slashed. Unexpectedly, his opponent was much stronger, and a tremendous force slammed him directly into the wall. Everyone else looked over and saw a middle-aged man with a long beard sitting next to Su Hao, slowly drinking. There was only one chopstick on his table, which was the one who had made the move. Upon seeing this person, Zhang Tianxi's gaze shifted, and he suddenly trembled. He hurriedly walked over and respectfully asked, "Could you be Senior Qiao Hong?" 958, Chapter 958. Who do you think you are? That's right, there are actually people who recognize me. It seems that the Lion faction is more perceptive than the Flying Tiger faction, the man nodded. Qiao Hong? The others' expressions changed. Was this the youngest elder from the Azure Dragon sect? They had heard that he had a rather eccentric temper and would attack various martial arts practitioners at the slightest provocation. As it turned out, this person was so powerful that no one else could defeat him. This also shows that the Azure Dragon sect is much stronger than the other two sects. So it's Senior Qiao, I didn't know you were here. I was very sorry for offending you earlier. Meng Yue was also a little surprised. He stood up and apologized respectfully. Outside the Great Wall, the law of the jungle prevails, and strength is paramount. If you can't beat them, then be honest, otherwise, you're being irresponsible to yourself. In short, it was your Flying Tigers faction that was in the wrong today. Go over there and apologize to the out-of-town guests, then get out of this restaurant, Qiao Hong said unhappily. Meng Yue's face darkened. The other party wasn't even an elder from his sect, yet they were acting like they were lecturing him. It was truly infuriating, but he dared not disobey, so he reluctantly walked over to Su Hao and said, "I'm sorry, what happened today was our fault. We hope you'll be magnanimous and not hold it against us." No problem. Su Hao smiled faintly, too lazy to bother with such a nobody. Let's go. Meng Yue glared at him fiercely before leaving, clearly holding a grudge. Su Hao ignored him, grabbed an unopened bottle of daughter's red wine from the table, walked over to Qiao Hong, and said, "Senior Qiao, thank you for your help. This is just a small token of our appreciation. Kid, you're strong enough that I might not need to help. I just think these people are too noisy and I just want to have a peaceful meal." Qiao Hong accepted the wine and drank it by himself. Su Hao smiled slightly, not minding at all, and turned to Zhang Tianxi, saying, "Young Master Zhang, come on, don't order any more food. We all come together by chance, let's have a drink together." "Alright, then we shall accept your invitation." Zhang Tianxi swallowed hard. He had already smelled the delicious aroma from the table. He and several fellow disciples took their seats. In this way, Su Hao sat down next to Li Qingmei. Her face flushed slightly, clearly a little embarrassed, but having come from the Celestial Palace, she had seen many grand occasions and felt little resistance to these strangers. She spoke directly, "Thank you so much for your chivalrous help, I am deeply grateful. By the way, what are your names?" Zhang Tianxi asked curiously. They showed no fear when facing the Flying Tiger sect, so they must be formidable figures. "My name is Li Qingcheng, and this is Wang Hao from the Vermilion Bird sect. We're both here to explore, and we just want to go to the oasis." Li Qingmei said calmly. This was their tacit understanding. Once outside, they would use false identities. She still used Li Qingcheng's name, but Su Hao became a disciple of the Vermilion Bird sect. "So you're a master from the Vermilion Bird sect, my apologies." Zhang Tianxi actually had no idea what the Vermilion Bird sect was, and was just being polite, but he immediately changed the subject. "Going on an adventure to the oasis, that's not a good choice. We heard that an oasis suddenly appeared here, and perhaps there is some gold and silver treasure inside. Would like to ask for some money," Li Qingmei said with a smile. "Seeking wealth, do you know that there are at least 800, if not 1,000, people who go to the oasis, yet no one has ever returned alive?" Zhang Tianxi warned. "Oh, it's that dangerous. We're from out of town and have never heard of it, but we've already paid the guide, so this trip to the oasis is just a matter of luck." Li Qingmei looked regretful. "It's fate that we've met. Oh, be honest, our Lion clan is also heading to the oasis. We've heard that many strange things have suddenly appeared there, and we must investigate." Zhang Tianxi spoke honestly. "Miss Li, you are too beautiful. It's very dangerous for you to travel around like this. You're lucky to have met you. As long as you stay with us, we can definitely protect you," Zhang Tianxi's junior sister said proudly to Zhang Xiaoya. "Then thank you in advance." Li Qingmei smiled faintly. By the way, Miss Li, you must be very rich. That necklace you're wearing is so beautiful, Zhang Xiaoya said enviously, immediately drawn to the jewelry. Right, this is a token of our love from my fiancé. When you find the right person someday, you'll receive the most precious gift too. Li Qingmei proudly introduced. A token of love. Su Hao's expression changed. If he remembered correctly, she had chosen this necklace herself, which was tantamount to outright robbery. Could it be a gift from young Master Wang? Zhang Xiaoya asked in surprise, noticing the change in his expression. Su Hao was still eating and didn't react for a moment until Li Qingmei nudged his arm. Then he remembered that he was Wang Hao and said, I don't have that much money. I am a poor wretch. Young Master Wang is too modest. Zhang Xiaoya said politely. Come on, everyone, let's have a drink and wish our adventure a safe and successful one. Li Qingmei called out to everyone. As everyone drank Shaoxing wine, the atmosphere gradually became lively. After several rounds of drinks, everyone had eaten their fill and was about to leave when Yi Fei and his group rushed in, saying, Miss Li, we have good news, our people just spotted someone emerging alive from the oasis. Such a thing is true. Li Qingmei was overjoyed and asked immediately, where is he? Let's go talk to him now. Yi Fei hesitated, seemingly not wanting others to know. Zhang Tianxi understood and immediately stood up to bid farewell to Li Qingmei and the other person. Alright, you can talk now. Li Qingmei continued to ask. This person is Yi Jiangyan from the Five Elements sect. After he came out, he was taken back by the village chief of our town, Yi Fei said directly. Really, lead the way right away. Li Qingmei suddenly stood up. Okay. Yi Fei nodded. He was a man of action, well-informed, and led the two men directly away from the restaurant. They took a shortcut and rushed to the village chief's house. A 3-story villa appeared before us, surrounded by a wall 7 or 8 meters high. There was also a burly security guard outside the door, who looked arrogant and somewhat disdainful of people. Halt, this is the Zhang family's residence. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. The security guard, holding a baton, said indifferently. Brother, could you please go and inform him that Yi Fei requests an audience? I know Uncle Zhang, and he will definitely see us. Yi Fei said with a polite smile. The village chief's name was Zhang Hengyuan. He was one of the most powerful people in the area and often attended various important occasions. Yi Fei had spoken with him before and thought he was one of his connections. Yi Fei, who do you think you are? The neighborhood chief doesn't have time to meet with you. The security guard waved his hand as if shooing away a fly. 959, Chapter 959. Do you still remember? Yi Fei's face was grim. He had originally wanted to make a good impression on Li Qingmei, but things had turned out this way. Li Qingmei smiled faintly, walked over, took out a piece of gold, and said, Brother security guard, we are tourists from out of town. We mainly want to meet with the village chief. Please make an exception for us. Miss, you really know how to handle people, unlike some people who try to get something for nothing. The security guard was overjoyed, happily accepted the gold, and turned to report it. Yi Fei's face turned even uglier. To be mocked by a security guard was truly unbelievable. A short while later, the security guard came out and said with a smile, Miss, you can bring one person in, the rest will have to wait outside. Okay. Li Qingmei nodded to Su Hao and strode inside. Su Hao followed discreetly until they arrived at Zhang Hengyuan's house, where he was struck by its opulent splendor. It was hard to imagine that a village head could be so wealthy in such a desolate place. Zhang Hengyuan was a balding, middle-aged man who looked somewhat overweight. He said casually, How shall we address you both? My name is Li Qingchan. Li Qingmei introduced herself. I am Wang Hao, from the Vermilion Bird sect. Su Hao used the same title. So it's Miss Li and young Master Wang. You two are here for the Five Elements sect, aren't you? Zhang Hengyuan asked bluntly. Yes, we heard that someone came out of the oasis, and we were very curious and wanted to talk to him. Li Qingmei nodded, not hiding her thoughts. You were the first to arrive, so you should have had a chance to get some information out of him. Unfortunately, Yi Jiangyan is currently seriously injured, and our doctors don't have a good solution for him. Zhang Hengyuan sighed, somewhat helplessly. Village chief, isn't this a coincidence? My friend happens to be a miracle doctor, he can definitely save young Master Yi. Li Qingmei's eyes lit up. She was very curious about Su Hao's medical skills and rarely saw him take action. Now she finally had a chance. What a coincidence, please come in, let's go inside. Zhang Hengyuan didn't have time to think much and led the two inside. There was an ordinary bed in the room, temporarily serving as a hospital bed. Lying on it was a young man, pale-faced, with bluish lips and a weak breath, looking as if he had one foot in the grave. Village chief, who are they? A doctor sitting beside the hospital bed asked in surprise. This young Master Wang is a miracle doctor. If you can't do it, let him give it a try. Zhang Hengyuan said calmly. Him, how could someone so young have such high medical skills? Village chief, these outsiders are all frauds, we can't let them cause trouble. This person is very unhappy. The village chief just promised that if the person is saved, he will receive a large sum of money. Zhang Hengyuan is a shrewd man. Jiang Yan is the only one who survived, so he is definitely a hot commodity in everyone's eyes. Controlling him might bring unexpected benefits. Therefore, the first thing I did was find the best doctor in the area. Unfortunately, this person was helpless. Just then, Su Hao arrived, so they decided to give it a try, thinking they had nothing to lose. Old Jiang, don't be rude. You can't judge a book by its cover. Young Master Wang hasn't even made a move yet. How do you know his medical skills aren't good enough? Zhang Hengyuan said calmly. Then let him try anyway. If someone dies while he's treating me, it has nothing to do with me. Old Yang said unhappily. Don't worry, leave it to me, no problem. Su Hao said calmly. Alright, that's settled then. Dr. Wang will handle it. Zhang Hengyuan made the decision directly, speaking coldly. Old Yang pursed his lips, unhappy but not daring to say anything. Su Hao approached Jiang Yan, checked his pulse, and found he was near death. Looking at his upper body, he saw no fewer than 100 wounds. Most importantly, the man's body contained extremely potent poison. Who can imagine what he went through in the oasis? So he took out an antidote pill and fed it to the patient. At this point, the patient was unable to swallow and was close to unconsciousness. Su Hao channeled his inner energy to help send the pill into the patient's body. When the antidote pill took effect, the patient's complexion gradually returned to normal. Su Hao did not stop there. He took out silver needles and quickly inserted them into more than a dozen acupoints. Acupuncture? Old Yang's expression changed from surprise to admiration. In any case, the man's medical skills did seem quite impressive. Li Qingmei nodded slightly. Su Hao was so handsome when he treated people. This person possessed a composure that others lacked, as if he was certain that he could be saved. In truth, to Su Hao, Jiangyan's condition only appeared serious. Overall, it wasn't a rare or intractable disease, so it was alright. After about half an hour, when he withdrew the silver needles again, the man had already opened his eyes. Where is this? Jiangyan muttered to himself. Young Master Yi, I am Zhang Hengyuan, do you remember me? The village chief asked directly. So it's Uncle Zhang. Did I get out of the oasis? Jiangyan asked subconsciously. After mentioning the oasis, his expression changed drastically, and he struggled to get up from the bed, muttering, monsters, it's full of monsters. I never want to go back. This person's mental state seems very abnormal. Young Master Yi, could you tell me what's going on inside the oasis? Su Hao couldn't help but ask directly. Young Master Yi, it was this young miracle doctor who saved you. You can speak to him directly if you have anything to say. Zhang Hengyuan also advised from the side. But at this moment, Jiangyan seemed completely deaf to everyone else's words. Clutching his head and trembling in a corner, he was gripped by boundless fear, and all sorts of terrifying images flashed through his mind. Young Master Wang, it seems we won't be able to get anything out of you for the time being, Li Qingmei said with a hint of helplessness. Yes, he needs to rest well and shouldn't be subjected to too much stimulation. Su Hao walked over and delivered a karate chop to the back of his head, knocking him unconscious instantly. After that, they helped him back to bed. He then took out Ganlinden, a traditional Chinese medicine, crushed it, and helped treat all the external injuries. Huh, what kind of pill is this? Old Yang, the local renowned doctor, didn't know what it was and asked in surprise. Brother Yang, this is the most famous healing medicine in Yanjing. One pill is enough to cure any external injury. Su Hao said with a smile. Yanjing, that's a big city. If I had the chance, I'd really like to go and see it. Old Yang said enviously. Really, big cities are full of conflicts, it might be better not to go. Su Hao subconsciously said that Yanjing was the place where he suffered, and he had many bad memories there. Young Master Wang, don't even think about running away one day, you will go back. Li Qingmei reminded him with a smile. Okay. Su Hao nodded helplessly with her there, they really had to go back. 960, Chapter 960 Sect Feuds. It looks like someone's coming. Su Hao's eyes flickered, sensing a large number of people rushing towards them. Really? Zhang Hongyuan found it strange who could possibly be here? Sure enough, the next moment the gatekeeper called and reported, Chief, a lot of gangsters have arrived and they're trying to force their way in. What should I do? Wait a moment, we're coming right away. Zhang Hongyuan's expression changed. He realized that everyone was after Yi Jiangyan, although he had secretly taken him with him when he came out. Secrets don't stay hidden forever. Once the news spread, others came to demand him. With a stern face, he, Su Hao, and Li Qingmei went directly to the outside of the gate. Thousands of people had already gathered here, each with fierce eyes, clearly at odds with one another. Zhang Hongyuan, being a local strongman, recognized them with a glance. Almost all the major sects had come. Among them are the Flying Tiger faction, the Fierce Lion faction, and the Azure Dragon faction. As long as they are there, things will not be easy. Uncle Zhang, I heard you hid the Five Elements sect disciple. That's not good. A martial artist, he should be handed over to us. A young man shouted directly, his tone quite impolite and questioning. Lu Kai, how dare you speak like that? Don't think that just because you're a disciple of the Azure Dragon sect, you can be so rude to the village chief. Some people directly rebuked him. I've always spoken like this. If you can stand it, then listen. If you can't, then get out, Lu Kai said unhappily. The man was glared at by him and didn't dare to say anything more. After all, Lu Kai was the head of the 10 young masters, and his strength was unmatched by ordinary people. Everyone, your information network is truly impressive. Yi Jiangyan is indeed at my house right now. However, there's some bad news. Suffered a great shock and is currently in a state of shock, unable to have a normal conversation for several hours. I think everyone should go back and rest. We can discuss everything tomorrow. Zhang Hongyuan said with a smile. Uncle Zhang, I've been more than polite this time. Don't push your luck. What kind of medical expertise do you have? Can you really cure him? If you can't save him, then hand him over to the Azure Dragon sect. He's just an injured man, right? Our people can save him in no time. Lu Kai's meaning was clear. He directly asked for the personnel. This isn't a good idea. Yi Jiangyan is a member of the Five Elements sect. How can I hand him over to you? Zhang Hongyuan said helplessly. Enough with the nonsense. If you want to offend the Azure Dragon sect, just say it out loud. Everyone will be your witness. Lu Kai said domineeringly. Zhang Hongyuan's expression changed drastically. These were not pleasant words. Although he was a wealthy man in the area, he was still quite a bit weaker than the Sanlong sect. If he really offended them, wouldn't he be in deep trouble? Uncle Zhang, don't listen to him. Young Master Yi is a member of the Five Elements sect. He has no right to take him back. If he hands him over, he'll offend other sects and the Five Elements sect itself. Zhang Tianci said directly. That's right, the Azure Dragon sect is only slightly stronger, and it's impossible for it to dominate. It can't compete with our other sects. Lu Kai, don't go too far. Everyone wants Yi Jiangyan today. How can we give him to you? You're bullying the village chief. Aren't you afraid the Azure Dragon sect will face retribution? Others angrily denounced it. Lu Kai's face darkened, and he looked very unhappy. He was used to being domineering outside the Great Wall. These people had grown too big for their britches and dared to oppose him. Young Master Lu, please calm down. I am on your side. Why don't we join forces, take Yi Jiangyan away, and gather information together? Meng Yue stepped forward, directly supporting Lu Kai. So it's young Master Meng, with our cooperation, we should be invincible beyond the Great Wall, right? I refuse to believe that anyone with a brain would dare to offend us. Lu Kai roared angrily. The others looked grim. That Azure Dragon sect was already difficult to deal with, but they hadn't expected the Flying Tiger sect to actually ally with them. With these two forces clashing, the others were somewhat disheartened. Everyone, let me formally introduce you. This is young Master Wang Hao, from the Vermilion Bird sect. Today, Yi Jiangyan was injured, and it was all thanks to this divine physician. I believe that the doctor should be the one to decide where the patient goes. Zhang Hangyuan thought for a moment and realized he couldn't handle the situation anymore. Didn't Su Hao and the others want to find out information, then he would just hand this hot potato over to them. Su Hao frowned. Wasn't this going to make enemies of most people outside the Great Wall? This person's tactic of shifting blame eastward was indeed quite clever. Wang Hao, who do you think you are? What right do you have to speak to me as an equal? I hereby order you to hand over Yi Jiangyan immediately, or you will be targeted by the Azure Dragon sect. Lu Kai said without any politeness. Meng Yue was overjoyed. He had wanted revenge as soon as he saw Su Hao, but there were too many people around, and he had more important matters to attend to, so he couldn't confront him directly. Now that Su Hao had become the target of everyone's anger, he could find an excuse to take action. Is the Azure Dragon sect so powerful that they dare to order me around? Su Hao disapproved of his tone and said unhappily. What do you mean? Don't you know that the Azure Dragon sect is the strongest sect outside the Great Wall? Lu Kai was slightly taken aback, finding the actions of this outsider puzzling. So, you're the local bullies. If that's the case, I'd like to test you out and see what you're really capable of. Su Hao said defiantly, his tone full of provocation. When he arrived in this new place, he wouldn't deliberately cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of trouble either. Wang Hao, are you crazy? You think you can challenge the Azure Dragon sect? Any one of them could crush you like an ant. Meng Yue said with schadenfreude. Oh? I don't care, young mastery is still resting, and no one can take him away by force. Su Hao did not the way of intention. Young Master Lu, please wait a moment, let me teach him a lesson. Meng Yue wanted to hear those words, so he immediately drew his longsword and thrust it forward. Meng Yue, your opponent is me. Just then, Zhang Tianci swung his broadsword and slashed at it. He had wanted to fight this person for hours, and now his chance had finally come. Damn, you've only just met him, are you really going to protect him? Meng Yue said unhappily. Young Master Wang's character is a million times better than yours. That's not the point. The point is the feud between our two sects. We need to settle this score now. The more Zhang Tianci spoke, the fiercer he became. Meng Yue dared not be negligent and immediately brandished his long sword, engaging in serious combat. At first glance, their strengths seemed somewhat similar. After exchanging a few blows, it was impossible to determine a winner for the time being. Lu Kai frowned, feeling that Meng Yue's alliance was completely ineffective. He could only nod to his two junior brothers, go and teach Wang Hao a lesson. 961, Chapter 961. Can we have a delicious battle? Senior brother, I can handle him on my own. One of them said arrogantly, charging directly at Su Hao. Bang! His attack struck Su Hao's protective aura, causing him to bounce back and fly backward. Upon landing, the situation was rather appalling. His bones were shattered, he was curled up in a ball, blood was gushing out, and he was clearly in critical condition. Wang Hao, how could you be so ruthless as to kill someone? Lu Kai was furious. Trying to kill? I didn't do anything. If this person can't even break through my protective inner energy, what right does he have to challenge me? Is this the strength of the number one sect outside the Great Wall? Su Hao said dismissively. Arrogant. Arrogant and disrespectful. These words displeased people from other sects. This attack has a very wide scope. It not only looks down on the Azure Dragon sect, but also underestimates the entire martial arts world outside the Great Wall. Lu Kai's face was extremely grim. He immediately gave the order, everyone, show your true skills and kill without mercy. Yes, sir. Dozens of disciples from the Azure Dragon sect, their eyes bloodshot, charged toward Su Hao. They were truly enraged and regarded Su Hao as an enemy. They didn't hold back at all, using all their strongest moves. Many people who saw it praised it and were eagerly anticipating what would happen next. Would I push young Master Wang into a fire pit? Zhang Hangyuan felt somewhat guilty, feeling that things had not gone as expected. If it were someone else, they might have handed Yi Jiangyan over to one of the sects and let them deal with the trouble, but this divine doctor didn't think that way. He directly and forcefully retorted. You have to understand, the other party is the Azure Dragon sect. How could they give in so easily? Now facing dozens of opponents, how should he deal with it? Li Qingmei seemed relaxed, and she looked more at Zhang Tianci, not wanting the person who stood up for them to get hurt. Bang, bang, bang bang bang. All of their attacks did indeed hit Su Hao. Without exception, everyone suffered the same fate as the first person to attack, all were seriously injured and collapsed to the ground. The Vermilion Bird sect is that powerful, why have I never heard of this sect before? As expected, he's a powerful force. It seems we need to suppress this local bully. So the Azure Dragon sect can only be strong within its own ranks. No wonder they can't go beyond the Great Wall. It turns out they're not strong enough. Of course, what if our entire family is wiped out if we go out? We can only bully the weak here. The winds have shifted, now everyone supports the stronger party. Some people, who were already dissatisfied with the Azure Dragon sect, took the opportunity to speak contemptuously. Lu Kai's face was grim. He hadn't expected so many of his fellow disciples to be injured. He had to resolve this matter personally. He drew a long sword and said coldly, "Wang Hao, you've successfully drawn my attention. Next, everyone will witness the display of power from the number one young master of the Borderlands, a truly precious moment. This person's skill has reached the peak of the master level, indeed surpassing many people." After drawing his weapon, he exuded a chilling aura. The pressure from the Azure Dragon sect silenced some people, who dared not discuss the matter lightly. "I envy you," Su Hao suddenly said. "What are you envious of, your own abilities?" Lu Kai asked casually. No. Su Hao shook his head. "What I envy is your ignorance. You're just a frog in a well, yet you're so confident. You don't really think that with your strength, you're the strongest young person in the world, do you?" "Of course not. According to the rankings, the strongest are Hong Mingxian and Su Hao, but what do you have to do with these two?" Lu Kai did know some information about the experts outside. "Alright, today I'll show you the unique moves of the Azure Dragon sect." After saying that, he swung his sword and unleashed a colossal ancient dragon. His strength is indeed far superior to that of his fellow disciples. He was practicing the Azure Dragon sword technique, which could only be practiced by disciples at the level of sect elders or above. It required extremely high levels of true energy and was quite powerful. A trivial skill. Su Hao pointed his fingers together as a sword and gently swung it, instantly shattering the giant dragon with a golden sword aura. Such skill was achieved without using any weapons, only with his fingers. The difference in strength and weakness is evident. Lu Kai's expression changed. Only after personally exchanging blows did he realize how strong Su Hao was. He became incredibly serious, unleashing a rapid barrage of attacks, with dragons appearing all around him. The surging true energy forced Zhang Tianci and the other man to dodge. The two of them were a little slow in their attacks, as they were watching the fight on the other side out of the corner of their eyes. So young Master Wang is this strong. Zhang Tianxi's face flushed slightly. He had previously boasted that the fierce lion sect would protect them. Little did he know, the other party was far stronger than him. Damn, what makes him so strong? Meng Yue was quite unconvinced. They all looked to be about the same age, so why was this person able to go toe-to-toe with Lu Kai? Boom! With a single move, Su Hao sent Lu Kai flying back more than 10 meters. He said calmly, "Stop, take your men and leave. Continuing will only bring you more humiliation." His move just now was already considered a mercy, as a way of repaying Xiao Hong for his kindness. However, Lu Kai was completely unimpressed and said disdainfully, "That was just to warm up. My next attack will completely crush you." Puff. Upon hearing this, Li Qingmei couldn't help but burst out laughing. She rarely ventured into the martial arts world, but suddenly found these people quite interesting. They weren't good at anything else, but they were stubborn. Having faced each other so many times without ever gaining the upper hand, he still seems oblivious to his own limitations. Hateful. Lu Kai was already in a difficult position, and upon hearing the mocking laughter, he hardened his heart. He took out several silver needles and plunged them into the back of his head, a sharp pain sweeping through his entire body. His entire face became distorted. At the same time, the internal energy within the body was surging wildly. Others also sensed this change, and one of them, as if realizing something, said, "Oh no, young Master Lu is using a forbidden technique. Time will increase my strength, and I will soon reach a new level. At that time, dealing with young Master Wang will be as easy as drinking water or eating rice." He's actually willing to pay so much? Others expressed their feelings. As we all know, once forbidden methods are used, even if one can gain immense power in a short period of time, the damage to the body is irreversible at best. One's cultivation level will stagnate. At worst, one will be completely annihilated. The most famous recent battle was between Bai Yi and Li Yuanwu. The former, in his quest for victory, burned his life force, ultimately perishing alongside Li Yuanwu. Now, Lu Kai has followed suit, employing the same tactic. This person's idea was simple: to prove himself. Even if there are losses later, so what? We absolutely cannot lose today. Su Hao was well aware that this person was weak, and even if he forcibly improved, it would take some time. Even so, he did not take the opportunity to launch an attack, but simply waited calmly. He was curious about what kind of strength this person would have after his improvement, and whether he could have a good fight with him. 962, Chapter 962. No objections. Bang! While Meng Yue and Zhang Tianci were locked in a fierce battle, Su Hao happened to have a moment to spare, so he floated over and struck Meng Yue with a palm. Damn, you actually attacked me from behind? Meng Yue was knocked back several meters and said unhappily. You wanted to spar with me, here's your chance. Remember, you can only make one move. Su Hao said indifferently. Ridiculous, who do you think you are, daring to be so arrogant? Meng Yue smiled coldly and swung his sword. He unleashed his full power, with an air of utter desperation. This move appeared even more ferocious than when he faced Zhang Tianci. The reason was simple: he didn't want to lose to Su Hao. You're really weak, Su Hao said calmly. He slapped his palm forward again, as if to directly confront the opponent's weapon. Click! A golden aura coiled around his arm, making it indestructible and directly destroying his opponent's weapon. The palm strike then landed on Meng Yue, sending him flying backward and crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater. Young Master Wang, what skill you have? Zhang Tianci immediately gave a thumbs up, praising him directly. It's so, I just happen to have some free time, Su Hao said calmly. When Meng Yue climbed out of the pit, his face was full of shock. He couldn't believe that Su Hao's strength was so much greater than his. Impossible. It must be because I exhausted my true energy fighting Zhang Tianci, otherwise how could I be inferior to him? He was unwilling to admit it at all, and made up an excuse to comfort himself. Ah! Just then, someone shouted. Everyone hurriedly looked at Lu Kai, realizing that his aura had surged close to the supreme realm, and his strength had increased tenfold. Holding his long sword, he revealed a cold smile. You, surnamed Wang, are truly too arrogant. You didn't even seize the opportunity to make a move. Do you perhaps think that with your current strength, you can defeat me after I become stronger? I'm willing to give it a try, Su Hao said calmly. Young Master Wang, be careful, this person is far too powerful, Zhang Tianci kindly advised. I hope he can really become stronger. Su Hao's tone remained quite calm. Lu Kai looked indignant. Wasn't this a disrespect to him? He decided to make this person regret it. Prepare to die, the man shouted, and his longsword came crashing down. The powerful sword light terrified the people around, who scattered in panic. Only Su Hao stood still, motionless. Boom! The opponent's attack was still blocked by the golden protective aura as it landed. The spot where he was standing sank several meters. The pit reappeared, but this time it was not someone else who fell into it, but Su Hao himself. Is he dead? Young Master Lu, you are truly amazing. As expected, the Azure Dragon sect is the strongest sect outside the Great Wall. Meng Yue immediately began to flatter him, praising him. The others were also somewhat surprised to see the dust flying everywhere. Is this person really dead? Is he stupid? Faced with such a strong attack from young Master Lu, he doesn't have any means of counterattacking? Is it possible that this person has no way to fight back? Insufficient strength, I can only perish here. These people were gloating, thinking that the outsiders were a bit too arrogant, not taking the experts from beyond the Great Wall seriously, and deserved their fate. Li Qingmei was somewhat helpless. This kid was really something. It was such a tense competition, yet he was still teasing his opponent. She didn't believe that Su Hao was incapable of handling this level of attack. Even though Lu Kai gained great strength in a short period of time, he was still far from being a true master. With a whoosh, Su Hao flew out and landed again, saying with a helpless expression, "Young Master Lu, your strength seems a bit weak even with 10 times the power. This is all you've got. If I were you, I'd go back and train hard for 10 years right now. Otherwise, how could you possibly show your face in the martial world?" The sarcastic remarks echoed in his ears once more, and Lu Kai's face flushed red with shame and indignation. He had no intention of wasting words. He wanted to use his true strength to give his opponent the most powerful response. With a swing of his long sword, 9 colossal dragons appeared, carrying an aura of destruction, and charged towards Su Hao. "Let's see how you handle this," he thought to himself. Unexpectedly, Su Hao waved his hand lightly, and a huge fist smashed the dragons one by one, finally pressing down in front of him and slamming into the ground. The entire town was shaken. Su Hao's strength is utterly astonishing. Holy crap! A look of horror flashed across Meng Youwei's face. It turns out that Su Hao actually held back when he made his move, otherwise, that punch would have killed him instantly. When Lu Kai got up again, everyone saw that this master of the Azure Dragon sect was seriously injured, and they all showed mocking looks, thinking that what young Master Wang said was right. This person really needed to continue to cultivate. "Lu Kai, I'll only say one thing now, I'm going to protect Yi Jianyan today. Do you have any objections?" Su Hao said in the tone of a victor. No objection." Lu Kai just wanted to find a place to heal his wounds, so he didn't dare to say anything more. "In that case, you can get lost." Su Hao waved his hand and said. "Damn it, I'll remember you." Lu Kai left dejectedly, filled with resentment. Su Hao turned his gaze to Meng Youwei again and said calmly, "Friends from the Flying Tiger faction, can you also get lost?" "Hey Wang, let me show you how arrogant you are today, but this isn't over yet." Meng Youwei also threw out a harsh remark and left in a sorry state. After the 2 disciples from the major sects left, the others exchanged glances and also departed. Excellent, it was a truly exhilarating competition. The young people these days are incredibly strong, even I have to admire them. In the end, besides Zhang Tianci and others, Xiao Hong, who had made his move during the day, was also left behind. "Senior Qiao, aren't you an elder of the Azure Dragon sect? Why don't you stand up for your brother?" "Revenge?" Su Hao said calmly. "He is him, and I am me. We cannot be confused. Lu Kai is not my disciple, so why should I stand up for him?" Xiao Hong said disdainfully. Zhang Tianci chuckled inwardly. Xiao Hong's temper was indeed eccentric. Even if they belong to the same sect, they won't stand up for each other. "Does Senior have some other plans for staying behind?" Su Hao asked with a smile. "Of course, I want to know some valuable information," Xiao Hong said calmly. Su Hao did not make the decision himself, but looked to Li Qingmei, since she was the boss and had the right to decide everything. "Since it's Senior Qiao, then cooperation between us is feasible." Li Qingmei nodded. She felt that having more friends meant having more options, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Zhang Hangyuan emerged with a grim face after the battle ended. His doorway was now almost completely destroyed. A truly distressing sight. Was this the price he paid for saving Yi Jianyan? "Gentlemen, let's go inside and talk." He still had to greet everyone politely. 963, Chapter 963. Falling into darkness. When Yi Jianyan woke up again in the ward, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. He opened his eyes and saw that there were several more people in the room. Finally, his gaze fell on Su Hao, and he said, "Thank you for your help, Divine Doctor. If it weren't for you, I might have already died." It turned out that before he fainted, he had clearly heard Zhang Hangyuan's words and knew that Su Hao was his savior, so he thanked him directly. "It was nothing, don't mention it." Su Hao smiled faintly. "Young Master Yi, let's get straight to the point. Can you tell me about the situation at the oasis?" Li Qingmei asked directly. "An oasis?" Yi Jianyan's face fell into pain again. "There are many monsters inside. 20 of us from the 5 Elements sect went in, and we were all attacked. We either died from the poison gas or were bitten to death. I was lucky enough to escape. Those monsters are far too strong. They are far beyond my ability to handle." "A monster?" Xiao Hong was somewhat unwilling to believe it. "Where would we find monsters outside the Great Wall? You're probably too deeply poisoned and have fallen into a hallucination." They are definitely monsters. I remember it clearly. Those monsters are never seen normally, they only exist in oases. Yi Jiangyan emphasized. The others looked at each other, wondering if he was telling the truth. Li Qingmei wasn't interested in these things, so she tentatively asked, "Young Master Yi, what's the spiritual energy like in the oasis?" "Beautiful lady, you've hit the nail on the head. The spiritual energy inside the oasis is 100 times richer than outside. If you cultivate there, even an ordinary person has a chance to become a terrestrial immortal. It's just a pity there are many monsters inside. Otherwise I would never want to come out," Yi Jiangyan said directly. He cultivated inside for several hours and his strength made a certain breakthrough, which is why he was so certain. Li Qingmei was basically certain that there was definitely a dragon essence inside. Back then, the dragon vein of Longquan Mountain nurtured many experts for the divine martial pavilion. Being situated in a place rich in spiritual energy made cultivation much easier. Her purpose in coming here was to seek the dragon essence, and now she finally has definite news. "It seems we have no choice but to go in and give it a shot," Li Qingmei said calmly. "Beautiful lady, I advise you not to go in. If you encounter those monsters, you might get eaten, which would be such a pity," Yi Jiangyan said with a sigh. "Nonsense, with me here, even if there are monsters, I can take them down myself," Xiao Hong said arrogantly. Su Hao smiled slightly. He was genuinely curious about what kind of monsters the oasis could cultivate. Could it be that mythical beasts might appear? That's clearly unlikely. If mythical beasts truly existed, he genuinely wanted to see what Xiangqi looked like with his own eyes. Obtaining its divine blood would allow him to unleash his potential once more. Why not? "Young Master Yi, could you please enter the oasis again and guide us?" Su Hao asked casually. "My benefactor, please spare me," Yi Jiangyan said with a look of resistance. "How dare I go back in? I'm already incredibly lucky to have come out alive this time." "In that case, could you draw us a topographical map?" Su Hao did not press the matter further and made new demands. "That's feasible," Yi Jiangyan smiled. Soon Zhang Hangyuan brought over some white paper and paint brushes. He lay down on the table and began to draw quickly. In the hotel room, everyone looked at Yi Jiangyan's paintings and felt a bit of a headache. This person is a terrible artist. Their drawings are just scattered lines, and you can't tell what they mean. Xiao Hong felt a headache coming on, so he simply huddled to the side and drank. Yi Fei, the local guide, had never been to the oasis and said he knew nothing about it. Zhang Tianxi was completely confused, so he placed his hopes on Su Hao and Li Qingmei. "Young Master Su, we can refer to this map." Li Qingmei smiled and took out a new map. This was a satellite image she had drawn before she came, with the desolate areas specifically circled. Upon comparison, it is indeed much clearer. It takes about 10 hours to reach the center of the oasis from our location, and there are quicksands and other difficulties along the way, so cars are useful, but camels are the only option. Li Qingmei sighed. "Miss Li, leave the transportation to me. Zhang Hangyuan is a local bigwig here. He can definitely help with the arrangements. Judging by the time, we can set off tomorrow." Yi Fei made the promise directly. "Alright, thank you for your trouble, Mr. Yi," Li Qingmei said calmly. "In that case, everyone should get some rest tomorrow." Just then, all the lights in the room suddenly went out. It was pitch black all around. Li Qingmei was a little afraid of the dark, and subconsciously said, "Young Master Su, protect me." "Silly girl, you have a luminous pearl." Su Hao stood beside her and gently reminded her. "Oh, right, I completely forgot." Li Qingmei placed the necklace on top of her clothes, and sure enough, the room gained some light. But the sudden bright lights followed by complete darkness made everyone feel a little uncomfortable. Why did the power suddenly go out? Yi Fei wondered. Just then, someone knocked on the door. "Honorable guests, I am a hotel staff member. The boss asked me to come and bring you 2 candles. Would you like them?" Someone asked politely. Need. Li Qingmei blurted it out. She didn't want to rely on the faint light of the luminous pearl forever. Su Hao got up and opened the door, where he saw a middle-aged woman. She was holding a flashlight and a red candle. After entering, she explained helplessly, "I don't know what happened, but but the transformer in town seems to have suddenly malfunctioned. They're reworking on it now, and there's no guarantee that the power will be back on tonight. I see. Li Qingmei said helplessly. This is a small place after all, and there isn't enough manpower. If placed in a big city, at most one power can be restored within hours. Some high-end hotels even have their own generators. Hurry up and light the candles, Yi Fei said hastily. Good. The woman placed the candle on the table, took out a lighter, and quickly lit it. The light in the room improved significantly immediately. She bowed slightly, then prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Just then, Su Hao called her over. Sir, is there anything else you need? The man was startled, clearly somewhat surprised. Who exactly are you? Why send candles? Su Hao said coldly. Didn't I say I'm a hotel waitress? She said softly, her head down. Waitress, I doubt it. Su Hao said, grabbing her neck with his right hand and lifting her up, demanding again, who sent you in, what is your purpose? The others were greatly surprised. What was wrong with Su Hao? Why was he suddenly making things difficult for a waiter? 964, Chapter 964, Action has been taken. Yi Fei, are you out of your mind? Why are you making things difficult for a waiter? Don't forget, you're just a bodyguard yourself. What gives you the right to look down on others? Yi Fei was the first to stand up, as if to expose his despicable face. Young Master Wang, is there some misunderstanding? Zhang Tianxi tried to smooth things over. Misunderstanding? Can't you smell it? There's something wrong with this candle. Su Hao said coldly. After his reminder, everyone turned to look and discovered that the candle was emitting a faint red smoke. Upon getting closer, they felt dizzy and lightheaded, realizing that there was poisonous gas inside. Could tonight's power outage be part of a conspiracy? Li Qingmei was startled. If that's the case, then we need to arrest this person and interrogate them properly. Who exactly are these people here for? Currently, many figures from the underworld are staying at this hotel, and no one can guarantee that someone hasn't offended one of their factions. Or perhaps these people came specifically for her and Su Hao. Could they be members of the Azure Dragon sect? Ladies and gentlemen, I am truly Innocenti. Was merely helping to deliver a candle. As for poison gas or anything like that, I am just an ordinary person. How would I know anything about such things? The woman gave a helpless smile and said, Ordinary people? You still want to deceive everyone? Su Hao suddenly grabbed her hand and showed it to everyone. Everyone looked closely and noticed that her hands were covered in calluses, a clear sign of a martial artist. At that moment, Yi Fei pulled out a dagger, walked over menacingly, and said, You'd better think this through. If you don't confess, this dagger will leave several holes in your hands before you're satisfied. The woman's face immediately turned ugly. She suddenly opened her mouth and bit Su Hao. Su Hao's heart stirred, and a powerful surge of true energy enveloped his arm. With a loud crack, several of the man's teeth shattered instantly. The woman herself was also shaken so badly that blood flowed from her 7 orifices. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yi Fei stabbed the man hard in the abdomen with his dagger, causing blood to flow freely. Please stop torturing me. Ask me anything, I'll tell you what I know. The woman was terrified. These people were too strong. I dared not be stubborn anymore and prepared to confess honestly. Just then, Su Hao's ears twitched. He suddenly heard a whooshing sound, as if dozens of hidden weapons were flying in. He had no choice but to temporarily put the woman aside and rush back to Li Qingmei's side. Bang bang bang. These hidden weapons indiscriminately attacked the room, and the rest of the people relied on their own skills to dodge them. Li Qingmei felt as if there was a wall in front of her, which blocked all the hidden weapons. Thank you. She smiled sweetly. Sigh. Su Hao sighed in response. He turned around and saw that the woman had indeed been killed by a hidden weapon. This was the enemy's strategy. Although he had realized it, he had no way to save her. No matter what, he had to protect Li Qingmei and not let anything happen to her. Grass! Yi Fei suddenly shouted. Upon hearing the sound, everyone looked over and discovered that the man had 2 poison darts on his back and was pale, clearly having been poisoned. You're really weak. you can't even dodge a hidden weapon. Zhang Tianci said sarcastically. Do you have any antidotes? Please save me. Yi Fei said awkwardly. Mr. Yi, I happen to have some antidote pills here, take one yourself and then give some to the others. Li Qingmei took out a jade bottle filled with antidote pills she had brought from Yanjing, which would come in handy today. Yi Fei was overjoyed upon hearing this. He gratefully took one pill, but then, worried about the rest of the expedition team, he immediately left with the jade bottle. At that moment, Su Hao waved his hand and extinguished the candle. Just then, the hotel's power was restored. The group was somewhat dazed. It seemed that all of this was part of the unknown enemy's plan. They wanted to eliminate certain individuals during the brief period of power outage. Once the truth comes out, things will immediately return to normal. Someone, dispose of these bodies. Li Qingmei called out, and several people came in and cleaned the room. A short while later, the hotel owner came over in person to apologize and said that he would change their room for free and provide breakfast for the next day. In a wooden house in town, two people were tending to their wounds. They are Lu Kai and Meng Youwei. Since losing to Su Hao, the two have formed a complete alliance and are ready to deal with Su Hao. Judging from the extent of his injuries, Lu Kai's injuries are clearly much more serious. Even after Meng Youwei finished his breathing exercises, his complexion did not fully improve. Hateful. Lu Kai was very unhappy. He hadn't expected that even using forbidden techniques, he still couldn't defeat Su Hao. As a result, he would suffer endless torment. His power would be unable to improve in the future, and his meridians would be damaged, leaving him with constant illness. Young Master Lu, should we prepare to take revenge on that person? Meng Youwei was also very unwilling. You need to tell me, my men have already made their move. Lu Kai said indignantly. Really, it seems I'll never be able to keep up with young Master Lu's efficiency. Meng Youwei said with a smile. Just then, someone outside blew a whistle, as if to warn someone of something. Lu Kai's expression suddenly became even more serious. His men returned to report that the assassination attempt had failed. It turns out that the power outage at the hotel was orchestrated by the Azure Dragon sect. Their aim was to eliminate Su Hao. Realizing they couldn't defeat him head-on, they resorted to underhanded tactics. Unexpectedly, Su Hao was a seasoned veteran who saw through their plan. He escaped by sheer luck. Lu Kai said helplessly. Young Master Lu, do you really think he's from the Vermilion Bird sect? I noticed that the beautiful woman's identity seems rather unusual. She's likely a wealthy heiress from a big city. Since this man is her bodyguard, he must have some background. Meng Youwei was somewhat unconvinced. He felt he lost to someone who had none. To have heard of a sect is extremely shameful and absolutely unacceptable. Who cares about his identity? Once we're outside the Great Wall, we're the local tyrants. Just because he escaped with his life this time doesn't mean we'll admit defeat. Doesn't he want to go to the oasis? That's extremely dangerous. As long as we're prepared, we still have countless opportunities. Lu Kai said with a sinister grin. Young Master Lu, should we inform the elders of the Azure Dragon sect? Meng Youwei asked tactfully. Why would we notify them? This is a feud between our generation. It has nothing to do with the elders. Besides, if it really comes to a head, these elders will definitely step in. Lu Kai shook his head, somewhat embarrassed to point it out. The so-called elders weren't the best support. Everyone was acting in their own self-interest, not out of any supposed camaraderie. Really, that's great news. In that case, we'll definitely witness Wang Hao's untimely death. Meng Youwei grinned maliciously. 965, Chapter 965. No different from a beast. Young Master Su, why did you think of me first when the accident happened? After everyone else left, Li Qingmei looked at Su Hao and asked curiously. I was just doing my duty, don't flatter yourself. Su Hao said calmly. Stubborn Mani, know you've always been gentle with women. Do you have feelings for me? Li Qingmei leaned closer. The two were already in the same room, and there were no outsiders around. Facing her stunning beauty, it was incredibly difficult for Su Hao to remain calm. As he hesitated about how to respond, a knock came at the door. I'll open the door. He was immediately relieved and turned the doorknob. Who's so blind? Li Qingmei muttered to herself, with a hint of displeasure. Young Master Su, miss, something terrible has happened. It was Uncle Zhang from the Physiognomy Palace who arrived. He was practically Li Qingmei's steward now, and everything had to go through him. What's wrong? Li Qingmei asked in surprise. Something's happened to the village chief. It seems Yi Jiangyan is going berserk and has injured many people. Uncle Zhang said in surprise. Such a thing actually happened? Su Hao frowned, unable to figure out the key point, and ran out in a flash. Hey, wait for me. Li Qingmei took a breath and followed. Su Hao was incredibly fast. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. She was a little angry, thinking that Su Hao was going to abandon her. As she walked out of the hotel lobby and saw Su Hao standing by the roadside, she smiled and said, "It seems you're still worried about me being in danger, aren't you?" "Yes, that's because you're Miss Li." Su Hao nodded, though he wasn't sure if her identity had been exposed yet. "Alright, take me there." Li Qingmei smiled faintly. "Alright then, I'll have to offend you." Su Hao placed his right hand on her waist, gently pulled her up, and lifted her directly into the air. In the blink of an eye, they landed again and were already in the Zhao family's courtyard. At that time, almost all the martial arts practitioners in the town had come here, and everyone was very concerned about the changes in Yi Jiangyan. Boom! Two figures flew backward, smashing a hole in Zhang Hanyuan's courtyard wall. Su Hao looked over in surprise and found that Yi Jiangyan's face looked normal, but there were snake-like patterns below his neck, and some bulges appeared on his back, as if something was about to explode. Hey, has he gotten taller? Li Qingmei muttered to herself. Su Hao scratched his head, wondering if there was one. He has definitely grown taller. Li Qingmei immediately confirmed. Are you sure you're not mistaken? We've only been apart from him for a few hours. How could he have suddenly grown taller? Su Hao asked, somewhat surprised. I can't really explain it. I just feel like he used to be a head shorter than you, but now they're about the same height. Li Qingmei wasn't paying attention to him, but rather to Su Hao. Alright, there's no use discussing this. We need to find a way to control him. Su Hao frowned. Yi Jiangyan now gives the impression of a mad beast, with bloodshot eyes devoid of any human emotion. Some people in the town were using a large net to lure and trap animals. Not long after, they finally succeeded. Everyone rushed over immediately, took out ropes as thick as their arms, tied him up, and finally tied him to the century-old camphor tree in the yard. Village chief, what's going on? Su Hao walked over and asked in surprise. I don't know either, young master. He was resting. I notified the Five Elements sect to come and take him back as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, we heard the roar of a wild beast coming from his room. I sent the security guards to take a look, and they were immediately knocked out of the window. After that, young master, he seemed to become a completely different person, basically no different from a wild beast. The matter escalated, and other martial arts figures were also present at the time. Under the guise of helping, they rushed in to try and subdue young Master Yi. After several battles, he became unusually cold-blooded and injured dozens of experts. Zhang Hanyuan also couldn't understand why. How could a perfectly normal person suddenly go mad? Could it be that the poison in his body has not been completely eliminated? Or perhaps he was bitten by some wild animal in the oasis and contracted rabies? Many people nearby were loudly analyzing the situation. Su Hao felt there was something wrong with the snake markings on Yi Jiangyan's body. Judging from the current situation, the monster in the oasis was definitely problematic. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a slight tearing sound and was shocked to find that Yi Jiangyan's shirt was starting to rip. It turned out that scales had appeared on his back, making him look even more like a wild beast. Roar! Not long after, the rope shattered, and he seemed to become incredibly strong, his entire body swelling up to over 2 meters tall. Qingmei, you're right, he has indeed grown taller. Su Hao confirmed. Right, my observation skills are very strong. Li Qingmei smiled. As soon as Yi Jiangyan was freed, he pounced on anyone he saw, as if possessed. Everyone, get out of the way. Just then, a white figure suddenly pounced on them. This man held a long spear and looked imposing. With just one move, he directly forced Yi Jiangyan back. Who is he? Su Hao asked instinctively. This person is none other than Sun Yuming. Just then, Zhang Tianxi arrived and said with a smile, this person's strength is quite astonishing. He is not among the 10 young masters, but he is much stronger than the 10 young masters. He is the object of all sex efforts to win him over. Not among the 10 young masters? Su Hao said calmly. He considered a possibility. The 10 young masters here were probably selected from various sects, and personal connections played a role. Although there was no Heavenly Mystery Pavilion outside the pass, the evaluation criteria were similar, and only disciples from major sects could be selected. Sun Yuming actually made an appearance too? Are you saying everyone's interested in the Oasis's treasure? This one move alone is far superior to Lu Kai's previous one. Of course, they have real skills, unlike some people who just benefit from the reputation of their sect. Some people mocked. Behind the crowd, Lu Kai and Mang Yue also arrived after hearing the news. Their expressions turned somewhat unpleasant upon hearing these words. However, although they felt embarrassed, they didn't say anything. Why? Because he challenged Sun Yuming almost every month, and he lost every time. To be honest, this guy surnamed Sun is no good at all. He probably couldn't even beat Yi Jiangyan, Meng Yue flattered. Let him shine today. It would be funny if he pulled off a stunt. Lu Kai said disdainfully. Yes. Meng Yue nodded. They didn't want to take action anyway, but they wanted to see what kind of trouble Sun Yuming could cause. Boom, boom, boom. The battle over there is gradually becoming more intense. 966, Chapter 966 completely lost the opportunity. Sun Yuming's abilities are indeed quite good. He was dressed in white, looking rather dashing, and wielding a long spear, exuding a heroic aura. What a handsome guy! Li Qingmei murmured to herself. Su Hao frowned and said, Miss Li, when did you become so superficial? I've always been very superficial. Otherwise, why would I hire you as my bodyguard? Don't you have any other experts in Yanjing? Li Qingmei tilted her head and said with a smile. Su Hao always felt that every time she mentioned other people, it would eventually lead back to him, and he didn't know why. Little did he know that Li Qingmei's master had specifically instructed him before her death that the two had an inescapable karmic connection, which was why she found him increasingly pleasing to the eye. All the so-called indirect approaches were just to attract his attention. There are no other experts in Yanjing. Su Hao said confidently. With your arrogance, you'll get what's coming to you sooner or later. Li Qingmei muttered. I think someone's going to stumble today. Su Hao said meaningfully. Boom. Sun Yuming unleashed a single attack, sending Yi Jiangyan flying. The man smiled confidently, then suddenly hurled his spear, pinning his opponent to the giant tree. Everyone, don't panic if I'm here. With a victorious smile, Sun Yuming turned around, faced everyone, and said confidently. With young Master Sun around, we can indeed handle any demons and monsters. That last move was so cool. Young Master Sun, if you don't mind, I'd like to have a good drink with you. Some young martial artists expressed their admiration. Beautiful lady, what do you think of my performance just now? Sun Yuming glanced around and, when he saw Li Qingmei, he smiled handsomely. Not bad. Li Qingmei said indifferently. She was just using him to provoke Su Hao, she didn't actually have any feelings for him. Beautiful lady, how about we grab a drink later and become friends? Sun Yuming continued with a smile. No need for that. I have a fiancé, and I can't possibly make other friends here. Li Qingmei said calmly, I advise you not to try to show off, or you might end up in danger. Oh, could it be that the monsters of the Five Elements sect can take a bite before they die? As he was speaking, he suddenly felt something was wrong. A violent surge of true energy came from behind him. Turning his head sharply, he saw that Yi Jiangyan's beast form had become even more severe, with a bloody hole in his body. As if the spear had pierced through him. After breaking free, he pounced on him, clawing and snarling. Court death. The man clenched his fist and hurled it directly at the attacker. In just this one move, he had already used half of his strength. Based on the results of the previous exchange, it was enough to deter the enemy. Unexpectedly, Yi Jiangyan's strength suddenly increased dramatically. In particular, his fingernails became as hard as swords, severing Yi Jiangyan's hand during their clash. No! Sun Sun Yuming gripped his severed hand and let out a startling roar. Roar! Upon seeing the blood, Yi Jiangyan became even more excited and suddenly pounced on him. 10 fingers pierced his collarbone, and blood gushed out. He opened his blood-red mouth wide, as if he were about to devour someone. Could this be the monster from the oasis? Su Hao's heart stirred. You beast, please do not harm people. Zhang Tianci drew his broadsword and slashed directly at Yi Jiangyan's back. This tactic, when used against martial arts masters, is somewhat like a diversionary tactic, where everyone will try to rescue the enemy. However, Yi Jiangyan seemed completely oblivious to the danger and continued to bite at Sun Yuming. Careful! Fearing he would get hurt, Su Hao had no choice but to intervene, punching the monster away. The monster rolled on the ground a few times, seemingly unharmed, then stood up again, its blood-red eyes fixed on the 3 attackers. You actually have such strength that you can knock monsters away? Sun Yuming stared at Su Hao, looking very unhappy. So what if it is? Su Hao said calmly. If that's the case, why didn't you act sooner? What are your intentions, that you just watched me lose my right hand? Sun Yuming suddenly questioned. Are you fucking crazy? What does it have to do with me if you can't beat a monster? Su Hao frowned. He really couldn't believe that someone in the martial arts world outside the Great Wall would try to extort money like this. After losing his right hand, Sun Yuming grew increasingly angry. First, he felt he shouldn't have held back. He should have smashed Yi Jiangyan's head in the first place. Second, he felt these onlookers, who clearly had the ability to subdue the monster, were unwilling to intervene. Wasn't this a blatant trap? He would never let go of such an opportunity to steal the spotlight. All things considered, he felt it was all Su Hao's fault. I don't care, you have to fix your hand today, or my master won't let you off. Sun Yuming continued rudely. Your master? Su Hao frowned. That's right, I am the last disciple of Yuanhu, the king of guns from beyond the Great Wall. The man said arrogantly. Yuanhu, isn't that one of the 5 great masters from beyond the Great Wall? I didn't expect him to have already taken on disciples. I thought I would become his disciple. I've heard that Yuanhu is extremely protective of his own, and he'll believe whatever his disciples say. This person is being unreasonable and is clearly trying to ruin Yuanhu's reputation. Some people, knowing Yuanhu's abilities, were somewhat surprised. Are you scared now? In short, today is all your fault. If you can't make amends, don't even think about leaving the pass alive. As long as my master makes a move, you and your friends will all be dead. Sun Yuming made a direct threat. Su Hao laughed in anger. How could there be such a shameless person? His words are getting more and more outrageous. Roar! Just then, after going berserk, Yi Jiangyan pounced again. Su Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly picked up the severed hand and threw it directly at him. No! Sun Yuming roared angrily. He watched helplessly as Yi Jiang transformed into a beast. Upon smelling the blood, Yan opened his mouth, grabbed the severed hand, and swallowed it whole right in front of everyone. If this person had taken care of the severed hand earlier, there would still have been a chance to reattach it. If we get eaten now, we'll have completely lost our chance. Who exactly are you? My master will never let you get away with this. Sun Yuming said fiercely again. Wang Hao of the Vermilion Bird sect, welcome to seek revenge. As Su Hao spoke, he reached out with his right hand and gripped his neck tightly. When Sun Yuming tried to say something more, he was unable to utter a sound due to difficulty breathing. His eyes were bloodshot and still carried a strong sense of threat. Young Master Wang, please calm down. Senior Yuanhua is not someone to be trifled with. Why don't you let him go? Zhang Tianci immediately pleaded. There was no need to get into trouble by dealing with someone like that. Release him, didn't he say he was determined to kill me? What's the point of releasing him? As Su Hao spoke, he directly activated his true energy. Suddenly, blood splattered, and one of the Gun King's disciples was instantly turned into a blood mist, dying on the spot. 967, Chapter 967. People die for money. Sun Yuming is actually dead? Everyone was stunned. Su Hao's methods were too powerful, showing absolutely no respect for Yuanhu. Young man, you've messed up. You've completely offended Yuanhu, and there's no chance of reconciliation. You brat, aren't you really afraid of the supreme experts from beyond the Great Wall? It's over. Even if we run away now, it's too late. I advise you to find a quiet place to commit suicide, otherwise the consequences will definitely be terrible. Many people chimed in with their own opinions. Young Master Wang, you are indeed a ruthless person. Even I have to admire you. Xiao Hong said admiringly. This person's actions were truly unexpected. Even he had to respect Yuan Hu's strength. Unexpectedly, the young man didn't care at all and killed his disciple without hesitation. We'll talk about it later. Now is not the time to think about dealing with him. Su Hao said nonchalantly. Roar! Yi Jiangyan's beast form was even more pronounced. In addition to growing thick scales, his body was covered in black fur, making him look even more bizarre. Zhang Tianxi rushed forward again, trying to stop the beast. Bang! When the two clashed again, he felt a powerful force sweep over his entire body, and he was involuntarily sent flying dozens of meters backward, crashing heavily into the wall. Yi Jiangyan's eyes were bloodshot. He looked around and finally stared intently at Su Hao. Bring it on! Su Hao had a feeling that he hadn't completely lost his mind, but the crazy genes within him were uncontrollable. Roar! A massive beast, as if Mount Tai were pressing down on him, hurtled towards Su Hao. The young man simply raised his hand, golden true energy covering his entire fist, and then charged forward. A powerful aura suddenly erupted. The beast was sent flying again, crashing into the yard and creating a deep crater. When it reappeared, it lunged at the giant tree, grabbed it around the waist, and miraculously uprooted it. Finally, he used the giant tree as a siege weapon and charged forward with unstoppable momentum. Why? Su Hao sighed and clenched his fist. Boom! The fist struck the giant tree solidly, shattering it into countless fragments. Meanwhile, Yi Jiangyan, who had transformed into a beast, was struck hard, and his entire body shattered. Young Master Wang, thank you. I felt incredibly relieved just now. My killing intent completely controlled my mind. Now that I'm finally free, I advise everyone, never enter. Having regained his will, he only had time to say these words before he vanished into thin air. In the end, what everyone saw was a ground covered in black crystals, shimmering in the darkness. The deceased Yi Jiangyan left no remains, only these unknown entities. Everything was so bizarre that everyone was too shocked to speak. Is it really impossible to enter the oasis? To date, no one has left alive. Even if they escape, they will eventually turn into monsters and do some heinous things. What exactly is inside the oasis? Su Hao was also somewhat confused. No matter how many ancient books he reads, he still cannot find the answer. The destruction of dragon essence is extremely rare. Aside from Bai Yi, no one else could possibly expend the effort to shatter it. This results in dragon essence exhibiting different characteristics in each location. This is Li Qingmei bent down, picked up the crystal at her feet, and examined it carefully. Suddenly, she exclaimed in surprise, could this be a spirit crystal? Spirit crystals? Xiao Hong found it strange. That's right, this is definitely a spirit crystal. Someone gave me one before, so I can't be wrong. Li Qingmei murmured to herself, but how could there be such a good thing in the oasis? Spirit crystals are absolutely treasures for cultivators. It is essentially a condensation of spiritual energy, which can be perfectly absorbed. Great, there's such a good thing. Xiao Hong was overjoyed and immediately bent down to frantically pick it up. Seeing this, the others also started scrambling to grab it. No one could have imagined that defeating this monster would yield such a valuable item. Hey, go over there, don't steal the spirit crystals next to me. Why the hell did you pick up so many? Anyone who dares to touch my spirit crystal is simply courting death. Many people were fighting and joking around, creating a chaotic scene. Su Hao reached out and grabbed one as well. However, he immediately sensed that something was different. He had absorbed the spiritual energy of the dragon vein before, that was the purest power, perfectly absorbable, but the spirit crystals here carried a hint of malevolence. A thought struck him, could Yi Jiangyan's beast transformation be related to this malevolent energy? Just then, he saw some people start fighting over the spirit crystals. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, as if they wanted to devour people. People die for wealth, birds die for food, and even martial arts practitioners are not immune to this. Hello? You wretched woman, hand over your spirit crystals. Just then, a dozen people gathered together, staring intently at Li Qingmei with icy killing intent. In fact, Su Hao also had one, but everyone bullied the weak and feared the strong. Knowing that Su Hao was not someone to be trifled with, they went after Li Qingmei instead. Are you all insane? How dare you steal our young lady's treasure? Two guards immediately stepped forward, weapons in hand, ready to attack. Your young lady, who the hell knows her? Anyway, spirit crystals are a product of our desert, and outsiders can't take them away. You'd better hand it over now, or you'll become everyone's enemy. Who do you think you are, and what gives you the right to possess spirit crystals? More and more people gathered around, clearly united and preparing for a frenzy of looting. What, you want to make a move? Su Hao took a step forward, his voice filled with murderous intent. These people looked at each other, somewhat embarrassed. Faced with such a treasure, they naturally wanted to possess it, but the opponent was Su Hao. Did they have the strength to fight against him? Fine, give them to them. These things are cursed. You'd better not use it for cultivation. Li Qingmei didn't care and simply threw it on the ground. One person, quick-witted and agile, snatched the item and turned to run. However, those around him immediately attacked, turning the man into a bloody mist. After the spirit crystal landed, the others began scrambling for it again. Su Hao frowned and threw out the spirit crystal in his hand as well. Sure enough, the others breathed a sigh of relief and turned to their companions to launch a frenzied attack on the person fighting for the prize. The entire courtyard suddenly became incredibly lively. No one wanted to let go of such cultivation resources, so they formed alliances and united against external threats. This scene looks like hell. Su Hao exclaimed. Young master, if you absorb these spirit crystals, will you attack me? Li Qingmei blinked, asking with some concern. That's hard to say. Once someone falls into demonic possession, no one can predict what will happen. Su Hao suddenly had a thought. If he also started to transform into a beast, would he eventually become Qianqi? There is currently no way to find an answer to this question. 968, Chapter 968, Destroying Spirit Crystals. Miss Li, was someone giving you a hard time just now? Speak up, and we'll stand up for you. Zhang Tianxi rushed over with great righteousness, followed by several disciples of the Fierce Lion sect. Judging from their appearance, they had a very fruitful harvest this time, with each of them holding at least one spirit crystal. Indeed, someone came to steal the spirit crystals, but young Master Wang and I gave them all away. Li Qingmei smiled faintly. Miss Li, don't you know that spirit crystals are very expensive? You can make a lot of money if you sell them. Zhang Tianxi said with a smile. Money is the most useless thing. My purpose in coming here is not to make money, but to find the treasure of the oasis. Li Qingmei said calmly. Zhang Tianxi frowned, then immediately realized that this mysterious young lady was indeed from a wealthy family. Judging from her style of travel, she was probably not short of money at all. Young Master Wang, are you not short of money either? Another member of the Fierce Lion sect looked at Su Hao curiously. Why did he also give away the spirit crystals? There were too many of them, and I'm a coward, so I just threw them out. Su Hao said with a smile. Is he timid? Upon hearing this, everyone else rolled their eyes. Who just killed Sun Yuming and then chose Yuanhu? How can that be considered cowardly? Alright, let's get down to business. Actually, there's something wrong with this batch of spirit crystals. Once absorbed, they won't be beneficial to cultivation. On the contrary, they'll bring great danger. Danger? Li Qingmei said with utmost seriousness. Impossible, isn't this a treasure? Miss Li, you may not know this, but on the black market, even a small piece of spirit crystal can fetch at least 1 million. Zhang Tianxi said with some emotion. Yeah? As Su Hao spoke, he swayed and suddenly rushed into the midst of the group vying for the treasure. When he returned, he was holding a spirit crystal in his hand. The others were still wondering why the treasure they were fighting over had suddenly vanished. Let me show you what's wrong with these spirit crystals. He also revealed a serious expression, and the spirit crystal in his palm was enveloped by a golden light, which then cracked open. The next moment, everyone discovered that the spirit crystal had transformed into its source, turning into azure true energy and a cloud of black mist. What is the black mist? Zhang Tianci and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they all asked in surprise. Su Hao didn't answer, but instead demonstrated the changes in the gas. Before long, the black mist transformed into a ghostly face, fiercely devouring the surrounding azure true energy. In the end, the azure true energy vanished, turning entirely into black mist. The most astonishing scene then unfolded. The black mist suddenly transformed into a ferocious beast, continuously splitting and expanding, before finally exploding with a bang. After everyone finished reading, they suddenly realized that this was exactly Yi Jianyan's situation. This person's final self-destruction was also very memorable. Could this be the truth about the spirit crystal? Zhang Tianci exclaimed. Think about it again. Where did the spirit crystals come from? Weren't they formed from young Master Yi's flesh and blood? The root cause of his beast-like transformation was the influence of these malevolent spirit crystals. Once ingested, their malevolent energy will take effect within the body, constantly causing trouble. In that case, breaking through is impossible. It's lucky he hasn't turned into a ferocious beast, Su Hao said decisively. Zhang Tianci and the others looked at the spirit crystals in their hands, feeling somewhat reluctant to part with them. All of these things added up to nearly 10 million. This is nothing to the wealthy, but for the disciples outside the Great Wall, it is a huge fortune. For everyone's safety, let's destroy them all, Li Qingmei advised with a smile. Senior brother, what should we do? Everyone looked at Zhang Tianci, hoping he would make a decision. Sai, let's just destroy it. We're a righteous sect, we can't afford to go astray, Zhang Tianci said helplessly. Everyone put their things together and destroyed them all. Just then, Xiao Hong walked over. He was somewhat surprised by everyone's actions and asked, puzzled after hearing the explanation. He frowned, seemingly pondering what to do. He was the strongest among the crowd vying for spirit crystals, and he also obtained the most. It's worth a good 15 yuan, once sold on the black market, it's sure to make a lot of money. Unfortunately, these things aren't exactly good stuff. He could only smile bitterly and destroy it all. Senior Qiao, you are truly a senior in the martial arts world, and we deeply admire you, Zhang Tianci flattered him directly. Don't mention it, it pains me to destroy these, Xiao Hong said helplessly. Now the problem is that others have also seized a lot. At least 200 pieces have flowed into the martial arts world. If someone absorbs 3 or 5 pieces, it will cause a major crisis. Everyone nodded in agreement. These spirit crystals were a cancer, capable of quickly creating a new monster. Once they disintegrated, even more spirit crystals would be generated, creating a vicious cycle. In the end, all the martial artists outside the pass would likely suffer, either turning into monsters or being attacked by them. They must be destroyed. Li Qingmei felt it was her duty. Please ask young Master Zhang and Senior Qiao to spread the word that I will purchase them at the hotel for 15 million each, and then destroy them in a centralized manner. Miss Li, you absolutely mustn't. This is a huge expense. Even if you're rich, you can't waste money like this, Zhang Tianci exclaimed in astonishment. It's just a matter of spending 200 or 300 million, it's nothing, I don't care. Li Qingmei thought to herself, she'll just consider it as accumulating merit. She had actually done some things against the natural order in the Physiognomy Palace, and she hoped to make amends for her mistakes so that her future would be smoother. Unlike others, she had foreseen the future and therefore believed even more in karma and retribution. Okay, I'll get on it right away, Zhang Tianci said directly. I'll go help too. Xiao Hong followed and left. Miss Li, have you ever done a divination for me, predicting what I will become? Su Hao asked quietly. First of all, I did indeed perform a divination for you. Secondly, my skills are limited, and I cannot see the final result. But one thing is certain, Li Qingmei suddenly blushed, reluctant to continue. Su Hao was a sensible man, and seeing that she was in a dilemma, he didn't ask any further questions. The two returned to the hotel, where people began coming in with spirit crystals to sell. The two then reiterated the disadvantages of spirit crystals. After listening, everyone expressed their relief that Miss Li was there, otherwise a great disaster would have occurred outside the pass. Even so, in the end, only 70% was recovered. The remaining 30% of those people left immediately after obtaining the spirit crystals, and their whereabouts are unknown. Sigh, I hope they only have 2 or fewer pieces, otherwise even a god couldn't save them. Li Qingmei sighed. Miss Li, you've done your best, the rest is up to them, no one can control them. Su Hao advised. 969, Chapter 969 Satisfying. It's almost 11 o'clock by the time I get here. Everyone was a bit tired when Yi Fei and his team rushed in, saying, something terrible has happened. Ever since everyone discovered the spirit crystals, more and more people have been moving ahead of time. 70% of the martial artists in the entire town are already heading towards the oasis. Are they really not afraid of death? Zhang Tenzi asked helplessly. Miss Li, we need to act too. Even if most of these people are cannon fodder, we can't let our guard down. If some of them get lucky and snatch the treasure, then we'll all end up with nothing. Xiao Hong said nervously. Alright everyone, pack your things, we'll set off in an hour. Li Qingmei had no choice but to accept that since they were searching for treasure, they couldn't fall too far behind, otherwise the dragon essence would be stolen, which would cause a major earthquake in the martial arts world. The two returned to their room and looked at their unopened suitcases, feeling helpless. It had been quite a day. They had come all the way from the western regions, only managed to eat a meal, and now they had to get back on their way immediately. Young Master Su, do you regret coming to the border region? Li Qingmei asked with a smile. No regrets, it was much more interesting than the western regions, and with a beautiful woman like you by my side, the journey was truly enjoyable. Su Hao said, echoing her words. Tell me, wouldn't it be a good idea for us to travel the world hand in hand, wandering to the ends of the earth? Li Qingmei was a girl who liked to hear romantic words. With all this yellow sand, you'd better prepare for sun protection, or you'll end up looking like a haggard old woman. Su Hao said with a smile. Oof, dull man, no fun at all. Li Qingmei shook her head helplessly. This is no fun at all. What do you mean by yellow-faced woman? She is young and her skin is still radiant. Even though that's what I thought, I still rummaged around and took out the sunscreen. An hour later, everyone set off. Riding camels, led by Yi Fei and others, they headed towards the oasis. After walking for 2 or 3 hours, they caught up with the main group. It was already past midnight, and the desolate area was exceptionally cold. The other adventure teams had also begun setting up camp, not daring to continue their advance. Alright, let's rest here too. Some people set up tents, while others prepared midnight snacks. After you finish eating, everyone should get some rest and recharge for tomorrow's adventure. Li Qingmei gave the instructions. While the other teams were still gathering their rations, smoke curled from their chimneys as a dozen cooks busied themselves. Soon, everyone was enjoying a hot meal, the aroma wafting in all directions. Holy crap, why does it smell so good over there? What are they eating? Is it Miss Li and her adventure team? It's good to be rich. Their team has the most people and the most supplies. This isn't an adventure, they're clearly here for a vacation. Many people inside the tents looked on with envy. Xiao Hong was the most carefree, sipping his wine and eating peanuts, looking incredibly relaxed. By the time they had eaten and drunk their fill, it was already past 4 in the morning. The weather outside was bitterly cold, so everyone stayed in their tents to rest, leaving only a few people to keep watch. We're going to live together? Su Hao was somewhat surprised. They brought plenty of tents, enough for 1 person each. However, Li Qingmei still prepared a 2-person tent and left him behind. Nonsense, do you know what a bodyguard is? There are strangers all around here. What if someone else runs in and tries to harm me? Wouldn't it be irresponsible of me to call you? Li Qingmei nodded. I can live next to you, and absolutely no one can get close. Su Hao explained. What are you so afraid of? You're a grown man, do you think I'd eat you up? Li Qingmei said, taking off her coat to reveal her alluring body. She then crawled into her sleeping bag, wrapping herself up like a caterpillar. Hey, weren't you supposed to be providing close protection? Su Hao stood next to her, looking down at her. Oomph, I'm the boss, the final interpretation is on my side, are you not satisfied? Li Qingmei pouted and said willfully. Okay, Su Hao was just teasing her, then lay down directly. He didn't need a sleeping bag. When he fell asleep, he felt like a heater, making the entire tent as warm as summer. Li Qingmei lay there for a while, feeling hotter and hotter as she slept. Helpless, she opened her sleeping bag, feeling the temperature around her. She wondered how this person's power was so strong, affecting such a large area to some extent. Seeing that Su Hao had fallen asleep, she blushed and curled up beside him, using him as a source of warmth. Listening to his regular breathing, she slowly drifted off to sleep. "Miss, something's happened." She was woken up by Uncle Zhang the next day. Li Qingmei opened her eyes and found herself wearing only a close-fitting nightgown, with Su Hao's arm pressed against hers as if she were using it as a pillow. The man was already awake and was looking at her with gentle eyes. "Wait a moment, I'll be right out." Li Qingmei blushed. "How long have you been awake?" He was already awake when Uncle Zhang approached. Su Hao slowly withdrew his arm, yawned, and stood up. "Okay," she blushed and turned her back to him. Su Hao heard rustling sounds and wondered if she was changing clothes in the tent. Then he thought, if she wasn't changing here, was she going outside? He didn't turn around, but waited quietly. A few minutes later, Li Qingmei changed into a cool summer outfit, quickly applied some sunscreen, and then opened the tent. Behind Uncle Zhang stood a group of people. Everyone's expression was rather unpleasant. What happened? Li Qingmei's heart skipped a beat, realizing that something serious might have happened. When Yifei saw Su Hao emerge from Li Qingmei's tent, his eyes flashed with intense jealousy. These two people actually slept together, that's unbelievable. "Miss, our supplies have been destroyed." Uncle Zhang explained helplessly that when he got up in the morning, the first thing he did was to inspect the area, only to find that many rats had emerged from the tent where supplies were stored and had chewed up everything. "Such a thing has happened, let's go check it out right away." Li Qingmei was terrified. Led by Uncle Zhang, they arrived at the largest tent, where supplies had once been piled high. Now, only scraps remained, and thousands of rats scurried about inside. "Damn it, I'm going to kill these beasts." Xiao Hongmei's wine was also ruined, which made him furious. He pounced on the enemy and launched a frenzied revenge. The others joined in the extermination, and soon all the rats were eliminated. But this only provided some temporary relief and did not change the fundamental problem. All their supplies were still destroyed. 970, Chapter 970. A tall tree catches the wind. "Where is Yifei?" Li Qingmei asked with a sullen face, clearly very unhappy. "Men, go and bring Yifei here," Uncle Zhang said coldly. Soon, two people grabbed Yifei and threw him in front of Li Qingmei. "Miss Li, what exactly happened?" Yifei looked bewildered, whether he was pretending or simply didn't know what had happened. "As a tour guide, you are quite incompetent. Why are there so many rats here?" Li Qingmei demanded. She had been relatively polite to him before and hadn't held some things against him, but now that such a big mistake had occurred, she certainly wouldn't be happy. "Miss Li, this is truly an injustice. There were no rats around here before. Just think how cold it was yesterday. Ordinary rats wouldn't dare to come out at all if you ask me. The climate here has changed, and these rats are undergoing a mutation." Yifei's eyes flickered, and he quickly came up with a way to exonerate himself. Everyone looked down and, sure enough, saw some tiny crystals inside the dead rat's body. It looked similar to what was exposed when Yi Jiangyan died. Could it be that the rats here have also been affected and absorbed the evil spiritual energy? "So, you know absolutely nothing about these things?" Li Qingmei said unhappily. "Yes, it was our mistake," Yifei admitted. "In that case, your pay will be half. Mr. Yi, you are truly the most incompetent guide I have ever met," Li Qingmei said coldly. Yifei's face immediately fell. He thought he had encountered the most generous benefactor, but it turned out the other party was not easy to please. However, to be honest, he really couldn't argue about destroying so many supplies. It was just that the payment was halved, which was still incredibly painful. "Uncle Zhang, go and find the guards from yesterday," Li Qingmei said. "Okay." Uncle Zhang nodded and turned to leave. It was at this time that Su Hao finally witnessed Li Qingmei's decisive and efficient actions. She wasn't some cute and cuddly beauty, she was quite formidable. Her cold, indifferent expression when handling matters was intimidating. Not only him, but everyone else was completely silent at that moment. The others were even more puzzled, wondering who this woman was and why she had such a strong aura. Even Xiao Hong, a man of considerable experience, couldn't fathom Li Qingmei's identity. He found it difficult to reconcile the name with that of a young lady from a powerful family in the martial arts world. In a way, that's the advantage of having a fake identity. If we directly tell everyone that her name is Li Qingmei, someone will eventually find out that she is the seventh young lady of the Immortal Palace. Then, the number of people who covet her will be unpredictable. In less than a minute, Uncle Zhang brought 5 guards. They looked unwell, as if they were sickly and lacked energy. What exactly did you all do last night? Li Qingmei frowned. These were all people from the Physiognomy Palace, her trusted confidants, loyal to her. How could they have turned out like this? Miss, we don't know either. After eating yesterday, I was full of energy, but while on guard duty, I suddenly felt drowsy. When I woke up, I found myself already out of the tent and on a sand dune. The squad leader gave a surprised reply. Seeing that all the supplies in the tent were destroyed, he immediately knelt on the ground in fear and said, Miss, this is our dereliction of duty. We have no complaints about being killed or tortured. You mean, you all passed out yesterday? Su Hao said, walking over to take his pulse and discovering that there was still some sedative in his body. Looking at the others, the situation is the same for all of them. It's clear now, someone secretly dealt with these people last night and got rid of them all. Then they came up with another idea, to attract rats and then destroy their supplies. These are quite vicious. We haven't offended them, yet we're being targeted like this. Li Qingmei looked around, a hint of coldness in her eyes. She suddenly understood why Su Hao often resorted to killing, because some people simply weren't meant to live, they were just troublemakers. Damn it, they must be jealous that we outnumber them and have the best chance of winning this adventure. Yi Fei couldn't help but speak directly. That's right, with so many of us, it's definitely too conspicuous. Xiao Hong nodded in confirmation. Alas, the martial arts practitioners outside the Great Wall are not simple either. Everyone has their own ulterior motives. Zhang Tianci sighed. He had indeed encountered some disgusting people while he was working here. I have a question. Why are these people only targeting this tent? According to common sense, the largest tent should be occupied by people. Su Hao suddenly said. The others were somewhat surprised. Yes, why is that? Outsiders had no idea about the layout of their team. Logically speaking, with Li Qingmei's grand entourage, staying in the most luxurious tent would have been no problem at all. You mean, there's a mole in our team? Xiao Hong reacted, first proving himself. First of all, you can rule me out. I am not jealous of you, and I need to cooperate with you, otherwise, venturing into the oasis alone would be quite risky. I still believe in Senior Qiao's character, and it has absolutely nothing to do with you. Li Qingmei nodded. Xiao Hong's personality was a bit eccentric, but he wasn't the kind of person who was malicious. On the contrary, he was quite daring and decisive. Young Master Wang, Miss Li, our fierce lion sect is a reputable and righteous sect. We would never do anything to harm our own people. If you don't trust us, we can separate now. Zhang Tianxi's face turned red with anxiety. He wasn't very eloquent, and even he felt that what he said didn't sound very reasonable. Young Master Zhang, you are a chivalrous person, you wouldn't do such a thing. That's a good thing. Su Hao nodded, choosing to believe him as well. This person was even willing to save Sun Yiming, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Yi Fei and his group exchanged glances, their expressions changing drastically. Are you doubting us? I'm not that kind of person, Yi Fei said anxiously. We earn our living through our skills. If we do anything to harm our employers, how will we ever be able to work in this industry again? Wang Hao, don't make false accusations. Now is the time for unity. What's good about sowing discord? The dark-skinned woman said, blushing. That's right, we're just business partners. Don't think you're superior. Without us as guides, you wouldn't be able to make a single step in the desert. The burly man threatened directly. Li Qingmei felt somewhat helpless without any evidence. She could only make a note of it for now. However, Yi Fei and his group had indeed been making quite a few underhanded moves. Once they found something to hold against them, they couldn't be allowed to escape so easily. 971, Chapter 971 Life-Saving Grace. Uncle Zhang, how much dry food do we have left? Li Qingmei changed the subject and asked directly and seriously. Miss Wei, because supplies are plentiful, everyone's rations are not much. If everyone moves together, it will only last for 1 day. Uncle Zhang said helplessly. They originally had a large amount of supplies, enough to last them for 10 days to half a month. Now they only have a small portion left, as if they have suddenly gone from being a wealthy family back to near the poverty line, a truly dramatic change. It seems we have to prepare for both possibilities. Half of the people will stay and continue exploring, while you take the rest back to town to try and replenish supplies as soon as possible. Li Qingmei made a decision quickly. Miss, this is not a good idea. This place is known as the Desert of Death. Once you enter, you never leave. What will happen to your safety after we leave? Uncle Zhang was embarrassed to say it out right now. Li Qingmei had a traitor by her side, and there were other people eyeing her covetously outside. She also had to deal with the harsh environment of the desert. It was practically hell mode. Once the number of people around you decreases, the threats you face will be magnified infinitely. Uncle Zhang, don't worry, someone will survive and protect me. Li Qingmei said with a smile. You mean me? Su Hao was taken aback. First of all, I never made such a guarantee. Secondly, what danger could there be in a mere desert? As long as it's not one of the top experts on the martial god ranking, I will protect your safety. Upon hearing this, everyone else thought Su Hao was exaggerating. What martial god ranking? Is that something he can just fabricate? How could a mere nameless expert from the Vermilion Bird sect compare to the most powerful masters? That's just wishful thinking. Uncle Zhang smiled knowingly. Indeed, with this expert around, what was there to fear? Only Li Qingmei and Uncle Zhang knew Su Hao's true identity. He knew the true value of the name Qianqizi. Miss, you'd better mark this spot. We'll come to meet you as soon as possible. Uncle Zhang promised. Alright, you all need to be careful too. Try to keep a low profile and don't cause trouble. Li Qingmei said. Clear. Uncle Zhang led more than half of his men and left quickly. Set off. Li Qingmei glanced at Yi Fei and said coldly. Set off. Yi Fei and the others just wanted to perform well. After figuring out the direction, they headed towards the oasis. Because their group had become smaller, they also became more inconspicuous in the vast desert. Many people could clearly see the small team, but they couldn't match up with Li Qingmei and her group. Outsiders had no idea why half of them had disappeared overnight. It's so hot. Li Qingmei rode on a camel, sweat beading on her forehead. She glanced at her arm and noticed that the sweat stains were covered in fine salt, making it look rather frightening. She couldn't believe that this was actually her arm. Here, have some water. Su Hao handed over a bottle of mineral water. Thank you. Li Qingmei smiled sweetly and gulped down the drink. Yi Fei, didn't you say we'd be at the oasis soon? Why haven't we seen a single patch of green yet? Zhang Tianci said unhappily, as if to say, is this kid completely unprofessional? We should be there soon. Yi Fei said, holding his own map, his forehead shining from the sun. We should reach the oasis once we get around this dune. His deputy said, pointing ahead. Really, let's speed up. Li Qingmei nodded and walked at the front. Su Hao followed closely, guarding him closely. Once everyone reached the top of the sand dune, the situation before them indeed changed completely. Behind them lay an endless desert, but ahead appeared a vast oasis. Judging by its size, it's comparable to a small county town. It's not only lush and green, but also has streams and rivers. To the uninitiated, it would look like a mirage. Yet, all of this was actually true. Holy crap, this oasis is huge? One of Yi Fei's companions exclaimed in disbelief. They had visited once 6 months ago, when there was only Crescent Lake and some grassland. Coming back now, it feels like a completely different place. There's water, all sorts of creatures, and there must be food in there too. Zhang Tianci said excitedly. Let's go, we need to get there quickly, a sandstorm is coming from behind. Su Hao frowned. The most terrifying things in the desert are sandstorms and quicksand. They've encountered them several times now, with the yellow sand swirling behind them again. It's a bit eerie. Seeing this, the others rode their camels and rushed to the oasis as fast as they could. Li Qingmei, who was originally at the forefront, has now fallen behind. Young Master Su, something seems to have happened to my camel. Li Qingmei suddenly shouted. Su Hao turned his head and saw that what he feared most had come to pass. It turned out that Li Qingmei was stuck in quicksand, and she and her camel were sinking into the yellow sand. The sandstorm is coming soon, and if she is left behind, she will definitely not survive. Qingmei, put your hands up! Su Hao shouted directly. Li Qingmei nodded and raised her hands. At that moment, she was swallowed by the yellow sand, struggling to breathe. The next instant, a pair of strong hands lifted her up. While still in high school, she felt Su Hao's right hand firmly encircling her slender waist. Looking down, she realized that both camels had vanished, completely swallowed by the yellow sand. The area affected by this quicksand is constantly expanding. From a small patch at the beginning, it has now reached a diameter of over 100 meters. We won't fall, will we? Li Qingmei asked, her face turning pale with fright. Miss Li, you are supposed to be a grandmaster at the Great Perfection stage. How come you have no awareness of what a master should do? Su Hao activated his true energy and flew dozens of meters into the air. It landed with just a light touch on the fine sand, then used the momentum to fly dozens of meters further. This process was repeated, and they were the first in the group to reach the oasis. When your feet touch solid ground on the surface, Li Qingmei was still shaken. The situation had been incredibly dangerous. If it weren't for the most qualified bodyguard, she would have been buried deep underground, a skeleton no one would recognize. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became, and she couldn't help but hug Su Hao and start crying. Silly woman, if you cry like that, you'll wash off all the sunscreen. Su Hao joked. Ah, all my things are gone. Li Qingmei was reminded by him and then remembered that with the loss of her mount, she only had a small bag left. All her food and other supplies had been eaten by the desert. Those are just material possessions, your life is the most important thing. Su Hao raised his hand, wanting to wipe away her tears, but then held back. He thought Li Qingmei looked beautiful even with tears streaming down her face. Li Qingmei glanced at the others and realized there was still some distance between them. She blushed, kissed him on the cheek, and then quickly let go of him, saying, "This is to repay the life-saving grace just now. Don't think too much about it." 972, Chapter 972. Save me. Li Qingmei, I'm just a bodyguard. Don't let this happen again, Su Hao said sternly, giving her a serious lecture. Humph! Li Qingmei snorted unhappily. The others arrived one after another. Zhang Tianxi said from afar, "Young Master Wang, the lightness skill you just displayed was absolutely amazing. You were able to fly over from so far away." It was just an instinctive reaction in a moment of panic, nothing serious. Su Hao said calmly. Flying dozens of meters in the air this time was nothing, was it? If he wasn't afraid of causing a stir, he could have flown directly over from the quicksand. I must say, Miss Li's decision to choose young Master Wang as her bodyguard was absolutely the right one. A female disciple of the fierce lion sect said enviously. Who wouldn't want a handsome and capable person as their bodyguard? Of course, we paid a hefty price. Li Qingmei chuckled, looking quite pleased with herself. Miss Li, could you tell me exactly how much was paid? The female disciple asked curiously. Not only him, but everyone else was the same. Su Hao's strength does indeed seem a bit too great. It is sufficient to handle most crises. How much would you pay for a bodyguard like that? If I could learn about the market situation, I might be able to make a living from this in the future. Alright, this was originally an industry secret, but since you're all curious, I'll reluctantly tell you. Bodyguards like young Master Wang usually choose their employers. No matter how rich an ordinary boss is, he wouldn't submit to them because he owes me a favor. He gave me a discount. Now his price is 1 million per day. Li Qingmei said earnestly and seriously. 1 million a day, that's so expensive. If I had known that being a bodyguard was so lucrative, I would have gone to the big city to make my fortune long ago. Wow, it seems Miss Li is quite wealthy, spending so much. The others sighed with emotion. Su Hao smiled helplessly. She spoke as if it were the truth. If it were merely for a mere million yuan a day, he wouldn't bother traveling this far. Young Master Wang, is this true? The female disciple asked with a smile. Yes, Miss Li is so generous, how could I refuse? Su Hao nodded and had no choice but to cooperate. Li Qingmei laughed even more happily. Indeed, fighting with others was the most fun. Xiao Hong wasn't interested in the topic. His gaze swept across the area and he noticed that the trees in the oasis were growing much better than elsewhere, reaching heights of over 100 meters. Even the weeds were as tall as 2 people, making it look extremely eerie. Everyone, there are many dangers here, so we should all be careful, he said with a sigh. The spiritual energy here is so abundant, if only I could stay and cultivate here forever. Zhang Tianci said with a smile. Yes. The others nodded. Su Hao discovered that there were many poisonous insects here, making it even more dangerous than the desolate area. Strange auras emanated from all around, and he had no idea how many lurking dangers lay hidden. He said to Li Qingmei, "Miss Li, please don't leave me." "Okay," Li Qingmei replied obediently. "Look, what's that?" Just then, Yi Fei's voice carried a hint of surprise. It turned out that a dozen meters away, there were some spirit trees with bright red fruits on them, which looked very tempting. "It looks like a crimson flame fruit." Xiao Hong, being well informed, recognized him immediately. Crimson flame fruit? Everyone's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. It is said that this fruit is a top-grade spiritual fruit. Just one can increase one's cultivation by 5 years, making it extremely rare and highly sought after. In addition, it also has beauty and skin-nourishing effects. Things that are hard to obtain outside grow like wild fruits on several trees in the oasis. If you add them all up, there are probably no fewer than 100. Yi Fei secretly estimated that a single crimson flame fruit could sell for $1 million, so the spiritual fruits here were worth over $100 million. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he winked at his adventure team. Everyone smiled knowingly and immediately turned and headed in that direction. "Stop!" Su Hao roared. "What do you mean? We're just business partners, not your servants. According to the agreement, if any treasure is discovered during the adventure, you have the right to keep it yourself." As Yi Fei spoke, he continued on his way there. "Why are you all so confused? The things in the oasis cannot be picked indiscriminately. Don't forget, no one has left here alive yet. All the spiritual fruits are deadly temptations." Su Hao tried to persuade him earnestly. However, it seemed to have no effect. Yi Fei and the others were blinded by greed and completely lacked the ability to think independently. Seeing that they were about to approach the spirit tree, even Zhang Tianci and the others were starting to get restless. Anyway, everyone came for the treasures, and when they encounter spiritual fruits, no one would sit idly by. "Young Master Wang, if you don't start picking, everyone will finish," Zhang Tianci said, and he also pounced over. His fellow disciples were equally fast runners and had no desire to stop. It was as if they were worried that if they were too slow to act, they would lose all the benefits. Su Hao frowned, watching helplessly as more than a dozen people rushed up the tree. Ultimately, it was their choice, and they had to take responsibility for it. "Crimson flame fruit, you are mine." One person climbed the tree and, with excitement, picked a spiritual fruit. Just then, a tiny insect suddenly emerged from the spiritual fruit and burrowed directly into the man's palm. He didn't feel anything at first, but as he was about to pick a second one, he immediately realized something was wrong. "My arm went completely numb and I lost all feeling in it." He looked down and found that his palms outside his sleeves had turned completely black, looking like coal. Thump! When this person landed, his arm slammed to the ground and shattered into countless pieces, like a burnt coal. "Ah!" This person let out a heart-wrenching cry. The agonizing scream sent chills down everyone's spines. "How so? Why does this spiritual fruit have such terrifying worms inside?" Li Qingmei muttered to herself. Those who picked the fruit got into big trouble. One by one they fell from the trees, losing either their right or left hands. Besides Yi Fei's adventure team members, even the disciples of the Fierce Lion sect suffered the same fate. Holy crap! Luckily I didn't do anything reckless, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable, Yi Fei said with emotion. He ran fast, but didn't act immediately. Although impulsive, he had to admit that Su Hao's judgment was far superior to his own. Zhang Tianci was terrified when he saw this scene. "Senior brother, save me!" Just then, the female disciple who had been there earlier, clutching the crimson flame fruit in her right hand, cried out in terror for help. To everyone's surprise, there was also an insect on her arm, raising its head as if to bite a hole in it. 973, Chapter 973 A Strange Fate. The thought of losing her right arm terrified the woman, who could only beg her senior brother for help. Zhang Tianci was completely stunned and didn't know what to do. Just then, a silver light suddenly flashed by. The woman felt a pain in her wrist, and then discovered that a silver needle had pinned the black worm to death, saving her from certain death. Thank you, young Master Wang? The woman threw down the spirit fruit, and after it landed, she asked in surprise. Thinking about it, the person who made the move just now seems to be most likely Su Hao. No need to thank me. Su Hao said, put the spirit fruit down, don't carry it on your person. Oh. The man threw the spirit fruit on the ground, and when he came back, he took off his short-sleeved shirt to check if there were any black insects on his body. When everyone looked back and took stock, they were shocked to find that Yi Fei's men had suffered the most losses. Besides him, only 3 others were unharmed. The rest were all men who had been greedy for wealth, and all had lost at least one arm. The lion faction fared slightly better, but 3 or 5 disciples who ran fast still fell victim to the attack. Now everyone is lying on the ground, blood gushing from their wounds, and they are all screaming in pain. Hey, let's all work together to save them. Li Qingmei sighed. She hadn't expected that so many people would be lost so soon after arriving at the oasis. Because of her greed, was this a bad start? Fortunately, she had prepared a lot of healing supplies. She took some out and, under Su Hao's guidance, used them to stop the bleeding and treat everyone's wounds. After a flurry of activity, the injured received medical treatment. How could this happen? Yi Fei asked, still shaken. See for yourselves. Su Hao suddenly said. Everyone looked down at the ground. From the spiritual fruit that junior sister Zhang Tianxi had just thrown down, another black worm crawled out. They hadn't seen it clearly from a distance before, but upon closer inspection, they realized that it also had snake patterns on its back, the same as Yi Jiangyan's. Young Master Wang is right. We must not pick anything from the oasis lightly. We must be careful in everything we do. Zhang Tianxi sighed. He dared not approach the spiritual fruits and had to retreat quickly. Someone, put up a sign here to warn everyone not to pick the spirit fruit. Li Qingmei said truthfully. Miss Li, I'm afraid this will backfire. Some people will think it's a selfish act, and that they're afraid we'll take the spiritual fruit. Yi Fei analyzed. We're just doing our part, we can't worry about the rest. Li Qingmei said calmly. Sure enough, her men quickly erected a warning sign. After doing all that, everyone moved on. The oasis was vast, and as they walked into the night, the temperature dropped again. They realized that while the daytime temperature was mild, the nighttime temperature was just like anywhere else in the desert. Fortunately, there is no yellow sand around now, making it much easier to set up camp. Inside the tent, Li Qingmei still pulled Su Hao over. He sat there, and as he meditated, streams of pure true energy were rapidly absorbed. Li Qingmei was surprised to find that he also had an unfamiliar bead in his hand, which could help increase the speed of absorbing true energy. Could this be a spirit-gathering pearl? A thought struck her. He had actually obtained 2 of the 3 great treasures of the martial arts world, a spirit-gathering pearl and a treasure-gathering pearl. No wonder his strength was far superior to that of his peers. She didn't know that Su Hao was already far ahead of his peers before he obtained the spirit-gathering pearl. This thing could only add icing on the cake. It couldn't completely change a martial artist's potential. At midnight, Su Hao stopped his cultivation. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Li Qingmei staring intently at him. Just as he was about to reach out and tap her on the head, she chuckled and leaned closer, treating him like a furnace. Miss Li, isn't this a wonderful place for you to cultivate? Su Hao asked rather seriously, as if he were a renowned teacher. Actually I'm quite lazy. I usually rely on other resources for cultivation, such as various pills and spirit-gathering arrays. If I can avoid cultivating, I won't. She explained with a smile, then added, if I obtain a dragon essence and restore it to a dragon vein, wouldn't cultivation be even easier? I think these are all just excuses. Su Hao realized that she was genuinely lazy. This is actually normal. Cultivation is a very tedious thing, and not many people can stick with it. Like Li Yuanwu and others, once they gain fame and fortune through their strength, they also become complacent. If it were someone else, with a beautiful woman like Li Qingmei by their side, they probably wouldn't have the mind to do anything else. Alright, I have something important to ask you. She said seriously, after arriving at the oasis. Did you sense the location of the dragon essence? No, not at all. Su Hao shook his head. The oasis is too big without a vehicle. It would probably take us a month to explore it all on foot. We only have a few minor clues so far, and I doubt the treasures are that important. Sigh, this place is full of danger, and we can't travel very far each day. I am worried that in a few days, I don't know how many of us will survive. Li Qingmei still feels lingering fear when she recalls the quicksand from earlier that day. A flicker of fear crossed her beautiful face. Actually, she had just dozed off for a while, but had a nightmare. She dreamt that 1,000 years later, an expedition team re-entered the desolate land and unearthed a skeleton in the dream. The skeleton opened its eyes, and it was actually her. This was indeed quite frightening, so she dared not sleep alone and chose to watch Su Hao practice his martial arts. This is everyone's choice, and we can't control it. Su Hao said helplessly. Young Master Su, may I lean on you to rest? Li Qingmei asked gently. Can. Su Hao nodded and opened his arms. Li Qingmei leaned closer and placed his hand on her waist. She smiled sweetly, feeling that at least she had someone to rely on this trip, which made things much easier. Su Hao has changed a lot since he was with her. He used to be much more reserved and oblivious, rarely engaging in emotional exchange with beautiful women back then. Bai Zhiruo repeatedly hinted at wanting to take things further, but he ruthlessly rejected her every time. However, his feelings towards Li Qingmei were completely different. He felt that Li Qingmei came from a good family, was very capable, and was not the kind of delicate little girl. She could also help him, so he felt closer to her. Logically, this label should fit Zhao Hongyu. However, since he had watched that girl grow up since she was a child, they lacked that kind of connection. Young master, what are you thinking about? Li Qingmei raised her head and blinked her big eyes. I'm thinking, fate is truly a wondrous thing. If I had met you a few months earlier, I probably wouldn't have given you a second thought. Su Hao remarked. Wrong, that's impossible. Do you know why? Li Qingmei smiled confidently, and when Su Hao shook his head, she explained, because I'm beautiful. Put. That's a simple and straightforward reason that's hard to refute. 974, Chapter 974 Fierce Beast. Jie. Just then, a monstrous sound came from their camp, a sound that sent chills down their spines. Everyone, a ferocious beast is attacking, please prepare to respond. The guard shouted a reminder. Let's go out and take a look. Su Hao nudged her waist and said. Damn it, I hope that beast dies a horrible death. Li Qingmei stood up reluctantly. The two of them rarely had a heart-to-heart talk, and now a monster had ruined the atmosphere. Wasn't this just walking into the line of fire? When they appeared, the rest of the people had already come out of the tent. What's strange is that the beast that broke in was actually a deer. No, it was just a monster that looked like a deer, but it actually had scales and small wings on its back, making it seem like a combination of three wild beasts. It seemed flustered when it suddenly saw so many people. Is this edible? Someone asked a question out of curiosity. After a day of eating only dry rations, everyone was actually getting a bit craving something sweet. After the problem arose, no one was able to provide a clear answer. Upon arriving at the oasis, everyone's previous understanding was being reconstructed. It can be said that this is a unique little world, completely different from the outside world. Logically speaking, as long as it bleeds red blood, doesn't explode after being killed, and leaves chunks of flesh, it should be edible. Yi Fei cautiously speculated. How about we send a few people to try? Zhang Tianci said with great interest. He and his two junior brothers drew their broadswords and were about to charge forward. Unexpectedly, a dark figure suddenly appeared from afar, rushing towards them at an incredibly fast speed. Jie. The monster was so frightened that it spun around in circles. It was afraid of Su Hao and the others, but also afraid of the monster that was about to arrive. It had no way out. Ha! Xiao Hong, who was drinking, suddenly became interested. His eyes widened, and he smiled excitedly. The next moment, a 3-meter-tall, tiger-like monster pounced on the deer monster, opened its blood-red maw, and killed it in a few bites. It then devoured the deer, its belly visibly bulging. Roar! After eating their fill, the beast suddenly roared. Its appearance is so cool. It also has wings on its back, half-grown, with a wingspan of 5 or 6 meters, and blood-red eyes, making it look majestic and imposing. The members of the adventure team, who were facing the beast, were startled by a foul stench and retreated abruptly. This beast is too fierce and domineering, it looks so menacing. I'm afraid one or two people simply wouldn't be able to subdue them. Oh, the oasis is absolutely terrifying. They stood at a distance, sighing with emotion. Despite being bitten by the black insects during the day, these people chose to stay. Their reasoning was simple: having already lost an arm, if they left now, they wouldn't even be able to find a pension. Anyway, risks and rewards go hand in hand. As long as you survive the ordeal, you'll definitely be able to take a lot of treasures with you when you get out. Looking at this ferocious beast, these people had a plan in mind. Once tamed, it could be sold for a hefty price on the black market. As the saying goes, rarity increases value, and no one can be certain about the tastes of the wealthy. Perhaps some rich person would appreciate such a powerful mount? Imagine riding this monster down the street. How many heads would you turn? Excellent, excellent, excellent. Xiaohong finished the last of his drink, rubbed his lips, and said excitedly, "Get out of my way, it's mine now, and nobody can take it." Senior Xiao, I think it's best to be careful. Nobody knows what this thing is all about, so please don't act rashly. Zhang Tianci said cautiously. What do you mean? A mere monster can fight me. I only need 50% of my strength to tame it. Xiaohong said unhappily. He likes these exotic things and thinks that after taming them, he can give them a powerful name and use them as mounts, which would be much more impressive than riding horses or camels. Senior Qiao, I was just trying to give you some advice. Zhang Tianci didn't dare to say anything more. He knew that this person had an eccentric personality, and saying too much might offend him. With Senior Qiao's help, success is sure to be achieved. Li Qingmei said with a smile, by the way, I have a treasure here that can lend you a hand. As she spoke, she pulled out a black rope. At first glance, it seemed ordinary, but upon closer inspection, the rope glowed red, revealing that it was no ordinary object. The immortal binding rope? Su Hao blurted it out without thinking. He had also been troubled by this thing before. It was indeed very resilient and not easy to break free from. The phrase binding immortals already indicates how terrifying this thing is. Unless it's a divine artifact, it's virtually impossible for other weapons to destroy it. Thank you, Miss Li. Xiaohong was overjoyed, never expecting that this young beauty would have such a wonderful thing. After obtaining the immortal binding rope, he felt as if divinely aided, and with a loud shout, he threw a punch directly at the monster. Call out. Strangely, although the monster couldn't fly, it was incredibly fast at dodging, causing Xiaohong's punch to miss completely. He was not angry at all, on the contrary, he was very happy. Doesn't this mean the monster is full of intelligence and, once tamed, would be extremely valuable? He clenched his fist and began fighting again. At first, using only 30% of his strength, the monster dodged without any trouble. It wasn't until he used 50% of his strength that the monster's evasion slowed down. Boom! Xiaohong was a master after all. He seized the opportunity and punched the monster in the abdomen. The astonishing force caused the massive body to tumble violently, ultimately smashing through a tent. Senior Qiao, you didn't do this on purpose, did you? One of Yi Fei's men turned green with rage. The destroyed tent really was his. Fists and kicks have no eyes. I don't care about such things. If you don't have a place to sleep tonight, you can come to my tent. Xiaohong said nonchalantly, swung his fist, and charged forward again. The man's expression turned even uglier. How could he possibly disturb the other party? A Fong, that's worse than death. Don't worry, we have extra tents. Li Qingmei reassured them they already had many tents, and after Uncle Zhang and the others left, they had dozens more. Destroying one would be more than enough to make up for it. Thank you. The man felt a little better after hearing this. Seeing Xiaohong fighting more and more fiercely, the others were worried that he might destroy their tents. They were angry but dared not speak out. No one dared to offend a senior like Xiaohong. In this way, they are the only ones who will suffer. Bang! Suddenly, the monster was propelled into the air, appearing to be quite seriously injured. With your help, Senior, it was easily resolved. It's just a mere beast, how can it possibly stand against a senior like you? Congratulations, Senior, on obtaining the most awesome mount. Everyone immediately laughed and said, Congratulations my ass, I didn't solve it. To everyone's surprise, Xiaohong immediately flew back, looking very wary. 975, Chapter 975 Anomaly. Senior Qiao, What exactly happened? Li Qingmei asked curiously. Watch out underground. Xiao Hong immediately reminded him. The next moment, the ground they were standing on was rapidly cracking open, as if some ferocious beast was about to burst out of the earth. Miss Li, we need to retreat for now. Su Hao didn't know what had happened for a moment, so he put his arm around her waist and retreated more than 10 meters, landing on solid ground. Looking back, a golden, round body was visible through the crack, resembling a python. Then its other parts were displayed one by one. Holy crap, what a huge snake! Yi Fei blurted out in shock. No wonder the tiger monster couldn't stop it, the new monster is so powerful. Fortunately, Senior Qiao reminded us, otherwise we would all have suffered. In just a few minutes, we've already spotted 3 different kinds of wild beasts. It seems there's no safe place at all in the oasis. Everyone sighed with emotion. Li Qingmei frowned. The reason they chose to set up camp here was because it seemed relatively safe. The other places were far more dangerous. Even so, the ferocious beasts that emerged late at night were still astonishing. This giant golden python is over 30 meters long, and its thickest part is over 3 meters long. It looks several times more imposing than the tiger monster. After it appeared, its gaze immediately locked onto the tiger monster. The situation is now quite clear. The tiger monster's food is the deer monster, and it itself is the food of the golden python. 3 kinds of monsters, with the golden python standing at the top of the food chain. Roar! As the tiger-like monster dragged its injured body to its feet, it roared at the golden python with an air of unwilling defiance. Senior Qiao, aren't you going to lend a hand? Su Hao asked with a smile. What's the point of helping? It's no match for the giant python. Xiao Hong's interest vanished instantly. He didn't want to bring back a useless mount. He didn't know how long they'd be staying in the oasis, and raising such a large monster was already troublesome. Its value would be greatly reduced if it were injured. In that case, we can enjoy a battle of beasts. Su Hao said with a smile. Yes. Xiao Hong nodded, as he was about to return the immortal binding rope. Turning his head, he saw Li Qingmei holding Su Hao's hand, pressed close to him, and felt embarrassed to disturb them. He wondered, was young Master Wang really a bodyguard? Why did this boss seem so dependent on him? Li Qingmei was, after all, a girl, and she was still somewhat afraid of the giant python. Snakes were her biggest fear. She had heard that even small snakes were highly venomous and terrifying. Now she realized that a giant python like this was truly frightening. The tiger monster and the giant python trembled. One had sharp teeth, and the other had hard scales. After several exchanges, the tiger monster finally managed to leave a few bloody marks on the giant python's body with its teeth. Unexpectedly, this only enraged the python, which suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of black mist. Impossible, giant pythons shouldn't be poisonous. Li Qingmei blurted out, this once again shattering her understanding. Such a huge beast usually relies on entanglement to defeat its opponent. Who would have thought that it would also be poisonous? The monsters here can't be analyzed using common sense. Su Hao said helplessly. After being poisoned, the tiger monster's aura suddenly weakened. It lay on the ground, its breath fading away. The giant golden python pounced directly, opened its massive jaws, and swallowed the tiger monster whole. This scene was truly shocking. Such a huge monster was actually eaten? Grass. Xiao Hong couldn't help but swear, which was quite shocking. Why do I feel like anything can happen in the oasis? This place is too eerie. Wow, will I really make it out alive? People die for money, birds die for food. We already lead an adventurous life, so can you accept this? Some complained, some were afraid, and some comforted themselves. Senior Qiao, do you want to avenge your dead mount? Su Hao said with great interest. He was quite curious about Xiao Hong's strength, thinking that this person was quite powerful, but he didn't actually make a move. Certainly. By the way, this immortal binding rope is no longer needed, so please keep it safe, Miss Li. He reached out and returned the treasure, then turned to look at the giant python with a hint of hostility. The python, having eaten its fill, lay down on the ground, seemingly digesting its food. To others, the giant python seemed terrifying, but to Xiao Hong, it was a perfect training target. Killing it would thoroughly shock these younger generation. Why not? Squeak! Just then, the giant python let out a terrified cry. Now you know fear, don't you? I'm telling you, it's too late. Unaware of the situation, Xiao Hong cautiously drew his weapon, wanting to resolve the matter quickly. After all, the python's venom was quite dangerous, and it was best not to give it a chance to use it. Just as they were about to launch their attack, a terrifying aura suddenly pressed down from the sky. Everyone looked up and was astonished to see a black eagle, resembling a bomber, flying in from nowhere. Its massive body fixed its gaze on the giant python before swooping down. Even an unconscious action can stir up a gust of wind. Immediately, sand and stones flew everywhere, creating a dangerous situation. Young master, this thing is a bit scary. Li Qingmei subconsciously gripped Su Hao's hand tightly, and before they knew it, their fingers were intertwined. Were you scared? Su Hao asked calmly. Yes. Li Qingmei nodded. To be honest, this black eagle was a bit too terrifying. Its eyes were strange, almost entirely white, as if it were an envoy from hell. The giant golden python screamed in terror, frantically twisting its body in an attempt to escape. But it has an advantage when flying, but eating too much greatly reduces its speed, and it hasn't even traveled more than a few meters. Then the black eagle extended its sharp claws and grabbed the giant python's vital spot, killing it instantly. Immediately, blood gushed out and spread in all directions. The enormous python was bleeding profusely, like a fountain. The stench of blood in the air became incredibly unpleasant. This black eagle is also a picky eater. After searching for a while, it found the snake's gallbladder, made a crisp sound, and swallowed it in one gulp. He. After it finished eating, it turned around and looked at Su Hao and the others with hostility. Xiao Hong frowned facing this monster. Even he didn't have much of a chance in a direct confrontation. He probably wouldn't lose. The key issue was that his opponent possessed an astonishing pair of wings, capable of flying. What could he do then? Retreat! He had no choice but to shout it out to warn everyone. Hearing what the seniors said, the others didn't even think twice and turned to run away. The black eagle immediately spread its wings and took flight, its sharp talons reaching out to grab Li Qingmei. 976, Chapter 976. It's best to avoid it. Miss, watch out. Upon seeing this, the guards drew their swords. However, before they could get close, Black Hawk flapped its wings, unleashing two hurricanes that created a powerful wind. Just as the claws were about to touch Li Qingmei, a golden fist suddenly rushed over from the side. It was Su Hao who made the move. A resounding clang erupted from the point of impact. The Black Hawk not only failed to gain the upper hand, but instead flew backwards for dozens of meters. You shouldn't have scared Miss Li. Today is your death day. I'll make sure you die knowing exactly what's going on. Su Hao now held an ancient divine sword, which seemed to emerge from the abyss like a raging dragon, hovering dozens of meters in the air, at the same height as Black Hawk. When the black sword was drawn, it unleashed an aura that shook heaven and earth. The enormous black eagle was instantly split in two. Su Hao wasn't satisfied with that, and quickly unleashed more than a dozen more sword strikes. It's a pity that Black Hawk met such an end. It seemed to be at the top of the food chain, yet it was completely shattered by Su Hao's sword energy. In the end, only some blood mist remained in the air, which dissipated with the wind and disappeared completely. Black Hawk is gone? Holy crap, this man is really scary when he's angry. Understood. Of all people, whatever you do, don't offend Miss Li. My God, when will I have such a strong bodyguard? So handsome, I feel so safe with him. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Is this Su Hao's strength? The sudden attack led to such a terrible outcome. Even Xiao Hong had to temporarily retreat in the face of the powerful Black Hawk. Only Su Hao, driven by a rage for his beloved, decisively killed her. Is this kid really a bodyguard? Xiao Hong found it increasingly strange. Su Hao's identity was a mystery. He felt that the area outside the Great Wall was too far from other places, and information was outdated. Even if a young expert appeared, it would be impossible to identify him. What he's now suspecting is whether Su Hao is Hong Mingxian. After all, they are a good match in terms of age. Hong Mingxian is a disciple of the Sword Sect. He is said to be very mysterious and has few verifiable battle records, but being ranked first under the age of 30, he must have superhuman strength. Young Master Wang, you are truly a role model for us all. Zhang Tianci said admiringly. Su Hao smiled faintly, walked to Li Qingmei's side, and said, "Are you still afraid now?" "I think I was scared stiff just now." Li Qingmei said in surprise. It was the same yesterday. Faced with an unexpected situation, I felt like an ordinary person who didn't know how to fight back at all. Actually, this Black Hawk isn't strong, it's just digits not even as good as Yi Jiangyan. Su Hao commented. Is Black Hawk not strong? Everyone could only manage a wry smile. The Black Eagle soared dozens of meters into the air in an instant, and no one present could keep up. Its most terrifying aspect was its speed. It's like a duel between martial arts masters. If one's agility can't keep up, how can they possibly win? Have you all noticed, black eagles and giant pythons are actually made of flesh and blood, so they should be edible. However, Yi Fei concluded, then hesitated to say the last part. These monsters weren't ordinary wild beasts. Ordinary people would die if they encountered them, so how could they dare to catch and eat them? Anyway, it's good that we've received some new information. If we run out of food one day, we won't care about anything else, we'll just eat whatever we can catch. Li Qingmei said with emotion. Right. The others nodded in agreement. With such a commotion, staying any longer is practically impossible. No one can be sure how many powerful monsters will appear next. Just as everyone was packing up their tents to leave, some of the people who had run too fast earlier suddenly had an accident. Ah! A member of an adventure team let out a heart-wrenching cry. Everyone looked over in astonishment, only to see a thorn suddenly sprouting from the man's body, covered in thick blood. Murderous thorns? Someone blurted out, "Isn't this the monster from urban legends?" It turns out it's actually a reality in the oasis. Brother Yi, save me! The man had lost his right arm and was now in critical condition, so he shouted loudly. I'm coming right away. Yi Fei, being quite righteous, took out a large knife and was about to pounce when he suddenly saw the member's body leave him. Severed limbs were scattered all over the ground, and blood flowed into the earth. To everyone's horror, it was discovered that what had killed him was a 3-meter-tall scarlet thorn bush. It had appeared harmless until the man approached, at which point it suddenly revealed its true nature. Careful! Zhang Tianci suddenly shouted. It turned out that his 2 junior brothers were also beside the scarlet thorns, both stunned by what they had just witnessed. Reminded by their senior brother, they barely came to their senses before feeling a sharp pain in their bodies. Sure enough, the thorns had pierced their chests. Their vitality is rapidly fading away. I hate it. Why did I have to come to the oasis? If I had the chance to choose again, I would definitely stay in the sect to cultivate. The person on the left uttered his final words before exploding to his death. Yes, why come here to take the risk? Another person also expressed a sense of despair, and their body also split open. After killing 3 people, the scarlet thorn quickly extended its trunk and devoured all the remaining flesh. Then, its body trembled, and to everyone's astonishment, it grew to a height of 5 meters. It actually grows by relying on flesh and blood, which is both disgusting and frightening. Junior brother. Zhang Tianci was filled with self-reproach, as this expedition to the oasis was mainly his idea. Unexpectedly, 2 of my junior brothers were lost in just 1 day after I brought them here. Actually, if Su Hao hadn't intervened, my junior sister would have lost an arm as well. His mind was instantly consumed by hatred, and he pulled out a large knife and began hacking wildly. I'll help you. Yi Fei also wanted revenge, and the 2 of them were on the same page. Although they are all swordsmen, their skill levels differ. Zhang Tianci's swordsmanship was fierce and ruthless. With a few strokes, he cleared away a patch of thorns. He was also quite clever, knowing that these branches and leaves were his opponent's weapons, so he cut down whatever he saw. Soon, his left side was bare and posed no threat. Yi Fei's strength, however, was somewhat lacking while attacking. He also had to reserve some of his true energy for defense. This greatly reduced his efficiency. He could only prune off a third of the branches and leaves. It seems these thorn bushes are weak in combat. We can only rely on surprise attacks. Xiao Hong said disdainfully. That's how it seems for now, but it's really hard to react when you suddenly encounter something like this. Li Qingmei sighed. Such a commotion, and you can't even react? Su Hao felt a headache coming on. Li Qingmei was supposed to be a grandmaster at the great perfection level, so how come she had so little combat experience? He suddenly felt a chill. If she were in that situation, she might also suffer the same fate. Li Qingmei was a little embarrassed thinking back. When the thorns launched their attack, their speed was indeed not fast. Someone with stronger strength should have been able to avoid it. 977, Chapter 977. Finally, this thing is solved. Finally, we've solved this problem. Zhang Tianci let out a long sigh and said with emotion. Senior brother, your strength is indeed far superior to ours. We still have much to learn from you. Please do not hesitate to teach us when we return. The junior sister stepped forward, revealing a fawning smile. Zhang Tianci was a warm-hearted person back in the sect. He often guided everyone in their cultivation, but at the time, no one knew how good he was and they were always lazy. Only now do they realize that his powerful skills could truly save their lives. If new thorns appear, I will also display my divine power. Suddenly, a disciple said unwillingly. He was the third senior brother of the Fierce Lion sect, slightly weaker than Zhang Tianci, and always felt inferior to him, which made him quite resentful. He felt that these thorns only looked strange, but were not actually that powerful. Zhang Tianci had stolen the limelight just now, leaving him with no chance. Hiss! Suddenly, a sound came from the ground. The man drew his broadsword and slashed at it. Amidst the clanging of metal and stone, a black thorn bush was rapidly growing. When his broadsword slashed at it, it was like colliding with a hard weapon, sparking countless fires. This person was somewhat unprepared and was actually forced back several steps by the force. Senior brother Tianhua, be careful, these black thorns look a little different. The female disciple kindly reminded him. Junior sister, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Dealing with this strange plant is a piece of cake for me, isn't it? Li Tianhua said with a confident smile. He took a breath and charged forward again. Boom! As his broadsword slashed down, two branches immediately appeared on the opposite side, seemingly coming to life, and wrapped around him. This man, who came from a prestigious family, reacted quickly and slashed back with his own sword. Upon the second collision, he took another step back. At that moment, everyone realized that the black thorns were far more resilient than the scarlet thorns, and would not be so easy to deal with. However, this person was competitive and launched another attack without hesitation. Su Hao frowned, vaguely sensing that Li Tianhua and Zhang Tianci didn't get along. With Li Tianhua being weaker and his opponent stronger, he immediately found himself in an awkward situation. Young master, should we help him? Li Qingmei felt somewhat helpless. The black thorns were growing far too fast. It's best not to make a move on someone with such a strong sense of self-respect, otherwise you might be seen as pitying him. Su Hao shook his head. If he continues like this, it's actually very dangerous. Li Qingmei sighed. Bang, 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 the sound of hammering metal came from over there. Just as Li Tianhua finally managed to cut down a few thorns, even more branches and leaves sprouted out. The oasis was rich in spiritual energy, providing an inexhaustible source of natural nutrients for the mutated plants. Not good.
As black thorns launched a new offensive, Li Tianhua retreated continuously.
Third junior brother, how about we join forces? Zhang Tianci shouted directly. Keep your mouth shut, I don't need your fake pity. I haven't used my full strength yet, I was just testing the waters. Now I understand that black thorns is nothing special, in reality, it's very weak. Li Tianhua roared and turned around, slashing at his senior brother who was trying to help him. This scene silenced everyone else, creating an incredibly awkward atmosphere. The members of the Fierce Lion sect all smiled bitterly. Different strokes for different folks. Every sect has a few people it can't get along with. Li Tianhua seemed to be burning his life force, the light emanating from his broadsword growing ever stronger. However, the black thorns had grown into towering trees, and the branches that emerged again were as thick as 10 meters, comparable to a black python. Li Tianhua's downward strike bounced back instantly. It seems that as the monster grows, its defensive capabilities are also rapidly increasing. Not good. Zhang Tianci's expression suddenly changed drastically. He suddenly realized that more than a dozen roots had appeared on the ground, sprouting out like sharp blades and piercing through Li Tianhua's limbs and bones. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes, this junior brother exploded instantly, shattering into countless blood mists. Upon seeing the blood mist, the black thorn seemed to have encountered a powerful tonic, suddenly coiling up countless branches to completely surround and frantically absorb it. A moment later, it began to grow rapidly again. Third junior brother. Zhang Tianxi roared in anger, watching helplessly as his fellow disciples perished, unable to save them. A feeling of utter despair, he channeled his anger into motivation, charging forward as if seeking revenge for Li Tianhua. Let's all charge! Seeing this, their junior sister also rushed over. The dozen or so members of the fierce lion faction unleashed their full power, launching a frenzied attack on a black thorn bush. The branches and trunk continued to break off gradually. They perfectly exemplified what it means for brothers to be of one mind. Their strength can break even metal. I must say, the lion faction is quite powerful. Yi Fei sighed, realizing that they were, after all, from reputable schools, far superior to those of them who followed unorthodox methods. The offensive launched against the killer plant was strong enough. I wonder if this is the strongest member of the Thorn clan. If there are others, then things will be difficult. Someone said, staring at the ground with a troubled expression. All thorns actually sprout from the ground. They may only have a few roots, but when stimulated by blood, they grow rapidly. Once they absorb and learn, they become even stronger. This vicious cycle will only make things more difficult for everyone. This adventure has been fraught with difficulties. I hope we can find that thing. Li Qingmei sighed. Yes. Su Hao nodded. Gentlemen, what exactly is your goal? Could you tell me quietly when no one else is looking? Don't worry, I absolutely won't tell anyone. Hearing their discussion, Xiao Hong couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. He always felt that these two people's identities are too mysterious, and they definitely have ulterior motives. Senior Xiao, I've actually heard a legend that in the ancient desert, there is a fist-sized luminous pearl buried. If you get your hands on it, it will bless your family with health for generations. Su Hao said in his serious tone. A luminous pearl? Xiao Hong was stunned and subconsciously felt that this kid was talking nonsense. However, Li Qingmei clearly had a luminous pearl hanging around her neck, as if she really liked it. Could it be that this wealthy young lady is actually interested in such sparkly things? The more he thought about it, the less he could tell whether Su Hao's words were true or false. Li Qingmei chuckled inwardly. If she hadn't been there, she probably would have believed it too. Don't let his handsome looks fool you. This guy reacts quickly on the spot and rarely speaks his mind. Yes, I love luminous pearls the most. If Senior Qiao finds a better one, I'm willing to pay a high price to buy it. She added. 978, Chapter 978 Special Bet. Miss Li, you're too kind. If I find this thing, I'd be happy to give it to you for free. Xiao Hong shook his head. He didn't think these worldly things were important. Since we're all quite familiar with each other now, it wouldn't be a bad thing to do someone a favor. After all, in many cases, the debts of gratitude owed to others are the most expensive. Finally done. Dear fellow students, thank you for your hard work. After chopping the black thorns to pieces, Zhang Tianxi still felt it wasn't enough, so he lit a torch and prepared to burn them all. It was at this time that another anomaly occurred. It turned out that during the battle, some of their disciples were injured, and their blood dripped into the soil, causing more thorns to sprout. The swishing and scraping sounds continued. The first to appear were a dozen or so scarlet thorns, followed by 7 or 8 black thorns, and finally, a golden thorn appeared. All the plants looked eerie, their branches swaying in the wind as if the gates of hell had been opened. Holy crap, there are still so many? This perfectly proves the saying, wildfire cannot burn it all, the spring breeze will bring it back to life. What should we do? Senior brother, do we still want revenge? The lion faction was in chaos. They had already exhausted all their strength to deal with one black thorn, and now there were so many left that they were basically no match for them. Miss Li, Mr. Wang, what should we do? Zhang Tianxi didn't try to be assertive. Instead, he looked at the two people making the decision. Fight and retreat, everyone pack your things and prepare to leave this place. Li Qingmei made a quick decision. This place was no place for a human to stay, and she should leave if possible. Good. Zhang Tianxi slashed at the golden thorns. It was like a test, or perhaps a rearguard action. Yi Fei and the others were the first to flee, entering their tents to pack their belongings and prepare to escape. A dozen or so men, armed with weapons, stood guard around Li Qingmei. Su Hao looked at the King of Thorns with a curious expression. Just how strong was it? He clenched his fist, used 3/10 of his strength, and threw a punch. Bang! The opponent's dozen or so branches blocked the way, causing them to explode. At first glance, it seems like his attack has been blocked. However, it cannot be ignored that the thorns have an incredibly strong regenerative ability. In the blink of an eye, they are completely replenished. The King of Thorns grows faster and more vigorously than the other two. It was the last to appear, and within seconds it had already grown to over 10 meters tall. Judging from its appearance, this is just the beginning, not the final form. That's interesting. Su Hao couldn't help but think how perfect it would be if he had such strong recovery abilities. However, this is impossible. The thorns have strong regenerative abilities mainly because there is dragon essence here. They have special channels that allow them to continuously absorb spiritual energy. Young man, let's join forces. As Qiao Hong spoke, he quickly made his move. His weapon was a relatively rare gauntlet. Once put on, the boxer transformed into a crimson light, unleashing fiery attacks that instantly set the King of Thorns ablaze with a deafening roar. Senior Qiao, your moves are quite powerful. Su Hao also wanted to use the Phoenix Feather Divine Sword to deal with plants, as it was perfect for them. However, this weapon was too conspicuous. It was Bai Ye's signature artifact, and anyone with a bit of knowledge could recognize it. What he was carrying now was actually the ancient divine sword, which was even more powerful, but it didn't have flames, making it slightly less effective against these monsters. The most important reason is that the ancient divine sword consumes too much energy, so he won't use it easily. Now he's basically empty-handed, and actually thinks Qiao Hong's equipment is pretty good. Young man, you don't know this, do you? Actually, I have another nickname, which is Desert Flame Fist. These are all names from many years ago, and not many people know them now. Qiao Hong sighed. Senior Qiao, outsiders may not know, but we used to rely on an invincible set of boxing techniques to defeat more than a dozen masters, making a name for yourself and inspiring many young people. Zhang Tianxi said with a smile. Really? Qiao Hong was delighted since his reputation was still intact. He was determined to have a great battle today. They didn't really have a chance when dealing with the Golden Python before, but now they have the opportunity? With the three of them covering the rear, the rest of the group had an easier time packing up their belongings and preparing to evacuate. Li Qingmei had many subordinates, so she didn't need to personally intervene. She stood at a distance, watching the battle unfold. Her brows furrowed. Qiao Hong's attack appeared to be extremely powerful. However, the burning branches did not last long. The King of Thorns is too clever. He will immediately cut off the burning part and then quickly restore it. As the battle progressed, the King of Thorns didn't shrink. Instead, it gradually grew larger. The other thorns, however, gradually disappeared under the attacks of Su Hao and Zhang Tianxi. Eliminate some small fry, and then there's one big boss left? She thought helplessly. Su Hao was also secretly surprised before entering the oasis. He couldn't understand what Yi Jiangyan meant by monsters everywhere. He thought they were some kind of demons and monsters, but he didn't expect them to be mutated animals and plants. Who would have thought that he is now fighting a valiant battle against the King of Thorns? Bang bang bang, as his attack erupted, the King of Thorns' branches burst open and then regenerated again and again. Young man, let's have a match. Qiao Hong suddenly stopped and looked at Su Hao with great interest. How will the competition proceed? Su Hao asked with a smile. Let's each use 3 moves and see who can inflict more damage on the King of Thorns. If we win, I'll drink 3 cups by myself. Qiao Hong patted the wine flask he carried with him. There was hardly any wine left. Although Li Qingmei's group still had some daughter's red wine, every cup consumed was one less available, so were there any left, the supplementary method was the most precious reward for him. Senior Qiao, this is inappropriate fighting. This thing is extremely dangerous. Zhang Tianxi frowned. Had he forgotten about the Li Tianhua incident? Taking action alone could be life-threatening. Alright, let's bet 3 cups of wine. Unexpectedly, Su Hao agreed immediately. He saw some of the sword immortals shadow in Xiao Hong, so he followed the man's wishes. Young Master Wang, how could you agree to this? Zhang Tianci was stunned. This young man seemed completely unafraid of danger. Senior, why don't you make the first move? Su Hao even gave Xiao Hong the opportunity to make the first move. This was even more astonishing, as everyone knew the King of Thorns was still growing stronger, and striking first gave him a significant advantage. Young man, you are quite confident. Xiao Hong said tactfully, perhaps this way he could test the man's strength. Yi Fei and the others were amused. Was this kid courting death? 979, Chapter 979 Rain Cover. Has he gone mad? Senior Qiao is one of the 4 great masters of the monsters. How could his strength compare to his? Let him cause trouble all he wants. He'll behave himself when he realizes he's not up to the task. I think this kid is a bit cunning. Does he think that Senior Qiao can handle the King of Thorns, so he won't have to take action? So that's how it is. I never imagined he was so insidious. Yi Fei's team was talking loudly. They had disliked Su Hao from the beginning, and now they were taking the opportunity to mock him. What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you question young Master Wang's strength? One of the people beside Li Qingmei couldn't stand it any longer and angrily rebuked. Everyone is just expressing their thoughts. Why are you getting angry? If he wins, we'll apologize then. Yi Fei said coldly. Is that so? Li Qingmei said, I hope you remember this. When you apologize, you must be sincere, otherwise your reward will be halved again. Yi Fei's face darkened. Who was this sugar daddy, constantly threatening to cut pay? Their salaries were already halved. Another halving, that would be a quarter of what they were paid. I thought I had met a generous boss, but now I realize that this woman is not simple either. Okay, I got it. I just hope he survives to the end. Yi Fei said coldly. If Su Hao died under the branches of the King of Thorns, he would open a bottle of champagne right away. On the other side, after Su Hao and the other 2 made their decision, Xiao Hong took a step forward, while the other 2 stepped back several dozen meters. The battlefield was directly handed over to the monster's supreme master. Xiao Hong's fist emitted an even hotter light, as if he had only now decided to get serious. Flame Fury. He let out a loud shout and unleashed one of his 3 strongest moves. 5 bursts of fire erupted from beneath the gauntlets, merging together to form a fire net that enveloped the entire King of Thorns. In an instant, the giant tree burst into flames. Countless plumes of smoke shot into the sky. The entire night was illuminated, as if it were daytime. Is this the true strength of a supreme master? Zhang Tianxi's eyes widened. It turned out that he had been just messing around and hadn't been serious at all. Su Hao simply smiled faintly and watched the battle quietly. The terrifying smoke didn't last long. Once everything quieted down, countless specks of dust fell from the giant tree. At that moment, the so-called fire overcoming would seem to have vanished without a trace. As a cold wind swept by, the King of Thorns returned to its original form. What incredible recovery ability! Xiao Hong nodded, having anticipated this outcome and finding it acceptable. His second move erupted instantly. Flame Fury, second stage. The burning flames grew even stronger. It wasn't a net of fire, but a fist of flame hundreds of meters in size that descended from the sky. The immense pressure caused the ground to crack. The enormous tree, facing such an attack, was burning continuously and rapidly being pushed into the ground. In the blink of an eye, the thicket of thorns, which stretched for dozens of meters, was reduced to just treetops. See that? This is the strength of a supreme expert from beyond the Great Wall. That kid can rest assured, there's absolutely no need for him to make a move. We admire Senior Qiao's abilities. The Flame Fist has returned to the martial world. Tremble before us all. The people around Yi Fei were all happy. In their view, Xiao Hong had already gained the upper hand. The second move had already suppressed the King of Thorns to the point of destruction. If the third move were to be unleashed, wouldn't it be able to kill him outright? Young man, what do you think of this move? Xiao Hong smiled faintly, feeling that he was still as sharp as ever. It's really good. The power of the second level is about 18 times that of the first move. I don't know if this is a variation of the senior's own move or if it was originally a move, but there is no denying that the Flame Fist is indeed very strong. Unfortunately, we are still far from being able to destroy the King of Thorns. Su Hao said calmly. What do you mean by far apart? Didn't you see that only a small clump of the King of Thorns remains? Yi Fei pointed out bluntly. Is that so? Su Hao asked indifferently. Yi Fei paused for a moment. Isn't that right? The next moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. The King of Thorns, which was just a tiny sapling a moment ago, has grown into a massive and powerful creature, surpassing its previous size. What happened? Xiao Hong was somewhat surprised and very confused. Why did this monster not only not get weaker, but instead get stronger? Senior, didn't you notice? There are actually many insects and ants underground. Your move may seem powerful, but it actually killed trillions of insects and ants. The blood they left behind before they died is enough to nourish the King of Thorns. Su Hao gave a calm explanation. Xiao Hong frowned. He understood. Ultimately, the power wasn't enough. If he could instantly kill the King of Thorns, there would be no need for such a struggle. Even if the opponent had strong regenerative abilities, once it lost its upgrade, it couldn't revive. In that case, let me bring you the third move. He took a breath, and his internal energy surged. The surrounding air became incredibly hot, as if we were in a fiery mountain. Some trees with weak vitality withered quickly and turned into dust. The King of Thorns seemed to feel the pressure as well. Instead of continuing to grow, it curled up, and its branches formed a defensive system, which quickly turned into a golden sphere. At first glance, it looks like a rain cover has been put up. It actually has intelligence? Li Qingmei's heart stirred. The King of Thorns actually knew tactics. This was simply amazing. He could almost be called a tree monster. Once its defense system is complete, what everyone sees is a dense network of branches that completely submerge the main trunk. It's useless. Destroy them! Xiao Hong shouted, and his third move appeared, which was also his strongest move. The third level of Flame Fury is 18 times more powerful than the original. After unleashing this attack, his true energy was almost completely drained, leaving him pale and unable to move. The earth-shattering fiery fist charged toward the King of Thorns, causing countless explosions. Layer upon layer of branches were burned away, making the flames here even more astonishing. The monsters nearby were so frightened that they roared and fled far away. I declare Senior Zhou the victor. He has successfully annihilated the King of Thorns. Looking at the billowing smoke, Yi Fei shouted loudly. There seemed to be no movement over there. After the disgust subsided, a deep pit was left in the ground. The enormous King of Thorns had truly disappeared. Congratulations, Senior Qiao, for slaying the peerless tree monster. Following Senior Qiao is indeed the safest option. Now Senior Qiao can have 3 drinks to celebrate this hard-won victory. The members of the Lion faction also offered their congratulations. After taking a short break and regaining some mobility, Xiao Hong nodded, took out a wine flask, and gave Su Hao a victorious smile. 980, Chapter 980. Completely stunned. Senior Qiao, you'd better be careful, the King of Thorns is not dead. Su Hao suddenly said. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. Wasn't the King of Thorns supposed to have vanished without a trace? How could he still be alive? Hey, if you can't handle losing, then don't play. Yi Fei sneered. However, at that moment, the ground suddenly shook, covering an area far larger than before. Xiao Hong suddenly sensed a death crisis and knew something was wrong, so he put away the wine pot, turned around and ran. The others, standing at a distance, saw the entire panorama and were utterly horrified. Within a radius of several dozen meters, golden thorns, like tentacles, were incredibly agile and swept towards Xiao Hong. At this moment, the experts from beyond the pass were already at their last gasp, and had no means of resistance other than to flee. His eyes widened in terror as he thought, it's over, this time it's all over. As the golden leaves drew closer, he had no choice but to close his eyes. Keep running! Just then, someone shouted. Immediately, a stunning sword aura opened a passage, rescuing him. Xiao Hong, still shaken, glanced at the black sword in Su Hao's hand and nodded gratefully, saying, Thank you for saving my life, young brother. You're welcome. Su Hao nodded indifferently. Looking back at the King of Thorns, it was discovered that it had grown into a giant tree hundreds of meters tall, with its main trunk alone being the size of 3 golden pythons. Young Master Wang, why don't we end the competition here? This monster is getting stronger and stronger, and continuing to fight will be life-threatening. Zhang Tianci said. Yeah, this thing is outrageous. Not only is it indestructible, but it also gets stronger every time. Xiao Hong had also suffered from it and no longer dared to underestimate it. What the hell, I think young people need to be more confident. Since he agreed, he absolutely can't go back on his word. Otherwise, how will he get along in the team? Everyone will look down on him. Whether he wants to be a hero for a while or a coward for a lifetime is a choice only he can make. Yi Fei was unhappy. He wanted to see Su Hao suffer a setback or even die. How could he stop there? That's right, the most important thing when going on an adventure is courage. If you don't even have that, you might as well go home and buy sweet potatoes. This is a death desert, full of dangers. How can we run away just because we see something? Make your move, or you'll be branded a disgrace for life. His team members were all using reverse psychology. Who said I was going to stop? This King of Thorns may be powerful, but there are ways to deal with him. Su Hao said confidently. What method? The junior sister of the Fierce Lion sect blurted out. Kill it. Su Hao gave a simple answer. The others were dumbfounded. Was that obvious? If you could beat them, you should definitely kill them. Xiao Hong opened his mouth, wanting to persuade him, but then he thought, perhaps this young man really has a way to handle it. The man hasn't even made a move yet, so the outcome is still uncertain. He took out 2 pills, meditating while watching the battle, thinking that if the other party was in danger, he would definitely help to rescue him. He didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Boom! Boom! The King of Thorns' attack soared into the sky, with countless branches entwining around him. It was so densely packed that it made one's scalp tingle. Great! Yi Fei was very happy. His previous guess was correct. After this period of development, the King of Thorns was much stronger and was now taking the initiative to attack, making the chances of victory very slim. Su Hao seemed to have forgotten to move, his entire body completely covered. In the blink of an eye, all they saw was a golden sphere appearing in front of them. It's over. Zhang Tianci sighed loudly. In this case, wouldn't there be no chance of survival? He was swallowed up directly, and his flesh and blood would only nourish the King of Thorns. Who knows what kind of monster it would cultivate? Why didn't he move aside? A hint of surprise flickered in Li Qingmei's beautiful eyes. Is it arrogance or overconfidence? The next moment, the golden sphere exploded. Streams of true energy emanated from Su Hao, sharp as blades, slicing through everything. His face remained calm as he calmly said, "Watch closely, I'm about to begin my first attack." He's still alive? Everyone was slightly surprised and somewhat puzzled. Xiao Hong was shocked. Could this young man's strength far surpass his own? Did that mean that he had wasted decades of training? Primordial Chaos Sword. Su Hao's swordsmanship was also incredibly powerful. When the ancient divine sword was drawn, the world changed color, and all the light seemed to gather around this one sword. As it struck, the King of Thorns trembled violently, as if it were feeling fear. Just like last time, it once again erected multiple barriers to block its path. But without exception, they were all shattered. The remaining sword energy was still powerful, carrying an overwhelming momentum that turned the King of Thorns into thin air. Jie! Jie! Before it died, it made strange noises, as if it were screaming in agony. Everyone was completely stunned. What a powerful move that is! Upon closer inspection, a massive cavern, tens of meters in diameter, had appeared where the King of Thorns had just stood. It gave the impression that all matter had been vaporized by that single strike. Regardless of what roots or stems remain, destroy them all with powerful sword energy. The monster is dead? Zhang Tianci rubbed his eyes, thinking he was dreaming. What kind of weapon is this? It's so powerful. Xiao Hong couldn't believe it. He had burned all his true energy, but it had no effect. This young man had actually defeated him in one move? I guessed wrong? Yi Fei's expression darkened. According to his earlier promise, he now had to apologize to Su Hao. Suddenly sensing Li Qingmei's piercing gaze, he gave an awkward smile and walked over, saying helplessly, "Congratulations, young Master Wang, on slaying the strongest monster for us. I am truly sorry for all the misunderstandings I had about you before. I sincerely apologize." Su Hao nodded indifferently, knowing that this kind of person's nature was hard to change, and that the apology was just a formality. So young Master Wang is this strong alright, this wine jug is yours now. Xiao Hong was completely convinced and threw the wine jug over, signifying his approval of Su Hao. Just lucky. Su Hao reached out and took it, saying calmly. Alright, that's all settled here, let's head out to a safer place. Li Qingmei waved her hand, directing everyone to leave. She walked over to Su Hao and turned to say, Young master, isn't it a bit of a waste of your talents to use the black sword against the King of Thorns? Others might not know, but she knew very well that it was the most powerful artifact, and he actually used it to cut down trees? Su Hao chuckled as well. If Xiao Hong hadn't proposed the contest, he might not have participated. He picked up the wine jug, opened it, and seeing there was still about half a bottle left, took a large gulp, and then said with a smile, Miss Li, would you like some? 981, Chapter 981 Going to help. Xiao Hong was a heavy drinker, and he would have a drink almost any time, but unlike Su Hao, he had his own glass, while the latter would drink straight from the bottle, his saliva still clinging to it. Li Qingmei, being a girl, was somewhat concerned about this. She secretly glanced around and, seeing that everyone was busy with their own things, breathed a sigh of relief. There are only about 3 sips left. If you're not going to drink them, I'll finish them myself, Su Hao said, taking another big sip. Who says I won't drink? I'll just have a little to warm myself up. Li Qingmei said, extending her hand. That's more like it. Su Hao handed it over directly. After receiving the wine jug, she wiped the spout clean before taking a satisfying sip. Immediately, a blush appeared on her fair face. It turned out she wasn't good at drinking and blushed very easily. But this only adds to her beauty. Ahem, let's keep going. Su Hao said, avoiding her eyes. Okay. Li Qingmei nodded. Traveling at night, besides the cold weather, also meant being wary of potential monsters. After finally finding a place to camp, setting up the tent again, and finishing the work, it was already 4 in the morning. This is really exhausting. I get very little rest each day. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the people from the Physiognomy Palace prepared the food and came to call Li Qingmei. She remained standing outside, maintaining sufficient respect. Miss, we're about to prepare your meal. The person now in charge of taking care of Li Qingmei's daily life is a young woman who looks about 17 or 18 years old. She is gentle and considerate, and her name is Zhang Xiaoyan. Okay, I'll get out right away. Inside the tent came Li Qingmei's languid voice. When she opened her eyes, she looked tired. She had only slept 4 or 5 hours a day for the past few days, and was quite exhausted. She had dark circles under her eyes and wore only simple makeup. Let's go. After finishing her work, she came out. The aroma of roasted meat immediately filled the air, making their mouths water. It turned out that the people from the Physiognomy Palace had discovered that some of the wild animals here were edible, so they sent out a small team to hunt down 2 monsters. After being roasted, it becomes a delicious dish. Although it was morning, everyone was still eating with great relish because they had used up a lot of energy. Miss Li, it seems you didn't get much rest. Xiao Hong said, sipping his wine with relish. Since being rescued by Su Hao, he had become more polite and less arrogant than before. I'm just not used to it yet. Li Qingmei shook her head. She was a true heiress, and had never suffered like this before. If it weren't for her profound martial arts skills, she would have been exhausted after these 2 days of running around. That's right. Xiao Hong nodded. Not to mention her, he himself was also quite tired. After a quick meal, everyone packed up and left. The team is getting used to the rhythm of the adventure, but after last night's risks, several people have been lost, and the number of people in the team is decreasing. Miss, there's a fight over there. It looks like they're fighting over some treasure. Suddenly, investigators arrived and gave a report. Oh, has someone discovered something? Let's go take a look. Li Qingmei was very curious about what kind of treasure had been unearthed here. The others looked on with burning eyes. In the Death Desert, there were no rules of the martial world. Basically, whoever had the strongest fist could get everything. They outnumbered and outgunned, and if a fight broke out, they wouldn't be afraid of anyone else. Yi Fei and his group were particularly fond of this life of risking their lives and wanted to go there to see if they could find any bargains. Led by the investigators, everyone soon spotted dozens of people dressed in identical clothing surrounding another group near a water source. There were many signs of a battle nearby, suggesting that the fight had been going on for some time. Who are they? Li Qingmei looked directly at Yi Fei and asked. The larger group seems to be from the witchcraft cult. Yi Fei glanced around and noticed a skull symbol on their clothing, his expression changing. The witchcraft cult? Su Hao frowned. Why did this sound a bit like the Poison Gu cult? So it was them. Xiao Hong's expression was not good either. This witchcraft sect was quite unusual. In addition to practicing martial arts, they also studied witchcraft. They were somewhere between the righteous path and the demonic path, neither good nor evil. They have been developing rapidly in recent years, and their strength is comparable to that of the three major sects. As far as the righteous path is concerned, unless absolutely necessary, no one wants to provoke them. They're a bunch of lunatics. Zhang Tianxi's assessment was even more blunt. These people have done many evil deeds, and half of the sect members are wicked. According to our analysis, sooner or later this sect will transform into a demonic cult, completely emulating the Poison Gu cult? You actually know about the Poison Gu cult? Li Qingmei glanced at Su Hao with a half-smile. As far as she knew, his relationship with Huang Yingying was rather unusual. Nominally master and servant, they were actually entangled in a complicated relationship. Miss Li is too kind. Although we are from outside the Great Wall, we are still martial arts practitioners and know a thing or two about the most powerful sects, Xiao Hong said with a smile. They chatted as they moved closer to that direction. Suddenly, Zhang Tianxi's expression changed, and a flash of anger crossed his face. They're actually besieging Qingqing. He roared in fury. Qingqing? Li Qingmei couldn't help but look over. It turned out that among the group of people who were besieging them, there was a woman wearing red clothes who looked youthful and beautiful. Senior brother, we have to go help. Junior sister said immediately. Yes, these people are going too far. The other junior disciples were all astonished. Miss Li, Mr. Wang, let's go over there. Zhang Tianxi clasped his hands in a fist salute, drew his broadsword, and led all the members of the Fierce Lion sect to charge forward. Miss Li, you may not know this, but this woman is named Zhang Qingqing. She comes from the Snow Mountain sect and is a disciple of Zhang, a match made in heaven according to everyone's speculation. This is a marriage alliance between two sects, a union of interests. However, the two have a good relationship and are mutually attracted. They are truly a match made in heaven in our martial arts world beyond the Great Wall. Yi Fei said with emotion. Zhang Qingqing is one of the top 10 beauties outside the Great Wall. When the marriage was arranged, countless young people were heartbroken. However, since Zhang Tianxi came from a prestigious school, no one dared to cause trouble and could only silently accept it. I see. It seems we can't just stand by and do nothing. Li Qingmei nodded and ordered, we'll send 20 men to support young Master Zhang. Yes. Yes, sir. These people rushed over immediately. At the same time, Su Hao and the others did not stop and rushed over at a normal speed. Su Hao also got a clear look at Zhang Qingqing. She was indeed a beautiful woman, but she and the people from the Snow Mountain sect were clearly exhausted and at a disadvantage in the battle against the witchcraft cult. 982, Chapter 982. All eradicated. On the witchcraft cult side, there seems to be an elder who looks rather sinister. Their total numbers are around 50, half are armed, and the other half are unarmed, presumably because they practice witchcraft. Generally speaking, in actual combat, people don't want to encounter opponents who know Gu techniques, as they often bring unexpected attack methods. Looking back at the Snow Mountain sect, several people had darkened faces, presumably having already been affected. Stop! When Zhang Tianxi arrived, he shouted at him. Who are you, daring to teach our witchcraft sect to do things? A young man said arrogantly. You blind fool, you don't even recognize our Fierce Lion sect? The junior sister brandished her broadsword and scolded. Everyone outside the Great Wall knows that there is only one major sect that always carries a large sword, and that is the Fierce Lion sect. Who do we have here? It's the Lion faction. So arrogant. Are you looking for a fight? The man said disdainfully. Second senior brother, I recognize him now. This is Zhang Tianxi, the fiancé of that beautiful woman over there. Tsk. You know what? That woman is really beautiful. A man beside him, with a lewd look in his eyes, said. Second senior brother? At this moment, the people of the Fierce Lion sect also realized that this person was probably Niu Enhao, a disciple of Huang Tianqing, the third elder of the witchcraft cult. He was a playboy, always chasing after women and accumulating a lot of romantic debts. He's the senior disciple of the Fierce Lion sect. He doesn't look like much. I say, Miss Zhang, you're a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. Why don't you break off the contract and live with me? The man simply smiled and said, You're dreaming, the witchcraft cult is full of evil people. Zhang Qingqing said unhappily, You are completely unreasonable. Not only did you come to steal our treasures, but you also injured several of our senior brothers. Your treasure, well, that's where things get interesting. Our people saw it first, but you beat us to it according to the rules of the martial world. It's first come, first served, Niu Enhao said coldly. You saw it first? Zhang Qingqing trembled with anger. If that's really the case, with your superior numbers, why would something end up in our hands? I think you don't deserve to be called righteous. You're no different from bandits. The righteous path, junior brother, so we're considered the righteous path? That's hilarious. Niu Enhao chuckled. The others burst into laughter. It turns out that the witchcraft cult doesn't think there's anything good about the righteous path. Their wish is to completely turn to the demonic path and become a second poison goo cult. Qingqing, leave this to me. Zhang Tianci walked to Zhang Qingqing's side, and after confirming that she was not injured, he nodded with relief. Then he said coldly, First, you must apologize to the Snow Mountain sect, and second, hand over the antidote, otherwise, our Fierce Lion sect will absolutely not let you off. Such arrogance, do you even have the ability to do this? Putting aside the fact that my master is here, with your strength, you can't even beat me, so how can you make so many demands? As Niu Enhao spoke, he bowed to the elder behind him before continuing his negotiations. Therefore, this person must be Huang Tianqing. Su Hao's eyes flickered, and he looked over. The two locked eyes, and he sensed a faint trace of goo poison emanating from the man. Estimating his mastery of goo techniques to be extremely high upon reflection, he concluded that among the people he knew, aside from Mo Henshin's unfathomable goo techniques, this man was likely among the top 3, no less skilled than Huang Yingying's protectors. It seems that today's matter will not be so easy to resolve, he said calmly. Really? Li Qingmei smiled and asked quietly, If they encounter danger, should we intervene? Didn't you make the decision and already help? Su Hao replied. Li Qingmei nodded, then shook her head. She wasn't the kind of person to stand by and watch someone die. Zhang Tianci had helped her avoid a lot of trouble recently, intentionally or unintentionally, so he could be considered a friend, and she had no reason to ignore it. However, she also cherished the people from the Physiognomy Palace very much. This is a precious treasure left by our master. Everyone lost is one less to lose. She doesn't have time to recruit new members right now, and she doesn't want to lose too much money here. The underlying meaning is that if any irreconcilable situation arises, they still hope Su Hao will step in. In her heart, she regarded Su Hao as an all-powerful super fighter. Just then, he suddenly heard the sounds of fierce fighting beside him. It turned out that Zhang Tianci had already made his move. He was filled with anger, his true energy surging, clearly starting to get serious. Niu Enhao held a snake-shaped long sword, which looked dark and eerie. When the two are fighting, they are currently just exchanging techniques. Although Zhang Tianci launched a full-scale attack, he was still able to fight back and forth. This shows that although Niu Enhao is not among the top young masters, his strength is in no way inferior to his. Senior brother, what's wrong? The next moment, Zhang Qingqing's expression changed drastically, and she said in surprise. Su Hao immediately looked over and saw that several Snow Mountain sect disciples who had been poisoned were now experiencing symptoms, collapsing to the ground. One of them was even shivering with cold air emanating from his body. Beautiful lady, he has been poisoned by our goo poison and doesn't have much time left. This is to tell you that there is no good end to opposing the goo cult, understand? One of them said without any politeness. Miss Zhang, please step aside. Leave the detoxification to me. Su Hao said as he rushed over. Who are you? Zhang Qingqing was extremely surprised. This person had arrived silently and without warning, and she could not sense him at all. His strength was probably much greater than Zhang Tianci's. Miss Zhang, this is young Master Wang from the Vermilion Bird sect. He is a renowned physician and also our friend. The junior sister introduced. So that's how it is. We beg Dr. Wang to help us. If you can save my senior brothers, our Snow Mountain sect will be eternally grateful. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhang Qingqing knelt down and said, Zhang Xiao's sister, don't be so formal. Since you're Mr. Zhang's fiancé, you're also my friend. Treating a friend's illness is just common sense. Su Hao gently raised his hand, and a gentle force lifted her up. He turned his head and carefully examined the poison people, revealing a disdainful smile. Hey, this is goo poison. Where did you come from, you quack doctor? Do you really have the ability to cure it? Someone from the goo cult shouted. You call this a goo poison? It's far too weak. As Su Hao spoke, he took out a silver needle and inserted it into the injured person's forehead. He then activated his true energy and brought out a goo worm. Once this thing leaves the body, it dissipates upon contact with the wind. He followed the same method and used it to remove all the goo worms. The members of the witchcraft cult were completely stunned. The goo worms, hidden in the blood, were impossible to detect. How could Su Hao have so easily removed all of their goo worms? 983, Chapter 983, Upholding Justice. In Su Hao's opinion, his goo technique was really too poor and could not be compared with that of the poison goo sect. This is understandable, given that this is a sect from beyond the Great Wall, where resources are abundant, so they wouldn't be able to learn any proper goo techniques. Even so, while goo techniques are easily defeated by Su Hao, they are a fatal blow to the Snow Mountain sect. Young Master Wang, you are truly a miracle doctor. Seeing her fellow disciple recover, Zhang Qingqing was about to kneel down again. Just then, a stunningly beautiful woman walked over, took her hand, and said, These are all small things to do. Let's focus on resolving the immediate crisis. Okay. Zhang Qingqing nodded, feeling greatly shocked and somewhat overshadowed, standing next to Li Qingmei. Boom! Soon, the fight between Zhang Tianci and Ni Yuanhao attracted everyone's attention. Oh my, so this is what a righteous sect is like? Ni Yuanhao seemed relaxed, constantly provoking the other party. I just said, it's a waste for Zhang Qingqing to be with you. You don't deserve such a beauty. Nonsense, I'll fight you to the death. Zhang Tianci took a breath and unleashed a triple slash, each strike stronger than the last. Although Ni Yuanhao was very good at talking, he was also quite skilled in fighting, and he completely blocked the attack with his long sword. He gave a disdainful look and said, Zhang Tianci, I've already been very restrained for the sake of the fierce lion sect. If you dare to make another move, don't blame me for getting serious. Zhang Tianci's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his opponent wasn't serious yet? He used all his strength, but this is all he got. Brother Tianci, how about we just let it go if they're willing to stop here? Zhang Qingqing suddenly said, if they continue fighting like this, they won't have enough manpower, and it could really get into trouble. This was originally a matter for their Snow Mountain sect. It wouldn't be good if it implicated the Fierce Lion sect. Never mind. You wish, how could we let someone else take away the treasure we've set our sights on? How about this, you leave your things behind, then break off the engagement with him, and we'll let you go. Ni Yuanhao said with a stern face. You surnamed Ni, don't push your luck. Zhang Qingqing's face turned red, feeling greatly insulted. Ha, this is the power of our witchcraft cult. Not convinced? Then let's keep fighting. As Ni Yuanhao spoke, he swung his longsword and slashed directly at the target. Zhang Tianci also gripped his weapon tightly and continued to fight. But as the fight went on, he sensed something was wrong. Wisps of black smoke, carrying a deadly poison, were gradually emanating from the black sword. At first, he could only hold his breath, but as the fight continued, he was forced to inhale again. Over time, toxins will appear in the body. Oh no, Brother Tianci has been poisoned too. Zhang Qingqing's face was grim. Wasn't this similar to their situation? When the members of the witchcraft cult first rushed over, they used poison gas, which gradually put them at a disadvantage. You are despicable. Zhang Tianci had never fought against the poison goo sect before, and now that the situation was getting worse, he directly rebuked them. Despicable, if you encountered the poison goo cult, would you still dare to say that? Ni Yuanhao laughed heartily, looking smug. A minute later, when Zhang Tianci tried to defend himself again, he suddenly couldn't keep up with his internal energy and collapsed. Ni Yuanhao's longsword immediately slashed towards his head. If it hit, he would definitely die. Zhang Qingqing saw that something was wrong and wanted to help, but she was too weak and it was too late. In the blink of an eye, a figure rushed over and punched Ni Yuanhao, sending him flying. The one who made the move was none other than Su Hao. He helped Zhang Tianci up, gave him an antidote pill, and said, "Young Master Zhang, everyone has a responsibility to deal with the demonic sect, leave the rest to me." "Young Master Wang, this is our own business, we are really sorry," Zhang Tianci said somewhat awkwardly. "It's all right," Su Hao said calmly. Zhang Tianci knew this wasn't the time for politeness, so he simply stepped aside with gratitude. "Brother Tianci, what is the background of this divine doctor?" Zhang Qingqing asked in surprise. Not only was his medical skill high, but his strength was also terrifying. "If I told you he came from the Vermilion Bird sect, would you believe me?" Zhang Tianci said with a wry smile. "The Vermilion Bird sect? How can I believe that? I'd only believe it if he came from the Divine Martial Pavilion." Zhang Qingqing shook her head directly. What was the Vermilion Bird sect? It had absolutely no reputation. How could it possibly have trained such a powerful expert? Li Qingmei was taken aback. What kind of guess was this? Although Su Hao had some grudges with the Vermilion Bird sect, he had always held the upper hand. This was just a smokescreen. However, if she said he was from the Divine Martial Pavilion, he would probably turn on her. "Miss Li, this young Master Ni is not a difficult problem, but his master's strength is quite astonishing," Qiao Hong whispered from the side. "Oh, you fought him before, senior?" Li Qingmei asked casually. "That's right, when I was 18, I sparred with this person in secret. We exchanged 100 blows and neither of us could gain the upper hand. Later, he practiced Gu magic, and I was no match for him. I dared not make a move against him. Although his name is not among the 5 grandmasters, he is stronger than all of us." Qiao Hong nodded. The so-called 5 grandmasters and 10 young masters are all rankings of the righteous path, and the witchcraft cult is not included at all. However, the fact that the witchcraft cult has caused trouble everywhere for so many years, and no one dares to do anything to them, speaks volumes. Even if they made the first move today, if the Poison Gu sect uses its superior strength to seize the treasure, the Snow Mountain sect will have no choice but to accept their misfortune. I see senior's reminder is useless after all. The one who's going to make a move is that person. Li Qingmei pointed at Su Hao. This kid doesn't care about anything else. Once he's made up his mind, no one can stop him. She even had a vague feeling that Su Hao, deep down, longed to fight against masters. Although he wouldn't admit it, but his adventurous spirit always inspired him to move forward. "That's true." Qiao Hong simply sat down on the ground, poured himself a glass of wine, and slowly drank it, actually looking forward to the confrontation between the 2 masters. When Qiao Hong got up, his face darkened as he looked at the fallen black sword. There were cracks on it. The poison gas he had collected had long since escaped. The man looked at Su Hao with a malicious glint in his eyes and shouted, "Young man, this is the border region. Loyalty isn't fashionable here. We prefer to stab our brothers in the back. This is just your personal understanding, and it doesn't represent the entire martial arts world outside the Great Wall. In short, I'm going to take charge of this matter. You either apologize and admit your mistakes, or you will pay a bloody price." Su Hao gave a cold warning. "Very well, I'd like to see just how strong you are when you're not launching a sneak attack." Ni Yuanhao was unconvinced and immediately took out several poison darts and threw them at them. 984, Chapter 984, Change of Identity. Poison? Su Hao revealed a terrifying smile. The person he hated most was the one who poisoned him. With a flick of his right hand, he caught all the poison darts and hurled them back at them. Ah! Ni Yuanhao thought catching darts with his bare hands would be easy, but he overestimated himself. All the darts hit his arm. The next moment, the poison gas took effect and exploded. He watched helplessly as his right arm was gone. A sharp pain turned his face pale, and he couldn't believe it at all. Su Hao's attack was surprisingly ruthless. With just one move, he caused Su Hao to lose his right arm. "Men, kill him." He went mad and gave the order directly. 50 or 60 members of the witchcraft cult surrounded them. "First of all, I have no grudge against you, I'm just helping a friend. Secondly, once you take action, you will bear the consequences." Su Hao stood in the middle, his expression unchanged. "You're incredibly arrogant. Don't you know there's strength in numbers? Let me put it this way, no one from beyond the Great Wall who dares to look down on our witchcraft cult has even been born yet. You think you're so tough, you're just some outsider, we're going to avenge our second brother and send you to hell. As they spoke, they rushed over. Seeing this, Zhang Qingqing and the other members of the Snow Mountain sect were caught in a dilemma, considering whether to go and help. They didn't want to be ungrateful. Su Hao was fighting for them, how could they let him face so many enemies alone? Everyone, don't make things worse, just watch. Zhang Tianci advised directly. How the brother Tianci, you mean young Master Wang can defeat so many people? Zhang Qingqing found it unbelievable. Apart from Elder Huang, these people are no match at all. Zhang Tianci said with some relief if he hadn't been so enthusiastic and taken the initiative to help, making friends with this person, things would have been really difficult to resolve today. The witchcraft cult was still a bit too powerful for them. Ha! Zhang Qingqing was skeptical, feeling that this was something that overturned her understanding. Has the martial arts world outside become this powerful? Little did they know, the only one who was strong was Su Hao. He was the strongest of the strong, so suppressing these local bullies would be a piece of cake for him. He didn't use the ancient divine sword, he simply threw punches and kicks with practiced precision, his bare hands delivering blows one by one. His enemies were reduced to a bloody mess. The entire battle barely lasted long. To everyone's horror, the once powerful and influential witchcraft cult was now reduced to just the third elder and the second senior brother. The rest had all been sent to hell. The Snow Mountain faction was overjoyed and cheered with delight. Great, finally, someone has punished these villains of the witchcraft cult. Therefore, the righteous path still has its advantages. Joining the demonic sect will make one an enemy of the martial arts world. What an imposing young Master Wang. From this moment on, I will remember the 3 words Vermilion Bird Sect, and I will never provoke them again. In contrast to their joy, Yuanhao's face was grim. It took him a long time to turn around and kneel down, saying, Master, this person is going too far. Not only does he look down on our witchcraft sect, but he is also openly challenging you. Huang Tianqing's expression was equally grim. Their Poison Goose sect operated differently from the righteous sects. Although they were called masters, they didn't actually teach these people martial arts. The master-disciple relationship was merely a formality. Huang Tianqing's status in the Poison Goose sect was also related to these disciples. The more disciples he had, the higher his status. Now, having lost almost all of their disciples, how can they swallow this insult? He stared at Su Hao as if he were looking at a dead man, and couldn't help but say, Young man, which sect do you come from? Don't tell me you're from the Vermilion Bird sect. You don't believe me? Su Hao frowned. Could it be that pretending to be from the Vermilion Bird sect now has no credibility whatsoever? Nonsense! Huang Tianqing shouted. If they really came from the Vermilion Bird sect, as long as one genius emerged, it would shock the entire martial arts world. How could they be unknown? Alright, then I'll tell you the truth. My name is Zhao Hao, and I'm a disciple of Kasayapa Temple. Su Hao cleared his throat and introduced himself again. Wait, his surname isn't Wang, it's Zhao? Disciples of Kasayapa Temple, isn't that a sect that has already been destroyed? Holy crap, Kasayapa Temple is in Yanjing, so he really is from a big city. The disciples of the Snow Mountain sect were greatly surprised, and clearly felt that this explanation was much more credible. Yanjing? Xiao Hong's eyes flickered. He felt that Su Hao's identity might still be fake, but Li Qingmei might be from Yanjing after all. She was too extravagant, unlike the young ladies from small cities. No one can imagine how much money she actually has. She had already spent hundreds of millions to acquire spirit crystals for her. It was just a drop in the ocean. Her surname is Li. Could it be? Xiao Hong didn't continue thinking because he realized a problem. Su Hao's surname was fake, but who could guarantee that Li Qingqing's surname was real? Kasayapa Temple? Huang Tianqing was still somewhat skeptical. You don't have any Buddhist martial arts skills, how could you possibly come from that sect? Do we need to show our true skills to deal with those good-for-nothings? Su Hao asked a question in return. Huang Tianqing's face turned ugly. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Those good-for-nothings were all his disciples. Fine, you're arrogant enough. He had already decided to kill him. After quickly tending to his wounds, Yuanhao's gaze turned cold. He hadn't seen his master fight in a long time and was certain Su Hao was dead. It was said that his master had reached the Supreme Realm 3 years ago. His current strength was undoubtedly far greater. Even against Xiao Hong, he would have a chance of victory, let alone this young man. If Master goes on a killing spree and eliminates everyone here, leaving only that beautiful woman alive, that would be perfect. Niu Wenhao has already set his sights on Li Qingmei. He now actually thinks Zhang Qingqing is a bit too. She's just average, she's nowhere near as beautiful as the girls from Yanjing. However, he was somewhat uncertain, because it was said that Huang Tianqing was cruel and bloodthirsty, and once he made a move, he would not leave any survivors. Li Qingmei finally understood, whichever sect had a grudge against Su Hao, she would pretend to be from that sect, whether it was the Vermilion Bird sect or the Kasayapa temple. They were all people who had offended him. What, scared? Su Hao urged him instead of making a move. Afraid, you, when I was in the underworld, you weren't even born yet. Huang Tianqing said, and walked forward. With each step he took, the ground began to shake. Xiao Hong's expression changed, it seemed this person's strength had surpassed his own. The Snow Mountain sect members were horrified to discover that fine cracks had appeared in the ground even before the fight had begun. The strength this expert had displayed was astonishing. They quickly realized that if Huang Tianqing had attacked from the start, they would have been dead countless times over. 985, Chapter 985 Backlash. Elder Huang of the witchcraft cult is truly formidable. He hadn't made a move before, but now that this young man has completely offended them, it's not a good thing for us. Zhang gently tugged at Zhang Tianxi, reminding him. Qingqing, don't worry, he's a professional bodyguard, very strong, and might even be able to defeat Elder Huang. Zhang Tianxi said with a bold smile. Brother Tianxi, are you stupid? Elder Huang is someone even Senior Qiao couldn't beat. How could he possibly be a match for him? If we leave now, we're still relatively safe. If we stay, we'll all be wiped out. Zhang Qingqing tried to persuade him again. Qingqing, what do you mean? Do you want to be an ungrateful person? Zhang Tianxi said somewhat naively. Brother Tianxi, I'm doing this for the sake of the Snow Mountain sect. Do you really want to risk everyone's lives? How about this, you stay and help while we retreat first? Zhang Qingqing frowned, seeing that she couldn't reason with her fiancé, so she simply gave up trying to persuade him. Very well. Zhang Tianxi nodded. Whether to stay or leave was the Snow Mountain sect's prerogative, and no one could stop them. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Qingqing led these people away, her speed astonishing everyone. So this is what the Snow Mountain sect disciples are like. IBE learned so much. Yi Fei suddenly retorted sarcastically. Mr. Yi, please don't talk nonsense. The disciples of the Snow Mountain sect are seriously injured. It's only natural for them to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. Zhang Tianxi blushed, and he had to kindly explain. Really, I think they're worried we'll steal the treasure. Yi Fei said pointedly. Zhang Tianxi watched their departing figures, unable to offer any further explanation. He could only turn to Li Qingmei apologetically and say, Miss Li, I apologize to you and young Master Zhao on their behalf. They acted unintentionally, and I hope you will understand. Young Master Zhang, I think Brother Hao only intervened because of Yo is not familiar with the Snow Mountain sect, so he won't care whether they leave or not. Li Qingmei said calmly. Based on her understanding of Su Hao, he wasn't interested in ordinary women, he was only doing this out of friendship. Alright, Zhang Tianxi said helplessly. It seemed they owed another favor. On the other side, Niu Wenhao gazed in the direction the Snow Mountain sect had left, his eyes flickering as if he were deep in thought. He quietly slipped away while no one was looking. Boom! The battle between Su Hao and Huang Tianqing has begun. The opponent's offensive looks very strong. With one move, everything around them was destroyed. Those who were nearby were all shaken and retreated. Su Hao's face showed a hint of appreciation. It had to be said that there were indeed powerful individuals beyond the Great Wall. He hadn't directly fought Xiao Hong, but it was enough to confirm that this person was significantly stronger than the other expert. No wonder the reputation of the witchcraft cult is growing. It is extremely rare for any sect to have such a master. Could it be that Qingqing is right? A hint of doubt flashed across Zhang Tianxi's face, but he immediately shook his head. No matter what, he could not be a treacherous person. If Su Hao needed help, he would definitely lend a hand immediately. Boom, boom, boom. The fight between the two grew increasingly intense, with Huang Tianqing's attacks relentless. He was somewhat astonished. After so many moves, Su Hao hadn't fallen. His previous killing intent weakened slightly at this moment, as his intuition told him that his opponent was too strong, and he couldn't win immediately. He's still using conventional offense. Seeing that the desired effect was not achieved, he had a wicked idea and decided to use goo magic. Young man, although you are very strong, you are still a bit lacking if you want to fight me. The man smiled confidently, and a puff of black smoke suddenly emanated from his body. As if they had eyes, they surrounded Su Hao. This scene seemed somewhat familiar to Su Hao. Didn't Huang Yingying use this method before when dealing with the people from the Six Doors? Huang Tianqing's situation now seems to be similar. A thought struck him, and he stood still, carefully sensing the surroundings. He then discovered an astonishing phenomenon. Within this black mist lay tens of thousands of goo worms. His goo techniques were actually this powerful? He was quite surprised this person had real skills, but was unwilling to pass them on to his disciples, which seemed extremely selfish. Oh no, young Master Zhao is about to be swallowed up. The junior sister of the Fierce Lion sect asked in surprise. Miss Li, should we help? Zhang Tianci gripped his broadsword, hesitatingly asking. He had no resistance to poison. Could he possibly disperse the poisonous mist with his weapon? Not for now. Li Qingmei appeared calm and said indifferently. Miss Li, don't trust this kind of person too much. Just a bodyguard at best, not some martial arts master, and he has no reputation whatsoever. Knowing that Kasayapa Temple has been extinct for 1,000 years, claiming such a status is simply an insult to the intelligence of others. Yi Fei said coldly. That's right, Kasayapa Temple was indeed destroyed long ago. You might not believe it, but the force that took action was none other than the Divine Martial Pavilion. The dark-skinned woman introduced herself with great confidence. Li Qingmei frowned, feeling that these rumors from the martial arts world were indeed somewhat untrue. In fact, the destruction of Kasayapa Temple was related to the Li family. When the Li family was first confirmed as the Celestial Palace, they urgently needed a large power to submit, so they chose Kasayapa Temple. Of course, Li Yuanwu secretly helped a lot at the time. However, the main fighters were all trained by the Li family. It was after that battle that the Li family established their status in the martial arts world and were known as the Supreme Martial Arts Family. Even now, there are still versions of Shenwu Pavilion committing evil deeds. That's fine too anyway. Shenwu Pavilion is infamous, so one more sin won't matter. Die. Huang Tianqing's voice was cold and piercing as he shouted. All poisonous fog, fierce however, it all rushed into Su Hao's body. This is a deadly poison he cultivated. Once it enters the body, it will devour the flesh and blood of the enemy, absorb their true essence, and when brought back, it will enhance one's power to a certain extent. His rapid advancement in the later stages was also due to his ability to absorb goo poison. Death? Su Hao asked calmly. That's right, no one can resist my goo poison. The man said confidently. Is that so? You mean these? Su Hao flipped his right hand, and black ants appeared one after another, numbering in the tens of thousands in the blink of an eye, forming a black mist. Huang Tianqing looked incredulous. What was going on? Why was his goo worm being controlled by the other party? It seemed completely illogical. Go! Go! Su Hao waved his hand, and the black mist turned and flew towards Huang Tianqing, enveloping him directly. Ah! The man let out a piercing scream that made everyone's eardrums hurt, as if they had experienced something terrifying. 986, Chapter 986 Anger. What exactly happened? Yi Fei's expression changed. How could things have gone completely wrong in the blink of an eye? Shouldn't Su Hao be the one who was poisoned? The others exchanged bewildered glances, then stared intently as the black mist dissipated, and the goo worms entered Huang Tianqing's body. The body was rapidly shriveling, as if all moisture, bones, and flesh had vanished. With a final scream, the man vanished completely from the world. What remained was a swarm of wing-flying ants, numbering in the tens of thousands, all of which flew towards Su Hao, landed in his palm, and disappeared. Oh my god! You actually know goo magic? Could it be that you are a member of the demonic path? Yi Fei reacted quickly, his face immediately contorted with terror, as if he were looking at a monster. Su Hao glanced at it indifferently, offering no explanation. His interests were far more diverse than most. He already knew goo techniques, but he considered them evil and hadn't deliberately cultivated them. Huang Tianqing's goo techniques seemed impressive, but to true masters, they were still rather childish. He easily turned the goo worms against their will, allowing the host to experience the evil of Gu techniques. He eventually succeeded in absorbing Huang Tianqing's true energy, but since Huang was weak, the improvement he provided to Su Hao was negligible. Perhaps this was for the best. Huang's true energy couldn't affect Su Hao's original true energy, preventing him from going into a state of demonic possession. Young brother, congratulations, you've done justice on behalf of heaven. Huang Tianqing has harmed many martial arts practitioners outside the Great Wall, and no one could deal with him. Finally, we've waited for you. Xiao Hong didn't want to dwell on these things, so he immediately cupped his hands in greeting and said loudly, "That's right, Elder Huang is dead. The Poison Gu sect has lost a great general, which is beneficial to all of us," Zhang Tianxi said with emotion. "Young Master Zhao, you are truly the strongest, most handsome, and most chivalrous martial artist I have ever met," Junior's sister said with a smile. Amidst the praises of the fierce Lion Sect members, Su Hao not only failed to smile, but instead looked in the direction the Snow Mountain sect had fled and said in a low voice, "Young Master Zhang, your fiancée is in danger. I advise you to go and check on her as soon as possible." "What?" Zhang Tianxi's expression changed drastically. In fact, he could no longer sense the aura of the Snow Mountain sect, but he trusted Su Hao unconditionally. He immediately took a breath and flew over. "Senior brother, wait for us." The junior sister and the others followed, also with the intention of saving lives. "Let's go, we'll follow them." Yi Fei frowned. He had his eyes on the Snow Mountain sect's treasures, and he and his men disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Brother Hao, did you learn your Gu technique from Miss Huang?" Li Qingmei asked with a smile, but there was a hint of jealousy in her voice. "Brother Hao, why did you have to imitate Hong Yu of all people?" Su Hao frowned, then explained, "I learned Gu techniques from books. Generally speaking, I don't need to learn from outsiders." He only learned the Hunyuan Qi sword technique, and didn't have a suitable sword move at the time, but under the current circumstances, it's best not to say it out loud, otherwise it will only make someone feel worse. Who told you to keep changing your surname? If I'm not called Brother Hao, am I supposed to be called husband? Li Qingmei smiled gently. Upon hearing this, the people from the Physiognomy Palace all instinctively turned their heads, realizing that the young lady and he were so close. Whatever. Su Hao realized that he had never been able to handle beautiful women, especially those who were good to him. "It looks like a fight has broken out over there. Should we rush over there?" Li Qingmei asked nervously upon hearing the sounds of fighting. "Let's walk slowly towards this is the price they have to pay." Su Hao shook his head. He wasn't a pushover, and in fact, he didn't really want to take action against the Snow Mountain sect. But Li Qingmei was different after all. She was a descendant of the Celestial Palace and subconsciously felt a responsibility to help the weak and punish the strong, always kindly helping others. He neither opposed nor supported this. The world is a dangerous place, and he has suffered far too many betrayals, so he has long since lost any desire to show mercy. All right. Li Qingmei was also willing to listen to advice. She was somewhat unhappy about the Snow Mountain sect's resolute departure. They arrived at a leisurely pace and found that the battle there was exceptionally fierce. Besides the Snow Mountain sect and the fierce Lion sect, there was another familiar face among them, who turned out to be Niu Enhao. This person followed the Snow Mountain sect, and along the way, through some unknown means, contacted another group of adventurous disciples from the witchcraft cult. These people joined forces and once again launched an attack on the Snow Mountain sect. His target was Zhang Qingqing. He figured that since he had lost an arm today, the only way to vent his anger was to kidnap her and play with her. As a result, the fight didn't last long before the Lion faction caught up with them again. The three forces were locked in a fierce battle without Huang Tianqing's presence, and with Niu Enhao having lost an arm, their strength was greatly diminished, making the fight extremely close and evenly matched. Several members of the fierce Lion sect were injured and bleeding, 3 disciples of the Snow Mountain sect fell, and several members of the witchcraft sect also died on the spot. "Why are you here?" When Niu Enhao saw Su Hao and the others, his expression changed drastically. He belatedly asked, "Could it be that you killed my master?" "Yes." Su Hao nodded simply. "Holy crap!" Zhang Qingqing, who was fighting, had her clothes torn when Niu Enhao entangled her, revealing several patches of her fair skin. She was worried that she would suffer a terrible fate today, but she did not expect to see Su Hao return victorious. She immediately realized that she had made the wrong bet. If I had stayed there, I wouldn't be suffering this humiliation now. Her eyes darted around, and she said in a sweet voice, "Young Master Zhao, please come and help me. As long as you're willing to help, I'll agree to any conditions you set." Conditions? Su Hao frowned. "That's right, even if you propose to break off the engagement with Brother Tianci, I will not, no hesitation." Zhang Qingqing desperately wanted to survive, hinting frantically. This was exactly what Niu Wenhao was thinking, meaning he could get this woman. However, saying it in public like that was still quite surprising. Zhang Tianxi's face was extremely ugly. He had risked his life twice to help the Snow Mountain sect, but he never expected that this woman would publicly cuckold him. "Senior brother, you're in big trouble now," his junior sister said unhappily. "It was originally an arranged marriage. The so-called good feelings are all an act, time will tell, and that's exactly what they mean," the others advised. Zhang Tianci was both angry and worried. He thought that if Su Hao agreed, Zhang Qingqing would probably throw herself into his arms immediately, and then he would have no choice but to dig a hole and crawl into it. "I have absolutely no interest in your engagement," Su Hao coldly refused. Zhang Qingqing's expression changed, and she looked very unhappy. Could it be that this beauty from beyond the Great Wall had no appeal at all? 987, Chapter 987. Enraged. "Miss Shang, why don't you hand over the treasure, and we'll lend a hand, what do you say?" Yi Fei's heart stirred, and he said with a very pragmatic attitude. "Mr. Yi, you are unaware of this, but we buried the treasure long ago. It will not be opened unless an elder of the Snow Mountain sect appears. This concerns the future of our sect, and it is absolutely inconvenient to tell outsiders." Zhang Qingqing is no fool. Having already obtained the treasure, how could she possibly hand it over to someone else? Really? Yi Fei frowned. This woman was really greedy. Despite being in danger, she was still guarding the treasure. He was itching to know what the treasure was. "You shameless woman, don't try to seduce other people here. He has an absolute beauty. Why would he be interested in you?" Niu Wenhao laughed frivolously and slashed with his sword. With a hiss, her upper body clothes were shattered, leaving her only in her underwear. Enraged, Zhang Qingqing immediately grabbed her weapon and launched a frenzied attack, ready to fight to the death. However, her counterattack played right into Niu Wenhao's hands. He opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of grey poisonous mist, which she absorbed immediately. Oops. Everyone who saw this immediately felt a chill run down their spine. Zhang Qingqing also looked embarrassed, not expecting to be poisoned again due to her carelessness. In just 2 or 3 breaths, she felt weak all over, and her weapon was so weak that it fell to the ground with a clatter. Niu Wenhao was overjoyed and immediately placed his long sword against her neck, saying fiercely, "Everyone stop, if you don't want Miss Zhang to die, put down your weapons." Junior sister. Senior sister. The Snow Mountain sect members looked grief-stricken. They hadn't expected their worst fears to come true. Someone had actually been taken hostage, which made things rather difficult. "Everyone, drop your weapons!" Zhang Qingqing shouted loudly. The fellow disciples exchanged glances, sighed, and had no choice but to put down their weapons. The witchcraft cult members immediately took them into custody, and each of them had a weapon strapped to their neck. The sounds of fighting on the other side seemed particularly jarring at this moment. "Did you hear me? Put down your weapon." Niu Wenhao applied slight pressure, leaving a bloody mark on Zhang Qingqing's neck. "You bastard surnamed Ni, you're truly despicable." Left with no other choice, Zhang Tianci threw the weapon on the ground. The members of the Lion faction were somewhat at a loss upon seeing this. If we surrender without resistance, wouldn't we be at their mercy? They've already helped the Snow Mountain sect a lot. Are they really going to die with their senior brother? Oh dear, it seems some people are unwilling to surrender. Niu Wenhao continued to exert force, and Zhang Qingqing's wound was bleeding more. Zhang Tianci closed his eyes. He didn't want to see his fiancée die, nor did he want to put his fellow disciples in a difficult position. Why? Seeing this, the junior sister realized this was truly a calamity for everyone and had no choice but to drop her weapon. Since things had come to this, she had no choice but to side with her senior brother. The others looked at each other, and under the repeated urging of the witchcraft cult, they eventually gave up. "Tie them all up." Niu Wenhao coldly gave the order. "All right." The members of the witchcraft cult obeyed the order and bound all the people tightly. Niu Wenhao burst into laughter, believing victory was assured. He glanced at Su Hao with disdain and said, "Outsider, you think you're so strong, now I have so many hostages in my hands, let's see how you oppose me?" Su Hao frowned. Was this guy courting death? "Aren't you a righteous person? I'm giving you two choices, either kneel down and admit your mistakes, and have my men tie you up, or have the disciples of the witchcraft cult kill one person per minute." Niu Wenhao shouted loudly. "I have to ask you this first, who is the first person you want to kill?" Su Hao said calmly. "Of course they're from the Snow Mountain sect. As long as they don't reveal the location of the treasure, I'm definitely going to go on a killing spree." Niu Wenhao shouted loudly. "Really, let's do it now. I also want to know the whereabouts of the treasure." Su Hao nodded in agreement. Niu Wenhao was a little confused. Why wasn't this person using the usual tactics? That's a threat. The other party was completely unafraid. And they even agree with it? The Snow Mountain sect members' expressions changed drastically. Su Hao was practically their only lifeline. How could they just stand by and watch him die? "Young master, first of all, I admit that my previous departure was somewhat wrong. Secondly, I must say that besides the treasures we already possessed, I also know of another hidden treasure location." Zhang Qingqing suddenly said. "Oh?" Su Hao raised an eyebrow. "Don't believe her, she's capable of anything to survive." Yi Fei suddenly said. "As you all know, we are in a dangerous place right now. So how can we have the right to lie? But I have a condition. If we obtain the treasure, the Snow Mountain sect must take half of it." Zhang Qingqing bargained. "If what you say is true, then we can join forces. Hao Ji and I only have one request, to choose one treasure, and to be the first one we can choose." Li Qingmei suddenly said. "Her goal is the dragon essence. If she can obtain it directly, that would be ideal." "Great." Zhang Qingqing was overjoyed, then looked at Xiao Hong and asked tentatively, "Senior Xiao, if we cooperate, we can also choose some treasures." "Really? Then I'll only pick 2 items at most." Xiao Hong nodded in agreement. "What about us?" Yi Fei asked eagerly. Everyone had already discussed it, and he wanted a share too. "You're at the end of the line, we'll divide it up, we'll give you whatever we have." Zhang Qingqing said coldly. She was a very snobbish woman and felt that this person was useless and could only be given some scraps. Yi Fei's expression was somewhat unpleasant, but since everyone agreed, his words carried little weight, so he could only nod. He was now actually hoping that these people were too blind to recognize the good stuff. Niu Wenhao was completely dumbfounded. Isn't he the one in charge? Why did everyone agree to this in front of him? They completely disregarded him. "Miss Shang, I see you don't understand the current situation. How about this? I'll take you away, and you can cooperate with our witchcraft cult to retrieve the treasure. Then I'll introduce you to the witchcraft cult, make you my junior sister, and you can live happily ever after together. That would be the best outcome." Niu Wenhao threatened. Zhang Qingqing hesitated slightly, then immediately shook her head. If Niu Wenhao's arm were intact, she might have considered it. After all, joining the witchcraft cult wasn't a bad idea, but now that he was a cripple, wouldn't following him mean a life of hardship? No matter what, Su Hao seems much more reliable. Grass. I'll kill you first." Enraged, Niu Wenhao suddenly exerted force, about to cruelly destroy the flower. Zhang Tianxi's expression changed drastically. He hated himself for being so incompetent that he couldn't even save his fiancée. 988, Chapter 988. New Allies. No. Zhang Qingqing's face turned pale. Was she going to die here? Brute. The Snow Mountain sect members were shocked. This person was truly shameless, actually attacking a weak woman. Just then, a flash of silver light appeared. Niu Wenhao stopped abruptly and did not take any further action. When everyone looked over, they were all surprised to find that a silver needle had appeared between the man's eyebrows, and he had died on the spot. When the weapon in his hand fell to the ground, his eyes widened, and he slowly collapsed. Until his very last moment, he couldn't understand how he died. Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. She ran weakly toward Su Hao and asked, "Young master, did you save me?" "Someone, give her a coat." Su Hao didn't even glance at him before issuing the order. The people from the Physiognomy Palace immediately handed her a large garment to cover her up. Only then did Zhang Qingqing realize that she was somewhat scantily clad, and she was immediately embarrassed, standing to the side with a flushed face. Su Hao's gaze swept over the remaining disciples of the witchcraft cult, and he said calmly, "There are 48 of you left. If you escape now, you might have a chance of survival. Damn it, we have to avenge our second senior brother. Even if I die, I'll take someone down with me. Who do you think you are, to think you can wipe out so many of us in an instant?" These people were not convinced and raised their troops to ruthlessly kill the Snow Mountain faction or Fierce Lion faction members they controlled. "Sai, I gave you a chance, but you couldn't do it." Su Hao sighed, waved his hands, and released the silver needles once more. Without exception, all hits were achieved. All the members of the witchcraft cult collapsed instantly, and all those who were being controlled were saved. This scene was undoubtedly astonishing to others, who found it difficult to accomplish, but for Su Hao, it was quite effortless, as he had countless experiences with it before. "Someone, untie everyone." Li Qingmei gave the order directly. Soon, Zhang Tianxi and the others were all freed. Zhang Qingqing, wearing a coat and with a fawning smile, approached him and said, "Brother Tianxi, thank you so much for today." "Qingqing, you've really gone too far." Zhang Tianxi was a rather honest person and couldn't bring himself to say anything too harsh. He simply emphasized that he was very unhappy. "Brother Tianxi, I was forced into this situation. Even the experts from the Fierce Lion sect couldn't offer much help. Was it wrong for me to make some concessions to save my life?" As Zhang Qingqing spoke, tears streamed down her face. Zhang Tianxi was stunned. Was she wrong or not? His mind was blank. He seemed to have completely forgotten how to think. Seeing this, Zhang Qingqing took his arm and said, "Brother Tianxi, you have to believe me. You're the only one in my heart. If you don't believe me, just feel it for yourself." As she spoke, she took his hand, intending to provide proof. Cough cough. Zhang Tianxi's face turned red, clearly indicating that he was no match for her, and he had chosen to believe her. Why? Li Qingmei sighed. Zhang Tianxi was truly an honest man. She glanced back at Su Hao, thinking how wonderful it would be if he were as honest as young Master Zhang. Wrong. She immediately realized that if that were the case, Su Hao and Lin Yao might have already remarried, and no one else would have a chance. "Young Master Zhao, may I ask you for an antidote?" Zhang Tianxi walked over to Su Hao and said apologetically. Even if Zhang Qingqing had gone too far before, as her fiancé, he still couldn't just stand by and watch her die. Su Hao didn't say anything. This was his own choice, and only he knew whether it would bring him fortune or misfortune, so he took out an antidote pill and handed it over. After Zhang Tianxi got his hands on it, he flew back to Zhang Qingqing's side and personally fed her the food. Zhang Qingqing's poisoning was quickly relieved, and her complexion gradually returned to normal. She then tiptoed and kissed him on the cheek, instantly making him blush and laugh so hard he completely forgot his surroundings. This senior brother is really something. The members of the Fierce Lion faction were all speechless. Sure enough, men in love are too foolish, completely manipulated by Zhang Qingqing. Cough cough. "Miss Zhang, please change your clothes and tidy yourself up a bit. We'll set off in half an hour to begin the treasure hunt." Yi Fei was very pragmatic and only cared about the treasure, so he urged him directly. "Okay." Zhang nodded gently and agreed. "The treasure over there is quite dangerous. The Snow Mountain sect alone couldn't possibly take it now. With everyone working together, perhaps they can succeed." She called over a junior sister, found a secluded spot, and changed her clothes. Half an hour later, everyone set off. The Snow Mountain faction acted swiftly, as if they were very familiar with this area. Led by them, we gradually approached a lake nestled in the woods. Ha! Su Hao was somewhat surprised as he approached. The treasure-gathering pearl began to vibrate, as if to remind him that the treasures here were of good quality. "Is it that thing?" Li Qingmei asked in a low voice. "It's hard to say. I've never been in contact with it, so I don't know the vibration frequency of that thing." Su Hao couldn't be sure. "Alright." Li Qingmei thought to herself, it seems she can only wait until it is unearthed before making a decision. Everyone looked at the lake. It had to be said that the lake was quite large, and it was shrouded in mist, obscuring its true appearance. If you listened carefully, you could hear the sound of flowing water, but it seemed no different from any other lake. Zhang Qingqing, are you lying to us? Yi Fei was very unhappy, thinking that she had deliberately taken him to the wrong place. What do you know? This is where the treasure is hidden, it just isn't visible yet. Zhang Qingqing shook her head. There's so much water, are we supposed to jump in? Xiao Hong frowned deeply. Everyone now knew that the oasis was fraught with danger, and no one could guarantee anything about the lake. What kind of monster is it? Once in the water, everyone's strength will be greatly reduced, making them less mobile and unable to resist the monsters in the water. Yes, we can go in, but not now. What you all don't know is that the lake overflows at night, and then you can go in. Zhang Qingqing said confidently. Oh, such a wonder exists? Zhang Tianci couldn't imagine it either. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes last night, there's no mistake. Haste makes waste, now we just need to wait patiently. She simply nodded. Everyone, I think we don't need to wait. Yi Fei suddenly said. Zhang Qingqing looked displeased. Could it be that this person couldn't understand human language? To be honest, my men are excellent swimmers. They can swim freely for 3 days in any river, let alone a lake this big. Instead of waiting until night and attracting other adventurers, let's go in and explore now. Yi Fei said with a smile. 989, Chapter 989. What are you waiting for? Young people, Miss Zhang just made it very clear, haste makes waste. Are you really not afraid of death? Xiao Hong said calmly. We've all come out here to make our way in the world. How can we just back down when we encounter danger? If my men go down and find the treasure, won't they get a bigger share? Yi Fei directly stated the terms. Miss Li, what's your opinion? Xiao Hong didn't make a decision yet, but asked Li Qingmei first. I think this matter should be left to Miss Zhang to decide, since she is the one who will take the lion's share, Li Qingmei said calmly. If you two agree, we have no objections. As long as they can find the treasure during the day, they can take an extra share. Zhang Qingqing smiled coldly. Since these people are so confident, let them suffer a loss. Very good, leave it to us. Yi Fei was overjoyed, this was exactly the result he wanted. Who wouldn't want to get more treasures? Even just one more item would be a huge surprise. He said to the people behind him, Brother Zhang, could you please take 2 people and go in to scout ahead? Good. A strong, muscular man, Zhang Chang, known as the Dragon across the river, was the best swimmer in the area. He and 2 of his brothers, along with some diving equipment, jumped directly into the water. When this person entered the water, there was no splash, as if he were showing off his skills. The other 2 also submerged silently, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The lake was still shrouded in mist, and no one could even see where they had come from. The composition of this expedition team is now somewhat complex. In total, there are 5 factions. As Li Qingmei's ally, Su Hao was essentially in his own camp. Li Qingmei led the largest number of people, her only goal being the dragon essence. She had no interest in anything else. The Snow Mountain faction provided the information for this expedition and is determined to obtain the treasure. The situation with the Lion faction is somewhat complicated. Originally, they were after the treasure, but now they are essentially bodyguards for the Snow Mountain faction. They didn't participate in the discussions, hoping to get the treasure if possible, but if they can't, they hope to get away unscathed. Yi Fei and his group are quite simple, they are a group of speculators who will do anything for profit. There's something wrong with this lake water. Su Hao said calmly. If you get close, you can see that the lake water is very clear. However, the scenery inside the lake that is a little further away is completely invisible. It was as if some mysterious force was blocking the view. Moreover, the fog on the lake was too thick, which seemed somewhat abnormal. Yes, we can't see anything. It would be too dangerous to go in rashly. Li Qingmei nodded. Miss Li, please trust my men, they will definitely return safely. Yi Fei said confidently. Everyone frowned, but said nothing and waited quietly. Different camps lead to different expectations. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The person who had submerged in the lake did not reappear. The expressions on everyone's faces were somewhat different. Most people still wore gloating smiles, thinking that Yi Fei and his group were just a bunch of clowns. Why haven't they come out yet? Could it be that some strange fish in the lake ate them all? Someone shouldn't be too confident here. Strength is king. Being a good swimmer doesn't mean anything. Exploring, this place is definitely dangerous. Would it be suicide for a few weaklings to go down here? With this little skill, you expect to get a bigger share of the treasure? The main speakers were from the Snow Mountain sect. They strongly disapproved of such opportunists and did not want to share anything more with them. The members of the Fierce Lion faction also ridiculed Yi Fei and his group, clearly dissatisfied with them. What's the rush? This lake is so big, searching it would take at least a few hours, wouldn't it? It's only been a few minutes, it's nothing serious. Those who talk big, why don't you jump in and try it yourselves? What right do a bunch of cowards have to criticize? Yi Fei and the others were very unhappy and started arguing. Don't make a scene, Li Qingmei said coldly. Everyone quieted down. No one wanted to offend this young lady. Yi Fei, how long will it take for your men to send back a message? She asked directly. 10 minutes at the fastest. Yi Fei thought for a moment and said, very well, let's wait a little longer. If there are no results, we'll wait until tonight. Li Qingmei said. Understood. Yi Fei nodded. A few minutes later, a splashing sound came from the water, as if someone was emerging. Su Hao's heart skipped a beat, waved his hand, and a powerful surge of true energy, like a tornado, dispersed all the mist. Sure enough, 3 members of the adventure team appeared on the lake surface. They removed their diving masks and exclaimed with delight, everyone, we've found water underwater. Really? Yi Fei was overjoyed. You might not believe it, but there's a palace at the bottom of the lake. I guarantee it's full of treasures. Zheng Chang reported directly. Palace? Everyone was overjoyed. This was the best news they had heard all day. Didn't it mean there were many treasures inside? Yi Fei, eager to get started, said directly, what are we waiting for? Let's all rely on our own abilities and go down to find the treasure. In his view, his men were the best swimmers and could stay submerged the longest, so they would definitely obtain the most treasures. He figured he could hide the 1 or 2 most valuable items, and no outsider would know. Don't get too excited yet. The real test of diving underwater is holding your breath, and our Snow Mountain sect won't lose to you in that area. Zhang Qingqing said confidently. Fellow disciples, get ready, we're off to search for treasure. Great! Great! The other Snow Mountain sect disciples cheered excitedly. The Lion faction was also eager to get their hands on it. Since there was something good, everyone was willing to take the risk. Li Qingmei's eyes flickered as she looked at Su Hao. She wondered if it would be romantic for the 2 of them to dive into the water. She secretly calculated that if they just held their breath, they could probably stay underwater for half an hour. Just then, a dark shadow suddenly appeared on the water. Watch out, there's a monster in the water. Yi Fei's expression changed drastically, and he immediately gave a reminder. He has already lost a lot of men. If another one dies, it will be a huge blow. Where are the monsters? Zheng Chang turned around but didn't hear anything. The other 2 drew their short swords and assumed a fighting stance. The next moment, a strange fish suddenly surfaced and bit one of them. Blood flowed like a river, and the man vanished in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the fog returned, obstructing everyone's vision. Brother Zhang, Xiaoyun, come back quickly. Yi Fei cried out in anguish. The remaining 2, recovering from their brief shock, swam towards the shore. They suddenly sensed a great commotion around them, as if some monster was approaching. 990, Chapter 990. The way to break the stalemate. What to do? Yi Fei was at a loss. He held a pistol in his hand for self-defense, but the fog blocked his view, and he couldn't even see the monster's shadow. How could he possibly help? His eyes flickered as he looked at Su Hao and said, young Master Zhao, we are allies. Why don't you lend a hand to save my 2 brothers? Save me, don't overestimate me. I am no match for this strange fish. Besides, I can't swim at all. Su Hao said coldly. You can't swim? Yi Fei couldn't believe that this person's internal energy was so strong that even if he got into the lake, he could easily push back the lake water. That's right. Su Hao nodded. Senior Qiao, why don't you make a move? Yi Fei rubbed his hands together, looked at Xiao Hong, and had a fawning smile on his face. Why should I? Xiao Hong said coldly. First of all, we are allies. If we lose a few people, it will be inconvenient for everyone's future operations. Secondly, as long as you are willing to lend a hand, there will be plenty of fine wine for you in the future. Yi Fei gritted his teeth and decided to pay a price. Well, I actually want to help, but unfortunately, I can't swim either. Xiao Hong spread his hands, indicating that he couldn't help. Yi Fei's face was grim. He had figured it out. These two people had no intention of making a move. Looking around, he realized that no one else could help, so he could only sigh inwardly. Even the kind-hearted Zhang Tianxi showed no intention of taking any action. Yi Fei and his gang usually behave terribly, and their attitude is terrible when they ask for help. His promise to Xiao Hong was a joke, saying he'd cover all the drinks. How much is that even worth? As long as you take any treasure out of here, you can be guaranteed a life of plenty. Don't come any closer. Just then, another terrified voice rang out. Then came the sound of swallowing, as if someone was being eaten. Captain, save me! Zheng Chang was terrified in the thick fog. He only wanted to survive, he didn't care about any treasures anymore. Hurry up and swim! Yi Fei stamped his foot, feeling somewhat helpless. Zheng Chang seemed to realize that he had been abandoned, so he swam desperately towards the shore. Just as he grabbed a rock and thought he could be saved, he suddenly heard a splashing sound, as if something had been thrown out of the water. He turned his head and saw that it was a monster weighing 50 or 60 pounds. It looked like a bluefish, but it had thick scales, as if it were a natural defense mechanism. It's over. Over. He closed his eyes in pain. The strange fish opened its enormous mouth, let out a howl, and bit off his head right in front of everyone. If there had been thick fog obscuring the view, people could only speculate and not know exactly what had happened, but now that they have seen it with their own eyes, the sense of awe is incomparable to any other time. Holy crap, it's such a powerful monster. Who could imagine that a fish could eat a person? Thank goodness I didn't go into the water, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Everyone chimed in with their own opinions. As Zheng Chang lost his head, his entire body sank into the water. In a short while, it turned into blood and disappeared without a trace. Yi Fei's face immediately darkened with the loss of 3 people. He had very few capable men left. He already had little say in this adventure team, and now no one took him seriously at all. We must be extremely cautious from now on, he muttered to himself. Just then, another strange fish emerged from the water and swam straight towards Zhang Qingqing. Its gaping maw revealed 2 rows of sharp teeth. A bite from it would be fatal. She drew her long sword and slashed fiercely, but with a clang, as if she had struck something hard, she was thrown back several meters. She was already injured, and now her injuries were undoubtedly aggravated. Qingqing, I'm coming to save you. Zhang Tianxi took out his broadsword and unleashed his full power. With a powerful force, the strange fish was knocked back into the water. Just as he was feeling fortunate, the water surface surged, and strange fish popped their heads out, opening their mouths as if hoping to be fed. My God, there are so many? Zhang Qingqing turned pale with fright. What she saw yesterday was different from what she saw now. The water had receded then, and there were no monsters. Now the strange fish are so numerous that they seem impossible to count. Even one is difficult to deal with, let alone so many. Once they are in the water, their chances of survival are almost zero. It seems that daytime is not suitable for action. Everyone, rest here, conserve your energy, and prepare for the night's operation. Li Qingmei gave the instructions. No one else had any objections and nodded in agreement. She winked at Su Hao, quickly found a giant tree, stomped her foot under it, and flew more than 10 meters into the air, landing on the trunk. Being a clean person, she didn't sit down immediately, but took out a blanket and placed it under herself. Qingmei, as night falls, the situation here will likely become increasingly complicated. Su Hao sighed. In fact, their journey had attracted a lot of attention, with many eyes watching them. The news of the treasure here has probably already spread. The oasis may seem large, but it is teeming with adventurers, and they are bound to bump into each other. With you here, what is there to be afraid of? Li Qingmei said with a smile as she sat down, patting the person next to her. I'm not invincible. If something happens, it'll be troublesome, Su Hao said with a wry smile. Don't worry, I have several experts by my side. They should be able to hold out for a while against any enemy, Li Qingmei said with a smile. Okay, Su Hao said, and sat down. Li Qingmei moved closer to them, relaxing for a moment to rest. Just then, a young couple walked over from under the tree. It was Zhang Tianci and Zhang Qingqing. Their way of getting along is completely different from theirs. Zhang Tianci took out a clean piece of clothing to use as a cushion and took good care of Zhang Qingqing. The two sat together, whispering to each other. Li Qingmei didn't pay attention to what he was hearing, but seeing that Zhang Qingqing was a bit distant from him, she guessed that their relationship was just so. Don't they know there are people here? Li Qingmei asked with a smile. Ha? Su Hao suddenly saw two groups of people approaching him and a surprised smile appeared on his face. The two who arrived were none other than Lu Kai from the Azure Dragon sect and Mang Yue from the Flying Tiger sect. Each of them was fighting dozens of experts and looked to be in good spirits and at their peak. Especially Lu Kai, since using the forbidden method last time, has seemingly shown little effect after these few days of recuperation. Perhaps for him, exploring the oasis is the only way to break the deadlock. What if there are treasures inside that can enhance his power? Wouldn't it be worth risking his life? 991, Chapter 991 Attempt to Divide. Zhang Tianci leaned against the tree trunk, his face flushed. He gazed at his fiancée's beautiful face, looking somewhat anxious. After hesitating for a long time, he finally mustered his courage and said, "Qingqing, may I kiss you?" "Isn't that inappropriate? There are so many people around, it would be so embarrassing if they saw us." Zhang Qingqing refused on the spot. The previous kiss was just a tactic to win him over, now he wanted to take advantage of her. Wasn't that just wishful thinking? She subconsciously changed the subject, saying, "Brother Tianci, are you and young Master Zhao very familiar? What sect does he belong to?" "This young master's identity is mysterious. We don't know his exact identity yet. The claim that he's a disciple of Kasyapa Temple is most likely false. The only thing I'm certain of is that he comes from Jiangnan and has some different customs from ours." Zhang Tianci answered seriously. Really, if he's unaffiliated with any sect, I wonder if he'd be willing to join the Snow Mountain sect. Then he'd be my junior brother, and he'd have to take orders from me. Zhang Qingqing said smugly, blushing slightly as she thought of Su Hao's handsome face. Even the most obtuse Zhang Tianci could sense the other person's admiration, and he felt a little uncomfortable. He immediately fell silent, unsure how to respond. Zhang Qingqing sensed the awkward atmosphere and took his arm again, saying, "Brother Tianci, don't overthink it. Young Master Zhao is so outstanding, how could I possibly be worthy of him?" "Yes." Zhang Tianci felt relieved upon hearing this, but immediately realized something was amiss and said, "No, Qingqing is also a perfect woman." "Really?" Zhang Qingqing smiled sweetly. "That's right." Just then, Mang Yue rushed out from the left and said with certainty, his gaze unabashedly fixed on Zhang Qingqing. He nodded slightly, confirming that she was indeed one of the top 10 beauties and was indeed very beautiful. "Oh my, isn't this young Master Zhang? What a coincidence that we meet in a place like this." Lu Kai appeared from the other side, a faint mocking smile on his face. Zhang Tianci suddenly stood up, blocking Zhang Qingqing's way, and said rudely, "You are not welcome here. Please leave as soon as possible." "You think you can just say you're not welcome? The oasis is unclaimed territory. We can go wherever we want." Mang Yue was very unhappy. He looked Zhang Tianci up and down and noticed that the man's aura was weaker than a few days ago. He was overjoyed and said, "Are you injured? If so, why don't we continue the unfinished battle now?" Zhang Tianci frowned. His true energy had been depleted in the past few days, and he couldn't replenish it in time, so he couldn't maintain his peak performance. If this were before, he would definitely have accepted Mang Yue's challenge, but today was different. He had to protect Zhang Qingqing and wouldn't easily make a move. "What, chickened out? How about we make a bet? Whoever wins gets to marry Miss Zhang. What do you say?" Mang Yue kept provoking him. "Nonsense. Qingqing is a disciple of the Snow Mountain sect, not an object. How can we arbitrarily decide her happiness?" Zhang Tianci was very unhappy. This was his Achilles heel. Zhang Qingqing had already been bullied by Niu Enhao, and now she's encountered Mang Yue. She really does seem like a femme fatale. "Miss Zhang, it's your decision. I am the senior disciple of the Flying Tiger sect, and my strength is no less than his. If you come with me, you might be even happier, because I know how to pamper a girl." He gave a flippant smile. Zhang Tianci clearly couldn't win the argument, and in his anger, he placed his hand on the hilt of his knife, ready to strike. Zhang Qingqing quickly stopped him and said politely, "Young Master Meng, young Master Lu, you are both geniuses from major sects. You must have some plans for this trip, right?" "That's right, I won't beat around the bush, I'm here for the treasures in the lake." Lu Kai nodded. "Treasure? What treasure? Have you been scammed?" Zhang Qingqing said calmly. "Miss Shang, let's be frank, we've been watching this group for a while now. Your decision to stop here can't be as simple as just resting." Lu Kai's eyes flickered, and he said directly, "In that case, why not share the information and let's become friends? Even if there is treasure, it's not up to us to decide." Zhang Qingqing didn't want to offend them. After all, the Azure Dragon sect is the strongest sect, while the Flying Tiger sect and the Fierce Lion sect are roughly equal in strength. These two sects are showing signs of joining forces. How could the Snow Mountain sect possibly deal with them? Small sects survive in the cracks and can only deal with things cautiously. "Oh, you mean Miss Li is in charge of things here?" Lu Kai suddenly raised his voice considerably. Zhang nodded slightly, thinking that was indeed the case. Just then, a beautiful couple floated down from the tree. It was Su Hao and Li Qingmei. When Lu Kai and Meng Yue saw Su Hao again, their expressions turned grim. This was their common enemy, and they would seek revenge on him sooner or later. "What are they discussing?" Li Qingmei asked with a smile. Zhang Tianci looked embarrassed. Had they been up in the tree the whole time? Did that mean they had overheard their whispers? Just then, Su Hao patted him on the shoulder with an encouraging expression, which only confirmed his point. "Miss Li, I have already joined forces with the Flying Tigers. If you join us, the three of us will form an alliance, and we will be able to do whatever we want in the oasis. To be honest, the elders of both of our sects are on their way. Cooperating with us is definitely the wisest choice." Lu Kai said directly. "Is that so? But I've already formed an alliance with the Lion faction and the Snow Mountain faction. If I join forces with you, wouldn't that make it a five-way alliance? In that case, the treasure will have to be divided into 5 parts? Li Qingmei hit the nail on the head. "Ignore them, those two sects are too weak, they're not qualified." Meng Yue said casually. "Is the Lion faction really that weak?" Li Qingmei smiled. "They're incredibly weak. Their senior brother can't even beat me now." Meng Yue said provocatively to Zhang Tianci. "You're talking nonsense. If you've got the guts, let's fight to the death." Zhang Tianci couldn't stand those words and said, his face turning red. Meng Yue curled his lip, merely showing disdain, but when it came to actually working hard, that was a different story. The most nervous person at this moment was actually Zhang Qingqing. She had already revealed the secret of the lake, and if she were to be eliminated now, it would be disastrous. How could they, with their limited strength, possibly contend with these three powerful forces? Cooperation is about first come, first served. You've only just appeared, so you've already missed your chance. Li Qingmei said calmly. "Miss Li, I advise you to think this over carefully. Do you really want to offend our two major sects and cooperate with those two good-for-nothings?" Lu Kai directly threatened him. "Young master, are they from a major sect?" Li Qingmei wasn't intimidated facing these two people. She showed no fear whatsoever and instead asked Su Hao in a teasing tone. "Just a frog in a well?" Su Hao said disdainfully. 992, Chapter 992. The Palace at the Bottom of the Lake. Presumptuous. The disciples from both sects couldn't hold back any longer. Some of them joined later and didn't know Su Hao at Allah's disciples of two of the three strongest sects. How could they possibly tolerate such insults? "Why don't you all come at me together, and see if I'm scared?" Su Hao had already broken off relations with them, so he wasn't going to give them any face and said without any politeness. "Young Master Lu, with all our fellow disciples, we can definitely take care of him easily." Meng Yue was eager to make his move. "Everyone?" Zhang Tianci said disdainfully, "What young Master Zhao means is that you and Lu Kai joining forces is not to challenge dozens of people like you." "No, I did challenge them all." To everyone's surprise, Su Hao calmly said that he was considering things from the other party's perspective. A few dozen weaker enemies are no big deal. Upon hearing this, Meng Yue immediately drew his weapon, ready to take revenge on the spot. However, Lu Kai remained silent, carefully analyzing the situation. They certainly wouldn't lose if a fight broke out, but would Li Qingmei's men really stand idly by? There are about about 50 people over there. If they all join, we won't have a numerical advantage. At that time, their chances of winning are still very small. Even if we were to take action, we should wait for the sex experts to arrive. Thinking of this, his eyes flickered, and he looked directly at Xiao Hong, saying, Elder Qiao, you are a member of our Azure Dragon sect. Why are you helping outsiders instead of disciples of our own sect? Who are you? Do I know you? What right do you have to speak to the elders? To everyone's surprise, Xiao Hong not only refused to help, but also asked 3 questions in a row. Lu Kai was trembling with anger. Was this something an elder should say? Little did people know, Xiao Hong always acted alone even as an elder of the Azure Dragon sect. He merely used the title to avoid unnecessary trouble. His position as an elder was somewhat similar to that of the witchcraft cult. It was essentially a figurehead position. He didn't take on any disciples or form any other alliances, and he was free to come and go as he pleased. The Azure Dragon sect also relied on his reputation to grant him the status of honorary elder. Brother Lu, it seems there are some internal conflicts within the Azure Dragon sect. Meng Yue said nonchalantly, indicating that the two were not a united front. Lu Kai frowned, momentarily finding himself in a dilemma. Suddenly, a violent commotion erupted from the lake. It was now night, and the thick fog was rapidly dissipating, revealing the boundless lake's surface to everyone's horror. A massive whirlpool appeared in the center of the lake, sweeping away all the water. The strange fish seemed to have vanished into thin air as well, leaving only the grayish lakebed. Holy crap! Meng Yue glanced at it and exclaimed in surprise. A colossal palace, seemingly hundreds or even thousands of years old, had appeared at the bottom of the lake. The palace entrance faced them directly, dark and somewhat eerie. No wonder you've stopped here. You've discovered this treasure trove. Lu Kai exclaimed with delight. This was the first time Zhang Qingqing had seen the entire palace clearly. It had been submerged in water for a long time, and the surrounding area was covered in moss. However, judging from its size, there must be something valuable inside. Miss Li, do you know its origin? Su Hao asked casually. We're so far away now, I can't see clearly. If we were to analyze it directly, I'd probably deduce that it belongs to a long-established supreme master, similar to Gu Qingmei's ancient tomb. Li Qingmei said seriously. Gu Qingmei? This analogy is quite intuitive. Back when they were in that Sangu forest, they found a great many treasures. The ancient divine sword and the spirit-gathering pearl, in particular, are true treasures of the martial arts world. Just then, other sects that had been lurking in the darkness emerged one by one from all around. Look, sure enough, following Miss Li and the others really does lead to treasure. This is a gigantic palace. Just by acquiring one of its treasures, one can become incredibly wealthy or a martial arts master. What are you waiting for? Take action now. The group of people rushed toward the center of the lake. Li Qingmei smiled helplessly. No wonder she had always felt there were other auras around her. Now she could see it very clearly. All these people combined numbered in the thousands. Zhang Tianxi felt this even more deeply, as it represented almost all the sects outside the Great Wall. Not only were there people from Divine Sword Manor, but also dozens of gangs, large and small, including Sand Dune Island and the Sand Sea Gang. It's almost impossible to see so many people under normal circumstances. For profit, everyone has shown up. Bang! A dazzling axe signal appeared in the sky. It turned out that the giant axe gang was calling for reinforcements and notifying others of their coordinates. Subsequently, various sects used different methods to notify their own people. Everyone initially thought the lake was quite large, but now with so many people appearing, it suddenly feels a bit crowded. It's quite lively. Li Qingmei smiled faintly. Miss Li, shall we begin our operation? Yi Fei was getting anxious. He saw thousands of people rushing over. If he didn't act soon, would everyone steal all the goods? If you can't wait, you can go ahead first. Li Qingmei said calmly. They're the largest adventure team. If they rush in first, won't they become everyone's target? Anyway, these people will attack each other for profit. Letting them fight it out first will save some trouble. Tu was just asking. Yi Fei smiled awkwardly. He only had a few men left, so he dared not separate from everyone. Lu Kai and Meng Yue, on the other hand, led their men straight ahead, not wanting to fall behind. Young man, do you think it's safe inside the palace? Xiao Hong walked over drunkenly, probably having drunk quite a bit more while resting. It's impossible to predict for now, but if this is a graveyard for experts, there will definitely be some kind of defense system. Su Hao analyzed. Yes, the first batch of people to go in will be in great danger if they can't resist. Xiao Hong said disdainfully, there are still many small fry here, who are just cannon fodder. While they were talking, the various factions at the bottom of the lake were already in chaos. Some sects already had many conflicts, and now that they met again, they were extremely hostile and immediately started fighting. In less than a minute, more than a dozen people had died. Su Hao glanced around and spotted some members of the witchcraft cult, a faint smile appearing on his face. These people occasionally looked at them, but so far showed no hostility, seemingly unaware that Huang Tianqing and the others had died at his hands. He suddenly turned around and was horrified to find some giant beasts behind him, each with blood-red eyes, looking as if they wanted to devour him. With a glance, he looked across at the other side and saw another 100 giant beasts. I almost forgot, it's nighttime now, they should be out and about. He muttered to himself. 993, Chapter 993 Special Ingredients. He. A loud bang came from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw that a black eagle, about 100 meters long, had appeared and was circling around looking for its prey. Gentlemen, we should stop killing each other and deal with the monster first. Suddenly, an old man stood up and spoke loudly. People nearby immediately stopped and considered whether they should unite against a common enemy. Before the people in the distance could react, they became the monster's target. In the blink of an eye, several martial artists became food for the monster. The horrific scene deeply shocked everyone. Once they realized what was happening, they all turned around, formed a temporary united front, and fought fiercely against the beast. Many martial artists fell, as did many ferocious beasts, making the scene even more chaotic. Su Hao sensed something was wrong. The black eagle flew in a circle and then headed towards them. Careful! Su Hao then noticed that Li Qingmei was dressed in white, making her somewhat noticeable in the darkness. She became Black Hawk's primary target. His talons, whistling through the air, reached her in an instant. Thanks for reminding me. Li Qingmei's reaction, honed over the past 2 days, was a direct dodge from her spot, landing in Su Hao's arm. She still instinctively felt that being near him was the safest thing to do. Su Hao had no choice but to put his left arm around her waist and grab the black eagle's talons with his right hand, using the force to fly into the air and land right on the black eagle's back. Call out. The black eagle seemed startled, unable to understand why its prey possessed such skill. It immediately accelerated its flight and, in the blink of an eye, was already high in the sky. Wow! Li Qingmei gripped its back tightly, feeling the whistling wind, and exclaimed in amazement. The clouds were so beautiful, there was no one else here except Su Hao. The two were clearly soaring through the sky, an incredibly romantic sight. The members of the physiognomy palace on the ground looked at each other in disbelief. In their eyes, the young lady had vanished in the blink of an eye. By the time they realized what had happened, even Black Hawk was nowhere to be seen. What should we do? One person muttered to himself. We can only trust that man, right? He took the young lady to heaven, so he has to be responsible for bringing her back. Yes, he can do it. Let's regroup and try to avoid any losses in our fight against the monsters. They discussed and devised a plan to confront the enemy. Zhang Tianxi, holding a large knife, stayed by Zhang Qingqing's side the whole time. Both were injured and were struggling to fight the giant beast. They worked together, making the battle extremely difficult. If Brother Tianxi had the strength of young Master Zhao, how romantic it would be to take me to soar through the skies. I'll remember that for the rest of my life. Zhang Qingqing said enviously to Li Qingmei. How could I dare to touch such a powerful monster? Zhang Tianxi said with a wry smile. Today's Blackhawk is even stronger than last night. As if we face it, there's only one outcome, death. In the sky, the Black Hawk appeared agitated, constantly tumbling and rolling, trying to throw the two off. Su Hao hugged Li Qingmei tightly, clenched his fist, and slammed it hard at Black Hawk. You beast, behave yourself! He shouted loudly. This Black Eagle, the king of the skies, had never suffered such humiliation before, and struggled even more fiercely. Disobedient? Golden light emanated from Su Hao's fist, and when he slammed it down again, the force was even greater. The monster could only struggle, it had no way to resist. After repeating this process for several minutes, he finally realized he was no match for him, so he gave up completely, letting out 2 cackling sounds as if to say he had surrendered. "Miss Li, if you like it, why don't you take it as your mount?" Su Hao said with a smile. This thing is so ugly." Li Qingmei frowned. He. The Black Eagle was clearly unhappy. It had some intelligence and could sense that it was being disliked. It seemed to be arguing that its appearance should be considered imposing in the monster world. "Alright, in that case, shall we eat it?" Su Hao said with a smile. "Great." Li Qingmei clapped her hands in approval. Since they couldn't be pets, they could be food. With her consent, Su Hao's actions were simple. He unleashed a punch at Black Hawk's head without hesitation. He immediately went all out, killing him instantly. A cloud of blood mist flew towards him, but was blocked by his protective inner energy. At the same time, the two fell rapidly. As if moving even faster than they were ascending, Su Hao carried her away leisurely before they landed. Black Hawk, on the other hand, was smashed into hundreds of pieces, leaving behind a pile of wreckage. Su Hao picked out 2 intact pieces of meat, started a fire, and handed them to Li Qingmei to grill. A giant eagle weighing dozens of kilograms. In the end, only half a kilogram of meat is edible. Who can you complain to about this? "Brother Hao, we need to eat quickly, I'm afraid something might happen over there," Li Qingmei said with some worry. "Don't worry, the battle over there won't end anytime soon," Su Hao said calmly. The area downstairs wasn't far from the lake. Since all the major powers had gone there, no one was bothering them now. The two of them enjoyed their food by the campfire. Well. Halfway through her meal, Li Qingmei suddenly trembled violently, and was shocked to discover that beside the giant eagle's carcass, a giant golden python was frantically devouring it. The python, which had originally been the eagle's prey, was now in its place, engulfing the creature. "Let's go back." Seeing that the giant python showed no intention of attacking, Su Hao decided to let it go. The two ran frantically all the way back, and sure enough, the battle was far from over. The people of the Physiognomy Palace formed a circle, in a defensive posture, blocking more than a dozen giant beasts. The battle between the remaining humans and the giant beast was also fierce and evenly matched. "The young lady is back." One of them was overjoyed to see that Li Qingmei was safe and sound. "Very good." The others became excited, feeling that they had suddenly found a pillar of support. "Miss Li, would you like to make a move?" Su Hao asked with a smile. "No way." Li Qingmei disliked fighting and killing. He shook his head and said, "Alright, I'll have to take on this kind of rough work." Su Hao put his arm around her waist again and returned to the battlefield. With a single punch, 3 or 5 giant beasts turned into a bloody mist. With a few moves, they dealt with all the monsters that had been bothering them. "Everyone, I've brought Miss Li back safely," Su Hao said with a smile. "Thanks." Everyone answered in unison, expressing their immense gratitude. He then glanced at the battlefield and saw several groups approaching the palace entrance. He said calmly, "There are too many monsters here. Killing one group will only attract more. There's no need to continue fighting. Let's just go into the palace." Yes, finding the treasure is the most urgent task," Yi Fei said impatiently. "Let's go." Li Qingmei waved her hand and gave the order. Their small group bypassed many people and gradually approached the palace. Just then, Lu Kai, who was some distance away, suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Stop them quickly, these people want to eat it all by themselves." The astonishing sound immediately attracted the attention of hundreds of people, who put aside their hatred and surrounded Su Hao and his group. 994, Chapter 994 Ancient Palace. "Miss Li, isn't this inappropriate? Everyone is fighting against the giant beast. Why are you sneaking into the palace? This treasure belongs to everyone, no one can keep it all to themselves. You are outsiders, what right do you have to compete for treasures from beyond the Great Wall?" These people had all sorts of reasons, but their goal was the same, to prevent any of them from breaking down the door first. At that time, the Snow Mountain sect and the Fierce Lion sect had already suffered heavy losses without Su Hao's protection. These two sects did not have a good way to deal with the ferocious beast. They finally managed to drive away the monster in front of them. Zhang Qingqing's eyes flickered, and she said, "Brother Tianxi, we can't continue fighting here. It's pointless if we quietly follow them now. We might be able to enter the palace with Miss Li and the others." "Okay, whatever you say." Zhang Tianxi didn't even think about it. The two, along with several injured fellow disciples, quietly followed behind. Seeing others besiege Li Qingmei and her group, they did not intervene but simply watched from the sidelines, acting as opportunists. Seeing these people rushing over, Li Qingmei waved her hand and ordered, "Kill them all." She was usually a very good-tempered person, but faced with these rude people, she couldn't be bothered to explain herself in the chaos. People fell one by one. Su Hao was the most ferocious, taking down 7 or 8 enemies with each move. The experts in the Physiognomy Palace are also quite powerful. The weakest is at the great perfection of the innate realm. Most of them have reached the Grandmaster realm, and there are even 2 low-key individuals who have reached the Supreme realm. When everyone goes on a killing spree, it's enough to intimidate the rest. Only then did those people realize that these people were not to be trifled with, and they all stopped and dared not approach again. Damn it! Lu Kai's face was grim. He was temporarily unable to escape and was anxiously watching them get there first. They got off too easy. Meng Yue could only watch from afar, relying solely on the Flying Tiger faction. They were no match for Li Qingmei and her group. Furthermore, they had suffered considerable losses in the earlier melee, further widening the gap in strength between the two sides. Who is that man? Most people were actually wary of Su Hao, feeling that this stranger was both strong and ruthless. I think his name is Wang Hao, a disciple of the Vermilion Bird sect? Wrong, he is Zhao Hao, a descendant of the Kasyapa temple. Nonsense, weren't they supposed to be remnants of the Divine Martial Pavilion? You're all wrong, he is Hong Mingxian, the senior brother of the Sword sect. Various speculations, completely different. Su Hao's self-introduction was already misleading, which only fueled everyone's speculations. Let's go, Brother Hao, let's go open the door. Li Qingmei glanced around and said seriously. Good. Su Hao nodded. Dozens of people ran to the palace gate, staring at the 7 or 8 meter high black gate, all showing solemn expressions. This door looks incredibly heavy, it probably won't be easy to open. Miss, please leave it to us. Someone volunteered. Okay. Okay. Li Qingmei nodded. A total of 12 masters emerged, all channeling their inner energy and striking towards the gate. Boom! The astonishing sound shook the entire lake. However, the palace was only swaying, and there was no sign that the gates would open. Upon closer inspection, everyone noticed that the debris had fallen off, revealing the true form of the black iron. The materials used for this gate are truly astonishing. In the martial arts world, black iron is the most important material when forging weapons, enough to create a top-tier treasure. However, here, it's merely used as material to make a gate. How can it be broken open? Young miss, we have done our best. Given the size of the palace, I'm sure there must be other entrances. Perhaps we could try another approach? The people from the Physiognomy Palace all chimed in with their opinions. What's most surprising is that the noise seemed to have scared away quite a few monsters, or perhaps they were so afraid of the palace that they simply ran away. This relieved the other martial artists, who, after regaining their composure, rushed over. The remaining people numbered 600 or 700. Even more people rushed in from all directions. It turns out that the first group of people who received the distress signal have already approached, and are more numerous and stronger. There's no way to retreat now. Li Qingmei sighed. This is a golden opportunity. If they don't break down the door, others will come, and then they can enter through this door and obtain the treasure as soon as possible. Everyone move aside, let me give it a try. Xiao Hong couldn't wait any longer, so he put on his boxing gloves and said coldly. Senior Qiao, thank you for your hard work. Li Qingmei gave a wink, and everyone stepped back a few meters. Only Xiao Hong remained in front of the palace gate. The others who were nearby recognized him and stopped in their tracks. The forces outside the Great Wall might not recognize Li Qingmei and might think outsiders are easy to bully, but they would absolutely not dare to attack Qiao Hong. Wouldn't that be a formal declaration of war against the Canlong sect? Elder Qiao, really, you're just doing all the work for someone else. Lu Kai had already approached, his brows furrowed, looking very unhappy. Meng Yuwei stood not far away, leading the others, ready to go. Once the gate is open, they'll definitely try to rush in. Before long, the number of people waiting at the door had exceeded 1,000. Go for it, Senior Qiao. Many people offered their encouragement. Shut up, don't distract me. Qiao Hong shouted angrily. They gave awkward laughs, then could only hold their breath and wait quietly. It has to be said that Qiao Hong has a lot of influence. Thousands of people stood obediently, and no one dared to make a sound. Boom! He finally made his move, his fiery fist slammed into the door, creating countless cracks. It worked! Someone exclaimed with delight. It seems his gauntlets are also top-grade treasures. Su Hao nodded slightly, with a hint of appreciation. Qiao Hong took a breath and continued his attack. The black iron gate finally gave way, and the cracks widened. Many things eventually turned into fragments, unable to stop everyone's progress. Senior Qiao, why don't you go first? Li Qingmei said with a smile, handing over a torch. Okay, Qiao Hong took it in his hand and rushed inside. Then came Li Qingmei and Su Hao, and then the others. After many people went inside, some of the weaker individuals squatted down and frantically swept up the debris from the door. This was black iron. They could take it back and forge some decent weapons. However, those with discerning eyes believe that the treasures inside are even better, and these are not worth wasting time on. What is this smell? Upon entering the palace, everyone frowned. It seemed as if the palace hadn't been opened for centuries. The stench inside was unbearable. Some people, after inhaling the odor, began to feel dizzy and lightheaded, as if they had been poisoned. Su Hao's eyes flickered, as if 4 bright lights had appeared in the pitch-black corridor, which seemed extremely eerie. Could it be a ghost? Li Qingmei muttered to herself. 995, Chapter 995. Just kidding. The others, focused solely on the treasure, became less vigilant and rushed forward without thinking. As they approached, they were astonished to find that what appeared before them was a gigantic 3-headed dragon. Its left head was black, its right head was red, and its middle head was white with its eyes closed. The dragon was much larger than the golden python, measuring at least 100 meters long and weighing at least 300 kilograms. Holy crap, that scared me to death. What the hell is this thing? No wonder those monsters retreated in fear. The gatekeeper monsters of the palace are so powerful. It's no longer an ordinary monster, it should be considered a spirit beast, right? Those people were so frightened that they retreated. Some who were slow to run felt a strong gust of wind behind them and then lost consciousness. The others saw the dragon swing its tail and smash the man into a pulp. Everyone noticed that the monster's body had watermelon-sized scales, like bulletproof vests. Why did it close its eyes? Li Qingmei muttered to herself, somewhat puzzled. Perhaps when its middle eye opens, it can inflict a fatal wound. Some people whispered their guesses. The question is, what do we do now? A monster is blocking our way. It seems impossible to get through. The palace passageways were wide, but the 3 dragons were so fierce that there was no way they could slip through. The only way is to either defeat it or kill it. Everyone's eyes instinctively turned to Qiao Hong. Senior Qiao, our master has always taught us that you are the strongest and most chivalrous person in our region beyond the Great Wall. Now the 3 dragons are blocking our way, only you have the strength to defeat them. Some people spoke directly, showering Qiao Hong with compliments. Yes, as everyone knows, Senior Qiao is the strongest martial artist here. If he doesn't take action, how dare we move? I guarantee that once Senior Qiao defeats this monster, you can choose any of the treasures you want. TSK, such a powerful monster, only Senior Qiao is qualified to be its opponent. Others also praised it. Shut up. Do I even know you? You think I'll take the fall for you? Dream on. Qiao Hong was no kind person. His gaze darkened, and he said unhappily. He turned and recognized the first speaker's voice, a cold smile appearing on his face. Suddenly, a figure flashed, rushing to the person's side without warning. his right hand slapped out, directly pushing the person towards the three dragons. "Senior, why are you doing this to me?" The person was flying in the air and had no way to resist. He barely had time to utter those words before the three dragons opened their mouths and swallowed him whole. With a whoosh, thousands of eyes watched as this person entered the belly of the dragon, becoming the monster's delicious food. Roar! After they finished eating, the three dragons opened their huge mouths and spewed out a crimson flame, which instantly burned several people who couldn't dodge in time to ashes. Su Hao's eyes flickered, and he gradually realized what was going on. This monster has a left head that can eat people and a right head that can breathe fire. It possesses completely different abilities judging from its appearance. Its middle head is not injured, it's probably just not ready to open its eyes yet. Brothers, with so many of us, are we afraid of a mere bug? Everyone, attack together, kill it, and divide the treasure equally. That's right, those who don't participate have no right to choose the treasures when the time comes. Let's all unite and drive them all out. After discussing their plans, the various sects pressed forward and launched an attack on the three dragons. Dozens of moves landed with a deafening roar. However, the opponent's scales completely blocked the attack, and it had no effect whatsoever. In contrast, the attack of the three dragons was undoubtedly fatal, especially the terrifying flames, which burned and injured dozens of people. "Young miss, I think I remember now. It should be a descendant of the ancient ancestral dragon. Its middle head can either spew poison gas or petrify. If it's poison gas, like flames, it can be used multiple times. If it's a petrification beam, it might only be able to fire once every half hour or 10 minutes. A female disciple from the Physiognomy Palace said directly. "I see." Li Qingmei nodded. So, it could be considered a descendant of a divine beast, having survived in the palace for 1,000 years before finally turning into this. Wrong. Li Qingmei recalled that the dragon essence in the oasis had only recently arrived. Perhaps it was just a serpent before, which evolved into a dragon after absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Could it be that there really is a dragon essence here? She couldn't help but feel a little excited, thinking that if this was the case, then she couldn't leave so easily. The battle continues, and more people are joining the fight for the treasure. Su Hao immediately discovered that there were also some older generation experts outside the pass whose strength had reached the supreme realm. They had become elders of a sect or family, and their attacks were very powerful. 3 of them joined forces to temporarily resist the attack of the 3 dragons. "Senior Qiao, who are they?" Su Hao asked calmly. "These old men are not young. The one with the sword is the sword god of the northeast, whose Taoist name is Nine Profound Immortal. The one with the saber is the saber god of the northeast, whose title is Heavenly Saber Venerable. The one with the spear is the head of the Ouyang family, named Ouyang. These 3 are sworn brothers and are known as the 3 saints of the northeast." Xiao Hong said with a frown. "Oh, there are actually sword gods, knife gods, and heads of aristocratic families. Where would their strength rank outside the Great Wall?" Su Hao continued to ask. "That's hard to say. After all, there are some reclusive old monsters. If these people join forces, they would at least rank in the top 3 in the martial arts world." Xiao Hong was a little embarrassed to say it, because he felt that he had no chance of winning against any one of them. In the martial arts world, the younger generation all thought he was some kind of unparalleled master. In reality, there are many people more capable than him, but people no longer care about such empty titles. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 attacked simultaneously, striking the 3 dragons. It left behind scars. Their weapons were also quite good, enough to cause some damage. After several attacks, the scales of the 3 dragons cracked. Tick-tock. A drop of blood slid down the dragon's body, making a hissing sound as it hit the ground. "Be careful, these are poisonous." Master Jiu Xuan shouted a warning. "Good heavens, this giant snake is too difficult to deal with." Heavenly Blade Venerable frowned. "What are you afraid of? If the 3 of us attack together, we still have a chance of defeating it." Ouyang Yu was somewhat unconvinced. He swung his spear and directly struck at the middle head of the 3 dragons. "Not good." Li Qingmei's expression changed. "Was this courting death?" "Third brother, don't do anything rash." Master Jiu Xuan also sensed that something was wrong. "That's no joke." Heavenly Blade Venerable exclaimed in shock. Yang Yu had rushed too fast. It was too late to stop. Just as he got close, he suddenly saw the third head of the three dragons open its eyes, revealing a terrifying gaze. 996, Chapter 996 Failed Attempt to Steal a Chicken. Call out. Three dragons emitted a strange white light, which shone on Yang Yu. Then, with a clang, the expert quickly turned into a stone statue. Third brother. Master Jiuxuan roared, his eyes wide with fury. You're really foolish. How could you rush over alone? Heavenly Blade Venerable gripped his weapon tightly, feeling somewhat apprehensive. It was only at this moment that everyone realized that the middle head of the dragon did indeed bring a petrifying light that instilled despair. Yang Yu's aura vanished in that instant. Does petrification represent death? If we bring him back, is there any chance of saving his life? Quickly, someone come and save the patriarch. While some people panicked, a small team from the Ouyang family headed towards the stone statue on the ground. To everyone's astonishment, the three dragons suddenly swept their tails, turning Yang Yu into a pile of rubble right before everyone's eyes. The strangest thing is that after this person died, he only turned into stone and did not recover. So the legend was true. That's what the female disciple from the Physiognomy Palace said in surprise. No wonder it usually keeps its eyes closed, it has such amazing abilities. Li Qingmei thought to herself, marveling at how powerful its attack was. I wonder what its cooling interval is. Su Hao muttered to himself. The middle head closed its eyes again and could no longer emit light. If we want to deal with the three dragons, we must do it as soon as possible. Is there any expert present who could represent third brother? Just then, Master Jiuxuan realized that he had to take revenge as soon as possible. The two of them could only handle two heads at most, leaving the middle space empty. Xiao Hong, if you do us a favor now, we'll owe you one. The Heavenly Blade Venerable looked down on the others and instead extended an invitation to the elders of the number one sect. Xiao Hong frowned. He was the type of person who responded better to gentle persuasion than force, but he had to choose his targets. These two were not to be trifled with. Refusing them might only cause unnecessary trouble. After a moment's thought, he had no choice but to offer a condition. No one knows when this monster will open its eyes again. I can take action, but you absolutely cannot stand in the middle. His meaning was clear. He absolutely refused to confront the petrified location. Standing on either side greatly increased his chances of evading. Fine, I'll stand in the middle, and you guys will keep them in check. Nine Mysterious Immortal had a fiery temper. He switched positions, moved to the center, took his longsword, and thrust it forward. Good. Xiao Hong flashed and took over his original position. The three Supreme Masters launched another powerful attack. The battle scenes remained intense. Boom! The aftershocks of their true energy caused the passage to vibrate continuously. Some of the people carrying torches had no choice but to keep retreating. As a result, the amount of light provided to the three masters decreased. Is anyone buying lighting equipment? Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly took out a large flashlight, smiling as he spoke. This person is indeed a speculator. At this moment, he actually wants to make a fortune. How much? The Ouyang family member asked directly. 1 million. Yi Fei held up one finger, making an outrageous demand. Damn it, you're robbing me. The man's face turned ugly. Hey Yi, we're all in the Northeast. Are you trying to take advantage of our misfortune? This person has always had a bad reputation and has done many shady things. If I were a member of the Ouyang family, I'd just start robbing them. The others kept egging them on. Trying to steal my stuff. Don't you even know how many experts we have on our side? Yi Fei stood smugly next to Su Hao, as if to say, see, this is my backer. Su Hao frowned. His relationship with Yi Fei wasn't very good. However, this was not a suitable occasion for infighting, so he said nothing. In addition, although Yi Fei is not a good person, he is more than capable of being a guide, so keeping him around is still somewhat useful. Who is this person? The Ouyang family members inquired about it out of curiosity. This man is called Zhao Hao. He claims to be a descendant of the Kasayapa temple, but his martial arts style is very haphazard. He probably learned a little bit of everything but is not proficient in anything. His current identity is Miss Li's bodyguard. Lu Kai stepped forward to introduce them. I must say, this person's strength is not bad. If I were you, I would just pay him directly. It's only 1 million, not much. Meng Yue provoked. Once the money is paid, the feud between the Ouyang family and Su Hao and others will be completely settled. Yi Fei, you just wait and see, this isn't over. A man from the Ouyang family came out and took out a precious pearl as a trade. Who the hell carries that much cash when they go out these days? This jewel was obtained from the oasis, and its value far exceeds 1 million. What is this? Yi Fei traded the flashlight for the precious pearl and then asked in surprise. If I'm not mistaken, this isn't a pearl at all, but rather, the female disciple from the Physiognomy Palace seemed to be quite knowledgeable about these things. Looking at this object that was neither gold nor stone, she exclaimed in astonishment, it is very likely the relic of a high-ranking monk. It can be considered the highest-grade spiritual crystal, capable of providing a massive amount of true essence. Holy crap! The Ouyang family, upon receiving the flashlight, immediately regretted their actions. They knew nothing about this treasure and thought it was just a piece of jewelry. Now that they think about it, this thing is definitely worth more than 1 million. For martial arts practitioners, it's a priceless treasure. At that moment, Su Hao also felt the treasure-gathering pearl pulsate, clearly indicating that it was an extremely valuable treasure. He revealed a faint smile, and with a seemingly casual wave of his right hand, he caused the relic to disappear. Who stole my treasure? Yi Fei felt his hand go empty, looked around, and finally fixed his gaze on Su Hao, saying, You son of a bitch! Are they robbers? Why did they steal my things? Is this yours? Su Hao said coldly, flipping his right hand to reveal the relic in his palm. Come on, if you've got the guts, come and take it. Yi Fei's face was extremely grim, sensing a strong threat. He had just tried to use Su Hao's identity to protect himself, but he hadn't expected to pay such a high price, losing the best treasure he had found so far. Seeing that he dared not speak out in anger, the others burst into laughter. However, everyone's attention then turned to Su Hao. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure with such a good thing. Who wouldn't be envious? Miss Li, you can obtain this relic if you agree to one condition. Su Hao suddenly said. What are the conditions? Li Qingmei asked without hesitation. A kiss. Su Hao joked he had gotten it for free anyway, and he didn't need it, so he planned to get rid of it. Good. Unexpectedly, Li Qingmei agreed and even kissed his lips directly. 997, Chapter 997 Fierce Battle. Everyone was stunned. Li Qingmei was actually cooperating like this? If previously everyone was extremely enthusiastic about the relic and had the urge to make a purchase, now all they feel for Su Hao is pure jealousy. Li Qingmei was so beautiful that she seemed otherworldly, enough to make any other beautiful woman present feel ashamed of herself, and she actually offered a kiss to him. Li Qingmei herself was a little embarrassed. Although she greatly admired Su Hao, she was still somewhat shy in front of so many people. Her face flushed red, and her shy appearance made her even more beautiful. You're really cooperative. Su Hao muttered to himself. In fact, Li Qingmei had always taken good care of her. Even if she hadn't agreed just now, she would have still given the relic to her. This time, she actually made a huge profit. Give it to me. Li Qingmei said sweetly, stretching out her small hand. This thing isn't suitable to carry around, it's better to take it directly. Su Hao activated his true energy, and then something miraculous happened. The outer shell of the relic cracked open, revealing a golden light that illuminated the entire passage and emitted a powerful Buddhist aura, causing the 3 dragons to retreat several meters in fright. At this moment, everyone knew that the relic was a supreme treasure, surging with incomparably powerful energy, which even the strongest pills for replenishing true essence could not compare to. Holy crap, I only replaced 1 flashlight? The Ouyang family was filled with regret. The others were itching to grab it, wishing they could just snatch it away. Can I take it directly? Li Qingmei gently took it with her delicate hand and slowly put it into her mouth. Unexpectedly, the relic melted instantly in her mouth, transforming into a pure and powerful force that entered her body. Her true energy was rapidly increasing in strength. What a pity! Seeing this, the others gave up the idea of taking action. Regardless of the type of spirit crystal, once it enters the body, it cannot be extracted without special methods. Even if it is extracted, a large portion of its energy will be lost. At the same time, the people from the Physiognomy Palace surrounded Li Qingmei, and they would kill anyone who got too close. This man really goes all out to woo women. Meng Yue couldn't understand why he would be willing to take out something as powerful as a relic. Who knows, could it be that it's useless against him? Lu Kai's heart stirred, but he didn't want to think about it any further. If that were the case, wouldn't it mean that this person's strength was incredibly powerful? Boom! Everyone's attention quickly turned to the great battle between the three masters and the three dragons. Someone from the Physiognomy Palace had already taken out a timer. 2 minutes have already passed, and it feels like time is running out. Even without opening their central eye, the three dragons were still incredibly powerful. Their massive bodies and formidable defenses were enough to cause their opponents considerable trouble. Various moves were used, but those scales were difficult to damage, requiring a large amount of true energy to break through. Oops. Xiao Hong frowned, realizing that the difference still lay in the weaponry. They all used magical artifacts, which looked impressive, but their opponents were monsters with formidable defenses, resulting in a lot of wasted attacks and significantly reduced effectiveness. How much better it would have been if they had used divine artifacts powerful enough to pierce through scales. He suddenly thought of Su Hao and wondered if this young man was the only one present who had a chance to kill the three dragons. As time passed, the three top experts from beyond the pass realized that they were about to face another round of petrification. The one under the most pressure was actually Master Jiao Xian, whose attacks were noticeably weaker. He had to ensure he reserved some of his inner energy to withstand the impending fatal blow. The others gradually quieted down, and everyone understood that the most crucial moment was about to begin. 3 minutes have passed. Someone whispered. Everyone held their breath. Sure enough, the head in the middle opened its eyes again, its gaze sweeping over the three experts, but it didn't launch an attack immediately. Profound True Man, however, suffered a disadvantage, as the opponent directly released a petrifying beam, sending it drifting towards Heavenly Blade Venerable. Unexpectedly, the beam of light from the other party came as soon as he landed. This time it wasn't just one, but two. Both Supreme Masters were caught off guard. They froze on the spot, turning into statues, unable to move again. No! Suddenly someone burst into tears. They were disciples of the 9 profound immortals in Heavenly Blade Venerable sects, and they were all filled with grief and indignation. These were the strongest experts in their sects, and many of them were their disciples. Seeing the two men turn to stone felt like the sky had fallen. Does this mean that the two have completely disappeared? The fall of a master is extremely terrible for any sect. Those three dragons are incredibly powerful. The main problem is that beam of light. It's quite terrifying. In the next 3 minutes, will anyone be able to withstand the pressure? With only Senior Xiao Hong left, I'm afraid it might not be enough. How about we all attack together? Faced with the allure of the treasure, no one was willing to leave. However, the monster blocking the way was too strong and somewhat difficult to resist. However, it sounds simple, but no one actually does it. After all, those three dragons killed 3 high-level experts, including Master Jiao Xian. If they were to confront them head-on, the chances of survival would be too slim. Handsome, come on, it's time for us to join forces against the enemy. In the midst of his busy schedule, Xiao Hong took a sip of wine to bolster his courage. After such a long and fierce battle, he realized that the dragon was very strong, and he might need to continue to focus on it. Senior Qiao, you've been working long enough. Why don't you take a break and save your energy for any future crises? Su Hao said calmly. Everyone was stunned when he said this. What does this mean? Does this mean he's going to face the 3 dragons all by himself? Young Master Zhao, you mustn't act rashly, this monster is too powerful. Although Yifei hated Su Hao the most, he also cared about him the most, and now he could only send his regards to him if Su Hao survives. Wouldn't he face the wrath of the Ouyang family once Su Hao falls? Ridiculous, he actually dared to challenge a spirit beast? A mere outsider probably has no idea how formidable the monsters from beyond the Great Wall are. Is his strength comparable to that of 3 masters? Anyone can talk big, right? I'd like to see how he ends up dying. Petrified, swallowed up, or burned? Everyone else was just watching the show and had absolutely no trust in Su Hao. Xiaohong frowned, agreeing that young people like to show off, but since the other party had already said so, there was nothing he could do. He picked up the wine jug and poured some out as he walked, saying, "Alright, then it's yours." Su Hao nodded, and with a swift movement, appeared directly in front of the three dragons. All eyes turned towards them. The young men from the Ouyang family even held flashlights, illuminating the entire passage. 998, Chapter 998. This is the difference. What happened? Li Qingmei finally finished absorbing the relic. She felt her strength advance by leaps and bounds, as if she had suddenly reached the supreme perfection realm. She was only one step away from the next realm. Of course, it's unknown how long it will take to reach this point. It's possible that you'll never break through, or you might have an epiphany in a single day. At this moment, he saw two more stone statues in front of him, and Su Hao was now facing three powerful dragons alone. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Young miss, with the three great masters dead one after another, young Master Zhao is preparing to make a name for himself in one battle, said the female disciple from the Physiognomy Palace. I see. Li Qingmei nodded, staring at the girl for a moment. She noticed the girl was quite pretty, with delicate features. Usually, this girl was very low-key and didn't show off much, but today her knowledge of various monsters was truly eye-opening. She smiled and asked, "Are you Rin Xian?" "So you know my name, miss." The girl smiled gently, revealing two cute dimples. "From now on, you will follow me," Li Qingmei announced directly, believing that the other party was a talented person who could be properly trained. Rin Xian nodded. At the same time, the attack of the three dragons seemed to have already begun. A huge fireball appeared first, rushing towards Su Hao. Everyone watched intently, as the Ouyang family's flashlights provided the best visibility. Just then, a loud bang was heard, as if something had shattered, plunging everyone into darkness. They then realized that, for some unknown reason, their flashlights had cracked. With their torches gone, they couldn't see anything at all. What's going on? Yi Fei, you're fucking asking for it. $1 million flashlight is a fake? We must seek compensation from him. He must pay 10 times the amount if it's fake. This kid doesn't do anything good. Who would buy his stuff? Many people roared in anger and began to blame Yi Fei. Yi Fei felt wronged, wondering how there could be a problem with the flashlight. Someone must have sabotaged it. He had several spares, but he didn't dare to take them out at this moment, so he stood still. Li Qingmei smiled faintly, as if she had guessed something. A burst of light emanated from her clothes. It was the luminous pearl, which she took out and played with. Just then, a tremendous commotion erupted from the other side, and the entire palace began to shake. Many people were unprepared and, without warning, stumbled and fell. Using the dim light, Li Qingmei looked up and saw that many pebbles were falling down. Surprisingly, a clean cut appeared in the ceiling of the passageway, and the fallen debris was rubble from the ceiling. Look! Someone set up a new torch, lit it, and pointed it forward. The three dragons that were just moments ago so ferocious are now broken into several pieces. Su Hao stood there, a faint smile on his lips. What exactly happened? Why is the powerful ferocious beast already dead? In the end, it was the young people who everyone had no faith in who survived. That's great! Xiaohong guessed what had happened and downed a glass in one gulp. The matter is already clear. Su Hao didn't want others to discover his strength, so he destroyed the flashlight first, putting everyone in darkness, and then killed the three dragons with his last sword strike. No matter how powerful the monster is, it is completely unable to withstand this divine artifact. The fact that Su Hao could do this in such a short time is enough to show that his reaction ability is unmatched. Damn it, he ran into him. Meng Yue was very unconvinced. He didn't think Su Hao had the strength to defeat three dragons. It must be because the three experts in front injured the dragons, and he got the big advantage in the end. How did he do that? Lu Kai couldn't figure it out. He felt that Su Hao's strength was probably about the same as his own. He had just lost unfairly last time, and there wasn't much difference between them. The others were puzzled for a moment, but quickly realized that the three dragons were dead, so they could enter the palace directly, so they rushed forward in unison. Hurry up, we must get our hands on the treasure inside. Holy crap, who stepped on my foot? Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? Be careful, there are definitely other risks inside. A large number of people rushed forward. The people from the Physiognomy Palace protected Li Qingmei and walked forward. The scene suddenly became extremely chaotic. As someone approached Li Qingmei, they suddenly reached out and grabbed at her neck. It turned out that this person thought the luminous pearl necklace looked very valuable and wanted to take advantage of the situation to steal it. When Ren Xianxian noticed, she slapped it away with one hand, displaying a skill that was quite good, almost at the level of a master. However, the person who made the move seemed to be a habitual thief with a clear target in mind. He suddenly jumped onto the wall and used the momentum to continue flying towards Li Qingmei. Bang! Li Qingmei raised her hand and struck out with a palm, intending to drive the person away. The strength they displayed was unexpectedly powerful, exceeding all expectations. The person turned into a cloud of blood mist in mid-air. She had momentarily forgotten that she was already a supreme perfection expert. For an ordinary person, blocking this attack would be extremely difficult. Li Qingmei, who had just killed a notorious bandit for the first time, stood frozen in place. As the blood mist drifted towards them, they actually forgot to stop it. Your adaptability is exceptionally poor. At this moment, Su Hao erected a protective aura, enveloping the two of them, and whispered in her ear. Ah. Li Qingmei blushed. Her quick thinking was as bad as ever. She whispered, "Brother Hao, I'm so strong right now." Remember this, when you're venturing into the world, you're tested on your overall abilities. Strength is only one part. Su Hao patted her shoulder and said, "But I'm so strong now." Li Qingmei emphasized softly again. "All right." Su Hao smiled helplessly. He could sense that the true energy Li Qingmei unleashed surpassed that of almost everyone present. In fact, she possessed exceptional talent. To absorb all the energy of the relic in such a short time was already a feat worthy of being called a peerless genius. However, Li Qingmei doesn't seem to like fighting and killing, and probably has never killed anyone, so she seems a bit dull. While the others didn't hear it, Ren Xianxian overheard their conversation and chuckled, finding the young lady quite adorable. "Miss, I think we should find an opportunity to have the young master teach you some skills," Ren Xianxian suggested with a smile. "No need, I don't want to fight." Li Qingmei refused without even thinking. Su Hao smiled helplessly, thinking that she was probably already quite content with her ability to protect herself. Of course, now was not the time to dwell on these things. Everyone had already left, and if they didn't catch up, they probably wouldn't get anything. "Let's go, don't fall too far behind," he said calmly. 999, Chapter 999, Cannot Escape the Mold. Young Master Lu, is our alliance still valid? Meng Yue, accompanied by members of the Flying Tigers, approached Lu Kai and asked gravely. "Of course, as long as we don't leave the oasis, we will remain allies." Lu Kai nodded. Finding an ally is not easy, and they will not turn against each other unless absolutely necessary. Very good. Meng Yue nodded. "When should we make our move against Su Hao? This man is quite powerful. If he finds the treasure, wouldn't that be like adding wings to a tiger?" "We will make our move, but not now. Their people are grouped together, making it difficult to attack, but once they're inside the palace, it'll be a different story. Everyone will be in chaos over the treasure, and we can then take advantage of that to cause them trouble. Besides, our sex experts are arriving soon. We'll make sure he dies in the oasis sooner or later." Excellent! Meng Yue exclaimed with delight. "Lu Kai, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't lay a hand on Su Hao, or you'll regret it sooner or later." Xiao Hong, who was mixed in with the crowd and not acting with Li Qingmei and the others, happened to see the two of them talking furtively and kindly reminded them. "Elder Qiao, have you been receiving benefits from them? That's why you've been helping those people? He's just a young man, how could he possibly oppose our two major sects?" Lu Kai was very unhappy, feeling that Xiao Hong was a traitor. "Young Master Zhao's strength is beyond your capabilities. I hope you won't cause trouble for the sect, or you will become a sinner for all time." Xiao Hong had already said this much and had no intention of continuing to persuade him. They drank as they traveled, and then left in a carefree manner. Lu Kai looked incredulous. That Azure Dragon sect was the strongest sect in the western regions, existing for 1,000 years, with countless masters and powerful martial arts manuals. Could they really not handle an outsider? Even if Xiao Hong was within the sect, they weren't the strongest force. He felt this man's courage was growing increasingly cowardly, completely unaware of the sect's power. Brother Hao, thank you for your gift. After her breakthrough, Li Qingmei realized even more how precious the relic was. I stole it too, so it's just your good fortune. Su Hao explained. Anyway, it's a favor to help others, so what's wrong with that? That kiss just now is nothing compared to the relic. Li Qingmei wasn't the kind of person to forget kindness. It was one thing for them to have a good relationship, but when it came to matters of interest, things had to be settled. No matter what, I owe you a favor. How about this? You make a promise that once we find all the treasures we're after, I can borrow it for a while. Su Hao's heart stirred. If he could obtain the dragon essence, that would be the most precious thing. Even if you gather 5 dragon essences and regain the dragon vein, the spiritual energy it provides will be quite terrifying. At that time, it will be possible to reach the strongest realm. No problem. Li Qingmei readily agreed. They were originally partners, and Su Hao's help was indispensable in their search for the dragon essence. Brother Hao. Just then, Zhang Qingqing came out with Zhang Tianxi, a fawning smile on her face. What's wrong? Su Hao's face darkened. Although there wasn't much light just now, I believe it was Brother Hao who killed the 3 dragons. I am so happy for you. This battle is enough to make you famous beyond the Great Wall. Then everyone will know that the descendant of Jiaye Temple defeated the strongest spirit beast. Zhang Qingqing exaggerated. Her beautiful eyes roamed freely over Su Hao. This scene was enough to make Zhang Tianxi extremely envious. He thought that if he had that ability, he might already be married to Zhang Qingqing and have children. Li Qingmei frowned. If she were a cruel and bloodthirsty person, she would probably slap her to death. What's the use of fame? I don't care. Su Hao said indifferently. If he cared about fame, he would just use his own name. There was no need for his identity as a disciple of Kasayapa Temple. Brother Tianxi said, you're also skilled in swordsmanship. It just so happens that my swordsmanship training has reached a bottleneck. How about we find a place to get some guidance on swordsmanship after we get out? If Brother Hao agrees, I'll repay you handsomely. Zhang blinked gently, as if hinting at something. You're wrong, I'm not good at swordsmanship. Su Hao immediately shook his head, then took Li Qingmei's small hand and leisurely left. Zhang Qingqing stomped her foot in anger, feeling that Su Hao was being disrespectful. Why should he give up other beauties for Li Qingmei? Didn't he know that with his abilities, he was completely unqualified to have multiple female confidants? Zhang Tianxi, on the contrary, was somewhat humble, offering a few words of advice from the side, not daring to get angry at all. Inside the main hall, the situation was different. Oil lamps were lit all around, while the passageways were pitch black. Most importantly, this hall contained hundreds of treasure chests. When Su Hao and his group entered, everyone was frantically scrambling for treasure and fighting fiercely. Yi Fei led his men to an empty treasure chest and happily accepted it. Zhang Qingqing and Zhang Tianxi also made their moves, starting their quest for dominance. Miss, young master, aren't we going to make a move? Ren Xianxian couldn't stand it anymore. They were the main force in dealing with the 3 dragons, so why should they give the benefits to others? These are just worldly treasures, insignificant if you like. You can send some ordinary people to rob a few boxes. Li Qingmei didn't stop them. After all, everyone had worked so hard, it was only right that they obtain some treasures. Yes, sir. Most of the people from the Physiognomy Palace couldn't resist joining the fray led by several masters. They were quite skilled and quickly brought back 6 treasure chests. Li Qingmei looked at Su Hao with a questioning look in her eyes. Isn't there a treasure here? Where is it? Su Hao had been looking him over ever since he came in. At the same time, he was holding a treasure-gathering pearl in his hand, which was vibrating wildly. After turning around finally, they stopped in front of a mural. Is this the place? Li Qingmei asked. That's right, the tremors are most intense here. Su Hao nodded and looked up. The mural was quite frightening. It depicted a scene of purgatory, with countless monsters enduring all sorts of torment. Everyone who saw it looked away, not daring to gaze at it for long. If someone were to hide treasure behind the mural, that would be the best option. Men, smash the mural. Li Qingmei gave the order directly. Good. 7 or 8 people immediately came out, some carrying axes and others carrying hammers. They used the tools they had prepared and smashed them against the wall. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous noise attracted everyone's attention. What are these people doing? Their target is the mural. No, it seems to be what's behind the mural. Could there be an even more valuable treasure? Many people approached, their eyes burning with desire. 1000. Chapter 1000. Don't be too happy yet. The process of breaking down the wall went relatively smoothly. After all, the guard team formed by the Physiognomy Palace was quite strong. Behind the wall, however, lay a treasure vault door gleaming with a pale golden metallic light. Everyone looked at it and found it strange. The door's material seemed similar to the previous black iron, but perhaps some other metals had been added, giving it a slightly different color. Above the black iron gate are 2 enormous rubies. There were also cuneiform characters all around that were incomprehensible, making it look extremely strange. Miss, what should we do next? The captain of the guards asked for instructions. Keep smashing. Li Qingmei said coldly. Move out. The captain waved his hand and gave the order. The guards, armed with tools, used all their strength to smash the black iron gate. Bang, bang, bang. The enormous commotion shook the entire palace. Careful. Just then, a huge rock fell from the ceiling. It turns out that Su Hao's sword strike that shattered the entire palace ceiling had also affected this area. After trying it a few times, everyone found that it didn't seem to have much effect. The black iron gate remained completely unmoved. What a sturdy gate, it seems even thicker than the city gate. Of course, this is like a modern-day vault, it must be made with the finest materials. Last time, it was Senior Qiao who opened the city gate. I wonder if he can do it this time. Many people's attention was focused on Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong smiled faintly and said, in that case, let me give it a try. Normally, he would ignore such a request. But since he owed Su Hao a favor, he could only repay it temporarily. He put on his boxing gloves again, came to the entrance of the Xian Tai treasure vault, took a breath, and threw a punch. The fist wind, carrying flames, looked extremely dazzling. The palace shook more violently, and more rubble fell. However, the treasure vault door remained completely still, a stark contrast to its previous state. Could it be that I've overexerted my power? Or is it because you drank too much and can't mobilize your full inner energy? Xiao Hong was puzzled. Why was this the case? He took out 2 pills, put them in his mouth, and after a moment of adjustment, confirmed that he had recovered to his peak strength. Again! He shouted and threw another punch. The flames were more intense, and the noise they emitted forced people to cover their ears. To his surprise, the vault door remained completely undamaged. This is troublesome. Xiao Hong smiled helplessly, looked at Su Hao and the other man, and said, Gentlemen, it seems that this gate is a bit strange. Young miss, I think the inscriptions on this door are some kind of formation. Unless there's a way to break it, brute force alone cannot possibly destroy it. Ren Xianxian suddenly said. An array? Li Qingmei subconsciously looked at Su Hao, as if asking, do you have any ideas? To everyone's surprise, Su Hao shook his head. This palace had existed for at least 1,000 years, and much of the original writing had disappeared by now. He didn't recognize it either. Ladies and gentlemen, it's finally my turn to appear. What that beautiful lady said is correct. The text above does indeed come from a lost kingdom. This country is the ancient Lulan kingdom. Its last king lived exactly 1,000 years ago. Perhaps this is his palace. The speaker was Yi Fei, who had a proud smile on his face, as if it was finally time for him to shine. Mr. Yi, you actually understand ancient writing? Zhang Tianci asked in surprise. Of course, otherwise do you think I wouldn't have won Miss Li's favor if I didn't have some professional knowledge? Yi Fei said with a smile. In that case, do you have a solution? Zhang Tianci asked with a smile. Certainly. Miss Li, I have a request. If I open this strange door, could you restore my original treatment? Yi Fei blinked. His goal was simple, to make money. Having had my salary reduced twice before, I certainly hope it can be restored. Okay, no problem. Li Qingmei nodded in agreement. Alright, everyone step back, and watch carefully. Yi Fei walked confidently forward, placed his hand on the ruby on the left, and began to twist it violently. After turning it twice, he started to twist the other ruby in the opposite direction. After that, a clicking or rattling sound came from inside the door, as if some mechanism had been activated. The heavy door is slowly opening. It's a success. Yi Fei was very happy. He was actually gambling to some extent. The ancient Lulan kingdom only existed in legends. He found little evidence. As for the script, he couldn't understand it at all. He only said this for financial gain. He tried to be clever, thinking that the ruby was like a button on a mechanism. If you guess correctly, it will impress everyone and bring in more business in the future. If you're wrong, just laugh it off. Captain, it turns out you really are a knowledgeable and talented person. Captain, I'll follow you for the rest of my life, and I'll definitely live a life of luxury. To be able to understand such profound language is truly remarkable. His squad was small, but there were plenty of sycophants. Xiao Hong curled his lip. So the secret to opening the door was in the ruby. He had wasted 2 pills for nothing, which was a huge loss. The other showed a hint of joy. This treasure vault was discovered by Li Qingmei, but the ownership of the treasures was another matter entirely. As long as they were prepared, they were sure to reap some benefits. No matter how many people Li Qingmei had, she couldn't fight against everyone. Brother Hao, once we find the treasure, we should leave as soon as possible after we get it. Li Qingmei whispered a reminder, realizing that the people around her had some ill intentions. Don't get too excited yet. Su Hao said cautiously. Li Qingmei pondered, hasn't this door already been opened? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, dozens of arrows shot out from behind the gate, engulfing the people in front of them. Su Hao silently erected a protective shield of true energy, firmly guarding Li Qingmei. However, Yi Fei was not so lucky. He only had time to dodge slightly, but he did not expect the arrows to be so powerful. One arrow pierced his left leg and the other pierced his right arm. He yelled and fell to the ground. Captain, how could this happen? One of them asked in astonishment. I understand now. The person who set up this mechanism did it on purpose. He didn't want any outsiders to open the treasure vault. Yi Fei said painfully. Someone, help Mr. Yi stop the bleeding. Li Qingmei finally realized that this person didn't understand Lulan script at all and had just been fooling around. He was the one who ended up suffering the consequences. He truly brought it upon himself. The door is closed again. Ren Xianxian asked in surprise. After the arrows were fired, the door to the Xian Tai treasure vault closed again. It was as if everything that had just happened was in vain, and everyone had to start all over again. Chapter 1001. Is this really true? Yi Fei, do you want to try again? Zhang Tianci said calmly. Let me think about it. Yi Fei's wounds were bandaged, and he was no longer smug. The current situation far exceeded his expectations. After thinking for a moment, he raised his head and said in an extremely solemn tone, in my opinion, this door cannot be opened. It has the strongest defense system inside. Think about it, it has existed for thousands of years and no one has ever opened it. Doesn't that prove this point? Is there really no other way? Li Qingmei sighed. She was determined to get what was inside. How about I give it a try? Su Hao suddenly said. Brother Hao, didn't you say you don't recognize these characters? Li Qingmei asked. That's right, I just don't know the characters, but that doesn't mean I can't open it. Su Hao smiled gently. Li Qingmei seemed to have figured something out. It turned out that this kid was deliberately trying to scare her. You? Someone like you clearly lacks education. This is an ancient mechanism. It can't be solved by brute force alone. If you dare to open it, I'm willing to withdraw from any competition for the treasure. Yi Fei said with absolute certainty. Oh, you said it yourself, so don't go back on your word later. The happiest person at this moment was Zhang Qingqing. According to the agreement, wasn't the Snow Mountain sect supposed to get half of the treasure? Now that this person has withdrawn, the number of people truly participating in the competition has decreased. It's no use, he can't open it at all. Yi Fei said with a smile. Alright, let's not waste everyone's time, hurry up and get started. Su Hao nodded to Li Qingmei, then went to the door of the Shin Tai treasure vault. He looked at the two rubies, thinking they seemed alright. These things were about the size of a fist, with mysterious patterns inside, they could be collected. He patted the door, and a gentle force struck it. Two soft popping sounds were heard, and the ruby fell down. This Yi Fei's face turned extremely ugly. Brother Hao, does that mean brute force won't work, and we have to use skill? You're so clever, can I have this ruby? Zhang Qingqing asked with delight. They're just ordinary gems, why are you fighting over them? Su Hao turned around and handed them to Ren Xinshen, saying, Miss Ren, you did a good job this time, consider this a reward from Miss Li. Thank you so much, Brother Hao. Ren Xinshen was overjoyed, never expecting that she would become the biggest winner. Zhang Qingqing's face immediately turned ugly. Was it agreed that they would only take one treasure? Continue. After saying that, Su Hao swung his right fist and punched the door. With a deafening roar, the entire palace shook once more, and before everyone's eyes, the main gate shattered into dust. This works? Yi Fei was full of question marks. Who would have thought that in the end, it would still be through absolute power that it was opened? It turns out that the problem wasn't that others were incapable, but rather that they lacked the necessary skills. Miss Li, please come in. Su Hao said with a smile. Li Qingmei nodded, took a few steps, and went inside. What's strange is that there's a large space inside, but the layout is a bit odd. Two bronze coffins, each 3 meters long, were placed on the left and right sides. In the middle is a 4-meter wide pool of water from which bluish mist rises. Could it be miasma? Xiao Hong subconsciously reminded him. Everyone hurriedly took protective measures, also worried that there might be some monster inside. After waiting for a long time, nothing happened. Instead of feeling stuffy, everyone felt refreshed, as if they were breathing in the purest spiritual energy. Men, open the coffin. Li Qingmei gave the order directly. The two teams of guards began to move, opening the coffins one after another. What comes into view are all sorts of treasures. Luminous pearls, rubies and sapphires, century-old ginseng, and all sorts of strangely shaped swords were buried with the deceased. In addition, the coffin belonged to a man and a woman, whose skin looked rosy, as if they had just died not long ago. Gurgle. Zhang Qing gasped, surprised. Gentlemen, could they be zombies? These two. Su Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he walked over to the male owner's side, reaching out to check his pulse. He found no pulse and subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that they were like Gu Qingmei, simply asleep. If that happens, the two of them must be monsters, and no one present combined could possibly be their match. He searched the coffin for a long time but couldn't find anything that would make the treasure pearl vibrate. Unexpectedly, I discovered an ancient manual with the words 9 Cauldrons Longevity Manual written on it. He calmly put it away, then picked up a fist-sized luminous pearl and gave it to Li Qingmei, saying, "Take this first, we'll look for the rest later." Okay. Li Qingmei nodded, thinking that this thing could be used as a light source in the room. Miss Li, don't you need anything else? Xiao Hong asked in surprise. Inside the two coffins were countless treasures, yet they refused to even glance at them. Putting aside how precious that manual is, this luminous pearl is merely a worldly treasure. Did they really go to such lengths just for a luminous pearl? You can divide the rest among yourselves. Li Qingmei said nonchalantly. Since that's the case, then we won't be polite. Zhang Qingqing and the others were overjoyed and immediately led their fellow disciples to begin a frantic scramble for the loot. Su Hao's gaze was fixed on the pool. As he walked over, he exclaimed in surprise, "This is actually pure spiritual liquid? Is this really true?" Li Qingmei asked in surprise. "If you don't believe me, try it." Su Hao scooped up some water and brought it to Li Qingmei's lips. She opened her mouth. He drank it directly. As expected, it transformed into streams of true energy, making people feel refreshed. This is indeed a good thing. Li Qingmei nodded. Spiritual liquid? The others, upon hearing their conversation, were all astonished and turned to look. It turns out this pool is full of spiritual liquid, which increases its value. Miss Li, didn't you say you only wanted to take one thing? Is it for this spiritual liquid? Zhang Qingqing had become smarter and automatically ignored Su Hao's secret manual and the jewelry. No. Li Qingmei shook her head. Although these spiritual liquids are very good, they are not our ultimate goal. Zhang Qingqing was overjoyed upon hearing this. So much spiritual liquid was enough to help a sect improve its strength. It's not easy for ordinary people to get even a single drop, let alone something this beautiful. Its effects are no less than those of a 1,000-year-old herb. Could it be that we can split these spiritual liquids equally? Yi Fei asked excitedly. Didn't someone say they wouldn't participate in sharing these treasures? Zhang Qingqing was already unhappy to see Yi Fei and the others holding some jewelry, but they still wanted to take a share of the spiritual liquid. 1002, Chapter 1002 Direct Robbery. Miss Zhang, you know I like to joke around. After all, everyone is here for the treasure. Even if I don't care for it, I still have to be fair to my companions, right? Yi Fei chuckled. Zhang snorted coldly, thinking that this person was indeed extremely greedy and unwilling to give up any good things. According to the agreement, they would receive half of the goods. But once inside, this rule no longer applies. Everyone relies on their own abilities, grabbing whatever they can get. After finally distributing all the treasures in the green coffin, the most valuable items left were these spiritual liquids. Those who had entered included members of the Snow Mountain sect, the Fierce Lion sect, Xiao Hong, and Yi Fei, among others. Even if the items were divided equally among everyone, each person would receive something good. Miss Li, I hope you will keep your word, she said expectantly. Everyone, please calm down. Li Qingmei nodded. All eyes remained on Su Hao, wondering what they were looking for. All they saw was the young man beckoning to the spiritual liquid, and a powerful force instantly appeared, causing all the pool water to fly out and split into dozens of portions, which landed right next to everyone. Whether it was Zhang Qingqing and the others, or the guards of the Physiognomy Palace, they could obtain a portion of spiritual liquid simply by reaching out. Thank you, young Master Zhao. The people at the Physiognomy Palace were overjoyed with these items. Their efforts over the past few days were definitely worthwhile. Thank you, young Master Zhao. Whether it was Yi Fei, Zhang Tianxi, or Qiao Hong, they were all quite satisfied with this arrangement. Li Qingmei's gaze fell on the pool. Finally, there was an inconspicuous bead, only about the size of a thumb, which, under Su Hao's control, reached his palm. Ha! Su Hao let out a soft cry of curiosity. It turned out that there was another world inside this bead, containing a massive amount of spiritual energy, far more abundant than those spiritual liquids. Upon closer inspection, there was also a small snake inside. Brother Hao, you found the dragon essence. Li Qingmei was overjoyed and lowered her voice. Is it a dragon? Su Hao asked in surprise. What's the difference between this thing and a snake? It's still small. It needs to grow for hundreds or even thousands of years. Do you remember the 3 dragons that blocked the way? They also evolved from snakes. Li Qingmei explained calmly. I see. Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the mission was completed and they had finally found what they needed. Li Qingmei took out a sandalwood box and put the dragon essence pearl inside. The others were puzzled by the two's actions. Miss Li, could you satisfy my curiosity? What exactly was that bead from earlier? Zhang Qingqing walked over with a grin, looking at the sandalwood box with a greedy expression. This is a beauty and skin-nourishing treasure that can keep me young forever. Li Qingmei said calmly. Such a wonderful thing? Could I borrow it for one night? I've been very tired these past few days, and I've even gotten wrinkles. Zhang said with a smile. No. Li Qingmei's answer was straightforward. She harbored some resentment towards this woman, who kept hovering in front of Su Hao, and she had long been impatient with her. All right. Zhang Qingqing smiled awkwardly. Her eyes flickered, and when she looked at Su Hao, she put on a flattering expression. She stretched out her right hand as if to take his arm, and said, Brother Hao, after this adventure is over, could you visit the Snow Mountain sect? we have the most beautiful snow scenery there, I guarantee you'll never want to leave. Not interested. Su Hao nimbly moved away, avoiding her approach and maintaining the perfect distance. Zhang Qingqing was clearly unhappy after being rebuffed twice. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly heard a commotion outside, and then a large group of people walked in. The leaders were Lu Kai and Meng Yue. While everyone was vying for the treasure, the two had already joined forces with other factions to form a temporary alliance. So there's a hidden world inside, everyone has obtained all sorts of good things. Lu Kai said casually. I think this is unfair, everyone is putting in the effort, so why should you get so much? I think it would be better if everyone here took out all the treasures and gave them to us to divide equally. Meng Yue said directly. Don't push your luck, these are all things we risked our lives to obtain, you should be grateful you even have anything in the main hall, why are you trying to steal from us? Zhang Qingqing was very unhappy and directly rebuked him. Young Master Meng, have I been too merciful? Lu Kai seemed to be reflecting on his actions, then looked at him again, his expression turning cold. In that case, let's be direct, everyone put down the treasures, or no one will leave alive. That's right, our goal is simple, to seize the treasure and the people. When the topic turned to people, Meng Yue's gaze fell on Li Qingmei. He was still unwilling to give up and wanted to win the heart of the beautiful woman. Zhang Qingqing was about to say something when she suddenly realized that more and more people were coming in, quickly exceeding 1,000. It turned out that they had gathered almost all of the remaining experts here. Besides the Flying Tiger sect and the Azure Dragon sect, there are also various other sects such as the Ouyang family, the Witchcraft cult, and the Five Elements sect. They all share the same goal, to seize the treasure. Brother Tianci, what should we do? Zhang Qingqing was in a dilemma. Did they really have to give up everything they had gained? This was an opportunity to revitalize the sect. If they missed it, the Snow Mountain sect would only become a third-rate sect when other sects rose to prominence. Damn it, none of our sect's experts have come. Zhang Tianci frowned. He held a large knife and stood beside her, clearly in a protective stance. However, with so many of them, the outcome of a fight would be difficult to predict. Yi Fei and others, they were also whispering among themselves, realizing that compared to the major sects, they were practically ordinary people. Although they possessed some strength, it was utterly insignificant. Offending these people would have unimaginable consequences. However, it's hard to give up everything I've gained. Damn it! Yi Fei gritted his teeth as he looked at Lu Kai and the other man, thinking that they were two scoundrels who had done all sorts of bad things and would be punished by God sooner or later. Miss, what should we do? Ren Xianxian asked in a low voice. Judging from their posture, it's almost impossible for them to negotiate today. Li Qingmei sighed. Was it really going to turn into a fight? You'd better discuss this. I only have 1 minute. If you don't hand over the treasure after that time, you can just wait to die. Lu Kai became extremely impolite, and his tone became even more threatening. Many people noticed that the reason he was so fearless was because he had several middle-aged men with him, and they guessed that the elders of the Azure Dragon sect had arrived, so he had someone to back him up. 1003, Chapter 1003 is definitely fine. The Azure Dragon sect has quite the arrogance, daring to act so domineeringly? Su Hao took a step forward and said, clearly displeased. He didn't have a good impression of this sect, although it was the #1 sect outside the Great Wall, it had actually done a lot of disgusting things. Xiao Hong looked somewhat embarrassed. Had things finally come to this, he was caught in a dilemma. If a fight broke out, he really wouldn't know who to help. Great, Brother Hao has stepped forward. Zhang Qingqing was overjoyed at present. Their only backer was Su Hao. She hoped that he could intimidate those people and they would leave with him. Who are you? Does he have a problem with our Azure Dragon sect? A middle-aged man next to Lu Kai directly questioned him. Third Elder, this person is called Lu Hao. He is exceptionally strong and defeated the 3 dragons guarding the gate, Lu Kai hurriedly explained. Oh? The Elder's expression changed. He had heard that even the combined forces of the 9 profound immortals and others were no match for the 3 dragons, but he never expected that the young man in front of him would be able to defeat them. This person's strength must have reached at least the Supreme Realm. So what if you can't stand the Azure Dragon sect? You've offended me, believe me or not, I'll wipe you out. Su Hao said bluntly. The third elder had initially thought Su Hao was quite strong and dared not offend him directly, but now he couldn't care less and said, "Young man, I advise you to cherish your life. Our sect leader is about to arrive, and dealing with you will be too easy." "Oh, everyone says the Azure Dragon sect is the #1 sect. I'd like to see just how much your sect leader is capable of," Su Hao retorted without any fear. These words shocked the entire audience. "Brother Tianci, did I hear that right? He actually wants me to choose the leader of the Azure Dragon sect?" Zhang Qingqing was completely stunned. She had seen arrogant young people before, but she had never seen one as arrogant as this. To the martial artists outside the Great Wall, Yan Conlong, the leader of the Azure Dragon sect, is a god. This person has never lost a challenge since he was 18 years old, and is known as the Peerless Martial God. Is it possible that this was a forced action to protect Miss Li? Zhang Tianci carefully analyzed. Perhaps Su Hao didn't want to do this either, but for the safety of his employer, he had no choice but to step forward. "My god, I never imagined that anyone would actually challenge sect leader Yan. It seems that since Senior Qiao Hong lost to this master, he has no record of any battles. Yes, this person's strength is unfathomable. Some estimate that he has already reached the great perfection of the Supreme Realm, and is only one step away from the Celestial Realm." People from other sects were also stunned. Xiao Hong frowned. Could it be that the sect leader had really arrived? He recalled that he had once been a rogue cultivator outside the Great Wall, not affiliated with any sect. However, Yan Conglong wanted to recruit top experts to strengthen the sect, so he resolutely challenged them. The place where the two fought was extremely mysterious, and outsiders could not see it at all. But the result is obvious. His eventual joining the Azure Dragon sect speaks volumes. "Senior Qiao, how many moves did you use when you fought against sect leader Yan?" Li Qingmei asked politely. 3 moves. Xiao Hong smiled wryly. "I don't think the sect leader used his full strength at all. He reached the great perfection of the Supreme Realm 3 years ago, and his strength is only stronger now. I admire young Master Zhao's strength, but compared to the sect leader, there is still a huge gap between them, that's beyond doubt." "Ah, Senior, you don't know this, but Brother Hao is a kind person. He loves me madly. If anyone is in danger of me, he will fight them to the bitter end. Why don't you try to persuade the upcoming sect leader Yan not to make a move?" Li Qingmei sighed, as if asserting her dominance over other women. Su Hao was immediately speechless. When had he ever said he liked her? So this is how beautiful women are, they can lie without batting an eye. "I really envy you two, being able to go through life and death together." Xiao Hong didn't know the specifics of their situation and couldn't speculate, so he said, "I do have a way to perfectly solve the current problem." "Oh, tell me about it," Li Qingmei said with great interest. As everyone knows, sect leader Yan greatly values talent, and young Master Zhao is so capable. If he is willing to join the Azure Dragon sect, he is guaranteed to enjoy wealth and honor, and the current crisis will be completely resolved. Xiao Hong said very seriously. As long as he vouches for it, joining the Azure Dragon sect will be no problem. He will at least be a protector, and may even have the opportunity to become the deputy sect leader. The Azure Dragon sect is very pragmatic. Strength is paramount. Even if others are not convinced, there's nothing they can do about it. "Such a good thing, Brother Hao, would you like to join the Azure Dragon sect?" Li Qingmei asked with a smile. Everyone's attention was now focused on Su Hao. Lu Kai's face darkened. If this person agreed, then it was truly hard to say. Wrong. His life was even in danger. Don't let his youth fool you. He's quite capable. Once he becomes a powerful figure in the sect, won't he be able to manipulate me at will? Zhang Tianci and Zhang Qingqing also looked grim. They had planned to rely on Su Hao as their protector, but if he defected to the enemy, what would they have left to rely on? Wouldn't they be completely taken advantage of and leave with nothing? Does the Azure Dragon sect truly offer wealth and glory? Su Hao asked calmly. That's right, we not only have the best cultivation resources here, but also a large number of female disciples, at least several hundred, if not 1,000. As long as young Master Zhao is willing, you can enjoy a life of revelry every night. Xiao Hong smiled slightly, attempting to attract her with his good looks. He had barely finished speaking when he was met with a sharp gaze from the side, and he immediately gave Li Qingmei an awkward smile. Senior, you may not know this, but I am a person of few desires and have no interest in money or beautiful women. Especially when I encounter a woman I can't get along with, I feel like slapping her to death. Su Hao declined on the spot. Li Qing, upon hearing this, may burst into laughter, which at least proved one thing: the two of them had some affinity and could get along well. Xiao Hong was somewhat embarrassed. He wanted to help, but it seemed that the negotiations had stalled. Just then, the crowd in front parted, and a man with gray hair walked out, his expression serious and his demeanor imposing. "Sect leader, you finally arrived." Upon seeing this person, Lu Kai said happily. He was actually Yan Kanglong's disciple, but outside, he had to be addressed as the sect leader, which was a very strict rule. "Third elder, with so many of you, you can't even handle a young man?" Yan Kanglong said, clearly displeased. "Sect leader, this person is no ordinary individual. He is at least at the late stage of the Supreme Realm. I alone am no match for him." The third elder was also unsure of Su Hao's true strength, but to put it mildly, he was certainly at a high level. 1004, Chapter 1004. A malignant tumor. Oh? Could such a genius have appeared somewhere else? When Yan Kanglong looked at Su Hao, his eyes held a hint of admiration without Xiao Hong's prompting. He said directly, "I'll only ask you once. Are you willing to join the Azure Dragon sect? If you agree, I'll offer you the position of vice sect leader one day. When your strength surpasses mine, you can become the sect leader as long as you join the Azure Dragon sect. Any treasures you obtain today will belong to you, and you can also save the life of a friend." Upon hearing this, the faces of the Tsanglong sect members changed drastically. Just as Xiao Hong had said, this person was very willing to recruit experts. The promises made were refreshing. "No interest." Su Hao refused outright. "What did you say?" Yan Kanglong was somewhat surprised, thinking he had misheard. "No interest." Su Hao clearly expressed his intention again. "Insolence!" Lu Kai immediately exclaimed angrily. "Third elder, this man is in your hands. If you are not strong enough, then work with the fifth elder. Remember, you must deal with him today, or what will become of the Azure Dragon sect's prestige?" Yan Kanglong was furious. Refusing the Azure Dragon sect's invitation was tantamount to courting death. Their sect has 13 elders in total, and apart from Xiao Hong, the rest are all trusted confidants. The third elder, Wu Pei, and the fifth elder, Zhang Jun, are both experts around the mid-stage of the Supreme Realm, so dealing with this person should be no problem for them. "Is this the legendary 'if you can't have it, you'll destroy it'?" The martial artists from beyond the Great Wall were quite used to this situation. Don't be fooled by the fact that Yan Kanglong rarely takes action himself. The Tsanglong sect has offended far more people than you can imagine. They've bullied practically every sect at some point. In a sense, their behavior is no different from that of witchcraft cults. They're even worse than the other side. After all, the witchcraft church directly declared that they were following the example of the demonic cult, while the Azure Dragon sect claimed that they were the representatives of justice. "Fifth elder, I never thought we'd have to join forces one day," Wu Pei said calmly. "To demonstrate the strength of the Azure Dragon sect, it's best to finish this person off within 3 moves. Zhang Jun said confidently. 3 moves are enough." Wu Pei was very happy. He didn't dare to make a move alone, but if he had help, it would be a completely different story. "Aren't you being a bit despicable, as seniors, to make things difficult for a young person?" Zhang Tianxi mustered his courage and stepped forward to question them. "Tianxi, you're a member of the Fierce Lion faction, why are you pleading for outsiders?" Wu Pei sighed. "Are you saying you want to join forces with him to fight against us 2 old fogies?" Zhang Jun asked rhetorically. Zhang Tianxi's face turned ugly. How could he possibly have that kind of strength? If he were really that strong, he might have already been a target for the Azure Dragon sect to recruit. "Young Master Zhang, it's alright. 2 mere experts are no problem for me," Su Hao said indifferently. "In short, be careful, they are quite strong." Zhang Tianxi disagreed, but still reminded them. Wu Pei and Zhang Jun are both in their 60s or 70s and have been famous for a long time. Many people have only heard their legends but have never actually seen them in action. Having this opportunity today is truly a rare treat. Some people were surprised, as they were supposed to unite according to the plan. As a result, when the Azure Dragon sect arrived, they took on the role of attacking. If this happens, wouldn't the Azure Dragon sect be able to monopolize the treasure once it's obtained? Damn it, they're so domineering. This sect is a cancer. If someone could severely damage them, that would be great. I wonder how strong this young Master Zhao is. He should at least take one elder with him. Many people, when looking at Su Hao, secretly cheered him on. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although everyone is hostile to Su Hao, they dislike the Azure Dragon sect even more. Let's do it. Su Hao stood still, his body radiating golden light. At this moment, he exuded Buddhist aura, making him look like an immortal arhat. Previously, some people doubted whether this person was a descendant of Kasayapa Temple, but now they have all given up on that idea, since he has learned authentic Kasayapa Temple martial arts. Kill him, the two elders said in deep voices. They drew their weapons and charged straight at them. The two old men were indeed quite strong. He seems to be no weaker than Master Zhou Xian and others. No wonder he was able to become a powerful figure in the Azure Dragon sect. Boom! The two attacks successfully clashed with Su Hao's protective true energy. Powerful forces dispersed in all directions. Zhang Tianxi's heart skipped a beat, and he stepped in front of Zhang Qingqing. However, it was, after all, the aftershock of a powerful attack, and the force instantly sent him flying, crashing heavily into the wall. The situation of the others was clearly worse. With just one move, some died, some were injured, and a large number of people fell. The people from the Physiognomy Palace quickly formed a protective wall, relying on their group to temporarily block the attacks. Ren Xianxian was not strong enough, but she still bravely stood in front of Li Qingmei, ready to shield her from danger. Xianxian, you're so kind, but I can't use you. Li Qingmei smiled faintly, her true energy flowing, and a soft white light enveloped the two of them, easily blocking the attack. Ren Xianxian immediately understood the young lady had said before that she was now too strong, which seemed sufficient to ensure her safety. Her actions just now were somewhat presumptuous. When everyone calmed down, they found that Su Hao was safe and sound. He said casually, "Are you all getting old? How can you possibly have enough strength to hit someone?" Elders Wu Pei and Zhang Jun gasped, exchanging a glance, both realizing how terrifying this young man was. They hadn't acted rashly. After all, the aftershocks had already embarrassed others so badly. Both of them used about 70% of their strength, yet it looked like they were merely tickling each other. How could this be? Not shocked. It seems we'll have to go all out. Wu Pei's gaze darkened, and his aura exploded. That's right. Zhang Jun said with murderous intent and determination. Like evil dragons, the two used all their abilities to attack their young opponent. This attack suddenly increased its strength by 30%. The entire chamber was shaking violently, and the surrounding walls were crumbling and on the verge of collapse. All irrelevant people, get out! Lu Kai said, taking advantage of the situation. People from other sects felt as if they had been granted a pardon and no longer wanted to stay there, so they all rushed out. Even Li Qingmei left this place under the escort of the Physiognomy Palace. In the end, only a few experts from the Azure Dragon sect and Su Hao remained. Good timing. Su Hao smiled slightly and made his move instantly. He was radiating golden light, like a living arhat. He charged forward, first destroying the attacks of the two elders, and then countered each of them with a perfectly fair punch. 1005, Chapter 1005. Some jealousy. After two loud bangs, the two elders met a rather unfortunate end. Wu Pei was embedded in the wall, losing an arm. Zhang Jun lay on the edge of the pool, his leg broken. Most people didn't even see Su Hao's movements clearly. The elder they considered incredibly powerful was actually seriously injured. Did he only use one move? How exactly did they do that? You don't realize how powerful someone is until you compare them to others. The elders of the Azure Dragon sect are very powerful. This person is so young, his future is promising. Many martial artists expressed surprise, feeling that Su Hao was far too powerful. Lu Kai's expression was rather unpleasant. He had initially thought that Su Hao was nothing special and that he had only lost by a small margin, but now it seemed that this was not the case at all. Brother Hao's strength is truly eye-opening. Zhang Qingqing had beautiful almond-shaped eyes and kept sizing up Su Hao. Senior sister, it would be great if this person could join our sect. A junior sister standing next to her also particularly admired Su Hao. I had already extended an invitation, but unfortunately he didn't agree. However, I believe that sincerity can move mountains, and if I keep persuading him, I'm sure I can convince him," she said confidently. On the other side, Yan Kanglong's expression was rather unpleasant. His two elders were injured. Should he seek revenge? Just then, a person walked out from outside, revealing a faint smile, and said, "Sect leader Yan, leave the rest of the battle to me." "Sect leader Kong, so you've come too?" Yan Kanglong seemed surprised. This person was none other than Kong Wendian, the leader of the Flying Tiger sect. "How could I be absent from such a lively place?" Kong Wendian smiled faintly. He thought that if he didn't make a move soon, all the benefits would go to the Xanglong sect. He had no choice but to get involved and participate in the allocation of resources. "Sect leader Kong, this person is quite strong. Even my two elders are no match for him. Do you really want to fight him?" Yan Kanglong frowned and asked calmly. "How can two mere elders compare to me?" Kong Wendian said disdainfully. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. According to the rankings in the martial arts world, Kong Wendian ranks second, only behind Yan Kanglong. His strength is unfathomable and is definitely not comparable to Zhang Jun and the other two. The happiest person at this moment was Meng Youwei. He had never been a match for Su Hao, but now that his master had taken action, he had seen a glimmer of hope. "You brat, now you know, right? Offending the Flying Tiger sect will never end well." He looked at them provocatively and said coldly. "Really, does that mean the Flying Tiger sect is very powerful, or perhaps your sect has other hidden experts?" Su Hao said indifferently. "A hidden master? What did he mean by that?" Meng Youwei thought for a moment, then immediately understood. This person seemed to be implying that Kong Wendian, who had just appeared, was no match for him. He was furious and shouted, "Zhao, don't be so arrogant. You should know that there are always people more capable than you, and there are always higher levels to reach. You are just a young man, and there are many experts more powerful than you." "I admit I'm not the strongest expert, but there's no one here who can defeat me." Su Hao glanced around and said coldly. He has always kept a low profile and doesn't like to be in the limelight. But this time it's different. Others are eyeing it covetously. After all, there are thousands of opponents, and if they all launch an attack, it will be troublesome. The best course of action now is to deter all opponents. In a way, it's like the saying, to catch the thief, first catch the king. Okay. Kong Wendian suddenly threw his head back and laughed. He had never seen such a confident young man before. It seemed that a battle was inevitable today. He slowly drew a long sword and said, "This is the treasure of the Flying Tiger sect, called the Azure Dragon 7 Tiger Sword. It seals the souls of spirit beasts within, making it incredibly powerful. It is one of the strongest divine artifacts in the western regions today. I will use it to test my skills against you and let everyone witness the true strength of this sect leader." A magical artifact? Everyone's eyes lit up. This was a real gem. Unexpectedly, Kong Wendian takes his opponent so seriously, which shows that he highly regards Su Hao. Not good. Zhang Qingqing's expression changed. Brother Hao is about to face such a powerful artifact. Doesn't that greatly reduce his chances of winning? To be honest, sect leader Kong is really something. He doesn't follow the rules of the martial world at all. Not only does he bully the weak, but he also brings out a divine artifact. Even if he wins, it will be very beneath him. Miss Shang, you can't say that there are no real rules of the martial arts world. If there is one, it's only that the strong are respected. Young Master Zhao has already provoked us so much, so it's only natural that he should give it his all. Zhang Tianxi said fairly. Brother Tianxi, are you jealous of Brother Hao? Why would you say such a thing? Zhang Qingqing turned around and questioned him directly. Zhang Tianxi was stunned. Wasn't this an answer based on facts? However, to be fair, he was indeed somewhat jealous of Su Hao, but that's a different matter. He wasn't Jifei, nor was he a petty person. Deep down, he still hoped Su Hao would win. Miss, with sect leader Kong bringing out such a divine artifact, does young master still have a chance to win? Ren Xianxian asked, puzzled. Of course. Li Qingmei said confidently. Ren Xianxian was even more puzzled. Why was he so confident? Could it be that the handsome man in front of her had an unusual identity? Do you know him? Li Qingmei's heart stirred. Since she had already decided to train Ren Xianxian, it was necessary to reveal some information, so she whispered Su Hao's identity. So that's how it is. Ran Xianxian was shocked. Only now did she realize that her young lady had such a powerful expert by her side. In that case, the upcoming battle is sure to be very interesting. Sect Leader Kong, since you're using a weapon, then don't blame me. Once obtained a mysterious sword in Jiangnan, perhaps it can put me to the test. A flash of black light appeared in Su Hao's hand, and the ancient god the sword reappears. The sword's black blade looked rather plain and unadorned. In contrast, the Azure Dragon 7 Tiger's sword emitted a sharp, cold light. Even just being unsheathed, it already exuded a deadly threat. The ancient divine sword, like Su Hao, was incredibly understated, its aura far less imposing. You call this the #1 sword? Haha, what a frog in a well. What good things could come from Jiangnan? The best things are in Yanjing, and the next best are outside the Great Wall. Meng Yuwei spoke with a touch of boastfulness. Upon seeing this weapon, the others secretly shook their heads, feeling that Su Hao's knowledge was somewhat lacking. The others in the Physiognomy Palace exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what this weapon actually was. Only Rin Xianxian, after learning Su Hao's identity, looked over curiously. Was this the legendary strongest artifact? It did indeed look quite ordinary. If this thing weren't in Su Hao's hands, and someone else were using it, no one would guess its identity. 1006, Chapter 1006. Scattering like birds and beasts. Young man, I don't want people to say I'm bullying the weak. How about this? You go first, and I'll give you 3 moves. With the divine sword in hand, Kong Wentian was incredibly confident. No need. I've been in the martial arts world for so many years, and I've never needed anyone to give me a move. You'd better watch out, or I might take you down in 1 move. Su Hao said calmly. Kong Wentian's face immediately fell. He felt that this young man was simply unreasonable and completely ungrateful. Since things had already come to this point, there was no need to continue the conversation. Court death. He roared and became one with his sword. The secret chamber was filled with the glint of swords and the clash of blades. A series of hissing sounds erupted continuously. The surrounding walls shattered instantly upon impact with the sword energy. The palace, having withstood numerous fierce battles, finally collapsed completely. Huge stones fell from the ceiling, causing everyone's expression to change drastically, and they all fled the palace. Boom! When everyone reached a safe place, the 2 who were fighting were found buried in the ruins. This is bad. Our sect has lost 2 elders. Yen Kanglong's face was rather grim. In the rush he had just fled, the injured Zhang Jun and the other man had not yet come out. The others looked at the dust billowing in the air and began to speculate. It seems that person is dead. Sect Leader Kong is strong, no one could withstand that sword strike. That's right, this man must die. No outsider can challenge a master from beyond the Great Wall. It has to be said that the second strongest expert outside the Great Wall is still very powerful. Unlike these people, Zhang Qingqing clenched her fists tightly, her face pale. If Su Hao really died, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the same time, when the others looked over, their gazes were extremely hostile, clearly indicating their desire to seize the treasure. Miss, will the young master be alright? Ren Xianxian was a little confused, wondering why things were not going as expected. Let's wait and see. Li Qingmei was also a little uncertain. Not long after, a beam of black light shot into the sky from the ruins. It was Su Hao who came out, holding the ancient divine sword in his right hand and carrying the injured Kong Wentian in his left, throwing him to the ground like a dead dog. Everyone stared intently, and were utterly stunned. Kong Wentian had dozens of wounds on his body, and blood was gushing out. Most importantly, their flying tiger sect's divine sword had broken in 2, and they only had 1 half left. The other half was probably in the ruins. The divine artifact is broken? Yen Konglong frowned, now having to reconsider Su Hao's strength. If this person had only defeated 2 elders, it would have been fine, but now that he has defeated Kong Wentian, the situation is different. Although he was the top expert outside the Great Wall, he wasn't much stronger than Kong Wentian. If the opponent brought out a divine weapon, the 2 would be evenly matched. But what about Su Hao? How could he win so easily? The 2 of them would definitely not exchange more than 3 moves. It is impossible to know exactly what methods he used to win in such a short time. Sect Leader Yen, these treasures are the result of our hard work, and it wouldn't be fair to hand them all over. How about this? we'll redistribute them, 7 for us and 3 for you if you agree. We'll give a portion of our items to the Azure Dragon sect. Li Qingmei seized the opportunity to propose a new distribution method. No, our Flying Tigers faction should get a share too. Meng Yue objected loudly. Are you qualified? Li Qingmei asked calmly. She's not someone to be trifled with. The strongest member of the Flying Tigers faction has already been defeated by Su Hao and has completely lost the ability to compete. Meng Yue was trembling with anger and didn't know how to refute it. He looked at Lu Kai, as if to say, for the sake of our alliance, say a few fair words. Unexpectedly, Lu Kai pretended not to see it and simply waited for Yan Kanlong's judgment. Miss Li, your suggestion is quite reasonable. Our Azure Dragon sect has lost 2 elders this time, so we are indeed qualified to obtain some treasures. Yan Kanlong said. Sect leader, shouldn't we seek revenge? One of Zhang Jun's disciples said indignantly. Yes, master is dead, the Azure Dragon sect cannot sit idly by. Wu Pei's disciple was also unhappy. Shut up. With powerful enemies all around us, how can we afford to fight Miss Li and her group to the death? Your master died at this man's hands, and you should settle this score yourselves. Yan Kanlong isn't stupid. If he continues to fight against Su Hao, he doesn't know how much he'll have to pay. As the sect leader, he must consider the overall situation and not bring about the sect's annihilation. The 2 disciples were a bit stunned, never expecting that the number 1 expert outside the Great Wall would back down, but they were powerless to do anything about it and could only give up. Alright, now that sect leader Yan has backed down, let's all hand over 30% of the treasures. Li Qingmei addressed the Snow Mountain sect, the Fierce Lion sect, Yi Fei, and others. They didn't take anything, so naturally they didn't have to give anything in return. Zhang Qingqing and the others were somewhat embarrassed. It turned out that this was a matter of the 2 major powers arbitrarily distributing their spoils after reaching an agreement. What could they say at this point? So they took out treasures, spiritual liquid, and other valuables and handed them over to the Azure Dragon sect. Although reluctant, the Azure Dragon sect left after making these sacrifices. Seeing this, the other sects dared not make a move and scattered like birds and beasts. The crisis ultimately ended with losses for both major factions. Alright, let's go back the way we came. Li Qingmei made a decisive decision and directed everyone to leave the oasis. It took another 2 days for everyone to return to their original town. Call. Zhang Tianxi felt as if he had been transported to another world. The entire trip took less than 5 days, but the cost was high. They lost many fellow disciples. Fortunately, they obtained a considerable amount of treasure in the end, otherwise it would have been a complete waste of time. Gentlemen, our cooperation has come to an end. Farewell. Yi Fei was quite decisive. They made a fortune and left with the treasures. I'm also a little tired. I need to go back to my room and rest. Li Qingmei threw down those words and turned to leave. Just as Su Hao was about to follow, Zhang Qingqing pulled her junior sister aside with a smile and stopped him, saying, Brother Hao, let's talk in private. Is there something you need? Su Hao remained unmoved. What do you think of me? Zhang Qingqing asked with a sweet smile. His looks are passable, but his martial arts skills are absolutely terrible. Su Hao coldly commented. I'll take this as a compliment. Zhang Qingqing's expression remained unchanged. She pointed to her junior sister beside her and said, to be honest, as long as Brother Hao is willing to join our Snow Mountain sect, he can choose me, this junior sister, or any of the other senior sisters. Do you know that the Snow Mountain sect has the most female disciples outside the Great Wall? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianxi nodded in agreement. The situation at the Snow Mountain sect is different from other sects. Women hold power. They have some male disciples, but most of them do manual labor and are considered the lower class within the sect. Only the female disciples are considered to be of impeccable lineage. 1007, Chapter 1007. Keep a close eye on it. So what? I have no interest in the Snow Mountain sect, nor much in women. If there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave. After Su Hao finished speaking, he resolutely turned around. Zhang Qingqing was stunned. This man was truly impervious to reason. Despite repeated hints, he still wouldn't budge. Qingqing, you're back? Just then, the leader of the Snow Mountain sect walked over leisurely with dozens of experts. She is also a middle-aged beauty, still charming and with a powerful presence. Master, Elder, have you been here for a long time? Zhang Qingqing walked over and asked in surprise. I just arrived this afternoon and was preparing to gather everyone to go to the oasis to find you. I didn't expect you to return safely. Zhang Xuening, the leader of the Snow Mountain sect, said calmly. Thank you for your concern, Master. We owe a lot to Brother Tianxi and the Fierce Lion sect for their help this time. She introduced Zhang Tianxi with a smile and said some kind words. Young Master Zhang, it seems our two sects' marriage agreement was the right one. Zhang Xuening smiled appreciatively and said, when you have time, come visit the Snow Mountain sect and let Qingqing keep you company. Really, thank you so much, sect leader Zhang. Zhang Tianxi said excitedly. I just saw the Lion Clan members at the hotel next door. Go and report back now. Zhang Xuening said, subtly sending him away. Zhang Tianxi, along with several fellow disciples, left via the same route. Sect leader, this guy looks dull and stupid. I really don't know how he managed to get the title of one of the 10 young masters of the Northeast. Their great elder Feng Wuqing said unhappily. Most people were not optimistic about this marriage, thinking it was just a political alliance. It's just picking the best looking one among the short ones. That's how things are outside the Great Wall. At least he's better than Meng Yue and Lu Kai, isn't he? Zhang Xuening sighed, then noticed that several people were missing from Zhang Qingqing's side and abruptly questioned, Qingqing, where are the other fellow disciples? They're dead. Zhang Qingqing said in grief and indignation. We encountered many monsters in the oasis, and there was also a witchcraft cult. She recounted everything that had happened in the oasis. Zhang Xuening finally understood that everyone's rumors were true. Few people had entered the oasis before, and facing so many monsters, there was no chance of survival. And this time, the most outstanding performer wasn't Zhang Tianxi, Lu Kai, or Meng Yue, but surprisingly, an outsider. What did you gain? Feng Wuqing asked directly. Master, Elder, look, these are all the treasures we brought out. Zhang Xuening called out to everyone, taking out various treasures. When placed together, they can actually form a small mountain. First, there are those treasures, worth over 1 billion. Secondly, there are various elixirs and spiritual herbs, which are the most precious cultivation resources. Finally, there were a few jade bottles of spiritual liquid. She took them directly to Zhang Xuening and boasted, Master, these are good things, enough to help you break through to a new realm. Zhang Xuening opened it and saw that it contained a cyan liquid that emitted a rich spiritual energy. She was overjoyed and said, That's wonderful, Qingqing, you've done a great service this time. I hereby declare that from this day forward, you are the youngest sect leader and are listed as one of the candidates for sect leader. As long as you continue to contribute to the sect, you will one day be able to inherit my position. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will definitely work even harder. Zhang Qingqing was stunned. Her status in the sect had risen accordingly. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately came up with a good idea. She said, Master, actually we didn't get the most this time. Miss Li, the employer of that young Master Zhao, seems to have obtained a mysterious treasure. Oh, tell me about it. Zhang Xuening asked curiously. Our spiritual liquid was all produced by that precious pearl. She explained the matter of the spiritual pool. Zhang Xuening and Feng Wuqing exchanged a glance, and were basically certain that the pearl was incredibly mysterious, and the spiritual energy it contained was probably tens of thousands of times more concentrated than that of spiritual liquid. If this thing belongs to the Snow Mountain sect, we can definitely become the #1 sect outside the Great Wall, Zhang Xuening muttered to herself, then asked, Qingqing, do you have any way to deal with Zhao Hao? Master, please rest assured, I will do everything I can. Zhang nodded gently. Silly girl, sometimes a woman's best weapon is her own body. You're a great beauty, so I hope you make good use of that. Zhang Xuening suddenly said. For the sake of the spirit pearl, she was even willing to betray her own disciple. Zhang nodded gently. That was exactly what she was doing, but things weren't going smoothly. Elder, immediately arrange for people to keep a close eye on that group. As long as the right opportunity arises, then. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhang Xuening's eyes. Everyone understood that they were even willing to kill and rob for profit. In the hotel, Suo finally had his own room and didn't have to squeeze in with Li Qingmei anymore. Now that most of the adventurers in town had either left or died, there weren't many left, so there were plenty of rooms available. He sat on the bed, holding the secret manual, the 9 Cauldrons Longevity Manual, in his hand. This is a new martial art, and after reading it once, I was somewhat surprised. According to the description of the technique, once you reach the great perfection, you can achieve immortality. Actually, after reaching the supreme realm, everyone's lifespan is at least 200 years, and aging is slowed down. Both he and Li Qingmei were able to maintain their youth for a long time. However, it still falls short of achieving true immortality. Perhaps only those who reach the highest level of terrestrial immortality can achieve this. Never mind all that for now, let's practice first. Su Hao shook his head, took out a bottle of spiritual liquid, and drank it all. He had secretly saved some for himself when distributing it to everyone. There was too much spiritual liquid in that pool. He kept 30% for himself, and the rest was divided equally among everyone. With so much spiritual liquid, it's possible to break through to the next realm. However, Su Hao's need for the spiritual liquid was not particularly great. What he values most is actually taking a steady and pragmatic approach. Li Qingmei is the best example of the opposite. Despite her powerful strength, she is actually quite weak in combat. Despite being at the peak of the supreme realm, she performs worse than a grandmaster. A martial arts novice like her, venturing alone in the martial world, might not even be able to avoid ambushes from those below the grandmaster level. Cultivation is something that requires gradual accumulation. After drinking the spiritual liquid, his body was filled with a massive amount of true energy, so he circulated his cultivation technique and began to absorb it. In the next room, Li Qingmei didn't cultivate at all. She first took a long, hot bath, and then picked up the precious pearl and examined it carefully. This dragon essence is far inferior to the previous dragon veins. There are still 4 copies missing. I don't know how much we'll have to pay to get them all. She murmured to herself. 1008, Chapter 1008. Kill one if one comes. At 10 p.m., Su Hao had just finished absorbing the spiritual liquid when he heard footsteps outside the gate, and his brows furrowed immediately. Brother Hao, may I come in? Zhang Qingqing's sweet, delicate voice drifted over. Seduction techniques? Su Hao was a seasoned veteran, and he sensed a peculiar meaning from the moment that voice appeared. It must be said that Zhang Qingqing's strength was lacking, but her mastery of seductive arts was exceptional. That voice would be fatal to someone with weak martial arts skills. He now understood why Zhang Tianxi obeyed her so readily. It turned out the Snow Mountain sect secretly practiced unspeakable martial arts. What's up? Su Hao opened the door and said calmly. At this moment, Zhang Qingqing had changed her clothes and was draped in a thin veil, exuding a unique allure. She looked as if she had just finished bathing, with a few water droplets still clinging to her face, playing the role of a beauty emerging from a bath. Brother Hao, while I was taking a shower just now, I suddenly realized that there's still some poison in my body that hasn't been completely neutralized. I tried some of our sex antidotes, but they didn't work at all. It seems that only your medicine can help. She said softly. Is that so? Su Haoming knew she was lying, but he didn't want to get entangled with her any longer, so he took out an antidote, pinched her chin, and fed it to her. The action was executed in one fluid motion, giving the opponent no chance. Zhang Qingqing was greatly surprised. According to her plan, if she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms today, she should have a 70% chance of success. Unexpectedly, Su Hao remained unmoved and did not make much contact with her at all. Brother Hao, how can you be so heartless? I don't know if this medicine will work, and I don't want to make another trip. Why don't we go inside and rest for a while? As Zhang spoke softly, pretending to be casual, the thin veil on her shoulder was slipping down. My medicine can cure all poisons, there's absolutely no mistake. It's late now, I need to rest, so please take care of yourself, Miss Shang. Su Hao's tone became more serious. Zhang Qingqing's face turned red. This person was truly an impenetrable block, with absolutely no weaknesses to be found. As the saying goes, third time's the charm, and after several attempts, she still failed. Feeling embarrassed, she angrily said, I just don't understand why you like that Miss Li. What's so good about her? Does she think she'll serve you well? Who said I like her? Su Hao retorted. Zhang Qingqing was stunned. She had initially thought she had lost to Li Qingmei, but now it dawned on her, yes, Su Hao had never said that himself. Could it be that their relationship was really just that of employer and bodyguard? You can leave now. Su Hao closed the door immediately. Hateful. Zhang Qingqing returned home with a sense of reluctance and helplessness. After closing the door, Su Hao suddenly noticed a dark figure in the room. After a quick examination, he determined who it was. He then moved swiftly and reached out with his right hand. Bang! Unexpectedly, the other party reacted incredibly quickly, exchanging a palm strike with him directly. He stood still, motionless. The man took a half step back, indicating he was quite powerful. Su Hao, I'm warning you, don't sabotage me in front of outsiders. When this person spoke, their voice was clear and melodious, like that of a lark. Miss Li, it's not appropriate for you to sneak into my room like that, Su Hao said helplessly when he saw the window open, guessing that she had slipped in from next door like a cat. What's wrong with it? I paid for it, you can go to whichever room you want. Li Qingmei was clearly unhappy. She publicly stated that the two were engaged. Unexpectedly, Su Hao actually said he didn't like Zhang Qingqing in order to reject her. Alright, Su Hao said helplessly, this was the first time he had seen her act so willfully. He sat at the table, waiting quietly. Li Qingmei waited for a long time, but seeing that he didn't know how to coax her, she suddenly laughed in exasperation, feeling that there was no need to be petty. However, she was also somewhat unwilling to let him off the hook. Her eyes darted around, and with a sway of her body, she sat directly on his lap, revealing a sweet smile and a seductive tone, saying, Brother Hao, can you really remain unmoved by my presence? Gurgle. Su Hao subconsciously swallowed. Strangely enough, Zhang Qingqing's seductive skills were very sophisticated, yet they had no effect whatsoever. However, Li Qingmei's every smile and frown was almost too much for people to handle. Afraid of embarrassing himself, he lifted her up by the waist with both hands and placed her on the table, saying, Get to the point, otherwise I really need to rest. Were you tempted just now? Li Qingmei asked smugly. Su Hao frowned, neither admitting nor denying. Li Qingmei secretly rejoiced. It seemed he wasn't completely oblivious after all. She was the eldest daughter of the Li family and wouldn't do anything too outrageous. Deciding to stop while she was ahead, she said, I'm here to warn you, the people from the Physiognomy Palace noticed some strangers around the hotel during their patrol. It seems some people have recognized the Spirit Pearl, and tonight is destined to be anything but peaceful. It's alright, kill one if one comes, kill two if two come, Su Hao promised calmly. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Li Qingmei smiled charmingly, then returned the way she came. Master. Zhang Qingqing returned to Zhang Xuaning's side, a trace of grief and indignation on her face, and said, This disciple has already tested him, and the honey trap has no effect on him at all. He seems completely unmoved by seduction, or perhaps, this person simply doesn't like women. Could it be that he likes her? Junior sister asked in astonishment. No, you're wrong, he probably has his own pursuits, maybe he wants to become a master. Zhang Qingqing shook her head. It's impossible for him to like men. Some people are indifferent to emotions and instead are devoted to martial arts. Zhang Xuaning could see that her eldest disciple had fallen for Su Hao at first sight and wished he could give himself to him, but the other party was not giving her face, so she was now in an awkward position. Gently, since therefore, we have no choice but to prepare the second plan and take direct action. Zhang Xuaning said with a grim expression. Yes, I can't have a man like that, and I can't let him be left to other women. Zhang Qingqing said viciously, it's just that he's quite strong, and he also has a strange weapon. Even Kong Wendian is no match for him. I am afraid our strength alone might not be enough. Since we're going to take action, of course we need to find allies. Qingqing, have you forgotten that we're allies with the Lion faction? Zhang Xuaning said calmly. Zhang Qingqing immediately laughed, that was indeed the case. Her engagement to Zhang Tianxi was essentially an alliance. According to the agreement, the two sects would act in unison whenever interests were involved. Now that the leader of the Fierce Lion sect had arrived, it was indeed time to discuss how to deal with Li Qingmei and her group. Sect leader Zhang, I am Yang Su, here to discuss important matters as agreed. At that moment, a deep voice came from outside the door. 1009, Chapter 1009 Drugs. Open the door for sect leader Yang. Zhang Xuaning immediately responded enthusiastically. Zhang Qingqing walked over and opened the door. Sure enough, she saw several men standing outside. The one in the lead had a masculine face and was none other than Yang Su, the leader of the Fierce Lion sect. Behind him were two elders, as well as several disciples, including Zhang Tianxi. Greetings, sect leader Yang. Zhang Qingqing quickly bowed, then nodded to the others. Qingqing, you've really blossomed into a beautiful young woman, just like your master back in the day. Yang Su laughed heartily. Brother Yang, you're not getting any younger, why are you still thinking about things from the past? Zhang Xuening said calmly. Zhang Qingqing and Zhang Tianci were a little puzzled. Could it be that something had happened between the two masters in the past? The other elders smiled without saying a word. In truth, Yang Su had also been a simp back then, pursuing Zhang Xuening relentlessly in her youth, but ultimately it all ended in failure. Zhang Xuening had very high standards and looked down on everyone. As a result, both of them are still single. This is why Yang Su agreed to the marriage proposal without hesitation when Zhang Xuening suggested it. He envied Zhang Tianci, regardless of the final outcome, at least he got the engagement. Pour the tea gently. Zhang Xuening didn't reminisce but quickly got to the point. Sect leader Yang, I believe you also know who the biggest winner of this trip to the oasis was, right? That's right, Tianci told me that Miss Li and her group obtained a mysterious pearl. Yang Su nodded. After Zhang Tianci returned to report, he recounted the story of the spirit pearl. Although they didn't know the origin of this precious pearl, it was definitely not an ordinary item, as it could produce so much spiritual liquid. That's right, that's their purpose for coming here. They've come all this way just for that spirit pearl. It must be extremely valuable. IVE decided to join forces with other sects and launch an attack on them. Zhang Xuening said directly. Our ally, the Lion faction, will definitely give us their full support. Yang Su said, however, there's a problem now. That young man is very strong. If we fight him head-on, we don't have much of a chance of winning. Who said we were going to fight head-on? This is our territory. We can move around freely. Sect leader Yang, do you recognize this? Zhang Xuening took out a black pill and asked with a smile. This is Yang Su was shocked. This is the forbidden medicine of the martial arts world, 100 Flowers Soft Bone Powder. We are a righteous sect. How can we use this thing? 100 Flowers Soft Bone Powder is one of the most vicious elixirs outside the Great Wall. Despite its name, it is actually colorless and odorless, and once mixed into food or drink, it is completely undetectable. Once ingested, it will temporarily strip away one's power, turning one into a lamb to the slaughter. Sect leader Yang, we will do this without anyone knowing. After we succeed, we will divide all the treasures equally. Then we can completely frame the witchcraft cult. What does it have to do with our righteous path? Zhang Xuening had already made up her mind. The witchcraft cult had offended the Snow Mountain sect, so why not use it as a shield? If this were to be told, would people be more willing to believe in the righteous path or in witchcraft? The answer is self-evident. Yang Su laughed heartily. Sure enough, she was still as resourceful as ever. With such an arrangement, everything was foolproof. Master, sect leader Zhang, Qingqing and I were rescued by young Master Zhao and the others many times in the oasis. Would it be a bit unreasonable to attack them now? Zhang Tianci was very unhappy. Wasn't this repaying kindness with enmity? Tianci, that's because you're too young. At first glance, young Master Zhao seems to be helping, but you can't see into someone's heart. How do you know he's not using you? Thinking back, when you fought Meng Yue, he was so strong that he could have easily handled it, but he still used you as a shield. Yang Su advised. Zhang Tianci shook his head, feeling that this was not the same thing. He had originally wanted to deal with Meng Yue, and this was just an excuse. After spending a few days with him, he believed that Su Hao was not that kind of person at all. Brother Tianci, if you had to choose between me and young Master Zhao, what would you do? Zhang Qingqing asked. Ms. Zhang, we'll be husband and wife in the future, so of course you're more important to me, but I don't want to get involved in this matter, Zhang Tianci said firmly. What a fool! Zhang Xuening shook her head and advised, you lack experience right now. Once you reach the position of sect leader Yang, you'll have to consider the bigger picture. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That spirit pearl is too precious. It can help the sect grow stronger. Do you really want to miss this opportunity and become a sinner of the sect? Zhang Tianci was taken aback. He wasn't good at arguing, and facing two seniors and a fiancé, he felt he couldn't win the argument. However, he firmly believed that one shouldn't be too selfish, so he gave an awkward smile and turned to leave. Sect leader Yang, won't this kid mess things up? Zhang Xuening's gaze darkened, and she was filled with murderous intent. That's not the case. Yang Su stepped in to defend them. We have so many experts, one more won't make a difference. Since we've made the decision, let's get the goods ready as soon as possible. We can't let them live past tonight. That's right, I'll contact other factions immediately and take action as soon as possible. Zhang Xuening agreed. At midnight, a team of guards was patrolling outside the hotel. They heeded Li Qingmei's instructions. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, and they had to be on guard against lurking enemies at all times. These people were careful enough, but they still fell for it. Splash, splash. They were drugged one after another and completely passed out. So the two groups of men in black headed straight for Su Hao's room. Let's see how he runs this time. Zheng Qingqing followed behind her master, her eyes filled with resentment. On the other side, Yang Su, leading dozens of experts, was also moving stealthily. They gave Su Hao a lot of face. Apart from Zhang Qingqing, the rest were all experts from various sects, all of whom were at least master level. Near the house after a while, he took out the 100 flowers soft bone powder and sprinkled it inside. To achieve the best results, they spared no expense. The 100 flowers soft bone powder was incredibly precious, costing millions for a single pill. To deal with Su Hao, they actually crushed 4 pills and threw them in, immediately channeling their true energy to transform them into poisonous mist that filled the entire room. Just wait 1 minute, and we can go in and clear the area. Zhang Xuening muttered to herself, looking at the time. The toxic fog spread very quickly, taking effect in just a few seconds, but for safety's sake, she decided to wait a minute. Attack! Seeing that time was up, she immediately gave the order. Dozens of experts smashed through the wall and stormed in. The poisonous fog inside vanished in the blink of an eye, carried away by the wind. Everyone looked at the bed and was suddenly surprised. No one's inside? Zhang Xuening was shocked. That's impossible. I came here to investigate just a few hours ago, Zhang Qingqing muttered to herself, puzzled. 1010, Chapter 1010 is filled with murderous intent. Useless, you can't even do this simple thing right. Zhang Xuening was very unhappy and glared at him, scolding him. Master, I know, that kid must be too cunning. He chose the empty city ploy. If I'm not mistaken, he's definitely in the next room. Zhang Qingqing frowned, thinking of a possibility. Perhaps she tested him too many times, arousing his suspicion. This person was a seasoned veteran of the underworld. Some wariness was completely understandable. Is that so? In that case, you step back and wait for an opportunity to make your move. Leave the rest to us. Zhang Xuening's eyes flickered, and she decided to make 2 preparations. Yes, sir. Zhang nodded lightly, then disappeared into the darkness, gathering several fellow disciples to act in the shadows. As they were about to go next door, they suddenly saw a figure standing by the door. Hey, did you come to the wrong place? Why are you doing such a despicable thing as assassination so late at night? The speaker was a handsome young man with a mocking smile on his face. You are Zhao Hao? Zhang Xuening asked in a deep voice. That's right. Su Hao frowned, sensing the presence of poisonous gas, and realized that these people had come with ill intentions. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that in addition to Zhang Xuening, there were also experts such as Yang Su. It was especially amusing to notice the different auras of the other people, who seemed to come from various sects and factions. It seems that everyone has chosen to form an alliance for some ulterior motive. Young man, out of consideration for your past help, I'm extending a special invitation to you. If you're willing to join the Snow Mountain sect, we can offer you any benefits, money, beautiful women, or even status, no problem whatsoever. Zhang Xuening decided to try diplomacy first, and suddenly said with a smile. Yang Su was stunned. This was not what he had planned. If Su Hao chooses to join the Snow Mountain sect, it will actually be very disadvantageous for the Fierce Lion sect. He suddenly realized that for women, self-interest always comes first. The two of them never had any real feelings for each other in the past, and now they are just in a simple business relationship. Status, your Snow Mountain sect is just a third-rate sect. What status do you have to speak of? Su Hao said disdainfully. Wrong, we've just not risen to prominence yet. Once we have more cultivation resources, we'll definitely become one of the top sects outside the Great Wall, and might even develop into the strongest sect in the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Xuening said confidently. Little did she know, this statement had already revealed her true purpose. She was definitely after the Spirit Pearl. No wonder there were so many people acting suspiciously today. They turned out to be martial artists from the Snow Mountain sect. To be honest, if I wanted to join any sect, it would be incredibly easy. I wouldn't need any of your promises. Su Hao said coldly. So you're going to refuse a toast only to suffer the consequences? Young man, you'd better think this through. We've deployed dozens of experts this time. Do you think you can handle them all by yourself? Zhang Xuening scolded. A mere few dozen ants, what's the big deal? If you want to make a move, feel free to bring it on. Su Hao coldly replied. Presumptuous. Some others couldn't stand it anymore and directly reprimanded him. Sect leader Zhang, stop wasting time talking to him. Yang Su couldn't stand it any longer. Continuing the conversation was pointless. It would be better to just kill him. Dealing with Li Qingmei and the others later would be a piece of cake. Sect leader Yang is right, let's make our move. Zhang Xuening gave the order calmly. Yang Su nodded and took the lead, bringing dozens of masters of the highest level with him in the blink of an eye. They rushed to Su Hao's side. The weapon in his hand was the ancestral treasure of the fierce lion sect, which carried the imposing aura of a lion when wielded. The other experts also unleashed their strongest techniques, all with the same goal, to kill in one strike. Seeing that they were serious, Su Hao didn't overestimate himself and directly raised his true qi shield. Boom, boom, boom. These people come quickly and leave even faster. Dozens of experts were sent flying backwards and crashed heavily into the wall, all of them seriously injured. Yang Su was stronger than the others, but he still retreated dozens of meters, his blood churning. You are Zhang Tianxi's master? Su Hao stared at the man, his brows furrowed. He couldn't understand why his disciple was so honest and kind, while his master was so cunning and despicable. So what if it is? Don't think that just because you have a good relationship with my eldest disciple, things will turn out well for the whole group. Yang Su said in a deep voice. He swung his broadsword again, unleashing his signature move, the 18 slashes of the lion. The blade flashed, each strike more ferocious than the last. His sweeping, powerful attacks left the others unable to offer any assistance for a time. Sect leader Yang, it turns out your strength has improved. Zhang Xuening revealed a hint of envy. It seemed that this person had reached the mid-stage of the Supreme Realm, a notch stronger than her. I will never go all out unless absolutely necessary now. In order to finish this quickly, I have no choice but to bully the weak. Yang Su nodded proudly, looking at Su Hao as if he were looking at a dead man. The lion's 18 cuts was his most proficient move, which he had spent a full 40 years developing. His opponent, on the other hand, looked to be only about 25 years old. The difference in their skill levels was vast, so how could he possibly defeat him? He couldn't help but wonder why Kong Wendian had lost. Was this person framed? His question was quickly answered. Su Hao directly countered with the subduing demon Arhat fist, its golden light flashing and its fist shadows raging wildly. Any blade energy vanished instantly. A powerful punch became the final straw, sending Yang Su flying through the air, crashing through the wall, and landing outside the hotel. How is this possible? He's only in his 20s, yet his skill is stronger than Master Yang's? Zhang Xuening stared wide-eyed, finding it unbelievable. The duel just now was very simple. It was just a pure contest of strength, in which Su Hao held an absolute advantage. Any fancy attack is futile in the face of absolute strength. Seeing this, the experts understood why even the Azure Dragon sect couldn't do anything about him. What do we do? If we continue fighting, we could easily be wiped out. The other experts hesitated and found themselves in a dilemma. They came for the treasure, but risking their lives would be a losing proposition. Gentlemen, this place has nothing to do with you. If you leave now, I can let it go. Su Hao said coldly. Who gives you the right to say that? Young man, don't be too arrogant. We haven't really made our move yet. Are you blind? We have dozens of experts here. Dealing with you would be far too easy. Although these people were backing down, they still had to put on a show, otherwise they would be laughed at if word got out. Stubborn, very well, I like it. I hope you can say the same thing later. Su Hao appeared extremely cold, his eyes filled with murderous intent. 1011, Chapter 1011. It was all worth it. Don't panic, everyone, I have a way to deal with him. If everyone gives me even the slightest opportunity, I can use my unique skill to take this person down. Zhang Xuening suddenly said with great confidence. Is this really true? Yang Su returned covered in injuries and said solemnly. Brother Yang, don't you still believe me? Zhang Xuening suddenly smiled charmingly. If Zhang Qingqing's seductive arts were already at a high level, then Zhang Xuening's seductive arts were at their most refined and consummate. That smile was simply deadly in an instant. Everyone except Yang Su, along with the other experts, were completely captivated. Believe. He nodded, gripped his broadsword, and glared at Su Hao with resentment. The other experts drew their weapons and, under his leadership, launched another attack. Su Hao frowned. He had actually shown mercy out of respect for Zhang Tianxi, but he hadn't expected this man to dare to come back again. So, a thought struck him, and a powerful fist slammed down. All approaching enemies were blasted away. In shock, Yang Su landed hard on his ground again. His weapon slammed into his head, leaving a bloody crater. Things shouldn't happen more than 3 times. If you make a move again, don't blame me for being impolite. Su Hao warned. Young man, you're incredibly arrogant. Are you trying to disregard me? Zhang Xuening had already approached, and her long sword suddenly thrust forward. Su Hao smiled faintly, thinking that her strength was far inferior to Yang Su's, and threw a punch, intending to send her flying unexpectedly. This person had a backup plan. With a flick of her left hand, a silver needle floated over. Snort? Su Hao was somewhat surprised that the dignified leader of the Snow Mountain sect would actually use hidden weapons. You're finished. Zhang Xuening got incredibly close. This was no ordinary hidden weapon, but a treasure of the Snow Mountain sect called the Ice Soul Silver Needle. This item is crafted from the essence of a 1,000-year-old snow mountain. Its chilling aura is so intense that it can ignore all protective qi and directly attack the opponent's body. Once it hits, the cold qi enters the body, instantly freezing the opponent into an ice sculpture. Su Hao was slightly taken aback, and felt his internal energy flow slow down. His right hand froze, and the ice rapidly spread throughout his body. He had no choice but to retreat a few steps and channel more internal energy to defuse the immediate crisis. No wonder you're Zhang Qingqing's master. It turns out she learned bad habits from you. Su Hao frowned. Like father, like son, Zhang Qingqing's ruthless nature was entirely learned from her. You're actually alright? Zhang Xuening was somewhat surprised that Ice Soul Silver Needles had never failed before, yet today he had narrowly escaped. Could it be that she had been given too much time to react? Did everyone see that? Master Zhang's attack is absolutely effective. For our own good, I think we can take action again. Yang Su waved his hand, encouraging the troops. That's right, sect leader Zhang's silver needles are incredibly effective. As long as we work together, dealing with a young man is no problem at all. Everyone, muster your courage and fight him to the death. The other experts were also very magnanimous, choosing to live even in the face of death. How ridiculous, so many of you senior figures in the martial arts world, going to such lengths to deal with a young man. Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock in the martial arts world beyond the Great Wall? A stunningly beautiful woman stepped out from the side and spoke sarcastically in a cold voice. These people remained expressionless, seemingly without any sense of moral guilt. When they chose to make their move, they had already decided to go all in. As long as they ultimately gained the benefits, they didn't care about their reputation at all. Miss Li, why are you out here? Su Hao frowned. With you here, they can't do anything to me. Li Qingmei said with a smile. Make your move. Zhang Xuening's gaze darkened seeing the two chatting. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity? Dozens of experts charged forward again. Yang Su chose to be cautious this time, and did not rush to the front after being injured. The others didn't think much of it and continued to swing their weapons and fight back fiercely. Su Hao frowned, already somewhat impatient, and decided to teach these people a lesson. A flash of black light appeared in his hand, and he suddenly drew the ancient divine sword. Primordial Chaos Sword. The divine sword rushed towards everyone with lightning speed. The 20 or 30 people who got close instantly turned into a bloody mist. The enemy, further away, was severely wounded. Yang Su heard a cracking sound as his ancestral treasure broke in two. He was utterly shocked, completely unable to comprehend how his opponent had done it. Very good. You all did a great job. Zhang Xuening was delighted with so many people drawing Su Hao's attention. She now had the opportunity to launch her strongest attack. This time, instead of using a long sword, he took out a handful of Ice Soul silver needles and threw them all over. The powerful cold air formed a strong barrier. The air around Su Hao froze, and his arms, hair, and even clothes were covered in ice. In just one breath, it became a 2-meter-high ice sculpture. Brother Hao, are you alright? Li Qingmei was extremely surprised. Was this the first time she had seen Su Hao suffer a setback? Who would have thought that Zhang Xuening's offensive skills would be so strong? Ha, we are the ones who have the last laugh. Yang Su stood up again. Although he was heartbroken to lose his weapon, it was all worth it as long as he obtained the Spirit Pearl. We paid such a high price, we deserve to be the winners. Beautiful lady, you have no choice now. Only by handing over the Spirit Pearl and other treasures can you have a chance to save him. Even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. Don't you understand this principle? Those who survived all gave them a lecture. Li Qingmei frowned. Did she really have to hand over the Spirit Pearl? There are dragon essences inside, how can we give them to them? However, the uncertainty surrounding Su Hao's fate is causing concern. Young miss, should we retreat? She asked. The captain of the guard said loyally. No, how can we abandon Brother Hao? Li Qingmei shook her head and refused. In that case, let's fight them. The captain immediately said. They still had many people, but their strength was far inferior to Su Hao's originally. Su Hao's strength accounted for half of their adventure team, with Li Qingmei making up the other half. They were just doing odd jobs, they weren't the ones responsible for any physical combat. Now that Su Hao is in danger, and Li Qingmei is not good at fighting, the only option is for the people from the Physiognomy Palace to risk their lives. Yes, let's fight them. Ren Xianxian took out a short sword and said resolutely. The others also drew their weapons. Now facing a life-or-death crisis, no one from the Physiognomy Palace wanted to escape. They all decided to stand with Li Qingmei. Miss Li, you have a bright future ahead of you. It's not worth risking your life for a man. We only want the treasure. We have no intention of causing any bloodshed. Zhang Xuening said with a smile. 1012, Chapter 1012 Mirai Seal. Just for the treasure? Li Qingmei is no longer a novice. She understands that these are just excuses. As long as she doesn't hand over the Spirit Pearl, these people won't know its whereabouts and will be wary. If you want the treasure, you must release Brother Hao. She said earnestly and seriously. Release him? This man is extremely dangerous. I finally managed to freeze him. How could I possibly release him? Zhang Xuening said unwillingly. To be honest, I've already had the treasure taken out of the pass, and now I only have some money left. If you want the Spirit Pearl, you must obey me, otherwise you'll end up with nothing. Li Qingmei said coldly. Miss Li, I admit you're smart, but don't forget, our people have been secretly monitoring you. This hotel didn't leave the border area today. You're still too green to try and outsmart me. Zhang Xuening said disdainfully. Li Qingmei blushed slightly. She wasn't good at lying. Her obvious facial expressions and actions only confirmed that what she had said earlier was just an excuse. I'll give you 1 minute. After that, I'll take that bastard's life. Zhang Xuening said coldly. Li Qingmei immediately became anxious. A white light emanated from her right palm, as if she was preparing to attack the ice sculpture. Stop. You'll only kill him by doing this. The freezing energy has frozen his entire bloodline, and without a secret technique, it's absolutely impossible to unseal it. Zhang Xuening shouted at them. Li Qingmei suddenly remembered that when they were in the oasis, weren't they petrified and then shattered when they fought the 3 dragons? If they didn't know the secret method to unseal them, such an action would only hasten Su Hao's death. Su Hao, I never expected you to be caught off guard and suffer such a setback. Li Qingmei sighed. Just then, someone took out a timer, as if to remind her that time was running out. As the countdown was about to reach 0, she frowned, wondering if she should hand over the spirit orb. If that was all, she would only lose 1 spirit orb at most, and after reviving Su Hao, she could continue searching for other spirit orbs. Time is up. If you don't cooperate, I'm going to take action. Zhang Xuening held the long sword and said coldly. Okay, I promise you, Li Qingmei could only say helplessly. No. Just then, a loud shout was heard. The ice sculpture beside him shattered, revealing Su Hao's true form. His face was flushed, but he didn't appear to be injured. Brother Hao, are you alright? Li Qingmei asked anxiously, somewhat uncertain. Thank you for your concern. This mere ice seal can't do anything to me. Su Hao sighed. He had only been caught off guard and taken a hit. He used some of his inner energy to finally break free. When he looked at Zhang Xuening again, his eyes were cold and exuded a strong killing intent. This female sect leader is truly despicable. She used the most insidious methods. Young man, even if you escape, you will definitely not be safe and sound. Right now, your blood must be frozen, your inner energy scattered, and you're powerless to fight. Someone, whoever kills him, will receive an extra portion of the Spirit Pearl's energy. Zhang Xuening made the promise directly. Sect leader Zhang, are you sure he's at his last gasp? A bald old man suddenly asked with interest. That's right, this person is absolutely no match for you brothers. Zhang Xuening confirmed. This man had a twin brother by his side. The two were known as the Double Fiends of the Northeast, their crimes consisting entirely of murder, arson, and robbery. If it weren't for extraordinary circumstances, Zhang Xuening would never deign to cooperate with such people. However, in order to deal with this young master, they had no choice but to recruit all sorts of helpers. You all just watch, let us brothers clean up this mess. Before the man could finish his sentence, he had already made his move. His brothers were perfectly in sync, their moves merged seamlessly, suddenly multiplying several times over. It was clear they had held back somewhat before, but now, driven by the pursuit of greater profits, they were becoming increasingly reckless. Will the young master be alright? Ren Xianxian frowned. She actually believed Zhang Xuening's words, thinking that Su Hao was just putting on a brave face. Let's see, Li Qingmei said, also somewhat uncertain. What happened next was astonishing. The two scoundrels from beyond the pass were defeated by Su Hao in a single move, turning into a bloody mist. Holy crap, wasn't he supposed to be at his last gasp? It turns out the young man wasn't lying, he still possesses formidable strength. This is a problem, we don't have any good ways to deal with him. These experts were all on edge, wondering how they could protect themselves. Li Qingmei breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Su Hao's methods were indeed powerful. Even so, he had still retained 70 or 80% of his strength. It seemed that this was enough to deal with these people. Gentlemen, firstly, I have not offended any of you. Secondly, since you are all here for money, then I will send you on your way. Su Hao said coldly. He transformed into a Vajra Arhat, unleashing punch after punch. To the enemy, however, he was like a messenger of purgatory. Each move would take 2 or 3 lives. Many experts followed Zhang Xuening, but fewer and fewer survived. What ruthless methods! Zhang Xuening frowned, sensing the threat of death. Yang Su was caught in a dilemma, and his ability to escape was greatly weakened after being seriously injured. Seeing that all the experts from the other sects had been killed, and that the number of experts from the Lion faction and the Snow Mountain faction was also decreasing, they realized that the situation was dire. The two suddenly realized that the chances of turning the tide were almost zero. You two scoundrels, today I will act on behalf of heaven. Su Hao stared at the two men, his murderous intent fully revealed. Young man, I was wrong. Just then, Zhang Xuening suddenly knelt on the ground and frantically kowtowed, pleading, please forgive me this time, for the sake of your friendship with Qingqing I swear by the patriarch of the Snow Mountain sect, I will never again. And then Miss Li stepped in. Yang Su was somewhat surprised that the dignified leader of the Snow Mountain sect was actually begging for mercy. This moment was so embarrassing. He seemed very angry, with an impulse to take Su Hao down with him. Brother Yang, why aren't you kneeling down? If he blames you, won't I be implicated too? Zhang Xuening was very unhappy and instead scolded him. All she cares about now is survival, she doesn't care about saving face at all. Yang Su snorted coldly, clearly displeased, and continued to look at Su Hao with hatred in his eyes. Didn't you hear me tell you to kneel? Su Hao's gaze darkened. A powerful, invisible pressure suddenly appeared. No matter how Yang Su fought back, he was no match for him. His knees gradually approached the ground, and he even coughed up blood. I refuse to accept this. Yang Su roared angrily. Losing to this young man is incredibly frustrating. Now that both of them have admitted defeat, it's up to the other to decide whether to kill or torture them. They're in a really awkward situation. 1013, Chapter 1013, Someone was sent into the air. I am not a bloodthirsty person. Since you have already kowtowed, I will treat you leniently. Each of you will cut off one of your arms to save your lives. Su Hao said coldly. Upon hearing this, both the experts from the Snow Mountain sect and the Fierce Lion sect were somewhat displeased. They were either elders or leaders of a sect, holding high positions in the martial arts world beyond the Great Wall. Once they lost an arm, how could they possibly roam the land? Wouldn't they be forced to retire early, shut themselves away, and become cowards? Young man, do you have to be so ruthless? Zhang Xuening said unhappily. Ruthless, compared to you, I'm extremely merciful. Why don't you take out some more ice soul silver needles and freeze yourself? I'll give you half an hour. Once you're unfrozen, you won't cause any more trouble for the Snow Mountain sect. That's reasonable, isn't it? Su Hao said with a smile. However, this smile is chilling. The seemingly reasonable explanation is actually impossible to achieve. Zhang Xuening was just fooling Li Qingmei. She had no idea how to unseal the seal. Even though she was a user of the Ice Soul Silver Needle, she had no way to escape on her own. Once frozen, there is only one way out, death. Young man, leave yourself a way out, so you can meet again in the future. You don't want Zhang Tianci to become your enemy, do you? Yang Su thought for a moment and had no choice but to use his disciple's name. Su Hao hadn't heard those words, which was fine, but now he was even more furious. He slapped him hard, breaking more than a dozen bones in his body, and said disdainfully, if it weren't for young Master Zhang's sake, you would have died 100 times over. How dare you mention him? With his injuries compounded, Yang Su felt the threat of death and was overcome with fear. He dared not be defiant anymore and instead looked at Zhang Xuening, hoping she could come up with a way to save his life. Ahem! Zhang Xuening's gaze shifted, and she suddenly tossed her hair, winked, and said, handsome, there's just a misunderstanding between us. If you're willing to talk, why don't we go to your room now, and I'll give you a full and detailed apology. Upon hearing this, Yang Su was stunned. What did this mean? Does she want to offer herself to Su Hao? This is absolutely incomprehensible. He chased for so long, yet he still couldn't match the formidable fighting prowess displayed by the young man. Su Hao was stunned. He had to admit, Zhang Xuening was indeed quite beautiful. She was middle-aged, but possessed a natural allure, and her charm only grew stronger with age. Judging solely from her appearance, this sect leader surpassed Zhang Qingqing by a considerable margin. Shameless. Li Qingmei was stunned. With so many people watching, how could she be so shameless? Shameless. Ren Xianxian rolled her eyes frantically, thinking that this woman had no shame at all. Seeing that Su Hao didn't directly object, Zhang Xuening was secretly delighted. She thought to herself, no wonder he doesn't like Zhang Qingqing, he prefers mature women. Once she got Su Hao on her side, wouldn't she be set for life? Sect leader Zhang, I urge you to have some self-respect. I have absolutely no interest in women, whether young or nearing their end. Su Hao said coldly. Soon to be buried? Zhang Xuening's expression changed. Could it be that there was really no hope of surviving today? Young master, is it really necessary for you to become an ascetic? What's the difference between you and a salted fish if you never enjoy life? Zhang Xuening said helplessly. Enjoyment? I'm in control of everything now. Isn't that a different kind of enjoyment? Su Hao's gaze darkened, and he walked forward. Golden light emanated from his fist, as if to purify all evil. With each step, Zhang Xuening and the others trembled, knowing death was drawing ever closer. Zhang Xuening gripped her weapon tightly, determined not to sit idly by and wait to die. She had to fight to the bitter end, no matter what. Stop! Just then, a woman's voice came from behind. Su Hao turned around and was shocked to find that Zhang Qingqing had appeared out of nowhere, with a weapon against Li Qingmei's neck, and had actually taken a hostage. Ren Xianxian and the others were shocked, and by the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. The other members of the Snow Mountain sect also surrounded her, protecting her as she slowly reunited with Zhang Xuening and the others. If you don't want to die, you'd better follow my instructions. Zhang Qingqing said coldly. Su Hao frowned, looking very displeased. He hates being threatened the most, and Zhang Qingqing clearly triggered his sore spot. No wonder you like her. This woman is so beautiful. Zhang Qingqing leaned closer to look at Li Qingmei and found that she seemed to have no flaws, a perfect beauty. Let her go. Su Hao emphasized. Are you dreaming? I finally got this hostage after all this time, how can I give it up? Zhang Qingqing scolded, throw your weapon over here right now, don't try anything funny, or I'll slash her neck and someone will feel sorry for her. Her weapon was incredibly sharp and emitted a chilling aura. Young master, you must rescue Miss Li. Ren Xianxian and the others were stunned. Their mission was to protect Li Qingmei's safety, but they never expected that someone would take advantage of their vulnerability. At the time, everyone's attention was focused on Su Hao teaching Zhang Xuening a lesson, and no one paid any attention to Zhang Qingqing. You want this weapon? Su Hao appeared very calm and simply threw the ancient divine sword on the ground. Third junior sister, go and pick it up. Zhang Qingqing said with great joy this was definitely a divine weapon, and she never expected to have the opportunity to get her hands on it. Her junior sister obeyed the order and ran over. When she bent down to pick up the ancient divine sword, she found that it wouldn't budge. She took a breath and tried again, but still couldn't get it to move. The ancient divine sword has already recognized its master, and no one else can use it except Su Hao. After trying a few times, she said helplessly, Senior sister, this sword is a bit strange, it strongly repels outsiders. I advise you to sever the connection with the black sword, or you'll face the consequences. Zhang Qingqing blared fiercely past. It's no use even if it's unclaimed, you can forget about using it. Su Hao kindly advised. I don't believe a mere weapon can't possibly stump us. Zhang Qingqing shouted. Seeing her persistence, Su Hao gave up. He has now severed his connection with the ancient divine sword, leaving it ownerless. The junior sister immediately took it, and with a smile, went to Zhang Qingqing's side, saying, Senior sister, it seems this is a peerless divine weapon, truly a cause for celebration. That's right. Zhang Qingqing laughed and reached out to take it. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xuening reached out from the side and intercepted him midway, scolding, useless thing, you waited so long to show yourself, did you want to see your master make a fool of himself? Master, haven't I been looking for an opportunity? Zhang Qingqing was a little confused. The sword is mine, please return it to its rightful owner, master. What do you mean yours and mine? Since it was taken back by a disciple of the Snow Mountain sect, it should be left to the sect, not belong to any one person. Zhang Xuening emphasized. 1014, Chapter 1014. What's there to fear about one against many? A hint of anger flashed across Zhang Qingqing's face. She had kindly offered to help, but she never expected that her master would snatch her weapon away. This was simply too shameless. You did a great job. Once this crisis is over, I will definitely pass on the Snow Mountain sect's strongest martial arts to you. Zhang Xuening promised. Thank you, master. Zhang Qingqing immediately became happy, but then she thought, if this black sword became the sect's ancestral weapon, wouldn't it be hers to keep once the current sect leader passed away? Zhang Xuening, believing she had regained the upper hand, sneered at Su Hao and said, the people around you are all weaklings. How can you, alone, carrying so many burdens, fight against us? What exactly do you want? Su Hao frowned. I order you to kneel down now and cut off your own arm. I'll consider whether to let you go later if you waste your time. Zhang Xuening was very vengeful and said coldly. No. No, absolutely not. Su Hao did not answer, but Li Qingmei shouted directly. Miss, you can't even protect yourself right now, how can you worry about his safety? Zhang Qingqing said coldly. What did you just say, that all my people are a burden? That's a huge misconception. Li Qingmei suddenly smiled mysteriously. Isn't that right? I can toy with so many of your guards. What are they if not useless? Zhang Qingqing said disdainfully. So many people couldn't even protect one person. They were simply too useless. If I wanted to escape, how could you possibly stop me? Li Qingmei said calmly. You think you can escape? Men, tie her up. Zhang Qingqing clearly didn't believe it and gave the order directly. The other disciples immediately took out ropes and moved closer to Li Qingmei. Hidden. Unexpectedly, Li Qingmei uttered a mysterious sentence, and a burst of white light erupted from her body, blinding those nearby, who then vanished from their spot. Where did she go? Zhang Qingqing was extremely surprised. How could such a big, living person disappear in the blink of an eye? The dozen or so people looked around, but couldn't see any trace of her. Su Hao chuckled. It turned out that Li Qingmei had actually come with a playful attitude this time, clearly intending to be caught by the other party. With her powerful cultivation, she finally had a chance to demonstrate her abilities. It must be said that her movements were somewhat strange, likely a kind of Taoist technique originating from the martial arts style of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. Everyone, are you looking for me? When Li Qingmei reappeared, she was standing on the rooftop. She descended like a fairy, dressed in flowing white robes, riding the wind. Stop being mysterious. The stranger the martial arts are, the weaker the skill is. Zhang Qingqing said coldly, gripping her long sword. Is that so? Li Qingmei said calmly, Brother Hao, you don't need to lift a finger next, because I'm about to go on a killing spree. She was an easygoing woman, and there was no murderous intent in her words. She looks like a wealthy young lady who doesn't care about worldly affairs. However, the information revealed is irrefutable. Young master, is Miss very strong? Ren Xianxian nudged Su Hao's arm, secretly inquiring. In terms of realm and strength, you are no less than me. Su Hao gave a very high evaluation. No way? Ren Xianxian couldn't believe it. She knew how strong this man was, and she was surprised that the young lady was also a master. The next moment, Zhang Xuening burst into a mocking laugh. Miss Li, don't forget, I possess a divine artifact. Even if your movement techniques are unpredictable, you can't compare to me. Upon hearing this, Li Qingmei became slightly nervous. The black sword is an ancient divine sword. If it can truly unleash its full power, it will be a formidable opponent. Don't worry, Miss Li, she won't be able to unleash the full power of the divine sword. Su Hao said dismissively. Is that so? Open your eyes wide and see how I subdue this divine sword. Zhang Xuening sneered, thinking that this person had no discernment whatsoever. She's a master swordsman, after all, how could she possibly be helpless against a black sword? Having said that, she exerted a little force and pulled out the ancient divine sword, laughing loudly. Feeling that everything was so simple, she then activated her true energy, preparing to use it against Li Qingmei, but an unexpected event occurred. Her inner energy surged wildly, and the ancient divine sword, like a bottomless pit, had already absorbed a third of her power before she even used it. She cried out in surprise, threw it down abruptly, and dared not use it again. I told you, no one but me can wield this divine sword. Su Hao waved his hand, and the ancient divine sword seemed to come alive, instantly flying into his hand. Zhang Xuening was surprised. Logically speaking, the divine sword was ownerless and shouldn't have suffered any backlash. Could this be the secret of the black sword? The more true energy it absorbs, the stronger its attacks become? How can someone with insufficient internal energy be qualified to use it? If that's the case, doesn't it mean that Su Hao's true energy is unfathomable and he can use the divine sword at will? No, the most important thing right now is to subdue Miss Li. Zhang Xuening gave a signal, and everyone, despite their injuries, rushed forward. Li Qingmei's eyes flickered as she realized there were over 20 opponents, all at least at the Grandmaster level. A disdainful smile appeared on her face. Suddenly, a red light flashed, revealing her weapon to be a simple red ribbon. It looked ordinary, but as she wielded it, it seemed to come alive, transforming into a crimson dragon that charged towards all her enemies. Bang! In just one exchange, Li Qingmei's formidable power was unleashed. Those enemies who were not strong enough were instantly reduced to dust. Of the more than 20 enemies, only a handful survived. Is this the young lady's strength? Ren Xianxian exclaimed in amazement. She's finally showing some of the skills of a master. Su Hao smiled with relief. Li Qingmei was strong, but she just lacked practical experience. Even in a casual move, her performance would be outstanding. In Zhang Xuening and the others' eyes, this move was undoubtedly the most desperate of all. Their last hope had vanished. They all lay dejectedly on the ground, some unwilling to get up. How could she be so strong? Zhang Xuening thought frantically. Which young lady from the Li family could possess such strength? In fact, The surname Li is one of the most common surnames in China, and powerful Li families exist in various places. However, it is impossible for a young person with such strength to come up with such a name. She never imagined that Li Qingmei actually came from Panglai Immortal Palace and was the 7th princess of the Immortal Palace. Previously, Li Qingmei kept a low profile in Yanjing. Who would have thought she was so strong? With the added power of absorbing the relics, it soared into the sky. What a sin! Feeling somewhat guilty for causing so much bloodshed, Li Qingmei glanced at these people and said, "You still won't admit your mistakes, do I really have to wipe them all out?" Zhang Xuening and Yang Su were completely stunned. It turned out that this young lady didn't like fighting at all and was much more merciful than Su Hao. They knelt down simultaneously, kowtowed, and begged for mercy. 1015, Chapter 1015. You're so ruthless. Miss Li, you are so magnanimous, not holding it against you. It's a blessing for the martial arts world outside the Great Wall. Zhang Xuening said flatteringly. Thank you so much, Miss Li, for sparing our lives. We will repay you by serving you like a cow or a horse in our next life. Yang Su said excitedly. Don't be too happy yet. Your offense this time won't be let off so easily. Now the Snow Mountain faction and the Fierce Lion faction only have two choices. Either we notify the 6 doors and have all of you leaders arrested. Either take the 1,000 insects and 1,000 flowers pill I have prepared and become my servant. Li Qingmei abruptly changed the subject, speaking coldly. Although she is easy to talk to, she still understands the basic principles of managing people. These people are useful outside the Great Wall, and once they are won over, there will be fewer troubles in the future. 6 Doors Hall? Upon hearing this name, Zhang Xuening's expression changed drastically. Was that the most terrifying sect in the martial arts world? They claimed to target only the most wicked and evil. She hadn't expected the Li family to have such a powerful background, capable of mobilizing such forces. In this way, it seems that they only have one choice in front of them, to take the 1,000 insects and 1,000 flowers pill. This was a desperate measure, as the 1,000 insects and 1,000 flowers pill was said to be one of the most vicious pills, even more infamous than the white flower soft bone powder. Once ingested, an antidote was needed every year, otherwise the 1,000 insects would turn on the patient, resulting in a gruesome death. I choose to surrender. Zhang Xuening was like a defeated rooster, no longer daring to show off. Miss Li, I didn't expect you to be such a ruthless person. Yang Su was very unhappy. Xian, give them the pills. Li Qingmei gave the order directly. Ren Xian was stunned. Where would she get such a pill? It seemed the young lady was just trying to scare them. Just as she was hesitating, Su Hao suddenly took out 2 dark pills that smelled nauseating. Young master, what kind of pill is this? Ren Xian asked secretly. The 1,000 insects and 1,000 flowers pill, it's real. Su Hao said calmly. Ren Xuan's expression changed drastically. The two of them were actually cooperating so well. One dared to scare people, and the other dared to bring out the real thing. She pinched her nose, walked over, grabbed Zhang Xuening's chin, and fed her a bite. Then, looking at Yang Su, he said calmly, Sect Leader Yang, you have no choice. For the sake of the Fierce Lion sect, you have no choice but to take this pill. I have a question. After you finish what you've done here, you'll leave the area beyond the Great Wall. If no one sends the antidote after the year is up, won't we all be doomed? Yang Su was quite helpless. Once ingested, life and death are entirely in the hands of others. The antidote for the 1,000 insects and 1,000 flowers elixir is virtually impossible to concoct. This elixir is said to be made from 1,000 kinds of poisonous herbs and 1,000 kinds of poisonous insects, but everyone knows that it's impossible to use so many poisonous creatures as the goal. However, that would make things even more dangerous. Apart from the person who created it, no one knows which poisons were used in the 1,000 insects and 1,000 flowers pill, making it impossible to prepare an antidote. Sect Leader Yang, it's better to live a wretched life than to die. At least you can keep your life for now, can't you? Su Hao said coldly. Yang Su sighed and had no choice but to take the pill. He brought it to his nose and was immediately hit by an unpleasant odor that almost suffocated him. He had wondered if the other person was going to produce a fake, but it turned out to be real. He had no choice but to swallow it down and retreated to the side, looking dejected. Su Hao glanced around, finally fixing his gaze on Zhang Xingqing, and said, Woman, did you spread the news that we possess the spirit pearl? Zhang Qingqing felt Su Hao's coldness and trembled with fear. Now everyone was like fish on a chopping board, completely powerless to resist this murder and robbery plan ended in utter failure for both major sects. She glanced around and couldn't help but say, "Brother Hao, I like you very much, how could I betray you? This was Zhang Tianxi's doing, it has nothing to do with me." "Even now, you still dare to frame me?" Su Hao was already annoyed by her viciousness, but he didn't expect her to show no remorse at the last moment. "This woman is hopeless." He grabbed his black sword and strode over menacingly. "What are you going to do?" Zhang Qingqing asked in a fright. Scum like you should be purged, shouldn't we?" Su Hao said menacingly. "Master, help me." Zhang Qingqing looked terrified and grabbed Zhang Xuaning's leg, frantically calling for help. "Qingqing, this is a grudge between you and him, it has nothing to do with us. If we really want to be fair, you lied about the information, you are simply a sinner to the martial arts world outside the Great Wall. Both young Master Zhao and Miss Li are far stronger than us, how could we possibly deal with them?" Zhang Xuaning was very unhappy. This disciple was the real culprit, and it wouldn't hurt for him to suffer a little more. Zhang Qingqing understood that at this point, she could no longer rely on her sect. Does this mean she's really going to be eliminated? The more I thought about it, the more terrified I became, and I stood frozen in place. Su Hao slowly raised his black sword, about to strike, when suddenly a hurried voice came from afar, "Spare his life." Hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Qingqing was overjoyed at this moment. The only person who could save her was Zhang Tianxi. Su Hao frowned. Zhang Qingqing's character was clear to any observer. It's truly baffling that Zhang Tianxi is so deeply in love with her. What's so good about this woman? Zhang Tianxi initially didn't want to get involved, but seeing Zhang Qingqing in danger, he couldn't bear it any longer and rushed over. He was drenched in sweat as he pleaded, "Young Master Zhao, I beg you, please spare Qingqing's life, she was just confused for a moment, she's not a bad person." "Hey, why are you doing this to yourself? There are so many good women in the world, she's not good enough for you at all." Su Hao scolded. "We're already engaged. If I stand by and watch her die, what difference would I have from being an animal?" "No?" Zhang Tianxi asked seriously. Su Hao was a little confused from the other person's perspective. There was actually some truth to what he said. Zhang Tianxi was a kind and honest person, very loyal to outsiders, and naturally passionate about his fiancée. "Young Master Zhang, this is your choice. I hope you won't regret it later," Su Hao said calmly. "No, I'm willing to take care of Zhang Qingqing for the rest of my life," Zhang Tianxi promised. "Even so, you may be spared the death penalty, but you cannot escape punishment," Su Hao said coldly. He sheathed his black sword and, scabbard and all, rammed it directly into Zhang Qingqing's abdomen. A powerful surge of internal energy instantly crippled her martial arts skills. "You're so cruel." Zhang Qingqing's face turned pale, feeling utterly ashamed. "Qingqing, let's go. Let's not start any more conflicts." Zhang Tianxi sighed. This was the best possible outcome. He bowed to Su Hao, picked up his fiancée around the waist, and left dejectedly. 1016, Chapter 1016. Reluctant to part. Yang Su was filled with mixed emotions. For the sake of the Spirit Pearl, the fierce lion sect was now decimated, with many dead and wounded, and even the master and disciple had turned against each other. He didn't know if Zhang Tianxi would ever return after his departure. He silently led the wounded away, not daring to say anything more. Zhang Xuaning disappeared into the darkness as well. The other onlookers all left. Since so many people couldn't handle it, they dared not try again. Now everyone was just hoping this group would leave the border region soon, because none of them could afford to offend them. "Brother Hao, let's go back and rest. No, let's change hotels instead." After the fight, their hotel was in ruins, so they ordered their men to find a clean one. Nothing more was said that night. When Su Hao woke up again, it was because he heard a knock on the door. He opened the door and saw Li Qingmei standing outside with a breakfast in hand, smiling. Strangely enough, because Su Hao had glanced at Zhang Xuaning a few times yesterday, her outfit today was slightly more mature, giving her a more alluring look. "Young Master Su, I don't know what you like, so I prepared rice noodles, soy milk, and fried dough sticks, as well as milk and bread. Please take your pick." She walked in by herself and said with a smile. "Qingmei, you're so thoughtful," Su Hao said with a smile. "Come on, let's have breakfast first." Li Qingmei didn't eat anything herself. Actually, Ren Xianxian had prepared the food, and she had simply brought it over. The two sat facing each other, enjoying their breakfast comfortably. The fried dough sticks at this shop were excellent, and both of them praised them highly. After finishing her meal, she took out a packet of herbal tea and leisurely brewed it. Soon, the aroma of tea filled the air, and Su Hao also felt relaxed. I never imagined we'd be sitting here today, enjoying tea. Su Hao was somewhat moved. Looking back on what happened a few days ago, it feels like a lifetime ago. It was too tough before, and I encountered a lot of trouble. I couldn't sleep or eat well in the oasis, so I only had a chance to drink tea and chat with beautiful women after I came back. Young Master Su, our adventure has only just begun, and is far from over, Li Qingmei said with a smile, taking a sip of tea. Does this mean there's a new mission today? Su Hao said helplessly. One of the strengths of the Physiognomy Palace is its intelligence-gathering ability. Their intelligence network seems to cover the entire country. Even those far beyond the Great Wall can gather information from other places. Su Hao couldn't help but suspect that the Physiognomy Palace's manpower was far more complex than it appeared. Perhaps there were powerful experts within their ranks who had simply not revealed themselves. Yes, you guessed right again. According to my latest information, something seems to have happened at Mount Shu. There are some strange movements, similar to those at the oasis. It's possible that a dragon vein has appeared. Li Qingmei said with a smile. Shu Shan? Su Hao frowned. This was currently the #1 sect in the world, and its leader, Zhang Baimei, was known as the #1 expert. Getting here is far less easy than coming to the oasis. He even had to doubt whether, with his current strength, he could fight against so many experts. Young Master Su, what are you thinking about? Li Qingmei blinked and asked meaningfully. I think our trip to Mount Shu will definitely be very dangerous. We must be fully prepared. Also, there are many experts there, so you need to be careful and not get taken hostage. Su Hao reminded him with a smile. That will never happen again. Li Qingmei chuckled, but that wasn't her focus. She then asked, were you thinking about Miss Zhao just now? The so-called Miss Zhao is, of course, Zhao Hongyu. She was a disciple of Mount Shu, renowned throughout the land, and had already mastered her skills, becoming one of the strongest young female martial artists in Yanjing. If you hadn't mentioned it, I really wouldn't have remembered. Su Hao emphasized earnestly. Zhao Hongyu might not go to Shushan, she had other things to attend to. Really? Li Qingmei clearly didn't believe it. Oh, are you jealous? If so, I think you'd better stay away from me, otherwise even if I bought all the vinegar in the country, it wouldn't be enough for you to drink. Su Hao teased. Who would be jealous? You and Miss Zhao are just childhood sweethearts, what's there to be afraid of? Li Qingmei tried to comfort herself. Let's get down to business. Su Hao took a sip of tea and emphasized. Li Qingmei came over so early in the morning, she certainly wasn't here to chat about these useless things. Here's the thing, news has come from Mount Shu that a martial arts tournament is scheduled to be held in 5 days. The winner will even receive a mysterious treasure from the organizers. This news has already attracted heroes from all over the world to Mount Shu. Li Qingmei said solemnly. Given the reputation of Mount Shu, the martial arts tournament they hold will undoubtedly have a huge impact. It is believed that young masters from various schools will be mobilized, striving to make a name for themselves in one battle. The fact that this sect even offers mysterious treasures makes it even more attractive. Su Hao's heart skipped a beat. Chu Mountain had always kept a low profile and didn't get involved in Jianghu affairs. It was in no man's land. Why did it suddenly make such a fuss? Could it be that this dragon vein had brought them a lot of trouble? Another competition. He muttered to himself, once I get to that place, it will be almost impossible to hide my identity. Perhaps the moment I land, everyone will recognize me. Isn't this perfect? It's said that Xiangqizi became famous throughout the world during the competition at the Martial God Tower. If you make your move again 10 years later, you'll surely shock the world once more, Li Qingmei said with a smile. Will you participate? Su Hao was quite looking forward to it. It would definitely be very interesting to compete on the same stage as her. We don't have any plans in that regard yet. Li Qingmei shook her head. Besides that, there's another astonishing piece of news. The Shu Mountain sect has announced that Zhang Baimei is about to ascend to immortality. Besides the competition, many people chose to go to Mount Shu because they wanted to witness firsthand the ascension of this greatest martial arts master. Is he about to ascend to heaven? Su Hao was somewhat surprised by Ye's advancement to the land immortal realm was already astonishing. Zhang Baimei's strength might have already reached this level. No one has ascended to immortality in the last 1,000 years. If he could really do it, it would definitely boost the morale of martial artists. Then again, whether there's a conspiracy involved, nobody knows for sure. It seems we have to make a trip to Mount Shu. Su Hao sighed. It's you, not us. Li Qingmei smiled. I have to go back to Yanjing first. I need to hide the spirit pearl safely, and second, I have some other things to take care of, but don't worry, I will definitely attend this martial arts feast. Just wait patiently and don't miss me too much. Really? Although Su Hao didn't admit it, he was still a little reluctant to part with her suddenly. 1017, Chapter 1017. Able to recognize my identity. Li Qingmei, with her delicate brows, sensed his reluctance and felt a touch of helplessness. She couldn't possibly carry the spirit pearl around, that would be far too dangerous, so she coughed lightly and said, Young Master Su, I'll make arrangements for you, ensuring you won't be lonely on your journey. As soon as he finished speaking, two beautiful young women walked in. The person on the left looks familiar. It's Rin Xuanxuan today. She's wearing a pink dress, with red lips and white teeth, looking like a delicate beauty, but in reality, she possesses the skills of a master. The girl on the right was somewhat unfamiliar. She was no less beautiful than Rin Xianxian, but rather more voluptuous. She introduced herself with a smile. Young Master Su, my real name is Lu Wanner, and I'm one of the female bodyguards of the Physiognomy Palace. If you hadn't shown up, I would have been the young lady's personal bodyguard. The implication was that Su Hao had taken her job. I'm bringing them with me? Su Hao was a little confused. First of all, Xianxian is more familiar with the affairs of the martial arts world than you are, so she can be of some help. Secondly, you can leave the daily life matters to Wanner. She is understanding and a good bodyguard, Li Qingmei said with a smile. Alright, since it's your arrangement, let's set off immediately. Su Hao said without hesitation. They went to the airport and headed directly to Mount Shuaz. For Li Qingmei and her group, they took a private plane and returned to Yanjing. Shushan Ancient Town. When Su Hao and his two companions appeared, they attracted the attention of many. Numerous martial arts masters had already gathered. Gathering information, this Shushan martial arts tournament had captured everyone's attention. Everyone wanted to see who their upcoming opponents would be. Young master, the best restaurant in town is just ahead. It offers lodging, dining, and socializing. Lu Wanner said with a smile as she led the way. Okay, let's go in and get something to eat. Su Hao nodded. They didn't ask for a private room, but simply chose a table by the window in the main hall. The place was bustling with noise and excitement. Many people are making friends and introducing themselves. Su Hao had amazing hearing and actually heard the names of the Vermilion Bird sect and the Kasayapa temple. He couldn't help but smile. These were two old rivals. However, his appearance did not immediately cause a stir among the crowd. That's fine too. He ordered some food, and soon the table was covered with it. There was wine and meat, quite a feast. Hey handsome, can I share a table with you? Just then, a kind voice suddenly came. Su Hao looked up and saw that the newcomer was handsome, a rather effeminate young man. To be fair, he was good looking, but a little too effeminate. Wow, that guy is so handsome. I don't know who he is, but he's talking to that man who's really getting off easy. Could it be that this person has a crush on the two beautiful women at that table? Several women nearby looked over enthusiastically, staring intently at the man. Su Hao frowned. Had societal attitudes changed? Did people now prefer this kind of gentle, feminine man? Ren Xianxian remained calm, though she showed a hint of apprehension towards this person. Lu Wanner glanced at it, pursed her lips, and felt that the feminine beauty was somewhat lacking. She thought Su Hao was more pleasing to the eye. No wonder the young lady liked him so much. Who are you? Su Hao said calmly that he was not there to make friends and would remain wary of any stranger. I'd better not reveal my name since we've all met by chance. Wouldn't it be wonderful to sit down and have a drink together? The man said mysteriously. Are you testing me? Su Hao's eyes flickered as he looked at Rin Xianxian and said, Xianxian, do you know which powerful sects have emerged in the southwest region in recent years? The strongest sect here is undoubtedly the Shu Mountain sect. Besides them, there are other sects worth noting. One of them is the Yama Pavilion. It is said that this sect has a strange rule. anyone who joins the sect must change their surname to Yan. Ren Xianxian smiled knowingly and said directly. Lu Wanner was a little confused. What kind of riddle were these two playing? The appearance of the Yama Pavilion has indeed shaken the martial arts world. Their situation is somewhat similar to that of the witchcraft cult. They are neither entirely good nor evil, having committed many horrific atrocities while also doing some good deeds. However, in recent years, their growth has accelerated, the people they take in have become increasingly diverse, and their reputation has deteriorated. Their goal is to emulate the Poison Gu cult and the World Gang, not necessarily to replace the Shu Mountain sect, but at least to be on par with the Sword sect and become the fifth sect. But what does all this have to do with the young people in front of us? The other party didn't introduce themselves, so how could they possibly tell? The underworld? The man frowned. Now that things have come to this, aren't you going to reveal your identity? Su Hao said indifferently. I must say, your insight is truly remarkable. You were able to see through me, the man sighed, then said directly, alright, I am Yan Wuming of the Underworld Pavilion, may I ask how you address me? My name is Su Hao, and they are Ren Xianxian and Lu Wanner, both of whom are my maids. Su Hao didn't hide anything and said directly. So it's young Master Su. Yan Wuming didn't immediately try to align him with the other experts, but simply smiled and said, I still don't understand why you recognized me? It's very simple. Su Hao smiled, reached out with his right hand, and subtly approached his waist. The next moment, he held an identity token with the character Yan written on it. It turned out that he inadvertently revealed the token when he walked in. Su Hao and Ren Xianxian both saw it, so they could naturally guess his identity. The Underworld Pavilion is not something outsiders can impersonate, others would turn pale with fear at the mere mention of it. Good eye. For that reason alone, I have to toast you. Yan Wuming said with a smile. Wait a minute, what brings you here? Su Hao asked calmly. It's very simple, I want to cooperate with you. Many masters have come to this martial arts tournament, and I think Mo is the most promising among them. Too much for young Master Su. Yan Wuming did not lower his voice, his words were clearly heard by the others. When people looked over, their gazes were unfriendly. Although the competition hasn't started yet, it's still very rare to see someone so confident. Su Hao sensed everyone's hostility and felt somewhat helpless. Was this person deliberately causing trouble? The identity of the King of Hell Pavilion was still somewhat intimidating. Sorry, I never cooperate with anyone. Su Hao said calmly. Really, that's hard to say. What if we're destined to meet? Yan Wuming had no intention of leaving. He sat down and even poured himself a cup of daughter's red wine. Su Hao frowned. Was this guy just sticking to him like this? Hey, there are other seats over there, why don't you sit down? Lu Wanner said indignantly. Just then, the surroundings suddenly fell silent, as if some frightening figure had appeared. 1018, Chapter 1018. Our opponent. Su Hao glanced around and saw 5 people walking in from the direction of the door, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was incredibly alluring, wearing minimal clothing, though undeniably beautiful. Few dared to look her in the eye. The 4 men were of varying shapes and sizes, 1 fat, 1 thin, 1 tall, 1 short, each possessing a unique and grotesque ugliness. Why are they here? Someone muttered something under their breath, clearly not wanting to see these people. Young master. Ren Xianxian whispered in his ear, these 5 people are probably the 5 most notorious villains of the Yama's Pavilion. They do all sorts of evil here and are among the most hated figures in the martial arts world. That woman is called Yan Shi, the tall one is called Yan Shire, the short one is called Yan Shirsan, the fat one is called Yan Shirsi, and the shortest one is called Yan Shirwu. Su Hao nodded. Li Qingmei's arrangement was reasonable. Ren Xianxian was indeed very knowledgeable about matters of the martial arts world. Is this the naming rule for the Yama's palace? They actually call it 11, 12, etc., which sounds a bit childish. Senior brother, why did you come here alone? Do you think wildflowers smell better and don't like being with your junior sister? Yan Shi swayed her hips and walked over with great charm, sitting to Yan Wuming's left and intentionally or unintentionally leaning against Su Hao. The other 4 stood behind Yan Wuming like wooden stakes. Don't be ridiculous, I'm here to make friends, Yan Wuming said calmly. Some people initially had a favorable impression of Yan Wuming and didn't pay much attention to his identity as a disciple of the Yama King's pavilion. However, once they found out that he was the senior brother of the five evils, they were filled with disgust. Many others kept their distance, not wanting any conflict with them at all. Senior brother, we are disciples of a major sect. After all, what are these people's statuses? What qualifications do they have to be your friends? Yen 12 was very tall and had a loud voice, as if he was born with a megaphone. By the way, young Master Lu, which sect do you come from? Yan Wuming asked with a smile. I am neither a member of any sect nor a faction. I am just a free man at this moment. Su Hao could not claim to be from the Kasayapa Temple or the Vermilion Bird sect, otherwise he would be exposed immediately. Senior brother, did you hear that? He's just a white-collar worker. He's not qualified to sit on equal footing with people from our Yama pavilion. Alright, we've booked this table. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. Yen Shire was very impolite and drove them away directly. Su Hao frowned. So these are the five villains of the Yama King's pavilion? They were indeed acting too arrogantly, completely disregarding everyone else. Who do you think you are, to say such things? You should know that this is a table we reserved, and if anyone's leaving, it's you dogs. Lu Wanner's name was not well chosen, and her temper was a bit too irritable. She said very rudely. You're just a mere maid. Who gave you the audacity to say such a thing? Believe it or not, I'll just kill you? Yen Shire said fiercely. Upon hearing this, many people's expressions changed drastically. Beautiful lady, don't be impulsive. They kill without blinking an eye. Offending these people will only lead to a bad end. It's just a table, consider it a loss to avoid further trouble. Don't bother with them. There are other empty tables over there. It won't hurt to switch to another one. Others offered their advice. No one dared to offend the five villains, nor did they want Lu Wanner to suffer. Who knew Lu Wanner wasn't afraid at all? She was Li Qingmei's bodyguard. When had she ever been treated like this? She suddenly stood up and said, extremely displeased, if you really want to fight, then I'll fight you to the bitter end. You wretched woman, you asked for this yourself. If you go to hell, you can complain to King Yama. Yen 12 said calmly. Take this. Lu Wanner clenched her fist and punched directly at him. At this moment, the strength she displayed was quite good, almost at the master level. However, Yen 12 was a veteran of the martial arts world, and upon seeing this level of attack, he revealed a disdainful smile. He pulled out a curved sword and slashed at it fiercely. Bang! The clash between the sword energy and the fist wind immediately determined the victor. Lu Wanner's blood and chi surged, and she was clearly no match for him, retreating several steps. Young master, I'm sorry, I've embarrassed you, she said, feeling somewhat guilty. You can't stop now if you want. Yen Shire's eyes were filled with malice as he pounced on her, unleashing every assassin's move, intending to kill Lu Wanner in public. To him, this act of evil had not received the respect it deserved. The other party deserved to die. Lu Wanner's expression changed, and she wanted to resist, but found that she was not strong enough. Ren Xianxian was pale. She wanted to help, but didn't know how to start. Just as the curved blade was about to take Lu Wanner's life, a strong arm suddenly appeared in front of her. Bang! Yen Shire's attack struck with force, leaving the arm unharmed except for a flash of light. The man who had struck the sword, however, staggered back several steps. He hid his right hand behind his back, not wanting to be seen. He was now struggling to hold the curved blade. His hand bones had snapped from the impact. Ha! He's no match for me? Who is this young Master Lu? He seems completely unafraid of the underworld. Those who do many evil deeds will surely perish. He is provoking us by taking advantage of someone standing up to teach him a lesson. Great, seeing the five villains get their comeuppance, I'm going to have a couple more drinks. These people were clearly unpopular, and the others cheered them on. Second brother, are you alright? Yen Shirsan was only 15 meters tall, with a face full of pockmarks, and looked somewhat creepy. This kid is a bit strange. I underestimated him. Yen Shire refused to admit his lack of strength and stubbornly insisted. They're bullying second brother. We absolutely can't just sit idly by. Yen Shirsan said indignantly. It was only because the five of them worked together that they brought endless fear to everyone. In this way, they adopted a fierce posture, ready to make a move. Yes, That's the strength of the 5 of us. Let's take him down first. Okay, we'll deal with those 2 women slowly later. Yan Shixi said coldly. I refuse to believe they are our opponents. Yan Shiwu said, looking directly at Yan Shi. The one giving orders among the 5 of them was this eldest sister. Her gaze lingered on Su Hao, scanning him up and down. To be honest, he was too handsome. She felt a pang of reluctance to hurt him. She was a rather promiscuous woman, fond of handsome men and having had many boyfriends, but someone like Su Hao was a first for her. Handsome, apologize now, and I can help you resolve this crisis. Yan Shi said, placing his hands on the table in a conciliatory tone. This scene made Ring Xianxian very unhappy. Isn't this blatant seduction? Yan Shi wasn't wearing much clothing at all, making the most of her feminine advantages. Who do you think you are? Su Hao wasn't buying it and said coldly. Yan Shi's face immediately turned extremely ugly. 1019, Chapter 1019. Let's talk business. Do you really want to die? Yan Shi said coldly, already harboring murderous intent. When she first came in, she looked quite charming. At this moment, however, she appeared repulsive. It is often said that one's appearance reflects one's heart, so this woman has probably done her fair share of evil deeds in the past. If you want to take action, don't waste your time. Su Hao said coldly. He's not some kind of Zhenghu judge. The bad things these people do are none of his business, but if they directly provoke him, then sorry, he'll still take action. Big sister, let's attack together. Yan Shire had already given up on the scimitar and, stealing his resolve, decided to attack with his left hand. Good. Yan Shi nodded, and the 5 of them stood in a line, ready to make their move. Smack! At that moment, it was Yan Wuming who made the first move. He slapped Yan 12 away, then said righteously, it's all because of people like you who aren't careful, bringing a bad reputation to our Yama King Pavilion. You should know that we are righteous people, and we would never bully the weak. How can you guarantee fairness when the 5 of you are dealing with young Master Su alone? Senior brother, how can you speak up for outsiders? Yan 12 said indignantly. Wrong, I'm on the side of reason, not personal connections. I'll help whoever is right. Yan Wuming shouted. He was a smart man. He deliberately refrained from making a move earlier to test Su Hao's strength with this junior brother. Now the result is clear. The opponent's strength is unfathomable, and Yan 12 is no match for him. These 5 people were blinded by anger and couldn't see reality clearly. He, however, was perfectly clear-headed. Su Hao had defeated Yan 12 effortlessly, demonstrating the opponent's formidable strength. Even if all 5 of them attacked together, he himself might not be a match for them. Before things escalate, it's better to play the good guy and leave a good impression on Su Hao. Senior brother, I'm not convinced, Yan 12 said unwillingly. Shut up, you have no right to speak here. Yan Wuming shouted angrily. He was, after all, the senior brother, and with that status, he successfully suppressed the 5 people. The 5 villains were all crestfallen, daring not to speak out against their anger. The others cheered and couldn't help but praise him. It seems that the Yama Pavilion is not entirely hopeless, there are still reasonable people among them. This young master looks much more refined and claims to be a righteous person, which is perfectly fine. Being able to suppress the 5 villains is a great achievement. Young Master Su is lucky, otherwise he would have been in trouble. Hearing these words, Lu Wanner was somewhat displeased. These people had no discernment. Did they really think the 5 evils were strong? At most, they could only bully the weak. When faced with a master, they were utterly powerless. Su Hao knew this person was putting on an act, but the world of martial arts was all about human relationships and social etiquette. Since the other party was unwilling to break off relations, he would pretend not to know anything and simply smiled calmly. Yan 12, why aren't you coming over to apologize to young Master Su? Yan Wuming scolded. Yan Shire reluctantly walked over. He was even taller than Su Hao. He said directly, young Master Su, I was wrong today. We'll find a place later and get our revenge. Nonsense, is this how you apologize? Yan Wuming scolded. Senior brother, don't push your luck. We're just following orders. Yan Shisan was displeased and almost let slip the truth. Fine, you bunch of good-for-nothings, get out of here right now. Yan Wuming reacted quickly and kicked all 5 of them out. These people seemed very unhappy after leaving the restaurant. Big sister, what's wrong with senior brother? When has our Yama Pavilion ever been afraid of outsiders? Yen 12 asked in confusion. Perhaps this kid has some background, but we can't ruin the sect's important affairs, otherwise, if they investigate, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough. Yen Shi reprimanded. The Underworld Pavilion is strict not only with outsiders but also with its own people. It claims to have strict rules, but in reality, it governs by fear to make everyone obedient. As soon as the competition is over, I will definitely find him and get my revenge. Yen Shire thought to himself there were still 3 days left, and his old injuries would definitely heal when he was in full strength. He would go to find Su Hao again. He didn't believe that he could lose again. In short, there are many informants around now, and our Yama Pavilion can't challenge everyone. We should keep a low profile as much as possible. Yen Shi instructed. She immediately fell into self-doubt. Was she dressed too warmly today and unable to show enough charm? Otherwise, why wouldn't that man even give her a second glance? Restaurant lobby. Yen Wuming, already holding his wine glass, formally apologized. Young Master Su, Miss Lu, today my disciple from the Yama King Pavilion has done something wrong. I will punish myself with a drink first. After he finished drinking, seeing that Su Hao and the other man's expressions hadn't changed, he suddenly took out a check, wrote down 1 million as compensation, and handed it to Lu Wanner with both hands, saying, "This is for compensation for emotional distress. I hope Miss Lu will accept it with pleasure." This, Lu Wanner was a little confused. "Take it." Su Hao nodded. Anyway, these people weren't good people, so he might as well take the money. "Alright, let's end things here for today," Lu Wanner emphasized. "That's excellent." Su Hao also gave him some face. "Alright, let's get down to business. If I'm not mistaken, young Master Lu is incredibly powerful, far surpassing my 5 fellow disciples. I am sure you'll achieve great things in this competition," Yen Wuming said with a smile. Su Hao simply drank his wine and didn't say anything. "I must remind you that there are actually quite a few experts participating this time. The Shu Mountain Sect's martial arts tournament requires all participants to be under 30 years old, in order to provide a better stage for young people. Therefore, the masters on the astounding ranking have become the focus of everyone's attention," he said seriously. Su Hao nodded. First, that amazing list is a list released by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, which focuses on including masters under the age of 30, in line with the age rules of this martial arts tournament. We think the list is just a reference. If it were the only standard, there would be no need to compete. Whoever is ranked first would win, Ren Xianxian said with a smile. "That's true, but aren't those who make the list also a symbol of strength? The list is still very valuable for reference. I think Hong Mingxian, who is ranked first, is the strongest martial artist under the age of 30. Yen Wuming expressed his opinion. Ren Xianxian found it a bit strange. Weren't there 2 people at the top of the list? The other one was Su Hao, who was sitting next to her. She had said that with a hint of joking. Unfortunately, he didn't understand at all. But why did Yen Wuming automatically ignore Su Hao? Only Su Hao himself knows this. In many people's minds, he's already dead and not worth considering. 1020, Chapter 1020. Appearance causes trouble. Young Master Su, do you know how many experts from the astounding ranking have come this time? Yen Wuming asked mysteriously, his gaze shifting. "I'm new here and actually know nothing about the situation here," Su Hao said calmly, shaking his head. "According to current information, at least 3 experts from the astounding ranking have arrived." Yen Wuming held up 3 fingers and said with great certainty. "Oh, may I ask who these 3 people are?" Su Hao remained unmoved. "Unless you're constantly following the Tianji Pavilion's rankings, you wouldn't really be clear about the order. This ranking is dynamic and is released roughly weekly. If some skilled players perform well, they will rush up directly. Even when someone ranked lower defeats a top player, the leaderboard will be reorganized. First up is the 10th ranked expert, Wan Zhanpun, a master of spearmanship, a young man who recently rose to prominence, 28 years old this year, and possesses unfathomable strength. When he arrived at Shushan Ancient Town, he declared that he was determined to win the championship. Secondly, there is the 9th ranked expert, who comes from the Tang clan and is named Tang Junjie. He possesses extremely powerful hidden weapon skills and is an opponent we cannot afford to ignore. Finally, there is the 7th ranked expert, who calls himself the Blood Demon of Nanyang. He is a master of demonic cultivation and has challenged many renowned masters in life or death battles, winning them all. His appearance inspires great fear. Yan Wuming said seriously. Su Hao smiled. He hadn't realized there were so many new experts, and he didn't recognize any of them. Of these three, he only knew of the Tang clan. He had encountered their experts before and they had some friction, making them one of the sects that had offended him. Wow, so many experts, ordinary people can't possibly win. Lu Wanner said with a smile. Of course, these are all exceptional individuals who are eager to use this opportunity to make a name for themselves. Yan Wuming nodded. And you? Su Hao asked calmly. Since this person was paying attention to these things, his strength probably wasn't too bad either. I'm just a spectator, how could I be qualified to fight against them? Yan Wuming smiled slightly, refusing to admit anything. When he looked at Su Hao, he revealed a faint smile and said, I think that young Master Su's strength is unfathomable, and perhaps he can achieve good results on the day of the competition. I'm just here to broaden my horizons, I don't have any real skills. Su Hao said calmly. He came for the dragon essence. The competition was secondary. Winning would be ideal, but not winning wouldn't matter. Yan Wuming didn't see it that way. He thought Su Hao was too calm, with a relaxed air that suggested he had seen it all. It was as if everything here was just a spice in life for him. Rin Xianxian listened silently, noting down the names of Wan Zhanpeng and the Blood Demon of Nanyang, thinking she would find more treatments from them later. She would inform young Master Su if anything noteworthy came up. Oh, right. Yan Wuming suddenly remembered something and said, do you know that a major event has recently occurred in the Shu Mountain sect? What is it? Su Hao asked with a smile. That means Zhang Baimei has chosen his successor, Zhang Tianji, his last disciple, Yan Wuming emphasized. What's most surprising is that this person is extremely mysterious, cultivating Taoist arts with unfathomable power. However, because he is the disciple of the Shushan sect's leader, there are no verifiable battle records. Even so, the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion still ranks him on the martial god ranking, and he has already risen to 5th place. Martial god ranking? Su Hao smiled faintly. This list was interesting. 2 people once ranked 2nd, Li Yuanwu and Ji Yuanzuan, both of whom are now dead. The top spot remains unchanged year after year, while the rankings of the others fluctuate constantly. As for Zhang Tianji, it was indeed the first time he had heard of it. Could this person also be participating in the martial arts tournament? Ren Xianxian felt something was off. Zhang Baimei was a senior in the martial arts world, and had been famous for 200 years. His closed-door disciple must be at least 30 years old. He's the future sect leader, so he definitely wouldn't bother participating in this kind of competition, and his age doesn't match up. But he has a younger son, currently 18 years old, named Zhang Han, who might participate. If that's the case, this person is skilled in Taoist magic, so he's a master worth noting. Yan Wuming smiled and said. Su Hao was a little puzzled. Did this person have some ulterior motive for revealing so much information? It's not clear at the moment, we can only keep an eye on it. Thank you so much, young Master Yan, for sharing so much information. It has truly broadened my horizons. Su Hao raised his glass and drank with him. Just as Yan Wuming was about to say something, he suddenly heard heavy footsteps. Several people walked into the restaurant. Each of them was about 2 meters tall, with a muscular build, looking like mountains of flesh. The leader was a fat woman carrying a butcher's knife. Her plump face looked rather ruthless. When this person entered, the other guests instinctively avoided eye contact. Male customers, in particular, were somewhat wary of her. The woman's gaze swept across the room, finally settling on Yan Wuming. She smiled faintly, swaying her hips as she sat down beside him with her right arm around his shoulder. She said, "Handsome, you look familiar. Were we lovers in a past life?" Put. Su Hao chuckled. So this woman liked effeminate handsome men. "Miss, we don't know each other at all." I assented. "A bit impolite of you to be flirting with me like this." Yan Wuming frowned. "What's so impolite? It's your honor that our young lady values you. I advise you to be sensible and do as she says, or we won't be polite to you." A voice came from behind him. He was half a head taller than Yen 12, one of the 5 evils, and his voice was hoarse, giving people goosebumps. "Who exactly are you? Which sect are you from?" Yan Wuming was very unhappy. "Handsome, don't ask so many questions since we're all sitting at the table. Why don't you have a drink with me?" "Waiter, bring another jar of wine, the rest of the bill is on my tab. The woman waved her hand and said boldly. Suhao found it amusing, and not wanting to get involved in their feud, he sat opposite them and watched the drama unfold from a first-person perspective. Hey, drink it yourself if you want, I'm not interested. Yan Wuming was very annoyed. What kind of person did they take him for? His appearance has certainly caused a lot of friction, but something like today is unprecedented. If the other person were a beautiful woman, it would be fine, but this guy looks like a wild boar. Who could stand him? Not interested, it's my treat, you have to drink whether you want to or not. This woman was very domineering. She poured a glass of wine, grabbed his chin, and forced him to drink it. 1021, Chapter 1021 Disciples of the Sword Sect. Stop! Just then, someone shouted out a cry for justice. Three more people walked in through the door. They appeared to be figures from the martial arts world, exuding an extraordinary air. There were 2 women and 1 man. The one who spoke was a young man who looked somewhat naive, even a bit impetuous. Su Hao's eyes flickered. He actually saw some resemblance to Zhang Tianxi in this man. Many people are passionate young men when they first leave their sex, but as they gain more experience in the martial world, they become less interested in meddling in others' affairs. However, he also believes that people like this are what make the martial world interesting. Who do you think you are, daring to interrupt our young lady's good time? The man who had spoken earlier said unhappily. His gaze swept over the other 2 women, one dressed in blue and the other in red, both young and beautiful. He couldn't help but say lewdly, "So you've come to deliver beauties to us? We brothers haven't found suitable playmates yet." Upon hearing this, the man became very displeased. He immediately drew his long sword, pointed it at the group, and coldly said, "I'm warning you, this is the ancient town of Shushan, not a place for scoundrels like you to cause trouble. As long as I, Su Yang, am here, I will not allow you to do evil." Su Yang? The man said unhappily, "Don't you even know that when the Golden Saber sect does things, who dares to disobey?" The 3 of them showed no change in expression, but the others' faces changed drastically. It turns out the Golden Saber sect had a terrible reputation, almost as bad as the Yama's pavilion. These people clearly used butcher knives, yet called themselves Golden Sabers, and enjoyed nourishing their blades with blood. Within their sect, having a weapon stained with more blood was considered an honor. This rule led all the disciples to act arrogantly and cause trouble everywhere. Is that so? Let me see what you're really made of today. Su Yang was very unhappy and directly swung his longsword and thrust it forward. This person seems to be quite capable. His sword strike was executed with the flair of a master. But his opponents are a bit different. It was a completely realistic fighting style. The butcher's knife went straight in and out, and with a bang, it collided with Su Yang, instantly sending him flying. The man said disdainfully, "If you don't have any skills, don't come out and show off, otherwise, you won't even know how you died." Ren Xianxian was somewhat surprised. It was clear that although the Golden Saber sect caused trouble, they were different from the 5 evils. They didn't kill indiscriminately and were more law-abiding. Su Yang was defeated in one move and slightly injured, his expression immediately turning serious. He looked at the 2 beautiful women beside him, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had originally wanted to show off in front of them, but it turned out his strength was insufficient. Useless thing. Suddenly, the woman in red spoke. Su Yang's face turned ugly, and he could only awkwardly say, "Senior sister, they've gone too far. We can't just sit idly by." "Alright, you can step back now, leave it to me." The woman in red also drew her weapon, pointing it at the man and saying, "You injured my junior brother, this matter cannot be left unresolved. If you kneel down and apologize now, I might consider letting bygones be bygones." "Ridiculous, who do you think you are, daring to lecture me?" the man said, clearly displeased. "Stubborn to the end." The woman shook her head, and with a flash, she charged towards her opponent with lightning speed. Her swordsmanship looked exactly the same as Su Yang's, but the power of her attacks and the sheer number and complexity of her sword techniques far surpassed his. With just one move, he sent the burly man flying several meters. Bang! When the person landed, he looked down and found that his clothes on his upper body were completely torn, and there was a deep wound on his skin that exposed the bone. He was seriously injured with just one move? Enough! Who exactly are you, that you dare to oppose our Golden Saber sect? The fat woman next to Yan Wuming stood up, holding the butcher knife upside down, exuding a strong sense of intimidation. Golden Saber sect, What kind of insignificant sect is that? How dare they show off in front of us? Su Yang said disdainfully from a distance. You look down on us? The plump woman sneered. She was Wen Jiangxue, the daughter of the Golden Saber sect's leader. Although her name sounded refined, she had actually loved fighting since childhood. Hearing the mockery, she swung her saber and slashed. His imposing aura seemed to be about to slice the woman in front of him to pieces. Good timing. The woman nodded, then swung her longsword and slashed back. She did not employ skillful swordsmanship, she simply competed in strength. Boom! A powerful surge of true energy erupted, and after the two finished their exchange, almost all the nearby seats were destroyed, turning into dust. Only on Su Hao's side was there a golden light blocking the way and protecting everything. After the competition, when Jiangshua's fate was even worse than the other person as her weapon broke, and she was completely listless, as if she had suffered a serious internal injury. Which sect do you belong to? One day, I will come to your door for revenge, she said indignantly. Is that so? You really have the courage to come to my sect? The woman in red said calmly. In that case, I'll grant your wish. I am a disciple of the Sword Sect. You should be able to find our sect's location, right? Sword Sect? These words caused an uproar in the audience. This is one of the four major sects in the martial arts world before the Ming Dynasty, and it has already caught up with the Tianxia gang. In particular, their young sect leader, Hong Mingxian, is the top figure on the astounding list. When Jiangshua's face was grim, it seemed revenge was impossible today. She said somewhat awkwardly, Wu Meet was our fault today. The Golden Saber sect will compensate for all the losses here. Farewell. She slunk away with her men, leaving in a sorry state. Inside the restaurant, thunderous applause erupted. So you're a disciple of the Sword Sect? No wonder you're so powerful. Could it be that the other masters of the Sword Sect are also going to show off their skills at the martial arts tournament? The Sword Sect is the only righteous sect, all the others are just fame seekers. Su Yang felt regretful. If he had been stronger, he would have received this applause. It's his. Then he thought, since he's a disciple of the Sword Sect anyway, he might as well take it as everyone's recognition of the sect. Beautiful lady, please take good care of yourself while you're out and about. He walked over to Su Hao, facing Yan Wuming, and said softly. Pa, what beauty, I'm a real man. Yan Wuming was very unhappy. This person was even more unreliable than Wen Jiangxue. Holy crap, you're actually a man. If that's the case, why don't you take matters into your own hands and solve the problem yourself? Su Yang was stunned. Right, the one who caused trouble earlier was a fat woman, so this person was indeed a man. Wasn't it because I didn't have time to make a move and you beat me to it? Yan Wuming's expression was not good. He had not asked these people to make a move. Su Yang chuckled. He had finally found an opportunity to make a move, and he wasn't going to miss it. Are you disciples of the Sword Sect? Su Hao asked abruptly. That's right. Does the young master know someone from our sect? The woman in red asked with a smile. 1022, Chapter 1022. The first to eat crab. I've only heard that the Sword Sect is very strong, but seeing you all today, Su Hao said in a very indifferent tone. Who are you to look down on us? Su Yang said angrily, clearly displeased. I am just an unknown person. Su Hao said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Junior brother, don't cause trouble. This young master is right. We're just here to join in the fun. The person who will actually represent the Sword Sect in the competition hasn't arrived yet. The woman in red said calmly. Could it be that young Master Hong is coming? Ren Xianxian was also a little excited. She wanted to see Hong Mingxian and Su Hao fight. It would definitely be very exciting. That remains to be seen. This young leader has been wandering the martial world recently, and his whereabouts are unknown. He can go wherever he wants, and we dare not inquire, but I can assure you that we will definitely have experts appear. In addition to the Sword Sect, experts from the Poison Goose Sect will also arrive. The woman in red was explaining. I see. It seems this competition will be quite exciting. By the way, I am Yan Wuming, from the Yama's Pavilion. This is young Master Su Hao, and the other two are Ren Xianxian and Lu Wan'er. Yan Wuming explained directly. My name is Su Yang. This is senior sister Yang Rushuang, and the other is junior sister Yang Rushua. They are sisters. Su Yang introduced. Su Hao nodded to them with a friendly smile and said, we happen to have some wine here since we've met by chance, let's have a couple of drinks together. Okay. Yang Rushua smiled sweetly compared to Yan Wuming. She preferred Su Hao. Her eyes occasionally darted over to him. Young Master Su, are you also here to participate in the martial arts tournament? Yes. Su Hao nodded. Then you'd better be careful, our sword sect is very strong, Yang Rushua said proudly. Yes. Su Hao nodded. He highly recognized Hong Mingxuan's strength. Young Master Yan, have you found out who the representative of the Shu Mountain sect is this time? Yang Rushuang asked calmly. Based on the information revealed so far, it should be Zhang Han who makes his appearance, but it seems that young lady is also here, so it's uncertain whether she will intervene. Yan Wuming said with a smile. Which young lady? Lu Wanner didn't understand for a moment and asked in surprise. Of course it's Xiao Hongyu, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. Yan Wuming explained. I see, I almost forgot about her. She's one of the strongest female martial artists in Yanjing. If she makes an appearance, it will be even more interesting. Lu Wanner said with a smile. Rin Xianxian frowned slightly, remembering something. This female bodyguard actually didn't know Su Hao's identity, nor was she aware of his relationship with Xiao Hongyu. Pa, she's not the strongest. Young Master Hong has defeated her. Yang Rushua denied it. Remember, I'm talking about female warriors, Yan Wuming emphasized. Yang Rushuan thought about it and realized that there was some truth to it. They were all young people from all over the country, and they chatted and ate, quickly becoming quite familiar with each other. Everyone noticed that, based on his current behavior, Yan Wuming was better than they had imagined, and unlike the other disciples of the Yama King's pavilion, he appeared very polite. Check, please. After eating and drinking his fill, Su Hao paid the bill and got up. Young Master Su, Miss Yang, it's still early. Shall I show you around Mount Shu? Yan Wuming said enthusiastically. Okay. Yang Rushua readily agreed, and even winked at Su Hao, as if to say, handsome, let's hang out together. Sure. Su Hao nodded. He also wanted to look around and find someone to keep him company. Young Master Yan, do you know why the Shu Mountain sect suddenly wants to hold a martial arts tournament? Yang Rushuang asked curiously. The Shu Mountain sect has been far from Yanjing and has not been involved in the affairs of the martial arts world for a long time, so this move is indeed a bit strange. That's a good question. Yan Wuming glanced around, and seeing that no one else was paying attention, he lowered his voice and said, according to reliable sources, some strange energy has appeared in the Shu Mountain sect, something called dragon essence. Does everyone remember, when the Divine Martial Pavilion was destroyed last time, the dragon vein of Yanjing split into 5, and one of them landed in Shu Mountain? I speculate that this competition is mainly to determine who will possess the dragon essence. As for Mount Shu, they know it is a scourge and don't want to stay only through a fair and open process. Can they select the future leaders of the martial arts world? Dragon essence, are you sure? Su Yang was stunned. This was a real treasure. Even ordinary people who possess the dragon essence can experience a significant boost. If the winner of this martial arts tournament were to obtain it, it would signify a genius, undoubtedly giving them wings and elevating their strength to a new level. I must say, Senior Zhang's magnanimity is truly unmatched. Yang Rushuang sighed. Everyone knows that dragon essence is a good thing. But the only one who wasn't tempted and was even willing to share was Zhang Baimei. Mount Shu possesses extremely powerful spiritual veins and countless powerful sects. If someone were to forcibly seize the dragon essence, who could take it away? However, for Zhang Baimei, these are the seeds of future trouble. They are cultivators of the Tao. If disciples of a sect become greedy, wouldn't it be detrimental to their moral integrity to take what doesn't belong to them? This requires immense courage to do. Of course, if the disciples of the Shu Mountain sect are able to win in the martial arts tournament, then it is the will of heaven. Yes. Su Hao said with feeling. His trip to the oasis was extremely dangerous. Countless people died in the struggle for the dragon essence. There seemed to be a lot of people ahead. Su Yang's eyes lit up, and he called out, let's go see what's going on. Good. Others also became interested. Everyone hurried on their way and finally saw that several hundred people had surrounded a fighting arena. On the arena, a man from the East Island dressed in samurai attire was meditating with his eyes closed, while a butler stood below the stage. The man, who appeared to be in his early 50s, gave a provocative look and said, "Gentlemen, the young master has set up a fighting arena here and has even brought out the family's most treasured sword, Anamaru, which is equivalent to a divine weapon of your dragon kingdom. As a reward, whoever can defeat the young master will receive the reward." These words displeased everyone. A martial artist from the Eastern Island dares to provoke us? Tell your young master to state his name, and let's see how our martial arts masters teach him a lesson. What qualifications does he have to challenge the world's best masters? Several outspoken martial artists even cursed directly. Quiet. The man on the stage opened his eyes, scanned the crowd, and said, "I am Yayoi Maru. From the Shadowgate I have specially set up this challenge to gather heroes from all over the world. There is only one requirement here. Go all out and see if the experts of the Dragon Kingdom are dragons or worms. It all depends on your performance." The provocative words further provoked all the martial artists present. Many people introduced themselves and were ready to take the stage. Just then, a figure flew up first, becoming the first to try something new. 1023, Chapter 1023. The loser bites the dust. Who are you? Yayoi Maru's eyes flickered as he looked at his opponent in front of him. This man was about 25 or 26 years old, with a small mustache and dark skin. He didn't look like someone to be trifled with. No wonder he's from the East Island, he's such a frog in a well. He doesn't even know Li Mingxiu, one of the three heroes of the Southwest? This man is ruthless. The others laughed, though they still didn't quite approve of Yayoi Maru. The three heroes of the Southwest? Yang Rushuang was somewhat surprised. What did this mean? The so-called three heroes of the Southwest, in our local parlance, means that these three people did many astonishing things. Yan Wuming said tactfully, their strength is at least at the Grandmaster level or above, making them rare experts. Does this mean that these people have done all sorts of bad things? Yang Rushue asked bluntly with a smile. Ahem, just treat them as experts. Yan Wuming was a little embarrassed he couldn't say that, since the reputation of the Yanwang Pavilion was even worse than that of the three heroes of the Southwest. Ren Xianxian smiled knowingly. Actually, the three heroes of the Southwest is a less common term, most people call them the three disabled men of the Southwest. Young Master Su, do you think he has a chance to win? Yang Rushue asked with a smile. No. Su Hao replied simply. Isn't it said that this person is a master? How come he can't even beat the martial artists from the East Island? Yang Rushue asked, puzzled. That's not how it works. There are also experts on the East Island. We can't underestimate any place. Su Hao said seriously. That's true. Yang Rushue nodded. Junior sister, don't listen to his nonsense. This guy is just a pretty boy. He has no discernment at all. Su Yang was a little unhappy, feeling that his junior sister was being too enthusiastic towards him. Su Hao laughed it off and completely ignored it. Senior brother, I had a feeling that young Master Su was a master, definitely no less than you. Yang Rushue said intuitively. Upon hearing this, Yang Rushuang frowned, unsure whether her younger sister was genuinely oblivious or pretending. Su Yang clearly had feelings for her, yet she deliberately slandered him in front of other men. Wasn't this just provoking him? I'm putting this out there, if Li Mingxiu loses, I'll slap myself 3 times, Su Yang said defiantly. Su Hao, what about you? If you've made a mistake, can you impose some punishment? Su Hao frowned. Was this guy a mad dog? I didn't do anything to you, he said unhappily. If I'm wrong, I'm just like you. Junior sister, did you hear that? This is his promise. If he doesn't keep it, I will definitely take action myself. Su Yang said coldly. Young Master Su, my junior brother has a rather eccentric personality, please don't take it to heart. Yang Rushuang had no choice but to explain. Su Hao didn't care to begin with, and at this moment he just smiled dismissively. Everyone's attention was quickly drawn to the arena. The two had already started fighting. Li Mingxiu's strength seemed quite good, reaching the peak of the Grandmaster realm. His attacks were decisive, each move deadly. On the contrary, Yayoi Maru remained cautious, giving way for a full 12 moves before revealing a contemptuous smile. So the experts in the Southwest are so weak, what a pity. What do you mean? Li Mingxiu's face darkened. Loser eats the dust. Yayoi Maru said simply. He finally drew his weapon, a samurai sword, which looked strangely black as he swung it. It seemed as if many ghostly wails and howls echoed, causing Li Mingxiu to freeze in place, ultimately turning him into a pool of blood. What exactly happened? Died instantly? What's the name of his knife? So there are experts on the Eastern Island too. Everyone was stunned and couldn't figure it out for a moment. No one can accept this result. Su Yang's face was very pale. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Hey, are you going to slap yourself 3 times? As a disciple of the sword sect, from a prestigious family, you're not going to bring shame to the sect, are you? Lu Wanner had no intention of letting him off the hook and directly mocked him. Very well, it's just 3 slaps, isn't it? Su Yang was quite decisive without any attempt to argue. He raised his hand and slapped his left cheek 3 times. He hit hard. After hitting half of her face, it swelled up high. It seems like she's holding a grudge against herself. Why did she lose to Su Hao in such a situation? So young Master Su is a master. Yang Rushuang realized that Su Hao had already seen through the difference in strength between the two, which was why he was able to make the prediction successfully. Su Hao smiled faintly and said nothing. Expert, I think you're a coward. If you're really that good, why don't you go up on stage and defeat Yayoi Maru? Su Yang said coldly, clearly unconvinced. Su Hao still couldn't be bothered with him. It was like punching cotton. He couldn't muster any strength. He was merely observing with a detached attitude. Yayoi Maru's provocation had no effect on him so far. With so many experts present, it wouldn't be his turn to make a move. Those who took on the challenge were not deterred. The other 2 of the 3 heroes of the Southwest took to the stage one after another. However, their luck wasn't as good as Li Mingxiu's. Yayoi Maru made a decisive move, defeating one of them in a single strike. In the end, it all turned into blood, emitting a foul odor. Be careful of his weapons, don't act recklessly. Is it really true that no one can deal with him? Let's get a skilled fighter to take care of him. Everyone started to look forward to it. Some young martial artists below were discussing countermeasures. Brother Hao. Just then, a red figure floated over, affectionately took Su Hao's arm, and tilted her head, saying, "You came to Mount Shu, why didn't you come to find me?" "How would I know you were here?" Su Hao smiled. The person who came was Zhao Hongyu. She was dressed more alluringly today, and standing in front of Su Hao, she looked like a girl next door. "Greetings, Miss Zhao." The others greeted him. "You are all Haogid's children, friends?" Zhao Hongyu's eyes flickered. She looked at the Yang Rushuang sisters, Ren Xianxian, and Lu Wanner with some wariness. What's going on with these 4 beautiful women? Why did they suddenly appear next to him? We just met and were just watching the fun together, Yang Rushuang explained. Wanner and I are maids assigned to young Master Su by Miss Li, to keep him company for the time being. Ren Xianxian introduced herself with neither servility nor arrogance. Miss Li? Zhao Hongyu frowned, clearly a little jealous. Recently, Su Hao and Li Qingmei have been getting closer and closer, almost always seen together, which is truly enviable. She glanced around and didn't see Li Qingmei for the moment, and breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seemed that her rival was temporarily absent. Junior sister, who exactly is he? Zhao Hongyu wasn't the only one who was jealous. A man in white also looked Su Hao up and down with displeasure. This man has a face like jade, is handsome, and has an extraordinary demeanor. 1024, Chapter 1024. I'm going to win. Senior brother Wang Kai, this is my friend Su Hao. Zhao Hongyu smiled and said, we haven't seen each other in a long time. I'll arrange a nice place for you to stay later. We've already booked a guest house, no need to trouble you. Su Hao smiled. No way, I don't feel comfortable letting you stay with those 2 vixens anyway. I have to stay at a guest house, either next door to you or in the same room as you. Zhao Hongyu said willfully. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Was this really the Zhao Hongyu they remembered? Rumor has it that she's a female warrior, disdainful of men, and wouldn't be moved even if suitors lined up overseas. So why is she acting like a caring girlfriend in front of Su Hao? Lu Wanner frowned, wondering how we, who had nothing to do with young Master Su, could be labeled as vixens. Ren Xianxian sighed, knowing that she was being scolded on behalf of Li Qingmei. Wang Kai was very unhappy, his gaze towards Su Hao filled with intense jealousy. So the two of them were actually sharing a room. It was unbelievable. During the 10 years Su Hao had been gone, he had basically stayed by Zhao Hongyu's side, trying to win her over with sincerity, only to be met with coldness now. His goddess was about to elope with someone else. His jealousy was understandable. Su Hao, are you a martial artist? Wang Kai shouted. So what if it is, so what if it isn't? Su Hao blared at Zhao Hongyu. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? He. She laughed smugly, thoroughly enjoying the rivalry between the two. It's not that she cares about Wang Kai, but she feels that she can leave a deep impression on Su Hao. If you are a martial artist, then we can have a competition to see who is stronger and who is qualified to be with my junior sister. Wang Kai emphasized. Not interested. Su Hao said indifferently. If this person were truly capable, he would have already won over Zhao Hanyu's. Definitely picked the wrong person to try this method. Hey, Su, what do you mean, don't you care about your junior sister? Wang Kai was slightly taken aback. We're just childhood sweethearts, not lovers, so what's there to care about? Su Hao said calmly. Wang Kai was stunned. Could it be that Zhao Hongyu was in a one-sided love? If so, wouldn't he look even more ridiculous, not even qualified to compete? Brother Hao, you can't be hypocritical. Zhao Hongyu wasn't angry. She pointed at Yayoi Maru on the stage and said, if you really don't care, I'll challenge him. No. Su Hao and Wang Kai spoke at the same time. Yayoi Maru's performance just now was already astonishing. His weapon is rather strange. If not handled properly, he could very well turn into blood. See, I knew Brother Hao loved me the most. Zhao Hongyu's double standards were obvious. To her, Wang Kai was like a fly, constantly appearing around her, which was incredibly annoying. For a while, she stayed in Yanjing and didn't want to come back, precisely because of this senior brother's presence. But Su Hao was different. Even though he seems aloof, he still cherishes their past relationship. Their relationship is somewhere between a girl next door and a lover. It's difficult for her to take it further for now. Su Hao, how about this? We'll use Yayoi Maru as our opponent. If I win, you and your junior sister will keep your distance. If you win, I'll never bother her again. Are you willing to accept this challenge? Wang Kai said seriously. Su Hao frowned and said, let me make this clear, even if you make a move, you might not be his match. The martial arts of Dongdao are a bit strange. They're not so easy to defeat. Are you kidding me? I'm a disciple of Mount Shu. How could I possibly lose to him? Wang Kai said seriously. Brother Hao, say yes. Zhao Hongyu suddenly said. Alright, in that case, I accept your suggestion. Su Hao nodded. Very well, then I'll make the first move. Once I win, it means you'll have no chance. He said confidently. Su Hao smiled, not really caring. Just then, with a scream, another challenger turned into blood. Everyone's hearts jumped into their throats. Were they really going to let this person continue to be so arrogant? Ugh, you're all trash. Yayoi Maru said coldly. Many people appeared very angry, but given the strength of their opponents, they could only sigh in frustration. Outsider, how long are you going to keep being arrogant? Our Dragon Kingdom has countless experts. There are at least tens of thousands who could defeat you. Wang Kai suddenly flew up. His handsome appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people. So it's young Master Wang. Did he come too? Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Dealing with this kind of person doesn't even require the experts of the Shu Mountain sect to be involved. Yayamaru, you're finished. If you don't want to die a horrible death, kill yourself now. The lost confidence returned as soon as Wang Kai appeared on stage. Yayamaru sized up the newcomer and sensed a powerful aura, completely different from the others. This person held a long sword, and although he hadn't made a move, judging from his presence alone, he was absolutely capable of achieving perfect harmony between man and sword. Wang Kai is a true master of the inner sect of the Shu Mountain sect, having cultivated for over a decade and earning a renowned reputation. What is your name? Yayoi asked warily. Shushan sect, Wang Kai, here to take your life. The newcomer stated directly. Yayamaru has caused too much bloodshed, let him end this hatred. I hope you have the ability. Yayamaru gripped his katana tightly and said coldly. Take this. Wang Kai attacked directly, initially showing courtesy before resorting to force. His first move seemed somewhat polite, lacking much killing intent. However, as his subsequent sword techniques unfolded, they became quite aggressive. Yaoyamaru's expression was more solemn than ever before, clearly sensing that he had encountered a formidable enemy. After a dozen or so moves, Wang Kai suddenly gained the upper hand, forcing his opponent to retreat continuously. Did you see that? That's the strength of a disciple from a prestigious family. How can someone like you compare to young Master Wang? Su Yang said sarcastically. Smack! He had barely finished speaking when he felt a powerful force instantly send him flying. I don't care what sect you belong to, I can't accept such disrespect for Brother Hao. Zhao Hongyu said coldly. So what if it's the sword sect? Even the strongest sects have to rank behind the Shu Mountain sect. Su Yang paid a heavy price for his foul mouth. His face stung as he stood up. That blow was harder than the 3 times he had hit himself. Yang Rushuang frowned. This was a disciple of the Sword Strike sect, which made her somewhat uncomfortable. Yang Rushue was secretly delighted. Her senior brother deserved it. I'm going to win. Wang Kai pressed closer and closer, cornering Yayoi Maru. According to the rules of the competition, the one who steps off the stage wins. Now that victory was assured, he couldn't help but smile faintly. 1025, Chapter 1025. Not killing nameless people. Seated, the disciples of the Shu Mountain sect are truly amazing. Young Master Wang Kai is a rare expert. He's probably well known even within his sect. Those mere people from Dongdao dare to cause trouble in Shushan, they're simply asking for it. Some people were talking loudly, expressing their optimism about Wang Kai. Su Hao, you should be glad you finally don't have to lift a finger. How could someone like you possibly defeat a master from East Island? Su Yang said sarcastically. Oh, does that mean you're stronger than Yayoi Maru? Su Hao asked with a faint smile. It's just that I didn't make a move, otherwise dealing with these people would have been too easy. Su Yang boasted without batting an eye. Upon hearing his words, the others shook their heads. The Yang sisters were even more helpless. It was truly embarrassing that their sect had produced such a boastful expert. Brother Hao, can senior brother win? Zhao Hongyu was a little confused. Are you confident you can win? Su Hao asked in return. There's no guarantee of victory, but if a fight breaks out, there's a sliver of hope. Zhao Hongyu frowned. She couldn't quite understand Yayoi Maru's tactics. Who knew what moves he might use? Even you don't have the ability to predict the future, let alone him? Su Hao said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongyu felt a little uneasy. Although she disliked this senior brother, she didn't want anything to happen to him. This competition was still extremely dangerous. If not handled properly, it could easily result in casualties. On the stage, Yayoi Maru revealed a faint smile and said, You're a disciple of the Shu Mountain sect, right? If your sect is full of people like you, I'd have to question what right you have to be the #1 sect. The man spoke intermittently, but his voice was still present throughout the arena. However, to others, Yayoi Maru seemed to have turned into mist, and a gray aura lingered on the stage, completely neutralizing Wang Kai's moves. Ha! Wang Kai's expression changed drastically. His previous blows seemed to have hit thin air, causing no damage whatsoever. However, he couldn't understand his opponent's moves at all. It was at this moment that he suddenly realized he might be in danger. The only solution at this point is to simply concede defeat. But could the Shu Mountain sect really give up? It wasn't just about the sect's reputation, but also about the bet with Su Hao. He gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed intently on his surroundings, ready to fight to the death. Die! Yayoi Maru shouted, then suddenly shot up from the center of the arena and cleaved Wang Kai in two. Everyone was stunned. How could this person's moves be like this? He seemed to be connected to the entire arena, able to go wherever he wanted. Could this be ninjutsu? Damn it, he actually killed a master from the Shu Mountain sect. What kind of expert is this? Such a weakling has no right to represent the Shu Mountain sect. He deserved to lose. Is he the weakest member of the Shu Mountain sect? If not, let Zhao Hongyu come out. The victor is king, the loser is villain. Losing a contest often comes at the cost of one's life. Zhao Hongyu's face turned pale. It was indeed the worst possible outcome. Her senior brother was quite strong, having already reached the threshold of the supreme realm, but compared to Yayoi Maru, he was still far inferior. She felt that the other party hadn't even used his full strength, simply defeating his opponent with ease. Is this the strongest young disciple in the southwest? Now that he has been defeated by our young master, who else dares to fight? The butler in the audience gave a mocking smile, looked around as if to say, "You're all trash." At this moment, everyone lowered their heads. Although they were unconvinced, they dared not go up and challenge him. Even if Wang Kai lost, what right do they have? Many people's eyes then turned to Zhao Hongyu, as if to ask, "Aren't you going to avenge your senior brother?" Hateful. Su Yang was a little unhappy, feeling that this person was too arrogant. Is no one going to fight today? Yayoi Maru's butler said with a grin. Let me. Just then, someone shouted. When everyone turned to look at him, they found that he was handsome and had a good appearance, but no one remembered him. Who are you? Don't act recklessly. If you're not strong enough, you could easily lose your life. Someone advised. I am Su Hao. The man flew onto the stage without making a sound and introduced himself. Su Hao, what sect is he a disciple of? Someone asked curiously. Yes, what sect are you from? The others also wanted to know. I belong to no sect or school. Su Hao said calmly, I'm merely challenging a young master from the eastern island. I don't need a sect. I can defeat him by simply learning a few moves randomly. Upon hearing this, those present exchanged bewildered glances. Should they say this person was reckless, or unfathomable? Bragging, junior sister, see, this guy is ridiculous. He chose this moment to make his move, just to add some fun for everyone. Su Yang said with a laugh. Senior brother, I think young Master Su has some skill. He might be able to win, Yang Rushua said, disagreeing. Can we win? Su Yang shook his head unhappily. Once the person on the stage figured out Su Hao's identity, he said casually, I advise you to go down. I am here to spar with experts, not to kill nobodies. You're too confident, that's not good. Su Hao admonished, don't you know that in our country, the unknown are often the strongest? Is there such a saying? Yayoi asked, somewhat surprised. If you don't believe me, you can ask everyone. Su Hao said with a smile. Everyone, are all those who hide their identities masters? Yayoi Maru asked earnestly. The others looked at each other in bewilderment. What kind of saying is that? However, faced with such questions, some people still decided to ignore them. Take some time. That's right, this is the rule of the martial arts world. Here as the saying goes, true masters hide in plain sight. This handsome young man must be an extremely skilled expert. If you admit defeat now, you can still protect yourself, but if you get injured or killed during a fight, that wouldn't be worth it. One of them shouted. Ridiculous. Yayoi Maru laughed loudly. In that case, let's have a proper battle. Mr. Su, take out your weapon, and let's have a good fight. Arms? Su Hao frowned. He wanted to give him a shock, but he didn't intend to use the ancient divine sword, feeling that it would be an unfair victory. Brother Hao, can't you find a suitable weapon? I have a jade hairpin here. I bought it for hundreds of thousands of yuan. I usually can't bear to wear it, so I'll lend it to you as a weapon. Just then, Zhao Hongyu shouted something. Then a beam of emerald green light flew onto the stage. Su Hao reached out and took it. It was indeed a priceless jade ornament. 1026, is chapter 1026 still effective? Jade hairpin, Miss Xiao, you're not deliberately making things difficult for him, are you? Ha, what a creative weapon. If you didn't tell me, I would have thought we were playing house. Isn't this ridiculous? This is a life or death battle. To use this thing against Yayoi Maru is to look down on our opponent. Everyone else was stunned. The previous competitions were extremely dangerous and bloody. Now that it's Su Hao's turn, the whole thing has changed. Miss Xiao, I must say, this jade hairpin of yours is very beautiful, and it's clearly the work of a master craftsman, but using it as a weapon, isn't it a bit like deliberately making things difficult for young Master Su? Yang Rushua couldn't stand it any longer and asked directly. Thank you for liking this jade hairpin. I rarely buy jewelry, so it's already quite nice of me to be able to wear it today. Zhao Hongyu chuckled, then changed the subject, saying, yes, I'm just putting brother Hao in a difficult position. This jade hairpin is a weapon he would never use. It can be used as a weapon for a world-shaking battle. You mean, he can win? Su Yang asked politely, not wanting to offend her. If we lose, the worst that can happen is we die on the stage. Zhao Hongyu said, feigning nonchalance. Miss Xiao, how can this be? Young Master Su has a bright future ahead of him. He can't be defeated by someone like this. Yang Rushua said anxiously. Zhao Hongyu simply smiled faintly, offering no explanation and maintaining her air of mystery. Yayamaru on the stage was stunned and said, wouldn't this jade hairpin break at the slightest touch? Didn't you hear what Hongyu said? The jade hairpin is very expensive and must be protected. If you break it, you'll have to pay 10 times the price. Su Hao emphasized. Ridiculous, we're having a competition, not for you to stage an accident. Yayoi Maru said, clearly displeased. I see, then we'll have to see if you can destroy this jade hairpin. Su Hao said coldly. You arrogant fool, I'll make sure you never laugh again. Yayamaru gripped his weapon tightly and slashed fiercely at the jade hairpin. A gust of wind, carrying powerful true energy, arrived in front of him in an instant. This move looks incredibly powerful. Thinking back to the 3 powerful figures in the southwest I fought before, none of them could withstand this move. Su Hao calmly held the jade hairpin in front of him, blocking the way. When the samurai sword struck, a golden light suddenly illuminated the entire world. Boom! Despite the powerful clash of true energy, the jade hairpin remained unharmed. On the contrary, Yayoi Maru kept retreating, his hand holding the katana trembling. This works? How exactly did he do that? The principle is simple, use your inner energy to envelop the jade hairpin and fight off enemies. As long as your inner energy is strong enough, an ordinary jade hairpin can be as powerful as a divine artifact, making it indestructible. It's easier said than done. Everyone was stunned. The result was unexpected. Su Hao's strength seemed to be even greater than they had imagined. Su Yang's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe that this was the final outcome. He glanced at Su Hao, wondering if this person was really that strong. That's wonderful, so Miss Zhao knows Mr. Su very well. Yang Rushua said enviously. It was just a random idea, don't flatter me like that. Zhao Hongyu shook her head. She knew Su Hao preferred to keep a low profile and didn't want to be in the spotlight too much, but in her mind, dealing with a nobody from Dongdao was a piece of cake. The most shocked person was Yayoi Maru. He never expected that the seemingly most unremarkable opponent would actually be the strongest. What does it mean to use a jade hairpin as a weapon? Disdain. He was a genius disciple from the East Island, full of arrogance, and came here to make a name for himself. Now they're being overshadowed, it's simply unacceptable to them. The thought that the arena he had set up would soon become someone else's stepping stone filled him with resentment. He coughed lightly and said coldly, I underestimated my opponent just now, only using 30% of my strength in a serious fight. You still won't be my match. 30%? Su Hao smiled faintly. This man was certainly stubborn. Others, unaware of the situation, assumed he was telling the truth. After all, he had killed several experts, so he was quite capable. If they haven't used their full strength, the upcoming battle looks set to be quite exciting. Junior sister, did you hear that? They weren't taking it seriously at all. So, this young Master Su's strength is still very weak. Su Yang immediately became happy, realizing that he had been worrying for nothing. Really? Yang Rushua then began to worry, fearing that something might happen to Su Hao. If this person uses his best ninjutsu, he'll be even more difficult to deal with. I think the final victory will definitely belong to Yayoi Maru. If Su Hao isn't injured, he's already made a huge profit, Su Yang said calmly. Is that so? Yang Rushua clenched her hands, clearly not listening to what he was saying. Others also began to look forward to it, knowing that the next battle would definitely be very difficult. In any case, Yayoi's initial contempt had vanished, replaced by a serious expression in his eyes. This was a formidable opponent. When his previous opponents appeared, he was able to see through their strength and felt that they were far inferior to him. However, when facing Su Hao, she found that he was like a deep pool, with no bottom in sight. I need to be more serious this time, he thought to himself. It then turned into a cloud of mist, appearing the same as before, distributed around the arena. When this move was used for the second time, everyone watched intently. Where did he go? Why did the aura disappear all of a sudden? Did he sneak into the ring again? Everyone found it strange that this person could conceal all traces of their presence. Zhao Hongyu, sitting below the stage, also frowned deeply. From her angle, she couldn't sense Yayoi Maru's presence either. It was as if this person could truly transform into mist. This was obviously impossible, but she couldn't figure out the key to it. Su Hao stood motionless, seemingly nonchalant, but actually paying close attention to his surroundings. He understood one thing: ninjutsu did have its merits, offering various ways to conceal one's presence. However, he remained calm, believing there were at least two ways to deal with it. The first method is rather simple and brutal: unleash overwhelming power to destroy the entire arena, leaving the opponent with no way to escape and ultimately forcing them to admit defeat. However, this is a bit too ostentatious, and he won't use it unless absolutely necessary. He decided to adopt the second approach, thus responding to all changes with the unchanged strategy. In the end, Yayoi Maru couldn't hold back any longer. He broke free of his concealment, grabbed his weapon, and charged out from under the arena. This scene felt familiar. Wasn't this the move he used to kill Wan Kai? Now that the opponent has changed, will it still be effective? 1027, Chapter 1027. Both sides suffer losses. Watch out! Yang Rushua shouted a warning when she heard the noise. Actually, by the time she shouted it out, it was already too late. Yayoi Maru moved with lightning speed. A sharp samurai sword, once it strikes an opponent, will surely result in being cut in two. Unexpectedly, Su Hao suddenly thrust the jade hairpin in his hand towards the direction his opponent was attacking. In the clash of golden light, it struck Yayoi Maru once more. Then came something incomprehensible. His katana, comparable to a treasure, developed a crack upon impact. Ha! Yayoi Maru was somewhat confused. Was his weapon too weak, or was his opponent's jade hairpin incredibly powerful? He was somewhat unwilling to accept this and shouted, "I understand now, your jade hairpin is a divine artifact. Good heavens, so you're truly despicable." Wow! Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. So that's how it is. Everyone was fooled by Zhao Hongyu. Perhaps her words were just a smokescreen. The jade hairpin wasn't jewelry at all, but a weapon that no one else had ever seen before. This successfully lowered Yayoi's guard, which is why he kept getting the short end of the stick. Miss Xiao, so you have a magical artifact. Yang Rushua clearly believed it and said enviously. Don't listen to his nonsense, this is just an ordinary jade hairpin. Zhao Hongyu shook her head. Divine artifacts are not so easy to obtain. Throughout Yanjing, all divine artifacts are wielded by powerful masters. For ordinary people to obtain it, there are only two ways: either they go directly to the treasure trove, which is extremely dangerous, as places where divine artifacts are buried are not easy to enter. Either steal the expert's weapon or kill the expert, which would be even more dangerous. In any case, it was destined that the artifact would be extremely difficult to obtain. Then why can the jade hairpin destroy the samurai sword? Yang Rushua asked blankly. Perhaps his weapon wasn't made of very good materials, and he was cheated, Zhao Hongyu said with a light smile. Ah, so this guy is a fool. Yang Rushua believed it immediately, thinking that Yayoi Maru had been ripped off when he was forging the weapon. Yang Rushuang shook her head. This girl believed everything. There was another possibility. Su Hao's strength had become incredibly powerful, enough to destroy a samurai sword. This was something difficult to verify at the moment, and its truth was unknown. Since Yayoi Maru won't admit it, what can anyone else do? Is this all you're capable of? Su Hao said calmly. Of course not. Everyone, today is the last match. No one else will have the chance to challenge me. Next, I'm going to show you what real Dongdao martial arts are all about. Yayoi Maru's gaze changed. If it was merely sinister before, it now held a hint of murderous intent. We'll wait and see. Su Hao nodded. But Yayoi's actions became increasingly incomprehensible. He cut his palm open, and blood gushed out immediately. He didn't explode, instead, he dripped onto the ring and quickly drew something. Soon a seven-pointed star appeared, and as he stood in the center, the wind and clouds changed, and a thick black fog appeared over the entire arena. Jie! It seemed as if a vengeful ghost appeared in the fog. The piercing sound sent chills down one's spine. Forbidden technique? An old man in the audience muttered to himself, even martial artists from the Eastern Island rarely use such techniques. Not only does it consume a lot of blood, but it also goes against the natural order and affects future cultivation. This method was a last resort, and it has a similar effect to the forbidden techniques in the martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom. However, Dondao's cultivation direction was off, resulting in completely different effects. To everyone's astonishment, Yayoi's skin was aging, as if it had overdrawn its vitality. "Brother Hao, be careful," Zhao Hongyu said with some concern. "Yes, we mustn't crash," Yang Rushue muttered to herself. Soon, all the black mist enveloped Su Hao. Despite it being daytime, the arena was completely dark. It was as if the ghostly aura had swallowed up the sun and moon, bringing only destruction and death. Su Hao, immersed in this situation, felt his life force being rapidly stripped away. The power of this forbidden technique was truly remarkable. He tried to stop it, but discovered that the more he used his true energy, the faster his life force was being drained. What kind of bizarre move is this? Su Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he felt surprised. Yayoi was overjoyed. It seems Su Hao had no way to deal with it. This kind of forbidden technique usually didn't last long, but taking a life within a minute was no problem at all. This is a tactic that injures the enemy 1,000, but also harms yourself 800. Die! Yayoi Maru let out a shout. Outsiders couldn't see what was happening inside, they could only hear his heart-wrenching roar, as if it were a ghost. Does this mean that the warriors of our Dragon Kingdom really have no way to deal with him? He has already shown a desperate attitude, proving that the pressure Su Hao brings is unprecedented. If we lose, the consequences will be unimaginable. This is the last match of the day, I hope to win. Everyone is praying for Su Hao. From within the black mist came a new roar, as if someone had been injured. For a moment, it was impossible to tell whose voice it was. When the fog cleared, everyone eagerly looked over and were shocked to find that the person lying on the ground was none other than Yayoi Maru. He looked like a withered tree branch, appearing decades older, and an instant laying on the ground. He stared at his opponent with an incredulous gaze, muttering, "Impossible, how are you able to evade my life-stripping technique?" It has to be said that this move sounds very mysterious and powerful. However, when facing Su Hao, they were still one step behind. "You lost," Su Hao coldly replied. The situation just now was actually very dangerous. He hadn't expected his opponent's moves to be so bizarre. Facing extreme pressure forced by circumstances, his bloodline power was finally unleashed. The boundless potential brought by the Qiangqi bloodline brought forth a surge of vitality, allowing him to defeat his opponent in one fell swoop. Even so, he was seriously injured at this moment. Under normal circumstances, he would have already dealt with the enemy. At this moment, however, both sides are suffering losses, and for the time being, they can only hold on. This weapon, Yayoi Maru stood up shakily, leaving behind the Yanamaru katana, and left with boundless rage. "Great, young master Su has finally won." Yang Rushue was overjoyed and was about to rush up to offer her congratulations. "Wait, he's my Haogage. Everyone, please disperse. Xuan, you and Wanner go back and rest first. I'll take him to explore Mount Shu." Zhao Hongyu also sensed something was wrong, and she stepped forward to directly drive everyone away. In fact, when Su Hao unleashed her amazing rhythm, it put a lot of pressure on everyone present. Many people wanted to come over and take her as a disciple, but she turned them all away. 1028, Chapter 1028, Violating the Rules. "Brother Hao, are you alright?" Zhao Hongyu flew up and said with heartache. "You could say it's a serious problem, or you could say it's an opportunity." Su Hao's expression was a bit strange. He had just gone through a life-or-death battle, which had actually unleashed his unlimited potential. Now he had a mysterious feeling, as if he was about to break through. Opportunity? Zhao Hongyu frowned. This guy was really strange. Every time he survived, he could provide more benefits. "Hongyu, I need a place with abundant spiritual energy to cultivate. Su Hao said in a deep voice. Can you still walk? Zhao Hongyu asked with a smile. Of course, do you see me as an old man? As Su Hao spoke, he took a step. Zhao Hongyu smiled slightly, thinking it didn't seem that serious. However, upon seeing the blood at the corner of Su Hao's mouth, her smile vanished instantly. He was indeed just being stubborn. Let's go. Zhao Hongyu helped him hurry towards Mount Shu. After circling around several mountain peaks, they arrived at a canyon. There are waterfalls and cold pools here. The abundance of spiritual energy here far surpasses that of other places. The spirit-gathering pearl on Su Hao's body was also vibrating violently, proving that there was an extraordinary treasure here. He calmly sat down to meditate and said, as expected of Mount Shu, it actually has such a good place for cultivation. Brother Hao, you can cultivate here quietly, I won't disturb you. Zhao Hongyu smiled and slowly left. This is actually a forbidden area of Mount Shu, accessible only to inner disciples. His entry as an outsider is a grave offense. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. But can he really hide it? Zhao Hongyu was shocked when Su Hao began his cultivation. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to form a pool around him. His speed in absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was simply too fast. Before long, the birds and beasts around them caused a great reaction. Oops. She frowned, realizing that things would get really bad if this continued. Su Hao's strength was already incredibly powerful, and this breakthrough required an immense amount of spiritual energy. Once he entered the new realm, he would become the youngest expert in the celestial realm. Whether the original spiritual veins of Mount Shu could provide so much energy is a question. If it weren't for the recent anomalies, it would have caused a stir in the sect even faster. Even so, half an hour later, the disciple on patrol noticed the anomaly. He initially thought it might be that one of the sect's elders was about to break through, and he came over out of curiosity to observe. Unexpectedly, from a distance, the person meditating was a young man who looked somewhat unfamiliar. Who are you? Why are you in our forbidden area of Mount Shu? The man roared, drew his long sword, and looked as if facing a formidable enemy. Senior brother. Just then, Zhao Hongyu appeared silently, blocking her path. She recognized him and inwardly groaned. He was Duan Tianjiao, the second disciple of the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, Hao Tianjinren, was in charge of the sect's discipline, which meant he was in the right place at the right time. So it's junior sister Hongyu. Duan Tianjiao recognized her as well. After all, she was one of the three beauties of Shu Mountain, and she was admired by everyone for both her strength and reputation. The person training here is my friend. He was injured today while dealing with the challengers from the East Island and needs to rest, so I brought him here. Zhao Hongyu said, forcing herself to speak. Junior sister, how could you do such a thing? He's not a disciple of Mount Shu, how could he cultivate here? Duan Tianjiao was very unhappy. I'm only doing this once, so if you take him away now, this matter can be let go. Zhao Hongyu secretly groaned. Things had escalated when this senior brother appeared. She was the third elder's disciple, and her master's relationship with the first elder wasn't good, so pleading for leniency wouldn't be easy. She was usually arrogant and had a very distant relationship with her fellow disciples. Senior brother, my friend did this to protect the reputation of the martial arts world in the Southwest as the #1 sect. Shouldn't we do something for him? Zhao Hongyu's eyes flickered, and she retorted evasively. Junior sister, these are two different things. This concerns the sect's rules, and no one can break them. When Duan Tianjiao looked at Su Hao, there was a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Judging from this commotion alone, this person's strength was probably among the best in the Shu Mountain sect. If he breaks through, the consequences will be unimaginable. The two immediately began arguing, and Duan Tianjiao finally took out a signal arrow and threatened, I'm just following the sect rules, please cooperate, junior sister. If launched, it will shake the entire sect. The consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Hongyu herself would be expelled from the sect, and Su Hao might even become an enemy of Shushan. She dared not continue thinking about it. Making an enemy of Mount Shu was definitely more terrifying than facing the Divine Martial Pavilion. What happened here? Suddenly, an aged voice rang out, carrying an extremely powerful sense of authority. So it was Duan Tianjiao recognized the voice, his expression changed, and he recounted what had happened. I see. After understanding the whole story, the man said calmly, since he had no choice, let's leave it at that. Let him cultivate here for one more night. The next morning, kick him out. Understood. Duan Tianjia dared not disobey, glared angrily at Su Hao, and left helplessly. Zhao Hongyu, you have violated the sect rules and should be punished. After this matter is over. You will need to stay in seclusion within the sect for 3 months and must not cause any trouble. Do you understand? The man continued. Your disciple obeys. Zhao Hongyu looked horrified. The speaker appeared to be Zhang Baimei, the #1 martial arts master of the time. This person didn't even come here, a mere thought was enough to cover the entire Shu Mountain. If he has no choice but to punish him, can Brother Hao really fight back with his strength? Wrong. Why is sect leader Zhang turning a blind eye to this? It seems like he's deliberately condoning Su Hao. Could it be that has he already glimpsed the will of heaven and clearly seen the future trajectory of Brother Hao? In a grand hall, an old man, after finishing his business, muttered to himself, I never expected such a strong young man to appear in the martial arts world. It's just a pity he's not a disciple of Mount Shu. If I'm not mistaken, the matter of the dragon vein originated with him and caused many twists and turns. Letting him absorb this spiritual energy is in accordance with the way of heaven. But this person is a source of trouble, and who knows how many more problems he will cause in the future. He was Zhang Baimei, who was not welcoming of Su Hao's arrival and even felt extremely disgusted by it. However, having reached the most important stage of his life, he dared not do anything against the will of heaven. As long as Su Hao did not wreak havoc in Mount Shu, he would choose to acquiesce. Which martial artist doesn't yearn to ascend to the immortal realm? He slowly closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. At this moment, he seemed to merge with heaven and earth, and his aura was so strong that no one could match it. 1029, Chapter 1029. Make a plan. Who exactly is he? Duan Tianjia was somewhat surprised after leaving. He inquired around and found out what had happened that afternoon. Su Hao's performance in the arena battle was astonishing. In the end, Yaoyamaru's moves were unpredictable. In the eyes of the other disciples, Su Hao had indeed acted on behalf of heaven and done a good deed. Could it be that he was injured in the end? When Duan Tianjia thought about it this way, he misinterpreted Su Hao's actions, seeing them as healing rather than a breakthrough. Senior brother, I heard this person is very handsome, is that true? Among the people surrounding him, a junior sister spoke with great interest. She is one of the 3 beauties of Shushan, named Ning Wenxian. She has many conflicts with Zhao Hongyu, and neither of them is willing to give in to the other. I was too far away to see anything, I only saw her profile, I don't know what she looked like. Duan Tianjia shook his head. Damn it, why did the sect leader allow him to heal here? Isn't this competing with us for cultivation resources? His junior brother Ran Hongyuan said unhappily. Second senior brother, you're wrong. The spiritual energy is being generated very quickly lately, almost inexhaustible. How much spiritual energy can he cultivate alone? By the next day, he'll have already recovered. Didn't our sect elders say that this spiritual energy is a source of disaster? If someone is taking the blame for us, it's actually a good thing. Ning Wenxian said with a smile. Junior sister, what do you mean by this? He's an outsider after all. Just because he's handsome, does that mean you have to speak up for him? Ran Hongyuan was very unhappy. He had been coveting this junior sister for a long time, but he never expected to hear her defending a stranger she had never met. Alright, let's stop arguing inside. Duan Tianjia shouted. In short, Su Hao can only stay for one night. Once he exceeds that time, don't blame the outside for being impolite. Senior brother, leave this to me. I'll take some men and keep watch right away. If he doesn't cooperate, we'll just start killing him. Ran Hongyuan said confidently. Good. Duan Tianjia agreed. Ran Hongyuan, along with several of his fellow disciples, immediately rushed over. Yaoyamaru left the arena in a great hurry. With the help of his butler, he managed to shake off his pursuers and finally arrived at a house outside the ancient town. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. He angrily pounded on the door. Who's outside? A deep, wary voice came from inside. It's me. Yaihoi said weakly. Young master, you're finally back. A one-eyed samurai opened the door and was shocked to see Yayoi's condition. He immediately led him inside, fed him a pill, and then invited someone over. Father, Yayoi Maru's condition had not improved. He was still sickly when he saw the visitor, his expression changed drastically, and he appeared extremely ashamed. What happened? You actually lost. This middle-aged man is Yayoi Maru's father, Yayoi Taro, the current head of the Yayoi family. Today's match is also part of their plan, to test the strength of the martial arts world in the Southwest and gather information for future actions. I thought this kind of competition would be easy to win. Unexpectedly, his son was seriously injured and it seems that he will not be able to recover in a short period of time. Father, it's because I'm not strong enough. Yayoi Maru knelt on the ground and apologized directly. Butler, what exactly happened? Yayoi Taro asked angrily, his face stern. The steward dared not hide anything and told the whole story. He was somewhat surprised when he heard that an unknown person named Suhao could actually block the forbidden technique. What exactly happened on stage? Yayoi Taro asked in a deep voice. I don't know either. The situation was too strange. He shouldn't have been able to withstand a life-stripping attack, but somehow, a powerful life force suddenly emerged and directly withstood my attack. It's as if there's a ferocious beast inside him, protecting him in times of danger. Yayoi Maru frowned deeply. Alright, go and get some rest. Yayoi Taro waved his hand, his expression turning grave. Sure enough, this place was full of hidden talents. Judging from what they just said, this person must possess a powerful bloodline, having saved his life in a critical moment. However, he was certain that the man named Suhao was seriously injured. There was no winner in this tournament. Master, how about I send some men to take care of him tonight? The one-eyed warrior said loyally. No, we shouldn't alert them. If we do, it will be bad with that old fellow Zhang Baimei around. We can't go too far. Yayoi Taro shook his head. According to his estimate, Suhao would need at least 1 or 2 years to recover from his injury. For the time being, this opponent can be completely disregarded. Yayoi Taro's gaze suddenly darkened as he sensed several powerful auras rapidly approaching. Patriarch, should I step in and stop these people? The one-eyed warrior asked. You think you can stop them? Yayoi Taro shook his head. They're up to no good. They definitely have some purpose as long as they're not enemies. Please come in. Fine, the one-eyed warrior said helplessly. A short while later, a blond, blue-eyed man, accompanied by several skilled fighters, swaggered in. Upon seeing Yayoi Taro, he immediately clasped his hands in greeting, saying, Chief Yayoi, it's truly fate that we meet again here. This is the Dragon Kingdom. What does it have to do with your Western powers? Yayoi Taro said unhappily. They were experts from the Pantheon, considered an external force. We're all in the same boat, our situations are pretty much the same. It's quite lively here now, how can we not lend a hand? The man said with a faint smile. I cannot agree with what you say. No matter what, we and the Dragon Kingdom are of the same lineage. We have many similarities, but your power system is somewhat different from ours. Yayoi Taro frowned, expressing his strong disapproval. This man is named Eric, and his identity is somewhat strange. He is said to be the successor of Hades, similar to the Qiangqi and Phoenix successors of the Dragon Kingdom. What's most amusing is that Eric was originally a mortal enemy of the Pantheon and was wanted by them. Somehow, he suddenly became a powerful figure in the Pantheon, one of the voices of the 12 gods. The influence of the Pantheon has also infiltrated the Eastern Island. There was some friction between the two sides, and they didn't see eye to eye. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, isn't it? We share the same goal, to muddy the waters here. The bigger the storm, the more we'll benefit. Eric said with a chuckle. Is that so? Do you really dare to challenge the Shu Mountain sect? Yayoi Taro sneered. As long as you have a good plan, the Shu Mountain sect is nothing special. Why not give it a try? Eric revealed a mysterious smile. 1030, Chapter 1030 Jealousy. What, you actually want to challenge the entire Shu Mountain sect? Yayoi Taro was somewhat incredulous. He knew very well how powerful the Shu Mountain sect was. Zhang Baimei alone was difficult to deal with, not to mention that there were thousands upon thousands of disciples in the Shu Mountain sect. Didn't I hear Zhang Baimei is going to ascend to immortality? Once he leaves, what experts will the Shu Mountain sect have left? Eric said confidently. That's true, but it's undeniable that the others are also very strong. Yayoi Taro still felt that the chances of winning were too small. In short, I have a very meticulous plan if we're going to cause trouble this time, let's make it big. Eric said confidently, you know, this is a rare opportunity, very few people can gather so many experts together. That's true. Yayoi Taro nodded, the reputation of this martial arts tournament was too great. This is the only major conference held by the Shushan sect, so everyone will give it face, and all the major sects will come. If they act covertly, there is a chance to wipe them all out. Head of the Yayoi family, I've heard you're one of the sword saints of the Eastern Island, and you're incredibly powerful. If we cooperate, we're sure to achieve great things. Eric formally stated his goal. Cooperation, just us? Yayoi Taro was a little uncertain if it was just the current number of people. He didn't want to unite, he preferred them to act on their own. If you agree, sir, I will bring other experts. Eric said directly, alright, let's meet here at 9 o'clock tonight. Okay. After thinking about it, Yayoi Taro decided to agree. In any case, it's good to see the other party's strength. As the man left, the one-eyed warrior was somewhat displeased and said indifferently, Master, these people are wolves in sheep's clothing. It's easy to invite a god, but hard to send him away. They might take the opportunity to swallow us up. You're wrong. Every collaboration carries risks. We can also use someone else to do our dirty work. Everyone's just after their own interests. No one is inherently more noble than anyone else. Who will emerge as the ultimate winner is impossible to predict right now. Taro Yayoi said coldly. The one-eyed samurai thought about it again and realized that it seemed to be true. Alright, in short, today's matter is of utmost importance. You must take your men and be on high alert. Yayoi Taro instructed. Yes, sir. The one-eyed warrior nodded and stepped back. Senior brother, is he really healing? Ran Hongyuan's junior brother looked at Su Hao with a hint of surprise. This person absorbs spiritual energy at an incredibly fast speed. It looked like a bottomless pit, with all the spiritual energy within a radius of 1,000 meters converging towards this place. His aura was growing stronger and stronger, giving people a sense of fear. I have to say, this guy is really handsome. Another person remarked. What's the use of being good looking, since this person has come to Mount Shu, he has to pay the price. Ran Hongyuan's eyes flickered, and he found another junior sister and gave her some instructions. After that person left, he went straight to Zhao Hongyu, said something, and the two of them hurriedly left. Ran Hongyuan revealed a smug smile. It seemed that now was the time for him to teach Su Hao a lesson, and he was about to head over. Senior brother, he's still healing according to the sect leader's instructions, we shouldn't interfere. A junior brother objected. Healing, who saw that? There are only a few of us here. What happens is up to us. I told you, this guy suddenly attacked us, an ungrateful villain. Are we going to exonerate him? Ran Hongyuan said coldly. Upon hearing this, the others thought it made sense. Isn't this person from the Shu Mountain sect just fish on a chopping board? With a sense of ease, everyone quickly approached. You brat, you can stop healing now. Ran Hongyuan roared. Unexpectedly, Su Hao seemed not to hear him and continued meditating. Disobedient? That's suicide. Ran Hongyuan clenched his fist and slammed it down. This move used 70% of his power. He was a peak grandmaster, so it carried an air of bullying. Every martial artist knows that interference from outsiders is the worst thing that can happen when healing. One punch, and it's either death or serious injury. Boom! Just as they approached Su Hao, a golden protective aura appeared on his body. It seemed like an instinctive defensive action, but it displayed a very high level of intensity after his attack struck. It was as if he hit thin air, without causing any ripples. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Senior brother, this kid is a bit strange. He is very wary. After all, he's a master who defeated Yayoi Maru. He's not someone you can easily deal with. Several junior brothers asked in surprise. We must act quickly, otherwise things will get bad if my junior sister comes. Ran Hongyuan frowned. Upon closer inspection, one can see that Su Hao is far more handsome than anyone else. If Ning Wenxian falls for this kind of person, she will be his biggest threat. Again. He kept improving his strength, throwing punch after punch. The fighting grew louder and louder, but Su Hao continued cultivating without reacting at all. He was already extremely restrained, even his protective inner energy was not used for retaliation, but only for defense. After trying more than 10 times, Ran Hongyuan's expression changed. The other party offered no resistance, yet he couldn't subdue them. I refuse to believe it. He drew his long sword and decided to increase his strength. After wielding his weapon, the intensity of his moves immediately rose to a new level. After all, he was a disciple of a prestigious sect, and his weapon was of considerable quality, significantly boosting his strength. The other junior disciples, who hadn't initially joined the fray, now also joined in. Several people launched a frenzied attack on Su Hao, who was healing his wounds. All sorts of moves seemed designed to end the opponent's life. Stop! Just then, a clear voice, tinged with anger, came from afar. Division Sis, what brings you here? Ran Hongyuan turned his head and saw that it was indeed Ning Wenxian. I knew it, you people are all full of bad intentions. Young Master Su was just here to heal his injuries, he didn't harm any of your interests, so why did you attack him? Ning Wenxian said unhappily. This is a forbidden area of our sect. As an outsider, he should not have entered. Ran Hongyuan shouted. Is that so? Ning Wenxian was very unhappy. He has already gained the sect leader's approval, so this place is no longer a forbidden area. The sect leader is the most important person in the world, do you understand? Ran Hongyuan blushed. Was he really going to let Su Hao go like this? His eyes darted around, and he immediately came up with a plan. He said, Junior sister, you don't know this, but Zhao Hongyu guarded Su Hao the whole time he was healing. Seeing how concerned she was, I would believe she was engaged. Such a thing is true. Ning Wenxi's expression changed drastically, clearly showing jealousy. 1031, Chapter 1031. Are you crazy? If we're talking about the person Ning Wenxian resents the most, it's Zhao Hongyu. She was selected through a rigorous process to join the Shushan sect. However, Zhao Hongyu's situation was different. She was chosen by the third elder, practically through connections. Before Zhao Hongyu joined the sect, she was considered the most beautiful female disciple and the most talked about. With this person joining, she was gradually overshadowed. Just think about all the labels attached to Zhao Hongyu. The eldest daughter of the Zhao family, the goddess of war, the most beautiful woman in Shu Mountain, and so on, are all people she envies. Now, to hear that Su Hao is actually engaged to her, how can she accept this? She was furious and looked at Su Hao with hatred in her eyes. In my mind, there was only one thought: to destroy him. No matter what, we can't let these two get married. Otherwise, they would surely become a legend in the martial arts world, a golden couple envied by everyone. Senior brother, you're right. As outsiders, we have no right to heal here. Ning Wenxian said coldly. Junior sister, we'll cooperate with you to draw out his protective inner energy, and then you can use your hitting a cow from across a mountain martial art to inflict a severe injury on him. Ran Hongyuan was overjoyed. It seemed the plan had succeeded. Okay. Ning Wenxian nodded in agreement. A new round of attacks was launched once again. Ran Hongyuan and his group charged ahead, their offensive relentless, immediately drawing away Su Hao's golden light defense. The next moment, Ning Wenxian's attack arrived. A powerful and icy fist gust pierced through Su Hao's protective aura and struck him squarely. Boom! Boom! He was cultivating when he took a blow and suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, a divine light swept across, causing the Shu Mountain sect disciples around him to tremble with fear. Just now, Su Hao had completely entered the celestial realm. Therefore, Ning Wenxian's moves were like a massage, causing no harm whatsoever. Even so, these people's unprovoked acts of violence still made him very unhappy. I have no grudge against you, why should I attack? He did not get up, but instead focused on absorbing true energy to stabilize his cultivation level. Su Hao, don't play dumb. This is Mount Shu, a forbidden area for outsiders. No one except inner disciples is allowed to cultivate here. Ran Hongyuan said in a deep voice. Oh, is that so? In that case, it's all a misunderstanding. Give me a few more minutes, and I'll be leaving soon. Su Hao said calmly. His presence here was arranged by Zhao Hongyu. He truly didn't know the rules. Give you time back? Get out of here right now, or don't blame us for being impolite. Ran Hongyuan shouted. What, you think you can hurt me even a little bit? Su Hao said dismissively. He just didn't want to cause unnecessary conflict. Although there was some misunderstanding, these people's actions were clearly bloodthirsty and had obviously crossed his bottom line. Hateful. Ran Hongyuan couldn't swallow this insult, so he grabbed his weapon and charged forward again. His outburst this time was sudden and unplanned. Before the attack even got close, a sword aura had already struck Su Hao. The other person did not move and simply remained seated. Even at the very end, no golden protective aura appeared on his body. Boom! Ran Hongyuan witnessed the move successfully hit his opponent, a victorious smile on his face, and he felt that the man must be seriously injured. Surprisingly, Su Hao remained seated, seemingly unaffected. You're really an inner disciple of the Shu Mountain sect, you're ridiculously weak. Su Hao was somewhat moved. Entering the realm of celestial beings is like opening up a new world. The attacks of a master martial artist are almost negligible. That move was undeniably powerful, but it targeted the wrong opponent. Holy crap! What kind of monster is he? Ran Hongyuan couldn't understand it. Looking around Mount Shu, there was no disciple who could do this. Senior brother, don't be fooled by him. He must have some kind of defensive weapon, we just don't know about it yet. Ning Wenxian's attitude changed from admiration to jealousy. She considers herself a genius and doesn't want to be surpassed by an unknown person. Therefore, it was concluded that Su Hao was just being deliberately mysterious. Otherwise, how could this person's aura appear so peaceful, without any sense of being extraordinary or shocking? So that's how it is. It seems this person is truly despicable. Ran Hongyuan breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes flickered, and he decided to try a different approach. So he channeled his inner energy into the long sword, aimed at Su Hao's heart, and stabbed it fiercely. Once injured here, no one can survive. Stop. Just then, Zhao Hongyu returned. She let out a thunderous roar. After leaving, she felt increasingly uneasy. Why would the Grand Elder's disciple want to see her? So she rushed back and saw Ran Hongyuan attacking Su Hao. Too late. Ran Hongyuan smiled coldly. He had already made his move, and no matter how strong Zhao Hongyu was, she wouldn't be able to stop him in time. Laugh. The longsword successfully pierced Su Hao, who revealed a faint smile, and once again poured all his true energy into it, attempting to inflict the most severe damage. Unexpectedly, it was as if he had hit a steel plate, and he could not budge it in the slightest. I told you, you can't hurt me. Su Hao said dismissively. While he was making his move, she absorbed all the remaining spiritual energy she needed, slowly stood up, and with a gentle twist, broke Ran Hongyuan's weapon in two. He grabbed the fragments of weapons, placed them in his palm, and gently rubbed them together. They were instantly crushed into powder and vanished with the wind. This scene deeply shocked everyone. Su Hao's strength is beyond imagination. Ran Hongyuan was completely stunned, utterly unable to comprehend the vast difference in strength between the two. If his previous defenses could potentially be blocked by some kind of treasure, then his shattering of his weapon was a genuine demonstration of power. This is a lesson for you. Su Hao waved his hand indifferently, and slashed in mid-air a slap. Ran Hongyuan tumbled several times before falling into the icy pool. When he finally got up, he was shivering from the cold. He opened his mouth to say something, but then realized something was wrong. All his teeth had shattered. Su Hao, don't push your luck. Ning Wenxian shouted. You've got it wrong, haven't you? I was just retaliating, you're the ones causing trouble. Su Hao said unhappily. You should know that we are the masters of the Shu Mountain sect. As an outsider, you have dared to provoke the sect's authority and will be regarded as an enemy of the Shu Mountain sect. Ning Wenxian brought up a particularly intimidating charge. Enemies of the Shu Mountain sect? This is a crime that no martial artist has dared to bear for thousands of years. It is almost equivalent to the death penalty. Ning Wenxian, are you a mad dog? You bite anyone you see. Zhao Hongyu finally arrived and stood in front of Su Hao, looking at him provocatively. Zhao Hongyu, since you are a disgrace to the Shushan sect, bringing outsiders back to cause trouble, aren't you afraid of being punished according to the sect rules? Ning Wenxian asked directly, not to be outdone. 1032, Chapter 1032. The conflict subsides. The two beauties were locked in a fierce confrontation, and the scene was quite pleasing to the eye. Sect rules. I know the sect leader has already agreed you people causing trouble here is the one breaking the sect rules. It's practically showing contempt for the sect leader. Zhao Hongyu rebuked angrily. Zhao Hongyu, let me ask you, is Suha your fiancé? Ning Wenxian was somewhat unconvinced and wanted to get to the bottom of it on the spot. Fiancé? Zhao Hongyu was slightly surprised. This was something she had never expected. She felt there was probably some misunderstanding, but she certainly wouldn't expose it now, so she smiled happily and said, "You found out all about this. We were betrothed since childhood, and we're getting married soon. I'll send you invitations. Everyone must come to the wedding." Su Hao's eyes widened. These people were acting recklessly. When did he and Zhao Hongyu have this kind of relationship? It was obvious that this was just a grudge between the two of them. He became a shield. After Ning Wenxian found out the truth, she became even more unhappy and suddenly slapped out a palm, launching an attack. Zhao Hongyu was not someone to be trifled with, so she launched an offensive. The two instantly started fighting. Su Hao glanced at the situation and realized that Zhao Hongyu seemed to have some advantages, so there was no need to be nervous. In fact, Zhao Hongyu's talent surpassed Ning Wenxian's, and she was always slightly better. After exchanging more than a dozen blows, this advantage became even more pronounced. Ning Wenxian was steadily losing ground, her face flushed red, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice. Today was definitely an unlucky day. Not only did her opponent have a handsome fiancé, but she was also far more powerful. Stop! Stop! Suddenly someone roared, and it was Duan Tianjiao who had arrived. "Senior brother, he's bullying me." Ran Honyuan complained directly, speaking angrily. Seeing his junior brother injured, Duan Tianjiao turned to look at Su Hao, a hint of anger in his eyes, and said, "Young man, our Shu Mountain sect provided you with a place to heal, yet you still dare to hurt someone. Aren't you ungrateful?" "He brought this all on himself," Su Hao said coldly. "Senior brother, these people attacked while brother Hao was cultivating. They were simply not strong enough to defeat him," Zhao Hongyu explained. Duan Tianjiao suddenly looked at Ran Honyuan and saw that they both had their heads down. He realized that what the two said was true, but so what? These are all his junior brothers. Even if something happens to them, the sect should handle the punishment. How can he let outsiders do it? He sneered. "Don't try to deny it. The Shu Mountain sect has seen what you've done. This matter cannot be left like this." "What do you want?" Su Hao frowned slightly. "Kneel down now and make your junior brother apologize, and I will let bygones be bygones," Duan Tianjiao said coldly. "What if I refuse?" Su Hao said calmly. "Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite." Duan Tianjiao got into a fighting stance, wanting to see just how strong this person really was. Su Hao frowned, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Did he have to take action again? If the fighting continues, the feud with the Shu Mountain sect will only intensify. This is, after all, Zhao Hongyu's sect. Making a scene would be too ugly and wouldn't be good for her. "Now you know fear? You're just a self-taught practitioner. How could you possibly have the skills of your senior brother? It's not too late to admit your mistake now, otherwise, fists and feet have no eyes, and you'll have only yourself to blame if you get hurt." Ran Honyuan was very happy and said with a smile. Zhao Hongyu could tell that Su Hao was in a dilemma. If it were any other sect, he would have made his move long ago. Why wait until now? Not to mention that Su Hao has now broken through. Even before, Duan Tianjiao would not have been a match for him. If a fight breaks out, the hatred will intensify, and it may even attract the attention of the Grand Elder. That's when the real trouble begins. What's going on here? Why is it so lively? Just as they were in a dilemma, a group of young people, who looked to be 17 or 18 years old, approached from a distance. The person in the lead was dressed in gold clothing and looked somewhat noble. His appearance immediately caused everyone else's expressions to change drastically. "Brother Hao, this is Zhang Han, the son of the future sect leader," Zhao Hongyu hurriedly explained. So it was him. Su Hao nodded. He had heard Yan Wuming mention that although this person was young, he was very powerful. Now that they were officially meeting, he couldn't help but take a closer look. Zhang Han was very tall, easily 18 meters, with fair skin, yet he gave off a greasy vibe. He was clearly only 18 years old, but his smile was lewd. Beside this man was a beautiful woman, Wan Furong, one of the three beauties of Shu Mountain, Zhang Han's senior sister, who was 19 years old this year. She was a few years younger than Zhao Hongyu and the other two, and she rarely clashed with them. Young Master Zhang, we just had a minor conflict with Su Hao, nothing serious. Even Duan Tianjiu had to show a polite smile when facing the future young sect leader, and dared not reveal the details of the dispute. If investigated, it will be found that they were the ones who were rude. Oh? Zhang Han's arrogant gaze fell directly on Su Hao. I heard someone set up a challenge, and I was going to go and challenge them, but someone beat me to it. You're the one who ruined my plans? Although they had only just met, his tone was questioning. He rarely had a chance to fight, since no one in the Shu Mountain sect dared to truly spar with him. He finally had a powerful opponent, but by the time the opponent left the sect, it was too late. How could he not be angry? Even though there was no conflict between them, she was still somewhat displeased at the moment. Young master, even if there is a martial arts tournament here, I believe you will display your great power and shock countless people. Su Hao said politely. The title young master made Zhang Han laugh. He felt the other party was flattering him, so he coughed lightly, not wanting to pursue the matter further, and said, "You're right, this competition is held for meth. Others are just there to make up the numbers." Upon hearing this, everyone, including Duan Tianjiao, was somewhat surprised. How did he manage to be so arrogant? Zhang Han's strength is among the strongest of his peers. However, the age range for this competition is quite wide, with an upper limit of 30 years old and no lower limit. This means that some participants have cultivated for at least a decade longer than Zhang Han, which will definitely create a significant gap between them. Is his strength truly enough to make him look down on all others? I see, then I'll wait and see. Su Hao said with a smile. Su Hao, will you participate in the competition? Zhang Han asked seriously. I'm just joining in the fun. I'll sign up later, and I hope I won't be eliminated in the first round. Su Hao said modestly. You'd better try your best, hopefully we can run into each other. Zhang Han encouraged him instead. Okay, I'll definitely work even harder than everyone. I'm sorry to have bothered you today. I have some things to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Su Hao clasped his hands in a fist salute, then turned and left. Without a second thought, Zhao Hongyu followed. 1033, Chapter 1033 Vampire Monster. Are we just going to let him leave like this? Ran Hongyuan watched Su Hao's departing figure, feeling somewhat indignant. This matter ends here, but our feud with him is not over, Duan Tianjiu warned before turning and leaving. Ning Wenxian sighed and went back helplessly. Even if Ran Hongyuan was furious, he had no one to back him up and there wasn't much he could do. Junior brother, this person is not simple. If he is your opponent, you must be careful, Wan Furong warned, staring at Su Hao's back. I know. Zhang Han nodded. If he really was that simple, how could he convince people? In fact, he had heard news before he came that some strange phenomena had occurred when someone was cultivating here. So it seems that it must be Su Hao. Senior sister, I'm not weak either. He emphasized, then his right hand rolled, producing a hissing sound of lightning. Looking across the entire Shu Mountain sect, the only one who truly inherited Zhang Baimei's legacy is his father, Zhang Tianji. As a direct descendant of the Zhang family, he also received the purest Taoist teachings. All he lacks now is a grand stage to showcase them. Everyone admires my junior brother's strength. I hope this battle will completely shock the world, Wan Furong said with a sweet smile. You all go back, I'm going to cultivate here. Zhang Han turned and floated to the edge of the cold pool, where he sat down to meditate. The surrounding spiritual energy was rapidly approaching, indicating that the person possessed considerable talent and strength. Inside Su Hao's room at the inn in the ancient town, three beautiful women were gathered, Zhao Hongyu, Ren Xianshan, and Lu Waner. The latter two were intrigued by his disappearance for several hours, and after learning he had been cultivating, they left reassured they were simply fulfilling their duty, following Li Qingmei's orders to ensure his safety. Hongyu, aren't you going back? Su Hao asked in surprise when he saw that the beautiful woman beside him showed no intention of leaving. Brother Hao, what level are you at now? Zhao Hongyu asked curiously. Even she can't sense Su Hao's presence right now. The two were so close, yet they felt as if they were worlds apart. It's a secret. Su Hao smiled. He was only at the early stage of the celestial realm, nothing to brag about. The initial stage of this realm is thousands of times different from the great perfection, which made him feel somewhat insecure, unsure when he would be able to advance to the next realm. Little did they know, his cultivation progress had already surpassed that of most people. However, his only opponent has always been himself. He is not used to comparing himself to others. Alright. Zhao Hongyu was used to this. He never talked about these things. She changed the subject and asked with a smile, then what about Miss Li? Some say she's a weak woman, unable to even kill a chicken. Others say she's a master, just not good at fighting. What's the truth? Can you tell me? You'll have to figure that out for yourself. How could I possibly know what's going on with her? Su Hao was unwilling to discuss the matter. She's not here, how can I test her? Zhao Hongyu said. What a coincidence, she'll be here soon, then you'll meet and maybe even become friends. Su Hao said with a half smile. Friend? Zhao Hongyu had no such idea. If given the chance, she would rather deal with Li Qingmei herself. Humph. She snorted unhappily, with a hint of jealousy. In the darkness, Eric, dressed in black and accompanied by an attendant, walked at a leisurely pace. His blonde hair would certainly have made him stand out in the ancient town, but today he had deliberately disguised himself to appear extremely inconspicuous. After making sure no one was following them, they finally appeared in Yayoi Taro's yard. Hey, why did you come alone? Yayoi Taro found it strange. Wasn't it said that there were other experts as well? They'll be here soon, everyone, don't worry. Eric smiled faintly. In short, we must finalize the alliance today. Let's all plan together and pull off a big heist. Is that so? Yayoi Taro was skeptical, as the other party had not yet shown enough sincerity. As far as he knew, Eric was incredibly powerful. He was a ruthless killer abroad and not a good person. Strangely, not many people could currently describe his strength. Because those who had fought with him were either dead or mysteriously disappeared, there was no way for them to come forward and give their accounts. Since he claims to be the successor of Hades, let's assume he's quite powerful. Even so, having only one attendant was not enough to provide sufficient bargaining power. Look, someone's already here. He seemed to sense something and gave a faint smile. The samurai on guard outside suddenly sensed something was wrong. The surrounding light suddenly dimmed. Look, what a monster is that in the sky? Someone suddenly reminded him. The one-eyed warrior looked up and was suddenly startled to see thousands of bats appearing in the air. A terrifying, dark Masa thought flashed through his mind. Could these monsters be after the patriarch? So he gritted his teeth, took out his katana, and flew straight up. Get out of my way! He shouted loudly. With a single slash, countless gusts of wind were stirred up. His strength is quite considerable. In an instant, hundreds of bats